Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 969 to Chapter 1010. Mount Longhu was surrounded by a coiled dragon and a tiger. It was majestic and precipitous, with many peaks. Dragons leaped and tigers pounced, shaking off the dust and rising purple clouds. After thousands of years of accumulation and several ups and downs, Mount Longhu was recognized as the #1 mountain of Taoism. It was the birthplace and had a prominent position as the ancestral court. At this moment, Yi Fan was standing there, looking at the old crane and Third Valley Master. Mount Longhu was very mysterious. As the ancestral land of Taoism, it was not easy to provoke them. No wonder Taoism chose this place. The sages of the demon race have always been puzzled. Now, we finally understand. There is an earth immortal here, said Third Valley Master. The old crane sighed. That's right. In ancient times, there was a great formation protecting this place. The earth immortal burial ground was just formed and could not affect the surrounding terrain. Now that the divine formation has been completed, we can finally see a corner of it. There is indeed an expert in Taoism to have chosen this place so early. When talking about Taoism, it was necessary to mention the preaching old Zhuang. Its origin was even further back. Strictly speaking, it could be traced back to ancient times. Taoism had existed since ancient times. Old Huang elaborated on it. There were many books and they were broad and profound. Later generations respected Yellow Emperor and Laozi as the founders. Taoism had existed long ago, but as a true organization, it appeared later. The rise of the Celestial Master sect and Mount Longhu becoming the ancestral court were symbolic events. Later, after thousands of years of prosperity and decline, Taoism gave birth to hundreds of sections. They depended on each other and even opposed each other. They had never been unified. Since ancient times, there had been many ups and downs. Although there were many branches of Taoism, they could be roughly divided into two major sections. One was the Xianxia sect, which focused on cultivating inner cores, which rose in the north. The other was the Jingyi sect, which focused on talismans. Their ancestral court was Mount Longhu, which occupied half of the world's Taoism. At the same time, it was also the beginning of Taoism's organization. Yi Fan and the others naturally had to be careful here. This was the ancestral court of Taoism. If they were not careful, they could become enemies with the entire Taoism. This was because the Jingyi sect had a great influence in Taoism. It was the result of the integration of the Celestial Master sect, Lingbao sect, and Shangqing sect. In ancient times, the Celestial Master sect revered Laozi, Lingbao sect revered Lingbao celestial being and Shangqing sect revered primitive celestial being. Yi Fan and the others entered the mountain and looked around. This ancestral land of Taoism had 99 mountains and 24 rocks. Although the 99 mountains did not have the shape of a dragon, they had the aura of a dragon and a tiger. The worldly essence has dried up, but this place still has violet energy. It is indeed worthy of being the primal Tao ground. The Grand Valley Master sighed. The Dragon Mountain, Longhu, Tao, and said. In mountain, loningly, Dragon Taoism. And it. And it, and it and it. 1. And a temple and only one. And one and the 111. And had. 1. 1. 1. And one. And of. And one and temple. However, Yi Fan and the others did not dare to underestimate it. The outer mountain of Jingyi school had turned into smoke, but the cultivators were still there. They had entered the ancient inner mountain and separated themselves from the mortal world. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin and the ancestral altar of Mount Tai appeared. Back then, it led to a fierce battle between the great mediums. If not for the old Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the consequences would have been unimaginable. From that battle, one could see the power of the ancestral court of Jingyi school. It was still overseen by an expert and was better than the other sections. This should be the place. Look, there are hanging coffins between the stone cliffs of the outer mountain. They are all ancient objects from 2,000 years ago, not to mention the inner mountain, said Third Valley Master. The cliff tombs of Dragon Tiger Mountain were mostly coffins from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period. They were unique in China. Taoism used this as its root. It was said that it was related to the divine hanging coffins. The old crane said, "Now that I think about it, Taoism is really cunning." They already knew that the Earth Immortals' hanging coffins were here. They arrived first and occupied this place. Even if we go in now, we may not be able to find the Earth Immortal. For thousands of years, as the ancestral land of Taoism, it was impossible for the people of the mortal world to know about the inner mountain. The demon race and the Western Orthodoxy had never attacked. Even if there was a shocking secret here, outsiders could not know about it. It was suppressed and guarded by the great mediums of the ancient times. It was extremely mysterious. Yifan returned from the outer star region. It could be said that he had encountered a rare opportunity. In the age of Dharma ending, he should be able to go in and out with his cultivation. The Xingyi school would not be able to stop him. The three of them turned left and right and almost touched the forbidden formation several times. Finally, they arrived at the Taoist Holy Land and saw Dragon Tiger Mountain. It is even more dragon-shaped than the 99 peaks outside. "This place is amazing," Grand Valley Master exclaimed. The mountain was majestic as if it was about to leap up and rush into the sky. Dragons and tigers coiled and intertwined with each other. In this age of Dharma ending, there was a faintly discernible purple gas rising. It was rare in the world. This place was definitely a first-class holy land in ancient times. It was no wonder that it became the original land of Taoism. It was magnificent and beautiful. The majestic mountain peaks were surrounded by purple gas. There were waterfalls and flowing springs, red-crowned cranes flying, Taoist children picking herbs, and old Taoist priests breathing on the cliff. It was very artistic. The temple was neat and tidy, with beautiful buildings reflecting the mountains and rivers. Lofty platforms and pavilions lingered in the mountains and forests. The ancient scenery finally reappeared. There was a great momentum of dragons and tigers leaping and moving, wanting to rush into the sky. However, they did not see the 99 ancient small dragon mountains. It was empty. They were very cautious. Yifan led the way, avoiding the Taoist temples and purple gas peaks. They went far into the forest and did not get close to the important place of the Xingyi school. It's not simple. There are actually people of the cult master level in this place. They are most likely very ancient people. Yifan wanted to climb the mountain and visit the Taoist temple. However, the old crane and Third Valley Master hurriedly pulled him back and told him not to appear. This place could not be carelessly entered. If he was discovered, he might be punished greatly. No, how can there be no? They searched for hundreds of miles but did not see the 99 ancient small dragon mountains. They did not know where the Earth Immortals were buried. The auspicious light gathered on the ancient Taoist temples on Mount Longhu. The purple gas was dense and rose, touching people's hearts. Other than that, there was nothing unusual in the vast uninhabited area. The old crane and Third Valley Master were anxious. They could not stay in this place for long. They knew how terrifying and powerful the Xingyi school was. If they were discovered by the hidden great mediums, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Yifan calmed his mind and opened his source of Heaven's Eye. His body blended into the wonderful scenery of Mount Longhu as if he was about to disappear. Endless earth chi surged into his body. He saw some clues. What a shocking method. It almost deceived my source of Heaven's Eye. His expression was solemn. In this world, no one except him could discover that there was a mountain beyond the mountain and another world beyond the heaven and earth. There was an ancient formation outside the ancestral court of Mount Longhu, which was the burial place of the Earth Immortals. It was also the fundamental reason why Taoism chose this place. The journey was very difficult. It was not a killing formation, but a plot that made reasonable use of the mountains and rivers to prevent people from approaching. If it was not for the fact that Yifan was a member of the Yuan Taoist Master's faction, he would never have been able to enter. Even so, it took him a lot of time and 3 days to bring the two of them in. The ancient sages are unfathomable. Their methods are unparalleled. At that level, the terrain set up by them is comparable to the Yuan Taoist Master. As soon as they entered the secret land, Yifan and the other two immediately felt a vast and desolate aura, like a group of dragons soaring. On the horizon, the mountains were lush and verdant. Dragon Chi lingered and many dragon mountains danced as if they were going to break through the sky. Found it. This is the place where the Earth Immortals are buried. They were very excited. As an Earth Immortal, he must have heaven-defying methods. This person obtained the great secret of the 99 ancient dragon mountains and touched upon the forbidden area. He must have left behind a shocking secret. The Taoists must have been here before. I don't know what else is left, the old crane said. The sage of Taoism must have seen something when he chose Mount Longhu as the location. He regarded this place as the ancestral court and guarded it for so many years. No one would believe that he did not obtain the secret of the Earth Immortals. The mountains danced and the terrain was shocking. This was a group of majestic dragons. Suddenly, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. He saw a corpse dressed in a Taoist robe. It had passed away in meditation for hundreds of years. Its body was immortal and it sat cross-legged on a rock. It looked like it was guarding the mountain gate leading to the Dragon Mountains. The Taoist protector of the Jingyi school. The old crane saw the flying immortal diagram on the robe at a glance. It was unique to Taoist protectors. Those who were Taoist protectors were all extremely powerful, even surpassing the sect master. They were the masters who protected the orthodoxy. There were a few lines of words on the ground. It was the bird seal script from the preaching dynasty. The few of them sighed with emotion. It was left behind by the old Taoist. The main idea was that there was no successor for the Forbidden Land for 2,000 years. The world was dry and there was no one who could enter Mount Longhu. It was truly lamentable. This is a Tao-severing king who passed away in meditation hundreds of years ago. He has always been here as a Taoist protector. It is truly shocking. Third Valley Master sighed. In that case, the secret of the Earth Immortals still exists. They didn't make a move. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to guard this place. The old crane was horrified and couldn't help but look at Yi Fan. Only a Tao-severing king could enter. Didn't this mean that the person in front of them was extremely terrifying? Don't look at me like that. I only have a rough understanding of some formations and haven't severed the Tao. Yi Fan smiled. They walked forward and just arrived in front of the first Dragon Mountain. They saw a bone tablet. It was as white as jade and as tall as a person. After so many years, it still hadn't been damaged. There were oracle bone inscriptions on it. 99 Dragon Mountains. There were only a few words on it, but there was an overwhelming aura of the great Tao pressing down. The old crane and monkey looked from afar and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood on the spot. They couldn't look straight at it. Earth Immortal, as expected of an Earth Immortal. Even a few ordinary words are like this. Grand Valley Master sighed. Yi Fan was silent, but great waves surged in his heart. Even looking at these words made him feel uneasy. This was definitely a peerless expert, he muttered to himself. He didn't leave behind any killing intent. He just carved it normally and left behind a trace of Tao. As soon as they entered the mountain, Third Valley Master revealed a look of joy and shouted, I found it. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Below the cliff, a large crack opened. Thousands of coffins hung in the air. They were densely packed, and draconic energy lingered around them. It was like the mouth of the Dragon Mountain was opening and holding the ancient coffins. Among them, in the depths of the dragon's mouth, a jade coffin was faintly discernible. It flowed with dusty light and remained unbroken since ancient times. The residents of the Earth Immortal, there are thousands of coffins hanging in the middle of the cliff. The clouds are the bones of immortals. A fragrance wafted over. Although it was very faint, it made one's body light as if they were about to fly. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely an immortal divine medicine. Could it be that there was such a heaven-defying thing in the hanging coffins of the Earth Immortals? He felt that he had underestimated this place before. The Earth Immortals were more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. The fragrance came from a large crack at the bottom of the cliff. It was located in the depths of the dragon's mouth. He opened his heavenly eye to take a look. Although the luster of the dusty jade coffin had dimmed, the traces of Tao were not bad. There was also a branch that shone with green light. It was fresh and tender, and the fragrance wafted into his nose. The undying tree. Yi Fan was shocked. This place was incredible. It was just a branch, and there was an entire undying tree. He had not seen the true appearance of the earth immortal, but he had already seen such a thing. The three of them soared into the air and arrived at the huge crack between the walls of the Dragon Mountain. There were thousands of hanging coffins, all of which were antiques. They had existed for at least thousands of years. They tried to open some of them. There were bone artifacts, jade artifacts, and even wooden artifacts. However, there were no metal artifacts. There was no exception. Sure enough, it's the same as the records. Earth immortals are afraid of gold. If there's gold in their coffins, they won't be able to ascend to immortality. They examined it carefully. This should be his disciple who was buried here. The three of them did not dare to approach the jade coffin immediately. After all, this was the legendary Earth Immortal burial ground, and they were afraid that there would be peerless killing intent. That type of faint fragrance wafted into one's bones continuously, making one feel as if they were walking on clouds. They forcefully restrained themselves, not sucking it in. The old crane and the third valley master inspected the many coffins seriously while Yi Fan used a genesis technique to observe the terrain. To avoid any accidents, they were extremely careful and cautious. This should be from the same lineage. Look at the arrangement of these coffins, it's very orderly. It's the ancient jade coffin in the deepest part of the Dragon Mountain. The crack on Dragon Mountain's cliff was extremely large, and there were more than 2,000 corpses hanging from it. All of them were extremely meticulous, and all of them were cultivators. Every coffin was carved out of a huge piece of wood, and most of them were in the shape of a boat. It was also in accordance with the records. After experiencing the sea of bitterness of the human world, one would be freed and become an immortal. There's a Tao-severing king here. The old crane was horrified. There were a few ancient coffins that had skeletal remains that weren't bad, the corpse shells powerful, imperishable even after death. They were vivid and lifelike, maintaining the state they were in when they were alive. They were all Tao-severing experts. Forget about everything else, this sect was definitely extremely powerful in the past. Even if the ancient era was full of vital energy, with a few Tao-severing kings as disciples, they were still unordinary. Finally, they entered the depths of the stone crack, arriving at Long Shan's throat. Upon closer inspection, the ancient jade coffin was covered in dust. It was dim and without luster, but it made it seem more and more mysterious. It was a sparkling and translucent branch, bright green and glistening. It was as thick as a child's arm and more than a meter long. It looked as if it was carved from green agate, translucent and shining. It laid horizontally on the ancient jade coffin just like that, emitting an irresistible fragrance. There was a white liquid at the fracture, appearing extremely mysterious. Immortal tree, at such a close distance, Yi Fan could already be completely sure that this was the tree of immortality. It had the miraculous effect of reviving the dead, and it was hard to find in this world. Earth immortal. Was he really an earth immortal? For even such a thing to be buried here, it was definitely not normal. Since ancient times, it was very difficult for mortals to find the immortal godly medicine. At the very least, it was in the hands of the sages, and the ancient emperors all had one. Every single stock of immortal medicine was unique, and from ancient times until now, there were only those few stocks. According to what Yi Fan knew, having one stock in an ancient star with life was already quite good. The reason why there were so many of them in the Big Dipper star region was because the great ancient emperors had brought them there. Ever since the immemorial age, ancient emperors and human emperors had been rushing there. It was also because of this that the other ancient stars lost their immortal divine herbs. The fact that there was a tree of immortality here was enough to prove that the status of an earth immortal was definitely not to be underestimated. The three of them did not dare to act rashly. They walked around the ancient coffin. The legendary earth immortal was here. If they opened it, would something happen? I once heard that even after the death of the ancient sages, their corpses were still very difficult to approach. The aura they emitted could kill those with great mediums. The old crane frowned, feeling worried. Yi Fan nodded. When they found the coffin of the immortal Sky Emperor, it was earth-shattering. Chaos surged on the 10,000 feet jade platform. It was just a piece of human skin, yet it required forbidden weapons and extreme weapons to protect itself. This earth immortal's coffin looks very calm, without a trace of pressure. I wonder what will happen after it is opened. In this place, even the source of heavens, I could not see through it. The ancient coffin was mysterious and unfathomable. It was chiseled and chiseled by an ancient great power. Ants and insects could not approach it, and gods could not disturb it. All of you, stand beside me. Yi Fan spoke. He was ready to make a move. He used the cauldron of myriad qi to protect himself and threw Komatsu, who was looking around, into the cauldron. At the same time, he took out an old piece of bronze that he had painstakingly taken out from the Sea of Bitterness. Bang! As soon as Yi Fan touched the coffin, a scarlet beam shot out from the depths of the cliff. The cold light illuminated the 9 provinces. It was too dazzling. Swoosh! Yi Fan put the 2 people into the cauldron and quickly retreated with the Xing formula. However, he still could not avoid it. The cauldron above his head shook violently, and he flew out in an instant. He flew more than 800 feet away from the mouth of the Dragon Mountain. The golden blood in his body boiled like thunder. It took a long time for it to calm down and let the 2 people out. What is that? It doesn't look like an attack from the coffin. The old crane took a quick glance just now and saw the dazzling light. This group of dragons has been raised. The ancient jade coffin is placed in the throat of the dragon's mouth. That is the place where the dragon's reverse scale grows. It is the killing divine light formed by the mountain, Yi Fan said. The means of the earth immortal was indeed extraordinary. The mountain formation was shocking. Was this really imitating the essence of the ancient 99 dragon mountains? There is no way to get close to the coffin. The third valley master said. They had already come this far. If they could not get anything, it would be a pity. The owner of the tomb does not have any killing intent and did not set up any vicious means. We should be able to get close to take a look. We just need to avoid the killing light of the dragon's reverse scale, Yi Fan said. He looked at it seriously and entered the stone crevice to attack again. He used his Genesis technique to guide the dragon chi so that it would temporarily avoid the reverse scale. He then approached the jade coffin again. He first grabbed the branch of the immortal tree and held it in his hand. However, at that moment, his body turned cold and he was almost frozen. It was too cold. The treasure tree that looked like a green jade core was bone-piercing cold. Normal people would not be able to withstand it. Yi Fan hurriedly used the Tying Saint power to dissolve the cold chi. He then put it aside with a look of disbelief. What happened? The old crane asked. Did the earth immortal enlighten himself, or did someone help him and leave the branch of the immortal tree? Yi Fan muttered to himself. At this moment, he finally understood why the branch of the immortal tree was left behind. It was used to enlighten the death chi of these corpses and absorb them completely to help them become ghost immortals. The death chi of the thousands of coffins had been absorbed by the branch, including the mysterious corpses in the jade coffins. They were the main targets. Can the branch of the immortal tree not be used in medicine? Third Valley Master was full of regret. It's like the netherworld grass. It has the effect of longevity, but it also has the effect of decay and contains too much corpse chi, Yi Fan said. They finally understood why the people of the Taoist ancestral court did not take the branch. Normal people would not be able to enjoy it and would not dare to refine medicine. Yi Fan moved again. He used his Genesis technique to cut off the dragon chi and slowly moved the jade coffin away. He held the green copper in his hand and looked inside nervously. It was empty. What happened? There was nothing. The 3 of them were dumbfounded and confused. Could it be that the Taoist from Longhu Mountain took away the thing in the coffin? After taking a closer look, they were stunned. There were signs of Tao assimilation, and it was very thorough. There was nothing left except a faint human-shaped mark at the bottom of the coffin. An Earth Immortal assimilation. Although they knew that the so-called Earth Immortal was most likely deified and was not an immortal, they could not help but be disappointed. There was no trace at all. How could this be? Third Valley Master was disappointed. He murmured, unable to accept the fact. Yi Fan did not say anything. He quietly sealed the coffin and put the branch of the immortal tree back on top. Everything returned to its original state. There are a total of 99 dragon mountains. This is only the first one. Isn't it a little strange? Did the Earth Immortal directly bury his tomb in the first Dragon Mountain? The old crane asked. Let's continue to take a look. Yi Fan was also puzzled. He took the lead and walked forward. When they entered the depths of the second intertwined Dragon Mountain, their expressions immediately froze. They saw another huge crack with dozens of ancient hanging coffins. Although there were not as many as the first one, it was still shocking. Most importantly, there was a jade coffin in the depths of the dragon cave. Another jade coffin, also covered in dust and without luster. How many Earth Immortals are there? Moreover, there was a sparkling branch of the immortal tree on top of the ancient jade coffin. It was lying on the coffin lid and a sweet fragrance flowed from it. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. They cautiously entered the dragon's mouth and avoided the killing light of the dragon's reverse scale. They carefully opened the ancient jade coffin, but the result was the same. The person in the coffin had already assimilated. It was difficult to estimate this person's cultivation when he was alive. They only knew that it must be extremely terrifying. The Tao marks were extremely shocking and unfathomable. This branch of the immortal tree had also absorbed a large amount of death qi. No one dared to use it to refine medicine. All of this was similar to the first jade coffin. Yi Fan and the others looked at each other and did not say anything. They then walked into the depths of the dragons and entered the third Dragon Mountain. As expected, they saw the third mysterious ancient jade coffin. There was also a branch of the immortal tree buried with it. After that, they went through 5 mountains and found the same situation. The powerful tomb owner had already assimilated. Apart from a branch of the immortal tree, nothing was left. This is strange. How many Earth Immortals are there? Even the old crane was shocked. They flew into the sky and arrived at the clouds. They looked at the majestic Dragon Mountains and were stunned. The first 9 Dragon Mountains were majestic, especially the 9th one, which was obviously much taller than the others. Auspicious air gushed out and the word Earth Immortal was carved on the mountain. Starting from the 10th Dragon Mountain, all the mountain ranges collapsed and were no longer complete. The scene was confusing. 90 Dragon Mountains had collapsed. What's going on? I understand. Yi Fan nodded and muttered to himself. The 99 Dragon Mountains were an extreme. No one in the world could enjoy it. No one could be buried in such a place. Even imitating the 99 Dragon Mountains was not enough. After all, this place displayed the power of dragons. Earth Immortals could only endure the might of 9 ancient Dragon Mountains. He was deeply aware of this, so he was buried on the 9th, which was also the highest Dragon Mountain. The heaven and earth did not allow it. 90 Dragon Mountains collapsed on their own and only 9 were left for Earth Immortals. He could only endure such great fortune. This was really horrifying and unbelievable. Was it the power of the heavens that destroyed the 99 Dragon Mountains? Or was this a type of geographical layout that could not exist in the world for long? After Yi Fan and the others landed, they did not rush forward. They carefully observed every Dragon Mountain and the jade coffin. Finally, they arrived at the 8th Dragon Mountain. Only then did they have a rough understanding. On the 8th Dragon Mountain, other than the jade coffin and the branch of the divine tree, there was also a pure white jade tablet. There were some words carved on it. The general idea was that his disciples were buried here to accompany him. As expected of an Earth Immortal. His disciples are all dead, but he is still alive. There are definitely some sages in those 8 jade coffins. Third Valley Master exclaimed. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. The disciples of the sages were all dead, but this person was still alive. He moved their coffins to accompany them. How long had he lived? Finally, they arrived in front of the last undamaged Dragon Mountain. There was a rising purple mist that almost submerged the mountain. There was an ancient tablet in front of the mountain with words carved on it. The 3 looked at it carefully and figured out the general meaning. This person had entered Shu and was respected as the leader of the Immortals. He actually had such a great background. No wonder Qi Songzi chased him all the way to Shu. Could it be the legendary ancient immortal? Yi Fan vaguely guessed a person, but when he saw the last sentence on the ancient tablet, he was petrified. Buried here with the ginseng fruit and the immortal tree. How is this possible? Could it be that he was really an earth immortal called Xianxia? Impossible. Yi Fan was shocked and puzzled. The last sentence on the ancient tablet was unimaginable to Yi Fan. He was petrified and couldn't believe it. It actually mentioned the ginseng fruit tree. He immediately thought of the great immortal Jin Yuan from Journey to the West, the master of the 5 Villages monastery. However, this was only a character in the novel. Was there really a person called Jin Yuanzi in the ancient times? Yi Fan asked the old crane and the third valley master. No. Great Valley Master shook his head, indicating that there was definitely no such person. The monkey almost laughed out loud. In his early years in the mortal world, he had read Journey to the West and was very engrossed in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given himself such an unusual name. However, he shook his head forcefully. It's really strange. It's written very clearly on the tablet that the ginseng fruit tree was buried here. Who could it be? Yi Fan muttered to himself and asked the two if they knew about this divine tree. The two shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. Not to mention them, even the primogenitors of the ancient demonic gods had never seen the immortal medicine. This thing was too heaven-defying. They had heard of ancient secrets that an ancient life star could only give birth to one at most. If there were other discoveries, they would definitely have been brought from other star regions. Don't worry so much. So what if the ancient sacred emperor was buried here? He's already dead, so there's nothing to worry about. Leaving behind an immortal divine tree is perfect for us. Third Valley Master was very excited. Previously, after passing through the 8 dragon mountains, apart from seeing 8 ancient jade coffins, they also saw 8 divine tree branches. Unfortunately, they were all infected by corpse energy and couldn't be refined into medicine. Now that they knew that the living mother tree was here, they were naturally moved. If they could obtain it, it would be a great fortune. At this place, Yi Fan and the other two could sense a kind of divine beauty. The 90 dragon mountains had collapsed, and only the first 9 towered majestically. This one, in particular, was the most majestic and magnificent. A white waterfall poured down from the mouth of the dragon. It was a vast expanse of whiteness and was 10,000 feet long. The mountain was covered in waves of purple mist. The scene was extraordinary, and one could tell at a glance that this was a divine land with treasures. Gee! As soon as Yi Fan and the others got close, they saw a beam of light slash down from the purple mountain. The sharpness split the sky in half. This was a sudden attack, fast and terrifying. It made one feel like their mind was being torn apart. Yi Fan pulled the other two and retreated several miles like an illusion. The purple light split the space and slashed into the endless void, disappearing. But the shockwave that remained was enough to shock them. Truly divine. This earth immortal's methods are heaven-defying. This place has been nourished by the undying god tree for a period of time, allowing this dragon mountain to have a deity. It is alive. Yi Fan's eyes shone brightly. In terms of Genesis techniques, this was the ultimate dragon mountain that could only be nurtured after birth. It was impossible for it to improve further. The old crane and third valley master were also shocked. This dragon mountain had the shape of a dragon to begin with. Now that they opened their divine eyes to take a closer look, it made their hair stand on end. There were many rock walls on the mountain, and they were all in the shape of scales. They were connected to each other and would occasionally open and close like dragon scales. The entire mountain was vivid and lifelike. The mountain has dragon scales? The Grand Valley Master and the others had never heard of this and could not help but be shocked. It was also Yi Fan's first time seeing such a mountain. He had only read about it in books. He never thought that someone would be able to nurture a living mountain. This kind of terrain can give birth to a real dragon. Of course, it will take millions of years. This is a dormant dragon. It breathes dragon chi and can kill anyone who gets close. Yi Fan told them to be careful and use Genesis techniques to break it. He led the two forward and approached the waterfall step by step with great caution. This was a green mountain with very little vegetation. There were rocks everywhere, and they had turned into green scales. Piece by piece, they stuck to the mountain, as if a green dragon was lying down. No, a dragon's body is green. Why is purple chi seeping out from the gaps in the dragon scales? Yifan stopped in his tracks in surprise. He rose into the air and looked ahead. The 90 dragon mountains had collapsed and wisps of chi seeped out. They ranged from black to scarlet red. He felt a wave of coldness. Even though the dragons were raised by humans, they still had their own spirits. The collapse of the 90 mountains produced a bit of resentment that invaded this place. The azure dragon was infected, and as a result, the energy that rose from it changed. We must be careful. There was nothing here before, but there might be some danger now. A cauldron hovered above Yifan's head and a piece of green copper in his hand. He led the two to the foot of the mountain and used an ultimate Genesis technique to change the terrain. It had to be said that his methods were heaven-defying and no one in the world could compare to him. His Genesis techniques were close to godlike. He could change the terrain of the mountain with ease beside a dormant green dragon. Originally, this dragon was a great weapon. The purple chi seeping out from every dragon scale could turn into killing light. But now, it was frozen and could not rush out. Yifan opened up a path and came to the white waterfall. Water fell from the dragon's mouth. It seemed to be alive and had a kind of charm. This earth immortal coffin is in the dragon's mouth. Isn't it afraid of being drowned? The Grand Valley Master was shocked. Yifan observed carefully and did not say anything. He used his ultimate Genesis techniques to clear away the trouble and walked towards the dragon's mouth. Suddenly, the great waterfall stopped flowing. The thunderous sound disappeared. The dragon's scales are moving. The old crane exclaimed. All of the cliffs on this green dragon mountain began to tremble. It was as if dragon scales were opening up one after another. Dozens of hanging coffins appeared, previously hidden behind the dragon scales. Bang! The ship-shaped coffin burst open and a hair-raising scream was heard. Dozens of Taoists swooped down like flying yikshaws. What is this? Why does it look like this? The Third Valley Master was shocked. These people had scales all over their bodies and were about to transform into dragons. Their eyes were green and had no human emotions. They breathed in and out dragon chi and emitted a powerful aura. Bang! The old crane took out a flying sword. It was as white as jade and slashed over. But when it hit a Taoist, it let out a string of dazzling light and shattered. He was a cultivator at the Great Circle of Dragon Transformation. He used a sword cultivation orthodoxy to attack but couldn't do anything to the other party. His weapon was destroyed on the spot. Yifan was shocked. These Taoists were amazing. They merged with the mountain and were like the dragon mountain that came back to life from corpses. There was a chance for them to come back to life. Of course, this was only the resurrection of their corpses. It was impossible for the people to come back to life. Their gods had long dissipated. The two of you, retreat according to the path I took earlier. The old crane and the Third Valley Master did not dare to be slow. They knew that Yifan was a powerful cultivator and staying here would only be a hindrance. A shrill scream rang out. A Taoist pounced over. His body was covered in dense dragon scales and his eyes were green. His hair was disheveled and he actually had the strength of a first-level immortal. Pooh! Yifan didn't move. His golden fist flew up and smashed out. The moment it punched out, everything in the world would shatter and this Taoist was turned into dust. It was actually a rain of green blood, the same color as the Dragon Mountain. He was shocked in his heart. These people were dressed like odd job workers. They looked like people from the Taoist sect who chopped firewood and boiled water, yet they were so strong. Especially their bodies, after growing dragon scales, they were as tough as diamond. Yifan punched out continuously. Golden blood chi blotted out the sun and he killed with a single strike. He crushed over 10 human dragon corpses that swooped down, causing the old crane and the Third Valley Master to feel a chill down their spines. Heavenly Origin Demon Sealing. Yifan used a Genesis art. Tens of beams of light were borrowed from the Green Dragon Mountain, sealing the Taoists that were still swooping down from the coffins. The dragon scales closed and the tens of coffins were blocked. The world fell silent. There was no more sound of the waterfall and no more shrill screams. However, Yifan didn't move forward. He stood on the spot without moving. Why do I feel that the clothes of these Taoists are so familiar? They look like the ancient robes of Shu, the monkey said. That's right, I can tell too. They are people of Shu. The old crane nodded. Ayo, suddenly, shrill screams rang out. Two very small crystal coffins appeared from the open dragon scale cliff and two Taoist children pounced down. Their hair had long turned white and one could tell that they were very old. They should be very old, but their faces were like that of a baby. When they were alive, they had already cut their Tao and their physical bodies were incomparably strong. Yi Fan frowned inside in his heart. The two Taoist children serving the Earth Immortals were already kings of the Tao-severing realm. This was really shocking. No wonder there were a few sages among his disciples. Roar, at the same time, another 4 roars were heard. Another 4 ancient jade coffins appeared on the Green Dragon Mountain. It seemed that they were the nominal disciples of the Earth Immortals. 3 advanced kings and 1 half-sage. Yi Fan was shocked. If these people all rushed at him, it would put him in danger. Even if they didn't have their divine sense and were only a kind of physical instinct, it would still be very troublesome. Accumulating yang to become a god, there is a form in the god. The form is born from the sun is born from the moon. Accumulating yin to form, there is a spirit in the form. He recited the complete expiate person scripture and then took out the ghost face copper lamp, which shone with a glossy green light. It had to be said that this was miraculous. Whether it was the expiate person scripture or the ancient lamp obtained from Yinghua, they were both holy weapons for suppressing ghosts. The effect was immediate. The 6 corpses flew out and rushed into the coffins, sealing themselves in the cracks of the dragon scale cliff. Yi Fan climbed up the cliff and entered the crack that was shaped like a dragon's mouth. He felt a sense of peace here and there was no murderous intent. He called the 2 people in the distance to come over. The waterfall was broken, but he didn't feel any moisture in the dragon's mouth. On the contrary, it was very dry and clean. There was an ancient coffin in the center, simple and ordinary. There was nothing special about it. It was actually a yellow mud coffin, it was dull and even a little rough. It lay there quietly without any fluctuation. Was this the coffin of an Earth Immortal? Even his disciple used an ancient jade coffin, but his own was so simple. Yes, it must be. Earth Immortals have access to the vast chi of the earth. Their coffins must be made of yellow mud, the old crane said with a trembling voice. This was the Earth Immortal that Xianxia was looking for? Yi Fan was in a daze. They actually found him. In the past, only the ancient great sage dared to investigate. Xianxia's magical power was so great that he obtained Tao during the Shrouding era. His cultivation was so great that a grain of dust could turn into a sword to fill the sea, a blade of grass could turn into a sword to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. His power shocked the ancient times and was respected by the world, but he was not found. The old crane and the 3rd Valley Master were also excited. Their bodies were trembling. This involved a forbidden area. Back then, even the demon god ancestor of the 1000 Demon Valley could not find it, but now they found it. It was all because the ancient sages had left during the Age of Dharma, leaving behind a mess that they could take advantage of. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Who do you think he is? Yi Fan calmed down. In front of the Green Dragon Mountain, there were a few words on the ancient tablet. It seemed to be written by his disciple, saying that this person had once entered Shu and was honored as the head of the Immortals. From the clothes of those Taoists and children, they should be from Shu, the old crane said. They did not dare to touch the yellow coffin of the Earth Immortal. Instead, they tried to guess his identity, or else they might be in danger. They wanted to make accurate judgments based on his personality when he was alive. Could it be Rongqinggong? The Grand Valley Master was surprised. Xiaoxiu of the Eastern Jin dynasty recorded in the Chronicles of Shu, among the 8 immortals of Shu, the first was Rongqinggong, also known as the Ghost Rong District. He lived in Hongmeng and is now Mount Qingqing. That era was too long ago, so they could not understand it. They could only guess and make judgments from the ancient records. I don't know when he was born, but it was said that he passed away in Shu. As for Rongqinggong, even the old crane and the 3rd Valley Master did not know how powerful he was. That was because he kept a low profile and did not leave behind any shocking achievements. Is he the one Xianxia is looking for? Is he really that powerful? The third valley master was doubtful. It should be him, because he is also called Rongqingzi, Yi Fan said. In ancient times, those who had the word Zi in their name were all extraordinary and heaven-defying figures. All of them had the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. At the very least, they were ancient sages. I thought that Taoism was purposely creating myths about him, but it seems that the records are true. The old crane sighed. Obviously, it also knew. According to the legend of immortals, Rongqingzi once appeared in western Zhou to meet King Mu of Zhou and teach him the way of immortality. As for King Mu of Zhou, he was one of the most legendary emperors in China's ancient history. He was known as Emperor Mu and was almost like a god. It was recorded in the legend of Emperor Mu. During western Zhou, Rongqingzi lived in Taimu Mountain in Fujian province. He practiced alchemy and kept a low profile. He only came to Shu later. That's right. Xianxia passed away in the Warring States period. Before that, he came to Shu most likely to find Rongqingzi, Yi Fan said. That doesn't seem right. Even if Rongqingzi has remarkable abilities, he might not be able to compare to Xianxia. After all, the latter's name had already shaken the world during the Shennong period. He was the most famous cultivator. The old crane voiced its doubt. Yi Fan shook his head. Rongqingzi was not simple either. He had appeared during Yellow Emperor's time and taught Yellow Emperor's Daoing technique. He explained the way of immortality. Even the leader of Taoism, Guhong, had written about it. Rongqingzi had appeared at different times. His reputation was recorded in many ancient books, such as the Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor, Plain Questions, Legend of the Immortals, Shanyuan Benji, and other books. Before Shennong attained Tao, he learned from Xianxia. Before Yellow Emperor attained Tao, he was inspired by Rongqingzi. In a sense, they should be on par. Moreover, Xianxia should be earlier than Rongqingzi's time, the old crane said. Yi Fan said, one of them appeared during Shennong's time, and the other during Yellow Emperor's time. But who knows which period they were from. However, one thing is for sure. Rongqingzi is far more ancient than you think. You can find clues from the ancient books. For example, Zhuangzi once mentioned some ancient emperors. It was recorded in Zhuangzi's drawer. In the past, the Yangxiang clan, the Dating clan, the Bohuang clan, the Zhongyang clan, the Luli clan, the Lishu clan, the Shanyuan clan. At that time, the people tied ropes and used them. This record mentioned 12 ancient emperors. The Yangxiang clan was earlier than Shennong and Yellow Emperor's time. It was a powerful tribe leader in ancient times and was a legendary immortal. If I'm not wrong, the so-called Rongqingzi was the ancient Yangxiang clan. He was an extremely ancient immortal, even more ancient than Xianxia, Yi Fan said. Third Valley Master was a little dumbfounded. The two of them had deduced from various ancient books and found clues. They had first evolved Rongqinggong into a Z, and then deduced that he was the Yangxiang clan. It was too shocking. They looked at the yellow coffin, and the shock in their hearts was imaginable. This was an existence that was respected as an immortal during the ancient times. His true identity might be the Rongxiang clan, which made them feel pressured. From Rongqinggong of Shu to Rongqingzi of the Western Zhou dynasty, and then to the leader of the Yangxiang clan of the ancient tribes, his true identity was gradually revealed through the clues left behind in various ancient books. He was actually an immortal worshipped by the ancient people. Yi Fan and the others walked around the coffin and repeatedly observed the terrain to check if there were any formation patterns or marks. They were afraid that there would be any mistakes. This was an ancestor-level cultivator, and he was worthy of respect. The three could not calm down. The identity of the owner of the yellow coffin had been revealed, and it made them feel even more pressured. An earth immortal actually had such a great background. The inside of the dragon's mouth was very dry. After the waterfall stopped flowing, there was no trace of water left. The cave walls were smooth, and there were no Dao patterns. After careful examination, they prepared to open the coffin and open the lid made of yellow mud. However, after retreating far enough, he tried to use his Taoist technique to move the coffin lid, but he found that it was useless. It did not move at all. Yi Fan held the green copper piece in his hand and walked forward step by step. At this juncture, the green cauldron fragment was the strongest protective talisman. If anything happened, it could save his life. Boom! He lifted a corner of the yellow mud coffin, and the entire dragon cave suddenly shone brightly. Patterns appeared on all the walls, and there was an overwhelming power that shone so brightly that one could not open their eyes. At this moment, the entire dragon mountain was covered in celestial light, and a shocking aura emanated from it. The whole body was green and glistening, and it was about to be resurrected. Yifan quickly let go of the coffin and retreated dozens of steps. With a quang sound, the yellow coffin lid closed tightly over the coffin. All of the light disappeared and everything returned to normal. The old crane and the third valley master trembled and sat on the ground. The great power just now made their hair stand on end, and their hearts trembled. They could not bear it. There was no murderous intent, only a kind of aura. After a long time, the three looked at each other. If there was a hint of murderous intent when the coffin was opened, the two of them would not be able to keep their lives. This kind of aura was not something they could bear. In a trance, I saw a large number of oracle bone inscriptions densely cover the cave walls. It seemed to be describing a very important ancient secret, the Grand Valley Master said. Alright, let's try again. Yifan cautiously stepped forward. Although the coffin was made of yellow mud, it was extremely heavy. If it wasn't for Yifan's innate divine strength and the fact that he had the human race's holy body, it would have been impossible for him to open it. Despite this being the case, it was still extremely strenuous for him. The instant a corner of the coffin's lid was lifted, the sky full of brilliance appeared again. The cave walls shone brilliantly, immortal energy dense, brilliant colors of all different colors. Inside the ancient cave, all types of patterns appeared. They were all ancient characters that were difficult to understand. They filled every corner and released endless radiance. Yifan was sweating profusely. It was just a coffin lid made of yellow mud, yet it was so heavy. He moved it to the side with difficulty and placed it on the ground. In the back, Great Valley Master and Monkey's bodies were shaking uncontrollably, sitting on the ground. They couldn't help but want to kowtow and worship. This was a type of instinct that originated from their bodies. The lid of the Earth God's coffin was open. Yifan looked inside and saw a mass of hazy chaos that was surging violently. It was indescribably mysterious, and he wanted to see what was going on. However, he didn't dare to touch the chaos easily, because once it went berserk, it might destroy the 99 Dragon Mountains and make one's soul palpitate. There's no trace of murderous intent, only the aura of an Earth Immortal. Yifan's body was extremely stiff. If it wasn't for the green copper piece in his hand, he might not be able to stand still. Bang! On the other side, the monkey finally couldn't control its body and hit its head on the ground. The old crane was the same. It couldn't control its body and trembled. It knelt down and kowtowed towards the yellow mud coffin. This was the residual aura of the immortal that the ancient people respected. Even after countless years, once the coffin was opened, even if only a trace of aura flowed out, others wouldn't be able to bear it. On the wall, there are words. It's related to the mystery of the 99 Dragon Mountains. The Grand Valley Master stuttered. He was under great pressure and said with a trembling voice. What was recorded on the wall was not the group of small dragon mountains, but the real 99 ancient dragon mountains. He didn't expect the Earth Immortal Xianxia clan to reveal the secret here. Millions of years ago, Yifan saw these words and his hair stood on end. How long ago was this? Were there humans on Earth at that time? Suddenly, the yellow mud coffin trembled and the chaos inside surged like an ocean was about to rush out. He was so shocked that he quickly retreated and grabbed the old crane and the third valley master to escape. Clang! It finally stabilized. The inside of the coffin seemed to contain an ocean of chaos. It was incomparably deep. The walls of the coffin were rough and the yellow mud was flowing with strange colors. Ancient runes flashed and slowly absorbed all the energy of chaos. Yifan stood in the distance and watched everything quietly. The two people beside him were trembling. It was not because they lacked willpower, but because the difference in strength was too big. Finally, the chaos in the coffin disappeared. It was swallowed up by the rough walls of the coffin. And it was empty. It's empty. Where's the body of the Earth Immortal? The old crane exclaimed. They came for the Earth Immortal, so where was the body? There were also words carved in the coffin. They were the same as the words on the wall. It was obvious that they were carved by one person. They were flowing with strange lights and looked very mysterious. The earth immortal turned into Tao and left nothing behind? That's not right. Where is the tree of immortality? Why is there no trace of it? It has existed for a long time, so it's impossible for it to disappear. The third Valley Master was also puzzled. Yi Fan said, let's not care about this for now. We came for the secret of the earth immortal. He has left the key things here. We have to read them carefully. The 99 Dragon Mountains contain the hope of becoming an immortal. They kept studying the ancient words. They were all created by the ancestors of the ancient times and were too ancient to understand. Fortunately, they were not ordinary people and had studied the oracle bone inscriptions. They could roughly understand it after studying it carefully, but they were shocked when they saw a part of it. Millions of years ago, the 99 Dragon Mountains were used by people. It was a frighteningly long time ago, but no one knew who did it. When they read further, it was even more terrifying. The 99 Dragon Mountains did contain the hope of becoming an immortal, but Rongqing did not say what it was. Through the meaning, it should be understood that at their level, they all knew what it was. There was no need to say it. This was for their peers to read, not small cultivators like them. Nurturing one ancient star after another with life, this is a calamity. When they read up to this point, they felt a chill from their backs to their bones. The 99 Dragon Mountains had a long and frightening history, and it did not start on Earth. According to what was recorded on it, this was a shocking secret, and it was even to the extent that others felt it was too absurd and difficult to believe. The 99 Dragon Mountains, no one knew which star field it originated from, and no one knew how long it had been through, moving from ancient planets with life to ancient planets with life. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth would dry up, spiritual energy would dry up, plants would wither, primates would degenerate, and all living things would decline rapidly. In the most serious cases, an ancient planet's vitality would disappear. Yi Fan and the others looked at each other in dismay. Today's Earth seemed to be experiencing such changes. The spiritual energy was dry up, the great Tao was high, and it was difficult to cultivate. The veins of the earth were drying up. All of this was caused by the 99 Dragon Mountains. They held their breath and read carefully. This might be related to the greatest secret of the earth since ancient times, and they were lucky enough to uncover it and touch upon the secret. The 99 Dragon Mountains absorbed the essence of heaven and earth and swallowed the spiritual beauty of ancient planets with life. They had once descended on Mars, and that was the most serious time, almost drying up the entire ancient planet. Later on, because of a great turmoil and a great war, Mars finally couldn't bear it and turned into a dead planet. For some unknown reason, the last stop of the 99 Dragon Mountains was Earth. The thing it nurtured was formed and taken away by someone. As a result, in that unknown ancient period, perhaps the Archean Age, or perhaps even further back, many primates on Earth declined, and all those with cultivation left. In the long years that followed, the 99 Dragon Mountains overflowed with spiritual energy in reverse, and the earth was not completely dried up. On the contrary, because of this, the spiritual energy was abundant, ushering in a peak period. In an unknown era, the thing nurtured by the Dragon Mountains, the hope of immortal ascension, was destroyed in another star region. About 200,000 years ago, someone crossed over and placed it in its birthplace. When they read up to here, they looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that the drying up of the earth was caused by it? Another cycle had begun. They continued to read carefully. After all, this thing had already been destroyed, and even if it was placed in its birthplace, it would be difficult to immediately recover. In the end, after 200,000 years, there was some improvement, and it was also finally sensed by the most powerful experts on Earth. They had a premonition that the situation was far from reassuring. Someone took action, using great magic power to separate the 99 Dragon Mountains, wanting to stop the deterioration of the world. However, it was already too late, and they could only take out this thing. However, the birthplace of that thing was too terrifying, and the interweaving patterns were extremely heaven-defying. Back then, there were some peerless figures from ancient stars who entered, but they all died in vain. If one wanted to enter its birthplace, they needed an ancient map. If they followed the marked path, there wouldn't be any danger, and they could easily take out this thing. Moreover, this ancient map was lost on Earth. Back then, when a powerful divine dynasty from an ancient star escorted this thing back for restoration, they accidentally lost it here. Unfortunately, this map was scattered everywhere, and because whoever could obtain it would obtain the hope of immortal ascension, everyone fought over it, momentarily unable to merge it together. The ancient people living on Earth realized that this wasn't good, and they quickly stopped fighting. They all selflessly took out the map fragments, preparing to merge them together. However, at this time, something unexpected happened. Experts from other star regions came, starting to fight over it. Later on, even the ancient saints could only die in vain. They didn't have the qualifications to fight over it, avoiding it like avoiding snakes and scorpions. In the ancient years, there were only a few great sage and one or two quasi-emperors who had the ability to search for it. The Xianxia clan was one of them. He was a quasi-emperor, and in that era, his strength was exceptional. He participated in this. He was originally a leader of an ancient tribe. He watched as the world changed into mulberry fields, searching all the way until the spring and autumn period. Even with his exceptional abilities, he was only able to obtain 2 pieces of the map. It was rumored that there were originally 9 pieces, but one of them was unfortunately smashed into pieces, ending the last strand of hope of the great experts. They began to leave Earth one after another. Is this the reason why there are no great experts after the various masters? That flourishing period was actually formed from the opportunity of immortal ascension. Yi Fan said to himself. They continued to study. The Xianxia clan was the leader of an ancient tribe. He watched as the sea dried up, waiting for the mountains to become plains. After endless years, all of his disciples died, and only he remained. At the same time, during this process, he saw Shino and observed the Yellow Emperor. He knew that with these people on this ancient star, there was no hope for him to verify the Tao. He originally planned to leave, but he was a bit unwilling. After all, he obtained 2 pieces of the map. In the end, he chose to enter the place where there was hope of immortal ascension. He wanted to risk his life. However, the record ended here, and there was no more. Even someone as steady as the Great Valley Master couldn't bear it. He wanted to see the final result, but even though the words on the wall were densely packed, they stopped abruptly just like that. Also, it's all recorded in the yellow coffin, Yi Fan said. The coarse walls of the coffin were densely packed, recording what happened next. The yellow clay table was crude, but the words on it were very clear. It was the mark of a quasi-emperor. The old crane and the Third Valley Master trembled in fear as they read it. Yi Fan studied it carefully to see what happened next. As the leader of an ancient tribe, the Xianxia clan lived until the spring and autumn period. Naturally, their skills became more profound. At this level, they were already invincible, but they could not prove their Tao. They needed an opportunity. He went on his way alone, but he only had 2 pieces of the map. He could not get close to the land of immortals. He almost died in the outskirts. Later, after decades, when his lifespan was about to run out and he was about to reach the end of his life, he accidentally entered a sacrificial ground in the Forbidden Zone, which made things even worse. Yi Fan and the others were shocked. That was a quasi-emperor. He was invincible in the mortal world, but he almost died. How difficult was that path? The Xianxia clan stayed in the sacrificial ground for months. His body withered and he almost lost his human form. He broke out of the encirclement with difficulty, but he did not give up and chose to move forward. However, no matter how powerful he was, he could not see the primitive land of immortals. He could not get close and he was trapped in the Forbidden Zone for 80 years. That place was special. The marks of the Great Path interweaved into patterns that could destroy everything. Even his quasi-emperor level weapon was broken. It was difficult for him to survive. On the 81st year, just as his life was about to be extinguished, there was an unexpected turn of events. He found an immortal herb in the forbidden land of immortals. What a fortune! Yi Fan could only sigh. However, it was not a big deal after thinking about it. Since it could give birth to the hope of becoming immortal, it was reasonable for an immortal herb to appear there. That's Kunlun. The old crane exclaimed. In the yellow clay coffin, apart from the words, there was also an engraving. It was very detailed and precise. It was a huge majestic dragon vein. This Kunlun dragon vein was exactly the same as the central dragon mountain formed by the 9 ancient jade pieces. It was extremely majestic. On the ancient jade piece diagram, it was located at the center, occupying a quarter of the area. It was the most vast. It was different from Kunlun in reality. According to the drawings of Kunlun carved by the ancients, the Kunlun mountain that could be seen today was only a small part of the tail, a corner of the main body, which was very far from it. The Xianxia clan obtained an elixir of immortality in the Kunlun immortal realm. At the same time, they coincidentally broke out of the Forbidden Land. A quasi-emperor spent almost 100 years there and almost died there. However, he did not really step into the true land. He was somewhat disheartened. After returning, even the youngest disciple could not withstand the passage of time. More than 10 years passed, leaving him alone in this world. In the end, he buried all of his disciples here. The records on the yellow clay coffin came to an end. Looking at his last state of mind, it seemed that he was tired of the world and did not want to live anymore. But why is there no corpse in this place? The Grand Valley Master was suspicious. Imitating the 99 Dragon Mountains, he built a yellow clay coffin for himself and buried his disciples here. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed that the Xianxia clan was tired of the world and wanted to end his life. Yifan looked carefully and found traces of Tao assimilation at the bottom of the yellow clay coffin. However, there was a big doubt. Where was the elixir of immortality? They searched everywhere in this place but could not find a trace. The ginseng fruit tree seemed to have disappeared from the world, leaving no trace. Whether he ate the elixir of immortality or not, there is no record on the yellow clay coffin. Whether he was Tao assimilation or not, the marks at the bottom of the coffin are not clear. It is hard to tell whether he is alive or dead. They discussed for a while, but there was no final conclusion. They did not know whether the Xianxia clan was alive or dead, so it was difficult to come to a conclusion. It could be seen that the Xianxia clan spent a lot of effort to raise the 99 Dragon Mountains, and he really entered the yellow clay coffin and carved these words. At that time, he must have been exhausted and sad. He did not want to live alone in the world and quietly lay in the coffin waiting for death. Otherwise, all of this would not have happened. However, no one knew what happened after that. Kunlun. That thing is in Kunlun, Yifan said to himself. The real Kunlun Dragon Mountains are majestic and towering. They are the ancestors of all mountains since ancient times. There are many areas that are extremely mysterious, and humans are not allowed to enter at all, the Grand Valley Master said. Up! Yifan shouted and lifted the yellow clay coffin that was as heavy as a mountain. He put it on the other side. And 2 pieces of bone appeared. They were similar to the ones found in Xianxia's coffin. He held them in his hand and observed them carefully. There was indeed a map carved on them. It was complicated and majestic, and it led to the land of immortality. I already have 5 pieces of the map, I can use this to enter Kunlun. Of course, he would not take the risk. Even the quasi-emperor could not withstand it, and he almost died there. With his current cultivation, he could only look from afar with the map. It was impossible for him to get close, and there was no hope for him to become immortal. There are words at the bottom of the coffin. The old crane and the Third Valley Master felt weak in this place. The quasi-emperor's aura was too intimidating, and they could not withstand it at all. When Yifan lifted the yellow clay coffin, they sat on the ground and saw it clearly. Maybe the 9th piece of bone hasn't shattered. There was only one sentence. This was the Xianxia clan's guess, but it left behind endless hope for the future generations. Even the quasi-emperor can't enter. Looks like I have to gather all 9 maps, or else there is no chance of success. Yifan took the 2 pieces of bone and moved the coffin back to its original position. This yellow clay coffin is a treasure, but ordinary people can't activate it at all. It's troublesome to bring it along with you, the monkey said. The Great Valley Master said, let's not think about it. The Xianxia clan buried himself here with his disciple, and this was his wish. If we take the yellow clay coffin away, there might be an unknown disaster. They left the place, and only when they walked out of the 99 Dragon Mountains did they heave a sigh of relief. The experience just now was very special, and it actually revealed the secret of the ancient taboo. Although they knew a lot, there were also more doubts in their hearts. Who was it that controlled the 99 dragon mountains to descend from one ancient star to another? This was a vast and long river of time. Even the great ancient emperors could only live for tens of thousands of years in their second lives. A person could not possibly spend so much time. Rongqing also had doubts. According to his guess, there must be a very terrifying inheritance that was incomparably ancient and had been existing for a long time. However, this inheritance should have declined in the end, especially after the hope of becoming an immortal was destroyed. It plummeted. Because in the years that followed, he almost never appeared again. When that god dynasty sent something to Earth to repair it, if it was strong enough, it wouldn't have lost the secret map. More than 200,000 years ago. A god dynasty? Yi Fan muttered to himself. A thought flashed in his mind, and he instantly thought of the Yuhua god dynasty. His heart was pounding. Could it be that after the Big Brother and Vicious Heart was chosen back then, he carried a heaven-defying mission and came to Earth? His heart trembled. The secret of the 99 Dragon Mountains might be related to the Big Dipper star region. Yuhua god dynasty. Yes, it's most likely them. Yi Fan clearly remembered that the reason why the Yuhua god dynasty was named this way was because it meant that they wanted to become immortals. Unfortunately, they failed. More than 200,000 years ago, they were wiped clean from the Central Plains by a single hand, and they no longer existed. Is it them? If it was really them, many things made sense. It was precisely because they were wiped out by someone that they finally completely declined, so those who came here couldn't keep the ancient map. The timing is also very consistent. If this assumption was true, the Yuhua god dynasty should be the last force of that ancient inheritance. Otherwise, it would be impossible for no one to appear for so many years. When Yi Fan thought of this, he couldn't help but be shocked. How powerful was the Yuhua god dynasty back then? It almost ruled the Central Plains and reigned supreme in the world. No force could compare to them. However, they were the last and weakest force of that ancient inheritance over the endless years. Because no matter how he looked at it, it was far from the supreme glory and might when they controlled the 99 Dragon Mountains to descend from one ancient planet to another. What kind of inheritance is this? Yi Fan muttered to himself, his heart fluctuating. The vast universe, the boundless starry sky, there were too many secrets. It was hard for anyone to believe that there was once such a behemoth that dominated all of this and stood above the many ancient planets. It was truly hair-raising. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful an existence was, they couldn't withstand the power of time. After millions of years, the godlike inheritance also turned into ashes. In this world, perhaps only the great ancient emperors could be fearless and trample the great Tao under their feet. Unfortunately, they could only be invincible for 20,000 years. In the end, they would also turn to dust. Nothing could last long. Yuhua god dynasty, the era of philosophers, was incomparably prosperous because people from the other ancient star regions rushed over. Let me see what kind of traces you all left behind here. Yi Fan was determined. He must ascend to the Kunlun immortal realm. There were many secrets on Earth. He came back in this age of chaos and could uncover them. This was a rare opportunity. An Earth immortal. It's actually a quasi-emperor. Third Valley Master also had endless emotions. In the end, there were no immortals in this world. As cultivators, what do we cultivate for our entire lives? The old crane's voice was filled with loneliness. Even the quasi-emperor couldn't see any hope. Even the great ancient emperors couldn't become immortals and would eventually die. But what about them, young cultivators? They couldn't see any light at all. They cultivated day in and day out, facing the stone room and the lamp, abandoning the mortal world and cultivating in seclusion. In the end, they would still turn to dust. This really shook one's Tao heart. Rather than that, it was better to live a carefree life in the mortal world. It was also worthy of one's time. We have to cultivate in the end. Since we've embarked on this path, there's no turning back. Yi Fan's voice wasn't loud, but he used his Tao to pull their minds back. Otherwise, they might plant the seeds of destroying their Tao foundations. Yes, a path that no one has taken doesn't mean that we've reached the end. Why are we thinking so far ahead? We're just an insignificant splash in the waves of time. We just have to walk our own path. That should be the problem that the great ancient emperors have thought about. That's right, we still have a long way to go. There's still hope in our hearts. Great mystical arts practitioners, sages, great ancient emperors are all goals that we can strive for. The two of them were alert and quickly adjusted their emotions. However, Yi Fan himself was silent. In this age of Dharma ending, he had no other desires. Becoming an immortal was his only goal. But where was the path? Since ancient times, there was no proof of becoming an immortal. He couldn't see any hope at all. They walked out of the uninhabited area that was trapped by the ancient formation, left Mount Longhu, and returned to the mortal world. Looking at the mortal world, where was the path? I want to prove my Tao, I want to walk into the starry sky, I want to step on the immortal path that no one has walked before. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The two valley masters told Yi Fan that the Grand Martial Cultivator meeting was about to begin. And just as he returned to his residence in the north, he received a Tao talisman letter from the numinous treasure sect master. Should I go or not? Komatsu immediately raised its 4 little paws and pricked up its 2 little ears, indicating that it was willing to go. Yi Fan smiled and patted its head. Actually, he wanted to go and take a look himself. Not only could he see some famous cultivators of the present world, but he could also enter the Xianxia sect. The venue of the meeting was there. The numinous treasure sect, the celestial master sect, and the Xianxia sect were collectively known as the righteous sect. They worshipped the 3 pristine ones, and the Xianxia sect was the first to worship the primeval celestial being. The sect that worshipped the primeval celestial being? I'm going to take a look and see what's the reason behind it. Suddenly, a Tao talisman flickered and appeared in front of Yi Fan. The numinous treasure sect master sent a divine talisman to inform him that someone wanted to kill him. Hee, the person who wants to kill me has appeared. He muttered to himself and sneered. Mao Mountain. Many people would think of Mao Mountain Taoists who hunted ghosts and demons. This was because these rumors were deeply rooted in people's hearts. Because of this, Mao Mountain was not very sacred in many people's eyes. Most of the Taoists were people who held peachwood swords, black dog's blood, and used yellow talismans. However, this was not the case. Mao Mountain, because the mountain was twisted and shaped like the character E, was named Jiuqiu Mountain, also known as Jinling Earthlung Mountain. Taoists said that the Jinling of Jiuqiu was a blessed land for cultivating truth, a spiritual ruin for becoming a god. It was the birthplace of the Xianxia sect of Taoism and was known as the Xianxia sect. Most importantly, it had been known as the world's most blessed land since ancient times. There were dozens or even hundreds of Taoist sects, but they could be divided into 2 groups. There was Chuanjin in the north and Jingyi sect in the south. The Xianxia sect, Lingbao sect, and the Celestial Master sect combined to form the Jingyi sect. The Xianxia sect revered the premier celestial being. Since ancient times, they had cultivated to seek immortality. It was the most famous Taoist sect since ancient times and was known as the world's most blessed land. Yi Fan came from the north and did not take any transportation. He used the distance shrinking technique to travel thousands of miles in an instant and arrived in Jiangsu province. Mao Mountain was not tall. It was lush with trees and had 9 peaks, 26 caves, and 19 springs. It was a fascinating sight to behold. This is the place that's revered as the Holy Land of Taoism, Yi Fan said to himself. It was revered as the Holy Land of Taoism and had a solemn and sacred meaning. Naturally, it was unparalleled and protected by all the Taoists in the world. This sect had a long history and people had cultivated here as early as the ancient Gaoxing clan. There were records in the ancient books that Lord Yanzhan had once breathed in the land of the hidden dragon. Yi Fan entered the mountain and did not walk very fast. He carefully observed the mountain and every scenery, trying to find something special. This was because the sect revered the premier celestial being. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a mountain stream and looked at a short peak not far away. He vaguely felt a Tao rhythm that returned to simplicity. He couldn't help but walk forward. There were already a few people standing on the short mountain. They were all young men and women. From their conversation, Yi Fan learned the name of this place, Embracing Pupa Peak. His mind was immediately moved. This was a very famous place. The extremely talented Taoist leader Guhong once lived in seclusion here for a period of time. He wrote the book Embracing Simplicity, which had a great influence on the Taoist sects in the future. The ancients have become smoke. Yi Fan was not far away. When he heard this, a smile appeared on his face. So these people were here to pay their respects, sighing in their hearts. Big Brother was born in the wrong era. If the spiritual chi of heaven and earth hadn't dried up, perhaps she would have already become a sect leader. However, there might still be opportunities in the future. Among the men and women, there was a man who was surrounded by people. Everyone was fawning over him, treating him as their leader. He seemed to have extraordinary divine abilities. We can't even wait for branch bloodline disciples, so what do we count as? That older brother shook his head, his interest waning as he spoke to his clansmen. I heard that a heaven-defying genius has appeared in the main bloodline. His name is Dragon Sparrow. He is so young, but he has already received the attention of the patriarch. He has done everything in his power to nurture him. A girl said. The main bloodline is indeed flourishing. Dragon Sparrow's cultivation is unfathomable. It is said that he can stand shoulder to shoulder with those of the older generation. He is truly at the peak and will definitely shine in this meeting. Yi Fan was astonished. These people were actually disciples of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow. They were the descendants of the ancient demon god and were one of the 4 main bloodlines along with the Zheojiang clan. Do you guys think that powerful being will come? The main bloodline is very dissatisfied with what happened last time and has been searching for that person. Who knows what will happen? Forget it, we don't need to say anything more. In the younger generation of the clan, only the main bloodline's Dragon Sparrow has the right to speak and has that kind of status. The main bloodline is above us. This time, they passed down a message to bring a few branch bloodline disciples into the patriarch. Don't speak carelessly at this critical juncture. The few young men and women left just like that. Yi Fan stood on the Embracing Simplicity peak for a moment and stroked his chin. He also walked into the mountain. Along the way, he saw many cultivators. Although they were wearing modern clothing, their temperaments were clearly different from ordinary people. They all had spirit chi revolving around their bodies. Do you guys know that the great Xia Dragon Sparrow has produced a heavenly genius who can already fight against the older generation experts? Along the way, there were people discussing the current famous figures and the experts of the various sections. Many young men and women mentioned Dragon Sparrow. In this bloodline, those who have the word dragon and sparrow in their names are all outstanding characters. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have such a name. It is very likely that he will become the #1 expert of the demon race in the future. Yi Fan was surprised. The Dragon Sparrow race had indeed produced a character. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people talking about him. It seemed that his talent was very high. Don't look down on other races. Don't you guys know that the Vermilion Phoenix bloodline produced a phoenix goddess? Her cultivation reached the peak and she defeated her grandfather. Is that so? Isn't her talent terrifying? Don't look down on other races. Her talent is extraordinary and her strength can look down on her peers. She once said that she wanted to follow in the footsteps of the ancient demon gods and enter the starry sky to achieve the Tao and seek immortality. She really is a proud daughter of heaven. I wonder if she is married? Haha, don't think too much about it. What kind of character is she? How could she take a fancy to us? I'm afraid that even Dragon Sparrow doesn't have much hope unless he has a humanoid monarch body. The Phoenix goddess is very arrogant. In Mao Mountain, many people were talking about it. Long Xiaoke was regarded as a genius, and the heavenly Phoenix Maiden was the focal point of everyone's discussion. Mount Mao, and Clear Spring, beautiful mountain rocks. The crowd didn't go to the main mountain but to the edge. Before long, they all disappeared. Obviously, the true #1 blessed land in the world wasn't the Mount Mao in the mortal world. Instead, it was covered by an ancient formation and only cultivators could enter. This was a world of fragrant flowers and chirping birds. The mountain wasn't high, but it had a kind of vigorous and lofty momentum. It was magnificent without losing its beauty. Many green peaks stood side by side. Although they weren't tall, they were covered in clouds. Some Taoist temples were located on the peaks that were curled up by clouds and mist. This was the Xianxia sect and also the location of the cultivators' assembly. Of course, this wasn't their secret land. Outsiders wouldn't be allowed to enter that kind of ancestral land. Komatsu stuck his head out of Yifan's pocket and looked around. A pair of black gem-like eyes rolled around and curiously sized up the surroundings. When there were many people, Yifan would press him back. Now, this little purple creature had almost become his symbol. As long as this little guy appeared, he would definitely be recognized by some people. Hey, that's the young celestial master Zhang Qingyang from Mount Longhu. He's one of the most famous young people today, someone said in a low voice. In the distance, a young man and a few old Taoists were riding the wind. They landed in front of a Taoist temple and walked in. The young celestial master from Mount Longhu, the birthplace of Taoism. Although he hasn't fought before, his strength must be extraordinary. Of course, nowadays there are many Taoist sects and there are many masters. However, he has long been respected as the little spiritual master of the younger generation of Taoism. Soon, a series of exclamations could be heard. More than a dozen sword lights pierced through the sky and descended. They were led by the old Taoists of the Xianxia sect into a magnificent Taoist temple. Those are people from the immortal sword sect of Sichuan. I think that young man is the famous Zhang Yifan. There was a period of time when he was the #1 master of the younger generation. When he unleashed his sword, the mountains and rivers lost their color. It was difficult to find an opponent. He might not be the #1 master, but he should be one of the strongest among his generation. He is indeed a genius. Many of the older generation have praised him before. Yifan walked in the crowd and quietly listened to their words. He understood many things and was even more surprised to find out that there might be peerless masters coming this time. Moreover, people from the Western Orthodoxy might also appear. There would be people coming to watch this Middle-earth cultivator conference. A jade ship flew across the sky and landed on an immortal peak in the distance. More than a dozen men and women walked out. Those are people from Kunlun. They have also come. As soon as these people appeared, they quickly caused a commotion. This was because the people of Kunlun were all extremely powerful. That place was blessed by the heavens. The ancient main dragon vein was in deep slumber and the spiritual qi had not completely dried up. The cultivators that walked out of it were worthy of respect. The person in the lead was the headmaster of Kunlun. His name was Xue Chen and his cultivation was unfathomable. This time, he actually came personally. Some of the older generation recognized him and were very shocked. Headmaster Xue Chen's might shook the world in the past. This time, he has actually appeared again. The young man and woman behind him, are they the Pisces whose names have shaken the world? Someone revealed a look of shock. Since the ancient times, Kunlun's status had always been extraordinary. Once their disciples appeared, they would naturally draw a lot of attention. In the present world, Kunlun produced 2 stunning disciples. The people of the world all sighed in admiration. If it wasn't for the cultivationless age, these 2 would definitely become saints. One could well imagine their natural talents. Yu Weiyu was the senior brother with an intimidating heroic spirit. He cultivated unmatched mysterious techniques and was an influential figure in the present world. Xianxia was the junior sister. Her figure was tall and slender, her fine black hair like a waterfall. Her black eyebrows were curved and she was devastatingly beautiful. She was the center of attention and was known as the Kunlun Fairy. She had many admirers as well. She was one of the most charming women in the present world. When these 2 walked together, they could be said to be invincible among the younger generation. Even if the others joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat them. In the present world, the few most talented young heroes are all here. Dragon Sparrow, Phoenix Goddess, Zhang Yifan, Kunlun Pisces. They can be said to be the best of an era. Someone sighed. Among them, the Phoenix Goddess and Xianxia were the most popular. The 2 fairy-like figures were the center of attention no matter where they were. This was because humans had a natural tendency to appreciate beautiful things. Yifan officially entered the Xianxia sect's pure land. He walked around and listened to the discussions of the crowd. At the same time, he was looking for artifacts related to the primeval celestial being. Suddenly, he felt a gaze cast on his back. He couldn't help but turn around. He saw a young man staring at him with deep hostility. His heart stirred and he asked the young people beside him who that person was. He was immediately startled when he was told that it was Dragon Sparrow. These people quickly left him as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. They didn't want to get into any trouble. Now that Dragon Sparrow was like the sun in the sky, who would dare to get into trouble? In the present world, who could compete with the great Xia Dragon Sparrow race? Dragon Sparrow inherited the race's orthodoxy and would definitely become a giant of the demon race in the future. No one was willing to become enemies with him. Could it be that the person who wants to kill me is the great Xia Dragon Sparrow race? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Dragon Sparrow turned around and left in large strides. He didn't continue to look at him and disappeared into a Taoist temple. Boom! In the distance, gray fog surged into the sky. It was as if a peerless great demon was born. The vast gray fog covered the sky and was filled with a terrifying aura. A few old Western cultivators appeared. They had gray wings on their backs and were all very old. Even their eyes were lead gray and looked extremely terrifying. These people are so powerful. They are like a few abysses that can swallow people's souls. My primordial spirit is about to leave my body. Everyone was astonished and their eyes flashed as they watched. Oh, I heard that they are here to kill someone. They are looking for a great expert. They are truly unbridled and came to our Middle Earth to flaunt their might. Many people discussed and kept a respectful distance from these people. Gray mist surged and covered the sky, emitting a deathly aura. However, it was quickly absorbed into the bodies of a few elders. The deathly gray eyes were astonishing and lacked human emotions. The people from the Xianxia sect appeared. 2 old Taoists came out to welcome them and led them into a Taoist temple. Such experts were naturally honored guests and needed to be treated with caution. Yi Fan watched from the side without saying a word as they left. Many people were discussing how the world's essence had dried up. The Western orthodoxies gathered psyche power and used it to cultivate. They had an advantage in the age of chaos. The Qin and Han immortal abode, the home of the Liang and Tang prime ministers. A day in the cave is 100 years in the world. The old friends are all gone. An old Taoist muttered to himself as he looked at Mount Mao. He was tall and wore a purple gold crown on his head. He wore a robe with 8 trigrams, which was rare in this era. It was obvious that he lived in the mountains all year round. Yi Fan was astonished. There were still experts in this world, and this person was definitely not weak. He was most likely 1,000 years old and was considered an anomaly in this world. Heavens, could it be Taoist Qi? He's actually still alive. Didn't he pass away in meditation 100 years ago? He's most likely 1,200 years old now. This is a character on the level of Mount Tai and Big Dipper, an outstanding and famous great divine ability. He actually appeared. The elders were shocked, but their disciples were completely dumbfounded. They didn't dare to speak and all stood in the distance. The great bell rumbled and the door on the main peak of Mount Mao opened. A group of old Taoists received the news and all came out to greet the senior expert. The appearance of such a figure pushed the conference to its climax. There was a hubbub of voices and it was undoubtedly worth looking forward to. The headmaster of Xianxia sect has arrived. Someone cried out in surprise. The drums rang out again. Nowadays, Xianxia sect occupied half of the world and the north was respected. Naturally, the status of this sect's headmaster was extremely high and few could compare to him. The Cultivator Conference hasn't been held for many years. This time, it's different. The headmaster of Kunlun, Taoist Qi, the headmaster of Xianxia, and so many other great figures have personally arrived. The horizon was dyed red by fiery clouds. The cries of phoenixes shook the heavens. The vermilion phoenix bloodline had arrived with the proud daughter of the clan, causing another commotion. Mao Mountain was shrouded in mist and mist. The mountain was not tall, but it was elegant. The water was not deep, but it was beautiful. The Grand Cultivator Assembly this time had a great impact. A large number of cultivators had come, and all the courtyards of the Tao palaces were occupied. There was almost no space left. Maoshan's front and back ridges, between the peaks and valleys, there were palaces, temples, halls, temples, and all kinds of Taoist buildings of various sizes, more than 300. It could be considered a beautiful scenery, but today it was packed with people. The silence was shattered. There was much clamoring. There were just too many people coming and going, from the Sea of Reincarnation's cultivators to the peak of Dragon Transformation realm, too many to count, coming from all different sections. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be detached from the world and could not hear these noises. He stood on a small hill and quietly observed the people and matters that had nothing to do with him. The thin mist was as light as muslin, the sunset was like a painting, colorful and gorgeous. He was like a clay sculpture, not moving at all. He listened to the sound of the Tao from the ancient times, with the feeling of flowers flying 3,000 li of the Tao soil, people on the 12th level of the Jade Pool. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Yi Fan watched the sunrise in the morning and admired the colorful clouds at dusk, staying in the Tao Temple. 4 days later, the Grand Cultivator Assembly finally began. All the sect masters came. This distinguished meeting was grand and powerful. Experts appeared one after another, making people incomparably excited. Many talented youths also appeared, stunning people. Jiuxiao Wanfu Palace was the palace on the main peak of Maoshan's Pure Land. It was the most magnificent and majestic, built during the Western Han dynasty after San Mao Shenjuan ascended to heaven. In front of this grand Tao palace, there was an extremely spacious area. It was the training field that San Mao Shenjuan had opened back then. It was protected by powerful marks of the Tao and was difficult to destroy. In the Grand Cultivator Assembly, the various sects first discussed the problem that everyone was facing now. The essence of heaven and earth had dried up, so how were they going to cultivate in the future? Everyone expressed their opinions, but there was no real solution. Even the great practitioners of the ancient times could not solve this problem, so the present world naturally could not eliminate this great disaster. The dull agenda passed quickly, and what followed was the focus of everyone's attention, the competition. The main reason they came to this distinguished meeting was to watch the experts fight for supremacy. The so-called Grand Cultivator Assembly was a distinguished meeting filled with battles. The hot-blooded battles were mainly between the younger generation. In ancient times, the various sects had done it for the sake of exchanging pointers, but now it had evolved into competition. The experts fought for supremacy. Who was stronger and who was weaker, who was stronger and who was weaker, had to be determined every time. The competition became more and more intense every year, and it had lost the original intention of fighting in ancient times. Yi Fan sat in the distance and watched quietly. He had also come from the Sea of Reincarnation and the secret realm of the Tao Palace. Now that he looked back and watched, he had a different feeling. Clang, clang, sword light rushed into the sky, and a palm-sized flying sword slashed through the sky. Zhang Yifan of the Shushan Immortal Sword sect was invincible, defeating 12 experts of the same generation in a row. He crossed that layer of heaven and reached the initial stage of the Dragon Transformation realm. It's really hard to believe. I'm afraid there are not many among the older generation who can suppress him, someone lamented. Zhang Yifan leaped up and left the practice field. In this battle, no one could stand up to him. He advanced all the way, and everyone was optimistic about him. On the other side, Dragon Sparrow was also advancing triumphantly, and no one could stop him. There, demonic aura surged, and purple blood energy filled the air. His powerful battle prowess shocked everyone. This caused the beautiful eyes of many female cultivators to shine with splendor. Such a powerful character could very well become the number one of the demon race in the future, and be respected by the world. There had been a prophecy among the demon race that this person was not just a person of mediocrity. He had brilliant potential and would definitely soar into the sky in the future. Even heaven and earth would not be able to stop him. It's a pity that the heavenly demon physique of the primordial dragon cave of Changbai Mountain did not come. Otherwise, who was weak and who was strong, and who would be the number one expert of the demon race in the future would be determined. Indeed. I don't know why the Changbai bloodline did not send anyone. It said that they sealed their mountain and did not allow outsiders to take a step inside. I really don't know what happened. While everyone was sighing in admiration at Dragon Sparrow's beauty, They also mentioned another heaven-warping character of the demon race. They were all extremely regretful that they could not see the legendary physique. Dragon Sparrow's brilliance lies in his comprehension ability. His understanding of the Tao is extremely deep and is higher than his peers. Even if the heavenly demon physique is exceptional, it might not necessarily be able to compare to him. That's right. Just now, he used one of the forms of the Dragon Sparrow Divine Massacre record. The purple energy was vast and mighty, and the thunder shook the sky. It is clear that he has comprehended the true meaning and reached the realm of perfection. Many people were crying out in surprise. On the battlefield, Dragon Sparrow was like an ancient demon god that had revived. His skin was bronze, and his black hair fluttered behind him. He was majestic and imposing, and his gaze was like cold lightning as he fought against 13 experts at the same time. The Dragon Sparrow's purple energy surged and spread in all directions. It was as if a purple sea was boiling and drowning out the heaven and earth. Lightning streaked across the sky one after another. The lightning was dazzling, and the rumbling was deafening. It was extremely powerful and suppressed everyone below. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. His Tao was profound, and there were few among the younger generation who could compare to him. This clansman had once said that he had the aura of a first ancestor, but it was a pity that he was born at the wrong time. Yifan watched quietly and nodded his head inwardly. This young demon expert was indeed extraordinary. If he was born in Big Dipper, he might become an extraordinary character. The vast and mighty purple energy drowned out all directions. The 13 great enemies were all suppressed by Dragon Sparrow. He descended from the sky with his hair scattered behind him. His bronze skin flickered with precious splendor, making him appear extremely sturdy. Many young female disciples from various sects cried out in surprise. Their eyes were suffused with astonishment. This kind of power came from his bones. His surging demonic energy caused many opponents to tremble. It made people sigh in admiration and shock. He was unrivaled among his peers. Swoosh, his eyes were very cold as he looked at Yifan in the crowd with undisguised hostility. He said softly, "I want to fight with you." Yifan shook his head. He couldn't agree. At his level, he didn't have any desire to fight. He didn't want to kill a genius here. Dragon Sparrow's eyes erupted with astonishing divine light. He took large steps forward and directly attacked Yifan in the crowd. He used all of his strength, and his hostility was very strong. His posture was tall and straight. Attacking with all of his strength, the purple blood in his body boiled. The demonic god bloodline was completely awakened, and even the sky dome was split apart. His gaze was terrifying. Yifan was startled. Seeing this kind of aura, he thought of an old friend, the golden-winged little Pung King. They both had a kind of unruliness about them. Moreover, everything was written on their faces. They didn't hide it and were straightforward. If there was enmity in their hearts, they would directly attack. Unfortunately, the heaven-warping little Pung King died in the test set by the ancient great sage. He died with a grievance and couldn't appear in the imperial road struggle for supremacy. Everyone cried out in alarm and dodged. In the current world, there weren't many people even among the older generation who could suppress Dragon Sparrow. Purple blood energy surged like crazy waves. Yifan was the only one left in this place. He didn't evade and only stretched out an index finger. It enlarged in an instant and pressed down like a golden pillar, instantly scattering the purple blood energy in the sky. Hong! The golden finger descended. It was over 10 zhang long and directly sent Dragon Sparrow flying. Then, it pressed down on his head and only let go when it was close to the Dragon Sparrow race. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know where this expert came from. The news of Yifan preaching scriptures at the Spirit Treasure sect and killing great demons in Mount Chongbai's primordial dragon cave hadn't spread to the outside world, so most people didn't know who he was. "Does your race want to kill me?" He transmitted his divine will and stared at everyone from the great Xia Dragon Sparrow race. "Dao friend, please calm down. That's not the case. We just want to find out who the person who manifested in the Zhejiang branch of our race is. We don't want revenge," an old demon explained. "This has nothing to do with my race. I just want to see how strong you are." Dragon Sparrow also spoke. Yifan used his powerful divine will to scan the sea of consciousness of these people and found that they weren't lying. Although they had some enmity, they didn't have the thought of fighting him to the death. Since that's the case, forget it. I'll exchange a few moves with you. He still used a golden finger to fight his enemy. It was like a huge golden rod that could break the sky. Every time it moved, there would be Tao patterns flashing and rumbling sounds could be heard from the sky. Dragon Sparrow's eyes were blazing. Like a wild beast, he used all kinds of demon secret techniques to fight against this finger. Many cultivators present were shocked and almost dumbfounded. How strong was this cultivation? Could it be that he had achieved the great circle of dragon transformation? Or had he entered the immortal secret realm? If not, how could it be like this? The people of the great Xia dragon sparrow race were all terrified. They were afraid that Yifan would kill them. But after watching for a while, they realized that this young man was actually giving pointers. This young man was using the saint art of the demon race and indirectly imparting techniques. When Yifan saw Dragon Sparrow, he suddenly thought of the little rock. He couldn't help but use the battle saint art to evolve the sky demon slaughtering saint art and casually give pointers. Clang, a beam of sword light flew over. Zhang Yifan also attacked Yifan. The brilliance of a flying sword shot up into the sky, cutting through the clouds. At the same time, the phoenix goddess's beautiful eyes shone brightly. Her beauty shocked the world. She also rushed over. Tribulation fire filled the sky, burning towards the mysterious cultivator in front of her. And at the next moment, the Kunlun Pisces also acted. Yueyu was elegant and transcendent, executing a mysterious art. Yan Xiaoyu was as agile as an immortal, his beauty capable of toppling cities. Yifan naturally showed mercy, treating them equally. He used Qi Songzi's sword intent to feed Zhang Yifan, using the Jade Lake wondrous art to block the Kunlun Pisces. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was this person exactly? He alone could block the attacks of 5 supreme experts of the younger generation. This was especially so for the younger generation. They were all shocked and simply didn't dare to believe everything. This was simply like a legend. Yifan suppressed his cultivation base to the 9th heavenly level of dragon transformation. But in the eyes of the crowd, his might was still awe-inspiring. Boom! Suddenly, at this moment, the people from the Western orthodoxies acted. Each of them had a scroll in their hands. They forcefully unfurled it and shot it towards Yifan. There were actually several forbidden artifacts that contained tremendous magical force. Every single diagram contained an ancient incantation that possessed destructive power. Forbidden artifacts could only be used a few times. Those that were especially powerful would self-destruct after a single use. It was clear that these few diagrams belonged to the latter group. Yifan's eyes were cold. He suppressed his cultivation base to the 9th heavenly level of dragon transformation precisely because he wanted to see if these people dared to kill him. At this moment, he attacked mercilessly. A golden palm directly shattered a forbidden artifact ancient diagram. Then, an old Western powerhouse behind the diagram was smashed into a pile of meat. Pooh! Following that, he turned his hand and shattered another forbidden artifact. Wherever his golden millstone-like palm passed by, another powerful inheritor from the Western orthodoxy was also smashed into meat paste. Everyone was dumbfounded. Coming to the Middle-earth to kill me, you guys are quite daring. Daring to behave atrociously here, I will personally make a trip to the West. Yifan said coldly. Golden blood qi surged, but Yifan's body was as still as a mountain. With only 2 punches, he killed 2 cultivators from the Western orthodoxy, shocking everyone to the core. Grey fog surged, covering the sky and earth. An old Western cultivator's face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes were leaden gray. He was old beyond recognition, as if he had just walked out from hell. He was the leader of this group of enforcers, and his strength was powerful and terrifying. The martial arts arena was completely submerged by the grey fog. He was like a demonic god, emitting a heaven-overflowing might, causing many people to tremble with fear. Through the dense aura, they saw a withered figure with gray hair draped over his shoulders, causing people to tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Clatter, the sound of iron chains could be heard. Although his body was withered, he was as frightening as an old lion. In his hand was a long chain that was as red as blood, as if it had been polished in purgatory. It emitted a terrifying aura. Hell's fetters. This was a forbidden technique. Once bound, the red iron chain would be like maggots attached to the bones, destroying the enemy's life force and cutting off their cultivation. At one time, it was seen as a great evil technique. It went against the harmony of heaven and was despised by people. This was an old man at the 7th tier of the dragon realm. He had a very high status in the West, and he could fight a few levels higher than him. Hence, he was fearless. The blood-red iron chain emitted an ear-piercing sound, as if a group of snakes were charging over. "This is my master's judgment on you." His long hair was disheveled, and his eyes were like dead ashes. His voice was emotionless, solemn as he announced loudly. The red iron chain was dripping blood, and the scarlet color was even more terrifying. Everyone heard a sound like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods. It was as if the gates of purgatory had been opened. At this moment, a chilly wind howled angrily, and wild waves rushed into the sky. Countless corpses appeared, and many headless demons and angels appeared, enveloping the entire area. Roar. This scene was very frightening. It was accompanied by a loud roar, and there was the rumbling sound of a stone door being pushed open. It was as if the god of death had walked out of the necropolis and was about to reap Yifan's life. A terrifying aura instantly spread to every corner. There was a coldness that could freeze 3,000 miles, and it was as if Yama had descended into the forest of the human world. The destructive aura caused many people to tremble. The chains rushed over and were about to wrap around Yifan's body. He did not move until the bloody chain was close to his body and was about to pierce through his heart. Only then did he reach out with his powerful palm and grab the thick chain. Gotcha, he pulled with all his strength, and then with a violent shake, the Western Tao Orthodoxy's enforcer coughed out large mouthfuls of blood on the spot. The iron chain snapped straight and then shattered, like a pile of blood clots falling down. The iron chain broke into dozens of pieces and was easily torn apart. Moreover, the last piece was perfectly straight, like a long spear. Pooh! This blood-red chain was even sharper than the tip of a spear. It pierced through the man's skull, leaving behind a corpse that fell to the ground with its back facing the sky. The blood-red chain was even sharper than the tip of a spear. It was too casual, but it was also very shocking. A law enforcer leader from the West was killed just like that without any suspense. "Who are you?" The others backed up, their faces full of shock, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Yifan did not say anything and stared at them as if he was looking at a dead person. His body did not move in the slightest. An ancient talisman flickered in his palm and interweaved into an expanse of Tao patterns. This made these people's eyes become even more vacant as they stared fixedly. This was originally the embodiment of one's cultivation. When one reached Yifan's realm, once the technique was used, one's cultivation would automatically revolve and interweave into symbols formed from the wondrous laws of heaven and earth. However, these people mistook it for a Tao sect talisman and mistakenly thought that Yifan had used a powerful magic treasure to destroy the Scarlet Iron Chain and kill the law enforcer leader. As for the others, apart from Daoist Qi Ri, Kunlun sect master Xue Chen and a few others, they could not see clearly and were all shaken. "Use the fury of thunder and carry out judgment on him." An old man whose skin was wrinkled beyond recognition shouted. An even larger scroll appeared in the air, and everyone immediately felt a type of extreme yang aura. Such powerful fluctuations. Everyone couldn't help but back up. This was definitely an even more terrifying forbidden artifact. A person with gray wings on his back, incredibly aged and intimidating like black holes, quickly activated the forbidden artifact and suppressed forward, wishing to destroy Yifan. After this ancient scroll was unfurled, 10,000 streaks of brilliance shot out. Those were Tao marks that interweaved into an expanse of blazing lightning radiance, turning into a sea of lightning as it descended. This was a world-shocking scene, the descent of heavenly tribulation. There was a powerful individual who engraved Tao marks and sealed them within the scroll. It was controlled by a few fallen angels to carry out judgment on powerful experts. It was incomparably terrifying. Lightning radiance surged as if the celestial court had descended into the world, shattering everything. Streaks of purple light submerged the summit of Mao Mountain's main peak, covering Yifan below. There wasn't a single cultivator who didn't fear lightning radiance. This was something related to heavenly tribulation, a direct method used by the heavens to destroy the human world. It was as if nothing could stop it. However, within this boundless lightning radiance, Yi Fan was extremely calm. He looked towards the sky and took a deep breath, as if he was savoring the fragrance of flowers and plants. He was calm from the bottom of his heart. He opened up a golden palm and slowly and powerfully pressed towards the sky. Everyone in the distance was nervous to the extreme, backing up more than 2 li hong, tens of thousands of streaks of lightning hacked down. Yi Fan didn't move in the slightest. Only a symbol appeared on that palm, and all of the lightning radiance converged over like rivers flowing into the sea. Too weak, far from being comparable to heavenly tribulation, he said softly to himself. Only a few cultivators from the Western Orthodoxy nearby heard this. They were so shocked that their blood ran cold and their souls almost left their bodies. Hong, all of the lightning disappeared, all of it absorbed into the symbol on Yi Fan's palm. Everyone was petrified and completely stupefied. What kind of talisman is that? Could it be the legendary talisman lightning treasure? It's a divine talisman. It should have been left behind by an ancient sage. Everyone was flabbergasted like clay statues, and it took a long time for them to discuss this. You, who exactly are you? The voices of a few fallen angels with grey wings were trembling. Rogue cultivator Yi Fan, he calmly muttered to himself. He didn't immediately attack ruthlessly because he was studying the scrolls and probing the foundations of these people. He wanted to see if the Western Orthodoxy had any outstanding points. The few enforcers from the Western Orthodoxy were all ashen-faced. The strength displayed by the person in front of them was at the peak of dragon transformation, and that divine talisman was even more terrifying. They were powerless to break it. Hong. They looked at each other at the same time, and all of them decisively attacked. Each of them took out a scroll and chanted an ancient incantation. These were all forbidden weapons. They threw out the scrolls with all their strength and turned around to leave. They wanted to escape from this place. The person in front of them definitely couldn't be provoked, and it was impossible for them to kill him. You've carried out the judgment day on me, but there's still no result. Come and listen to my punishment for you. Yi Fan attacked. The symbol in his palm flickered, and a blazing lightning shot out and rushed forward. The 4 ancient scrolls were all shattered and turned into sparkling and translucent pieces of paper. They drifted down from the sky, and the traces on them were destroyed. Their magic power was wiped clean. What? The 4 fallen angels were horrified. These scrolls couldn't even block for a moment, and this made them extremely terrified. This was definitely not someone from the dragon transformation secret realm. They had underestimated him. Yi Fan turned his palm into a finger and pointed forward. The golden finger was like a golden pillar that could break through the sky. When it fell down, it crushed everything that had a form. The golden finger was over a dozen zhang long, and it instantly turned the 4 fallen angels into a bloody mist. With a pu sound, they exploded in the air, and nothing was left behind. Yi Fan used his hand to grab one of the fallen angels' sea of consciousness. He read some of the information he wanted to know, and then he scattered the bloody mist. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. This was just like a legend. Who exactly was this person? He easily killed several powerful enforcers from the Western Orthodoxies with a raise of his hand, as if he was crushing ants. This was simply a deity, a great divine ability expert that not even sect masters could contend against. This was an existence that was hard to find in the present age. He looks so young, and his blood energy is as vigorous as the ocean. He shouldn't have reached this realm, so how can he be so powerful? This was the question and shock that almost everyone had. N? Yi Fan turned around and saw a person wearing a large cloak in the crowd. That person wanted to turn around and leave. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he pointed his finger over again. You will regret this. My lord has descended into this world, and the Crusades will definitely destroy you. The last expert from the Western Orthodoxy shouted with unwillingness, but he still couldn't escape the mountain-like golden finger's enormous pressure. With a pung sound, he turned into a lump of bloody mist. The Crusades are truly awe-inspiring. Let's see if my westward journey is more effective, or if your eastward expedition is more effective. Yi Fan said softly to himself. His mind was a bit shaken. Through the memory imprint and those forbidden artifact scrolls, he deeply sensed that the Western orthodoxies occupied an advantage in the cultivationless age. Through spiritual power cultivation, there were individuals who could become great divine ability experts in the present age. Perhaps, there might even be someone who could fight against him. Moreover, after seeing that leader's memories, he had a vague guess. The Western orthodoxies might have a few ancient individuals who hadn't left. He didn't feel any fear. Even when facing so many great enemies in Big Dipper, he could still move unhindered through the world and shake the 5 regions. Why would he be afraid of the Western orthodoxy in the cultivationless age? Komatsu's head emerged from his pocket. His strange appearance with pitch-black pupils and purple satin-like fur made it impossible for others not to notice him. He has a purple squirrel with him. It's him, the great divine ability expert who manifested in Zhejiang. No wonder he's so powerful, many people cried out in surprise. Yifan became the focal point of attention. Everyone's eyes focused on him, and many people revealed looks of surprise. Quite a few young female disciples from various sects revealed brilliant light in their eyes. It was impossible for this extraordinary and divine cultivator to not dominate the world. The competition continues, the Xianxia sect master announced. Then, he, Taoist Qi Ri, the Kunlun sect master Xue Chen, the Immortal Sword sect master, the Vermilion Phoenix bloodline master, and the others stood up together and invited Yifan into the Jiuxiao Wanfu Palace. This was a holy palace of Mao Mountain. Such a big thing had happened. Yifan alone had cast a mysterious luster over the entire conference. How could these people not be shocked? May I ask this, friend? In the ancestral court of Mao Mountain, several sect masters couldn't help but ask. Although they respected him, there were some things that had to be asked. Naturally, there were people here who Yifan knew. The Myriad Demon Valley Master, the old crane, reminded him that such a move might cause great trouble. The crusade would be a great disaster. Yifan laughed and said, "What era is this? The crusade is too arrogant. Do they really dare to send an army to the Middle Earth to suppress me? If that's the case, I'll kill as many as they come." Moreover, he raised a question. These people from the Western Orthodoxy looked a bit like fallen angels. They should be opposed to the so-called Holy Knights of the Cross. They are all from the same orthodoxy. The opposition of light and darkness, the saying of heaven and hell, is to make the people of the world respect and fear. Only with hope and despair will there be enough faith. Is that so? I'm really looking forward to it. Come, Holy Knights, come, Saintesses, come, Crusade. I'll wait for you to purify me, Yifan said. Taoist Qi Ri, Sect Master Xue Chen, the Immortal Sword Sect Master, and the others were all scared when they heard this. Just who was this person? What was he looking forward to? Yifan was very calm when he said these words. It was as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter, as if he didn't realize what kind of storm was about to come. He was going to fight against the Crusaders alone. How bold was this? He actually dared to do this. There would undoubtedly be a perilous storm. In the eyes of these sect masters, this might even pierce through the heavens. In ancient times, for the sake of fighting over the holy city of Jerusalem, the Crusaders had caused great suffering. At that time, experts came forth in large numbers, and each time, they fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth split. Yifan didn't have any agitated emotions. Everything was because the people of the Western Orthodoxy wanted to take action against him. He was only retaliating and didn't use any strong words. I don't care who he is. Since he wants to carry out the final judgment, I'm sorry. Whether he is a crusader or a divine knight, I can only kill him. Now, in this era without laws, he didn't want to kill any sect, but he wouldn't let others bully him either. Several fallen angels headed east to the Middle Earth to carry out judgment on him and take his life. This was intolerable. After such a storm at the cultivation meeting, people no longer had the mood to watch the competition. That was because even the top experts of the younger generation had entered 9 Firmament's Myriad Blessings Palace. Dao friend, please don't misunderstand. My clan doesn't want to seek revenge. The clan master of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow lineage spoke. After seeing Yifan's cultivation, he was afraid that he would blame and hate him. This is nothing. Yifan smiled. There was no need to fuss over these small matters. The people present all had high statuses. They were all sect masters of great sections. Only Dragon Sparrow, Phoenix Goddess, and Kunlun Pisces were of the younger generation. What Yi Fan didn't expect was that these young experts all wanted to exchange pointers with him. They wanted to continue the battle from not long ago. In fact, they wanted him to pass on his techniques. Chi. Sword light illuminated the sky. A flying sword weaved unhindered within 9 firmaments myriad blessings palace, producing a chaotic light. It emitted a dense killing intent that rushed into the heavens. This was Chi Songzi's Tao. A speck of dust could transform into a sword to fill the sea, and a blade of grass could transform into a sword to slash the sun, moon, and stars. Yi Fan couldn't reach such a level, but it wasn't a problem for him to display sword intent. Forget about Zhang Yifan, even the immortal sword sect master and the various great sect masters were stupefied. They were almost petrified. This type of method was world-defying, possessing the power to pierce through the heavens and penetrate through the earth. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't conceal his cultivation base and fully displayed his profound meanings. Then, he started to display the Jade Pool's technique and exchanged blows with the Kunlun Pisces. Suddenly, he was as ethereal as a banished immortal, untainted by the mortal world, elegant and quick-witted. In the end, he even used vicious flying celestial art, which was like a celestial spirit that could slash apart the heavens. He did not obtain the orthodox inheritance, but he had fought many life and death battles with Hua Yunfei, so he understood a bit. With his current cultivation, he could naturally recover a portion of it. He was extraordinary. Sect Master Shuechen sighed softly. Yi Fan's current cultivation base far exceeded their imaginations. He was definitely at the same level as the ancient sect masters, perhaps even stronger. Big fish, little fish, you too can take Tao Brother Yi as your masters. He spoke like this. Just this flying celestial art was enough to shock both past and present, so it was definitely worth it to take him as a master. Vicious talent was unparalleled since ancient times, and ordinary people couldn't hope to reach his level. He used an ordinary body to prove his Tao, and the Tao and secret techniques he established surpassed all sections. He was revered by the heavens. Anyone with good eyesight could see some clues. These sect masters' eyelashes were all empty, so they were naturally shocked. They wanted to pave out a bright path for their disciples. They had reason to believe that the reason why Yi Fan was so powerful was related to these unmatched secret techniques. Perhaps he had the most powerful ancient scriptures that could allow him to fight against the world alone. Little Master, Huang pays her respects to you. On the side, the Phoenix Goddess was extremely quick-witted. She was an outstanding beauty with a beauty that could captivate even the birds and beasts. She wore modern attire, yet she possessed a classical charm. Normally, she was extremely arrogant, but right now, she revealed a mischievous expression. It could be said that she was a type of unconventional beauty. Yu Weiyu was heroic and vigorous, while Xianxia was elegant and moving. They were known as Kunlun's twin jade annulus. They stood on the side, momentarily a bit stupefied as they stared at Kunlun's sect master. They never expected the Phoenix Goddess to be this quick-witted, rushing to take him as her master first. She didn't care about betraying the sect, because this sect master was her grandfather. No one would think that way. I'm asking you all to take Tao Brother Yi as your master, not to betray the sect. What are you all hesitating for? Hurry up and ask for it. Sect Master Shuechen said. When the others saw this, they all spoke up as well. Nowadays, it was too difficult to find someone who was comparable to the ancient sect masters or even more powerful. However, there was a living person in front of him. If a disciple was allowed to cultivate with him, not to mention the inheritance, even their status would be greatly different. Who would dare to harm him in the future? Forming a relationship with Yi Fan was an invisible type of intimidation. In the end, Longhu Mountain's sect master also summoned his descendant. His name was Zhang Qingyang, and he was known as the Taoist Little Spiritual Master. He was also known as the Little Taoist Master. Phoenix Goddess, Zhang Yifan, Dragon Sparrow, Kunlun Pisces, and Zhang Qingyang. These 6 could practically be said to be the 6 most powerful geniuses of the younger generation. They had the greatest potential, and their respective masters all wanted Yi Fan to accept them. Among them, Phoenix Goddess was the most active. She was completely different from her usual arrogant appearance. Her large eyes curved into crescent moons as she shamelessly hugged Yifan's arm and refused to let go. It was almost as if she was acting shamelessly. Among them, Long Xiaoke was the coldest. He was just like this, direct and straightforward. He only opened his mouth and asked Yifan to teach him the technique, and then he stood there like a block of wood. So many people earnestly asked, but Yifan kept shaking his head. He had no intention of accepting disciples. Giving them some pointers was fine, but it was enough to keep a little purple guy by his side to teach. Brother Yi, please reconsider. These children are all good seedlings, but it's a pity that they were born at the wrong time. If they stay in the sect, they will become useless. They continuously pleaded. This kind of geniuses was rare. In order to cultivate them, every sect put in a lot of effort. They gave them the best spiritual eyes to meditate and gave them ancestral sacred medicine to consume. They worked hard to create an environment similar to the ancient times. However, they could only cultivate them to this stage. What should be consumed was almost all. After entering the dragonization stage, the need would be even greater. There was no way to simulate the ancient environment. Seeing Yifan's attainment, they felt that he most likely had another way. They wanted his help so that the path of these geniuses could be longer and further. Brother Yi, with your attainment, sooner or later you will choose to go far away. The spiritual energy on earth has dried up. You will certainly imitate the ancient sages and leave. However, if you leave like this, what about your worries on earth? No matter how extraordinary you are, there will always be some people and some things that you will never forget. What's wrong with leaving behind a few disciples to pass on the great path to you and protect your worries in the world of mortals? The words of the Kunlun headmaster Xuechen stunned Yifan. Yes, perhaps after tens or hundreds of years, he would eventually set foot on the starry sky. Even if it was difficult to return to the Big Dipper, he would try his best to see those old friends. After he left, who would be able to establish a foothold in front of his parents' tombs? Who would be able to take care of those unforgettable people? Who would be able to protect his worries in the world of mortals? In the end, Yifan agreed and accepted them as registered disciples. At the same time, he also wanted to understand where the ancient sages and sages had gone through these sections. He wanted to know what kind of ancient path they had taken and what clues they might have left behind. The meeting of cultivators came to an end. Everyone was very satisfied and felt that this trip was not in vain. To be able to see an existence comparable to the ancient divine arts in action was the greatest reward. It was said that he was an expert at the great circle of the dragonization realm. His strength was reflected in his battle with the fallen angels. The few headmasters judged that he might be about to ascend to immortality soon. As for what the actual situation was, the headmaster Xuechen and the others naturally wouldn't say because they knew that Yifan might have to fight alone against the Crusaders of the East. Not revealing his strength might be his greatest trump card. This was because Yifan wanted to take back all the ancient items that the Western orthodoxies had stolen. He didn't want to act rashly and alert the enemy. There's nothing wrong with the various museums, but there are some ancestral weapons in Jerusalem and Vatican City that should be taken back. Speaking of these matters, the words of the few headmasters were filled with indignation. Many ancestral weapons of Middle-earth were actually stolen away in the past. This was a type of humiliation. They were displayed in the West and couldn't be taken back even now. I will make a trip there and take back all the ancestral weapons, Yifan said softly as he stared at the distant West. After that, he brought a number of registered disciples down the mountain and left the Xianxia sect. He declined the invitations of some headmasters because he had already lingered here for many days. Yifan and the others left the secret land and entered the Mao mountain range of the mortal world. They hadn't gone far when suddenly the stars shifted and the scenery changed greatly. Beams of supreme sword chi attacked them and ancient weapons flashed with light. What happened? Kunlun Pisces, Phoenix Goddess, and the others cried out in alarm. They all made preparations for battle and each guarded a side. After that, they looked at Yifan and waited for his orders. Ancient killing formation, someone wants to eliminate me. His expression was extremely ugly. He had just displayed his might in Mao Mountain, yet there was someone who wasn't afraid and laid down such a great formation to refine his soul. This killing formation was extremely large and should have been created with great effort. Upon closer inspection, Yifan discovered that it was an ancient type of extreme formation that had been moved over by someone with great magical force. It had been hidden here for many days already. This was an ancient heaven and earth. Ancient trees towered into the heavens and vines like mountain ridges. Mountains towered into the clouds one after another. Endless killing intent lingered about the great earth. Hung, a great imprint suppressed downwards. There were 9 dragons engraved on it, sinister and majestic. It was extremely heavy. The great imprint was cast from bronze and covered in green rust. King weapon. Cold light flashed past Yifan's eyes. This time, they truly didn't come with good intentions. To use such an ancient weapon, the one hiding in the dark was definitely extremely powerful. His expression didn't change. He called the others over and had them stand behind him. He took action alone, his fingers like a sword as he hacked towards the 9-headed dragon bronze imprint. An earth-shattering sound rang out as his fingers shook out an expanse of sword waves. They were like golden waves that shook towards the sky one after another. Dragon Sparrow, Kunlun, and the others were all astonished. This was the first time they had seen Yifan go all out like this. The golden blood chi he emitted made their ears ring. The golden blood in Yifan's body boiled like a great river, yet it was also like the rumbling of thunder. The sound that spread out almost made the others fall to the ground. Is this master's true combat power? Even Dragon Sparrow, who was conflicted in his heart, was dumbfounded. His entire body trembled. Even ancient divine arts practitioners were nothing compared to this. Clang, Yifan's blood chi rushed into the sky. The golden sword waves he slashed out actually had tens of thousands of layers. A corner of the 9-headed dragon bronze imprint fell to the ground. Even the weapon of a Dao-severing king has been destroyed. Zhang Yifan was also astonished. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. The green rust on the 9-headed dragon bronze imprint peeled off and emitted a boundless radiance that illuminated the sky. It transformed into a bronze dragon mountain that pressed down. At this moment, a terrifying aura shook the heaven and earth. Rivers and mountains rumbled for thousands of miles. The ancient land within the killing formation collapsed, and the distant mountains collapsed. The scene was extremely shocking. This is the 9-headed dragon Saint Bronze imprint. It's a famous ancient magic tool that can automatically unleash its might to suppress and kill a Dao-severing king. Dragon Sparrow exclaimed. This copper imprint was extremely special. 9 true dragons coiled around it, vivid and lifelike. The green rust fell off, and the weapon spirit awakened on its own. It contained flood dragon power, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. In the distance, mountains and rivers rumbled, all of them trembling. Quite a few of them collapsed. Magma surged out from many places, rushing into the sky in reverse, the power and momentum astonishing. We can't face it head-on. The young geniuses' expressions all changed. They knew how terrifying this ancient magical artifact was, because there were many legends about it. They were deeply worried for Yifan, but at the same time, they were furious. Not long ago, Yifan had said that he was going to bring them to the west to retrieve a few ancestral artifacts from the Central Earth. This made their hearts surge with emotions, unable to calm down. Now, they were intercepted and killed along the way. Yifan's expression was calm and unperturbed, not showing any fear. He spread out his palm and slowly pressed it towards the sky. He was actually going to use his physical strength to fight it. Pung, the revived 9-dragon holy copper imprint released endless light. 9 true dragons could vaguely be seen coiling about, and at the same time, they pressed down on that large golden hand, releasing boundless Dao ripples that continuously rumbled. This was an astonishing scene, as if there were tens of thousands of great waterfalls pouring down, creating a deafening sound. Streaks of energy hung high up in the sky, submerging Yifan's mountainous hand within. The green holy copper imprint was as tall as a mountain. It continuously shook, wanting to crush Yifan's palm into meat paste. On its surface, the 9 bronze dragons seemed to have gained life, unexpectedly coiling about, breaking away from the imprint and rushing out. True dragon god trapping, this was one of the legends of this great sect imprint. The 9 dragons could leave the body and transform into true bodies, trapping powerful enemies within and strangling them to death. This was the binding of the Tao, containing the natural laws and great Tao. Yi Fan's expression didn't change. His palm and fingers contracted, turning into the sky-turning imprint. This was a powerful imprint technique he grasped. His palm turned into a great golden imprint, rumbling with the 9 true dragons. Imprint against imprint, blazing light flickered. The 9 dragons released a trembling sound, rumbling like a tsunami. However, they couldn't stop the sky-turning imprint. 2 of them were smashed apart on the spot, and the rest all wailed as they entered the copper imprint. A light snort sounded from within the ancient killing formation. The soul of this ancient magical artifact was awakened and could attack on its own. It evolved once again, and sword radiance rushed into the sky. Every single true dragon coiled around the imprint. Right now, they all opened their mouths, spraying out beautiful multicolored light that turned into heaven-connecting sword energy, weaving about and hacking out. Too terrifying. Zhang Yifan was shaken. He was a sword cultivator, so he was extremely sensitive to this kind of heavenly sword qi. He felt an indescribable fear. In the current world, once a sword qi like this appeared, it could be said to be invincible. Who could stop it? It was because this sex treasure didn't need anyone to control it, able to attack enemies on its own. In this cultivationless age, it could be said to be a world-shocking great killing weapon. It was too heaven-defying, a single sweep sweeping through an expanse, able to make the cultivation world flow with rivers of blood, corpses pile up into mountains. Wasn't this treasure lost all those years ago? How did it appear again? The little Taoist master, Zhang Qingyang, muttered to himself in shock. Kunlun's Pisces and Phoenix goddess expressions also changed. When this great killing weapon appeared, it truly was unmatched back then. Any sect master that encountered it would die without any suspense. Yi Fan remained unmoved. His eyes were deep, and his hands quickly moved about, directly producing the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist. He released a clear roar from his mouth, spitting out a stream of air that was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It was several dozen zhang in length, and then a fist smashed towards the heavens. Pa! This golden fist seemed to have shaken the heavens. It was accompanied by a dazzling sea of lightning, as if the 9 heavens were going to fall down. Heaven dominating earth, in the sky, that famous ancient magical artifact collapsed on the spot. The 9 dragon heads were sliced off, and the copper imprint cracked apart. Then, it shattered in an instant. A king-level magical artifact was destroyed by a single fist of his. Everyone was stupefied. They simply couldn't believe everything that was happening. It was just too shocking. The young geniuses were so shocked they couldn't say anything. Goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Just how powerful was this mysterious young master? This was but a legendary magical artifact, one whose name shook the ancient times. However, the holy lords of all sects were destroyed just like that. Within the 9 heavens 10 blessings palace, the sect masters that didn't leave were startled. When they learned that there were changes in the outside world, they all rushed out of the Pure Land. However, they all mistakenly entered this ancient killing formation and just happened to see this scene. They were all like clay sculptures. It was actually destroyed just like that. Dragon Sparrow was stupefied and couldn't help but mutter to himself. If you like it, Master will gift you an even better copper imprint in the future. Yi Fan put away the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist and turned around. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. He didn't care at all. He was incomparably calm in the face of exceptional killing intent. The sect masters all surrounded him. They had mysteriously entered the ancient killing formation and felt the severity of the situation. Yi Fan had just displayed great might not long ago, yet someone was trying to kill him as soon as he left the mountain. Just how daring and savage was this? Which Tao friend has graced us with his presence? Why is there a need to make such a big fuss? The Xianxia sect master shouted. This was Mao Mountain's territory, so for them, this was a type of great disrespect. It has nothing to do with you all. Hurry and leave. A cold shout sounded. The ancient killing formation was activated. Streak after streak of terrifying killing intent turned into exceptional radiance as they rushed over, piercing through the heavenly dome. They were trying to kill Yi Fan. The mountains and rivers moved, and the terrain changed. Many ancient weapons flew over like a rain of light. Even though they weren't divine objects, they were still quite intimidating. They were densely packed, filling up the skies. Tens of thousands of weapons shot over. The mountains and rivers merged into one, draconic energy surging, supporting all types of ancient weapons. This was the power of the formation. When the complexity reached a certain degree, the mountains, rivers, great earth, vast seas, and even the sun, moon, and stars could all be used, displaying the might of nature and the heavenly Tao. The ancient Great Formation merged with the great power of heaven and earth, operating all types of ancient weapons to suppress Yifan, wishing to turn him into a bloody paste, hack him into dust, the attack shocking the heavens. Yifan's expression changed. This was a formation used to trap kings. The one who came overestimated him, not wishing to give him the slightest chance, wishing to kill him. With a shake of his hand, several dozen great banners appeared, stabbing them into the earth, locking down all directions, making it so that the killing formation in this region couldn't operate. Using a formation to break a formation, these were the magical banners the Black Emperor gave him back then. He hadn't used them much, but now, they came in handy. Everything within a range of several hundred zhang was locked down. The ancient killing formation couldn't operate, unable to approach him. In reality, if it was Yifan himself, he wouldn't even need to use the magical banners. The main reason was because he was scared that there would be people secretly taking action against the sect masters and honorary disciples. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. I'll send you on your way. At this time, a tall figure appeared on a tall mountain in the distance. It was like a demonic body. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow, releasing waves of wind and thunder sounds as it shot over. This was a blazing divine rainbow that shook heaven and earth. As soon as it appeared, heaven and earth split apart. A large half of the distant mountain range was destroyed. It possessed boundless and immeasurable power. Fortunately, this was a world formed by the ancient killing formation. If it was in the outside world, it would have triggered a tremendous disaster. The destructive power was too great. Pooh! This arrow's speed was too fast. Yifan was a bit careless, unexpectedly unable to evade it. He used his golden palm to block it, releasing heaven overflowing blood energy that was accompanied by rumbling sounds. However, what was completely unexpected was that when the angry arrow was released, the mountains and rivers lost color, the sun and moon losing radiance. Its power exceeded his imagination, great to an inconceivable degree. Pooh! Golden blood splashed outwards. Yifan's right palm was pierced through. This strange divine arrow rushed past, bringing with it a great rain of golden blood. It was a ghastly sight. It was hard to imagine what kind of divine object this was. It actually shot through the center of Yifan's palm, leaving behind a bloody hole as it flew outwards. Not even the human race's divine body's tyrannical physique could stop it. Yifan retreated. He circulated his entire body's cultivation, raising his flesh and consciousness to the extreme. He treated this like a life and death battle, not daring to look down on it anymore. The ancient saints left, but that didn't mean that there was no danger. It was because there might be a divine artifact left behind. Even though the earth had entered the cultivationless age, terrifying weapons still existed. If he was careless, then he might really suffer greatly. Not good. This is the legendary ancient magical artifact. A single one is enough to wipe out 10 realms. The sect master's expressions all changed. They loudly reminded Yifan to avoid it and not face it head-on. However, this thing followed him like a shadow and couldn't be broken free at all. It continued to chase after Yifan without letting him go. This is the leftover material from the 9 divine arrows refined by the Great E before he shot them down. Later on, they were forged into 2 more arrows. They can destroy the heavens and earth, and no one can face them head-on. Daoist Qi Ri reminded in shock. Fortunately, it wasn't fired by the ancient great sage. Otherwise, it might have pierced through the sun, moon, and stars. 1 arrow was enough to blast apart an ancient star. Pooh! Another light sound rang out. Yifan's body swayed. He used his palm and fingers to block this arrow. His entire body shook violently, and the space between his thumb and forefinger split open. Blood flowed out in a long stream. It's useless. If you don't kill the enemy, this arrow won't stop. You can die now. In the distant mountains, that person spoke coldly. Yi Fan's eyes became cold. This was the first time he was injured after returning to Earth. He activated the rose symbol and charged through the ancient killing formation. He quickly pressed forward. It could be said that no one in this world could compare to his speed. He turned into a streak of golden holy light and tore through the great earth, appearing on top of that mountain. The instant Yi Fan ascended the mountain peak, he decisively and mercilessly attacked. His golden palm and fingers covered the area in front of him. The entire mountain began to collapse. This person also reacted extremely quickly and used a rarely seen movement technique to shift horizontally. Fish leap transformation into a true dragon. This was an ancient secret art. It could allow one to advance to the extreme in an instant, allowing one's agility to reach the pinnacle and unleash all of one's potential. He moved horizontally for several miles, but what shocked him was that Yi Fan's rose symbol could maintain the same extreme speed from beginning to end, far surpassing his limits. He simply couldn't shake him off. A large golden hand stretched out, preventing him from advancing. Below, many towering mountains collapsed. The great peaks were like piles of sand, turning into dust with a rumble. This was a terrifying scene. When one encountered a mountain, the mountain would collapse. When one encountered the sea would dry up, and when one encountered the sky, there was nothing that could obstruct that giant hand. Behind him, the few sect masters and young geniuses stared blankly, unable to utter a single word. Yi Fan's heaven-penetrating methods shocked them. He was comparable to an ancient war god. In addition, that enemy also caused them to be shocked. He was actually a supreme expert in the Immortal Foundation's secret realm, an unparalleled character of this era. This person roared once more, advancing to the extreme. His body almost ignited as he unleashed the fish leap true dragon transformation art once again. He was exhausting his life potential, wanting to evade this calamity. His body instantly moved several miles away. However, what made him horrified was that this time around, it was completely useless. The golden hand trembled lightly. Although it didn't land on his body, the aftershock still blasted over. Boom! In the world formed by the ancient ultimate formation, large amounts of mountain ranges collapsed. Mountains, ancient trees, giant boulders, everything was turned into powder. Although he evaded with great speed, the powerful aftershocks blasted over. His skull was immediately split open and he was flung over 9 feet into the air. You! His eyes were filled with shock and terror, unable to believe this result. Flowers of blood flowed down from the top of his head, mixed with brain matter, blurring his vision. With a bang, his skull fell to the ground below his feet. It was a horrifying scene. He was an Immortal Foundation expert. It was impossible for him to die so easily. He screamed in terror. Yi Fan approached like a fiend god. His expression was cold as he spoke. The sun shooting great Yi's divine treasure is hard to destroy. In that case, I will eliminate you first. At this moment, he already knew the identity and origin of this person. This was an expert from the female race, the Tao protector of the primordial dragon cave that had disappeared for over 100 years. His robe spoke for itself, and he exuded an innate wildness. He gritted his teeth and wore a robe made of serpent scales. His hair was tied together like a black snake. Although he was fearful of Yi Fan, he didn't want to wait for death and wanted to retaliate. Pooh! He spat out a strand of Xianxia blood essence that transformed into a heavenly serpent blood sword that slashed towards the center of Yi Fan's brows. Evidently, it was futile. Yi Fan lightly flicked his finger, and this wave of Xianxia essence energy immediately turned into smoke, evaporating completely. It was refined into ashes, not enough to reach the Tao. This was someone from the Jin dynasty. Back then, he had contributed greatly to the destruction of the Northern Song dynasty and had cultivated for over 1,000 years. His cultivation base was extremely profound and he could be considered a peak-level expert in the current era. Back then, the essence of heaven and earth wasn't as scarce as it was now. Also, he frequently entered the Changbai Mountains and dug up many ginseng, which was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Hence, he broke through to the Immortal Foundation realm. Although his skull was blasted away and fresh blood flowed freely, the vitality of people at his level was extremely strong. As long as his primordial spirit wasn't destroyed, it would be difficult for him to die. Bzz. The space trembled as that blinding holy arrow flew over again. It wouldn't rest until it died, glowing with a resplendent light as it tore apart the sky and crushed the mountain below, aiming straight for the center of Yifan's brows. Such divine might was something that no one in the world could block. It contained an indescribable Tao energy that could shatter everything. This was the same holy arrow that Yi used to shoot the sun. Yifan leaned back as he executed the Ro character art. As long as he wasn't careless, he would be able to evade it in a short period of time. Let's go to the Yellow Springs together. This expert from the Jin dynasty roared. His eyes turned red as cracks appeared all over his body. He lunged towards Yifan, wanting to drag him down with him. Pooh. There was no suspense because the golden blood qi radiating from Yifan was even tougher than his divine robes. It was extremely hard to break through, and the moment he collided with it, his body was crushed into a mist of blood. Yifan reached out his hand and grabbed at the divine sense imprint. He was searching for a way to break the arrow. Otherwise, the great ancient deity's shooting sun saint treasure would be extremely troublesome. It would be difficult to defend against it for a while. In the distance, that blazing streak of light shot over again, and this time, it was even more powerful. Half of the sky was shot down, and a great collapse happened. This type of power was just too terrifying, not something humans could resist. Normal Dao-severing kings would definitely suffer a grievance, only able to neutralize it with their Dao skills, unable to face it head-on. Yifan quickly found a way to break it. He didn't have time to look at this person's primordial spirit, so he could only raise his hand and destroy it. Only when the owner of the arrow died would the holy arrow stop. Sure enough, the blazing light immediately dimmed. This arrow fell onto the ground, and the terrifying aura that filled the sky disappeared. Everything returned to normal. This was a black arrow that didn't seem special. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was heavy in the hand. It probably weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, and it crushed the boulders on the ground. What a terrifying arrow. How did they make it? Yifan pondered. This was definitely a divine object that could injure his flesh. It should be enough to be classified as a divine artifact, and its destructive power was simply too terrifying. Just now, when he hurriedly glanced at the golden person's primordial spirit, he discovered that he had offered his divine sense to this artifact. As long as he didn't die, the holy arrow would fight for him and kill the enemy. The two Dao protectors left the Origin Dragon Cave for more than 100 years and never appeared again. Now that they have returned, they must have obtained a heavenly opportunity. Yifan said to himself. The 9-Dragon Saint Copper imprint was already terrifying enough. Its weapon spirit awakened, and it could kill enemies on its own. Now that this shooting sun divine treasure appeared, it really exceeded common sense. The black arrow's body wasn't all that smooth, as if it was polished from stone. It looked simple and ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, Yifan felt that it was quite pleasing to the eye, as if it was missing something. It was hard to say what grade of artifact it was, but there was no doubt about its power. Once the arrow was released, the mountains and rivers would lose their color, and the sky would collapse and the earth would collapse. This was a secret treasure, and he carefully put it away. Then, his powerful divine sense swept out in all directions. There were 2 Dao protectors in the Origin Dragon Cave, so there should be one more. Brother Yi is truly the reincarnation of a god. Within the area protected by the formation flags, the few sect masters all sighed. To the people of the present world, Yifan's combat ability and cultivation were equivalent to that of a god, and he was undefeatable. The few young geniuses all revealed a strange light in their eyes, and their hearts surged with emotions. They longed for this kind of power, and hoped that one day, they would also be able to create clouds and rain with a flip of their hands. Yifan descended and returned to the formation. Even though he felt the murderous intent and knew that there were still people in the dark, he didn't make a move. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a supreme treasure. This is the leftover material from Deyi's 9 holy arrow. It is a rare treasure of the world, and the most famous killing weapon of the ancient era. The Phoenix goddess smiled mischievously and came forward to congratulate. She was the most lively person in the group. Even though she was normally cold and arrogant, and didn't care about others, she would always make an exception in front of the sect masters and great experts like Yifan. This is truly inconceivable. This item has appeared again. When the ancient sage left, he couldn't find it even after searching the entire world, leaving behind only regret. After the Kunlun sect master received the jet black arrow, he was shocked and almost let it fall from his hands. He didn't expect it to weigh several tens of thousands of jin. In the ancient era, De Yi's shooting of the sun shocked the world, and it was unknown just how many saints were terrified. That was one arrow for one, and it shot down 9 suns. Of course, to be more precise, the 9 golden crows were all saint-level demonic beasts. That battle shook both ancient and modern times, and left behind an endless legend. It was recorded in the annals of the Tao world, and could never be erased. Even in the mortal world, there were many legends. However, the ancient hero was confused by people, and there were some discrepancies and mistakes. In the ancient era, there were 2 people named Yi. One belonged to Di Yao, and could be called De Yi. The other belonged to Taikong period of the Xia dynasty, and was called Ho Yi. In the ancient book Huainanzi, it was recorded, when Di Yao was captured, 10 suns shot out simultaneously, scorching the crops, killing the plants, and leaving the people with nothing to eat. De Yi shot up for 10 suns, and killed Swan and I. He cut off the Xiao snake in Dongting, and captured Fengshi in the mulberry forest. The people were happy. Although Ho Yi's archery was great and famous during the Xia dynasty's Taikong period, he couldn't be compared to De Yi. He once wanted to overthrow the Xia dynasty, but was killed in the end. De Yi's wife was called Heng Yi, which was the legendary Cheng Yi. However, people in the Tao world knew that De Yi was the peerless expert who shot the sun. He was the hero of an era, and no one could match him. Back then, during the ancient times, there was a secret that attracted powerhouses from outside the region, and caused great harm to the ancient people. Headmaster Xuechen said. It was obvious that the so-called secret was referring to the birth of immortals in the 99 Dragon Mountains. The saints from outside the region were alarmed and came here to fight for it. Among them, the 10 suns were the most terrifying, and they all came from the Golden Crow clan. When they first appeared, they plunged the people into misery and suffering, and the refined fire of the sun shook the heaven and earth. In the end, De Yi was born, and he killed 9 saints. Legend has it that they came from an ancient planet called Huasong, and their father was a quasi-emperor. Sadly, De Yi died because of this. Thinking about the ancient times, even the headmasters couldn't help but be moved. That was a glorious period of time, and it was a time when heroes were born and all kinds of sages existed. During that time, the demons roared between heaven and earth, and they could pluck the stars and the moon. If it wasn't for the birth of the human race's strongest, the result would be unimaginable. Boom! Suddenly, the ancient killing formation began to operate again. Magical treasures danced in the air, attacking the formation flags. The attacks were fierce, and it wanted to destroy them in one go. All of you stay here and don't go out. He won't be able to break through for a while, so I'll go get rid of him, Yi Fan said. Be careful. The leftover materials from De Yi's Saint Arrow forging technique made 2 ink arrows. There must be one more that hasn't been used. Headmaster Xuechen reminded. Yi Fan nodded, and at the same time, he activated the swordsman character. The blood in his body rumbled like thunder, and the wound on his right hand quickly healed. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he was. He attacked the ancient Great Formation, and his powerful divine sense probed outwards in an attempt to find that person. The 2 ancients of the Jin dynasty definitely obtained many ancient weapons, and the person who was still alive definitely had a secret treasure that could hide his body. Otherwise, he would have been found a long time ago. Suddenly, the heaven and earth turned upside down. The Great Formation began to operate frantically, and it began to disintegrate. This was an indiscriminate destruction, and the ancient ultimate formation was ignited. It vowed to kill Yi Fan regardless of the price. Rumble, rumble, flames of the way surged, covering the sky and earth. The ancient formation disintegrated, shattering everything. This place became a world of its own, and this self-destruction was like the end of the world. Yi Fan's eyes froze. He didn't show any fear, but the others definitely couldn't take it. Light flashed from between his brows, and an ancient cauldron flew out. It quickly enlarged, covering the heaven and earth, and sucked those people inside. Heavens, what is this? It can't be the legendary source energy that is the same age as the heaven and earth, right? Zhang Yifan cried out in surprise. Is this real? Even the cold dragon sparrow couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. The great formation collapsed, and the mountains and rivers turned into light, evaporating into the most fundamental power. It merged with the laws that had been born in the formation since ancient times, and it rushed towards Yifan. Found you. Yifan opened his heavenly eyes, and at the instant the great formation broke, he looked through the source energy. His eyes shot out a light that was over 10 miles long, staring straight ahead. This person's clothing was similar to that of the person who died earlier, and he also had a wild nature to him. His cultivation was at the immortal foundation realm, and at this moment, he was drawing his bow and shooting a world-shocking arrow. It came from the same source as De Yi's sun-shooting holy arrow. It whistled through heaven and earth, the black arrow splitting apart half the sky. Nothing existed anymore. Boundless chaotic energy descended, tearing apart everything. The radiance blazed brilliantly, submerging everything. Although the might of this arrow shook the world, Yifan was already prepared, and didn't suffer a great loss like the first time. He executed the row incantation and rapidly dodged, pressing forward. The eyes of the heavenly scale Tao protector of the Changbai mountain were filled with malice. He knew it was over. The ancient killing formation and the 9-dragon Saint Copper seal were already heaven-defying enough, and the 2 Saint arrows were even more terrifying. According to logic, it shouldn't be a problem to kill Yifan, but he was still defeated. His opponent's speed was too fast, and he dodged the Saint arrow. He himself wasn't the king of the Tao severing art, and he couldn't block it head-on. Once his opponent neared, he would undoubtedly die. Pfft. Without any suspense, Yifan rushed forward and slapped the Tao protector into a bloody mist. He then grabbed the divine sense imprint. This time, he began to read it seriously, and didn't let his consciousness dissipate immediately. Of course, during this process, he had to do his best to avoid the divine arrow. I see. The 2 of them went out to the sea to search for the celestial island of Ponlai, but they unexpectedly found an ancient underwater residence on the way. They obtained a great fortune, and after 100 years of seclusion, they came out into the world. Yifan understood everything in an instant. He wiped away the Tao protector's consciousness, and the black Saint arrow fell to the ground, which he kept. After a long time, the heaven and earth calmed down. Over 20 ancient weapons fell to the ground, and the rest were destroyed in the chaos just now. The ancient formation disappeared. Yifan released the few people from the cauldron, and let them distribute the ancient weapons. They were all from the underwater residence, and they weren't ordinary items. Congratulations to Tao. Brother Yi for obtaining 2 ancient great sage artifacts, said Taoist Qi Ri. For them, these were supreme treasures. Yifan held the 2 black divine artifacts in his hands. They weighed several tens of thousands of kilograms, and they were extremely heavy. In the future, he would head west, and these 2 ancient era great artifacts might be of great use. He felt that the Western orthodoxies most likely had the shadow of archaic creatures, and this time, he might encounter something. The ancient black arrows might be dyed with divine blood. He mentioned a few simple sentences, and the disciples immediately found it hard to calm down. They were all incomparably excited. In the past, there was a rumor that Laozi's journey to the west turned into an ancient artifact. Now, Master is also going to head west. Is he going to turn into an ancient artifact? I really want to go on my way immediately. Even someone like Dragon Sparrow who had a cold temperament couldn't hold himself back. Is the black holy arrow going to become an ancient artifact? The others were even more overwhelmed with emotions, finding it hard to control themselves. After the ancient killing formation was destroyed, everything was in a mess. Luckily, nothing in the outside world was damaged. The Mao Mountain in the mortal region was calm and tranquil. No one knew that a great battle had occurred here. Yifan didn't intend to find trouble with the heavenly scale race. It was fine if the 2 Tao protectors died, there was nothing to pursue. It was just that the 2 of them wanted to seek revenge. Does everyone know who this person is and which race he belongs to? Yifan was ambushed today and couldn't help but think of a past event. He took out an ancient photo. It was a black and white photo from the Second World War of the last century. On the photo, there was a devil silhouette with towering blood qi. This person caused a huge commotion back then. He isn't someone from the 4 demon races and no one knows his background. The old patriarch of the Vermilion Phoenix bloodline spoke. Yi Fan nodded when he heard this. As long as he wasn't from the Heavenly Scale race, it was fine. If there was another war in the future, this person was definitely a terrifying character. He brought his unnamed disciple with him. Daoist Qi Ri was also with him. To be more precise, they were heading to the Zhongnan Mountains together with the old Daoist. Master, when will you set off? Let's head west quickly. Yu Weiyu spoke, feeling a little impatient. There's no rush because they are already here. If I head west, I might miss out on something. After I deal with a few batches of people and make them not dare to head east again, I will head west. Yi Fan spoke. That's not a bad idea. We will slowly head west. In the future, our names might be recorded in the annals of history. Zhang Yifan spoke. On the way, Yi Fan and Daoist Qi Ri walked together. This old man wasn't simple and was already over 1,200 years old. He lived in seclusion in the Zhongnan Mountains and was one of the few supreme experts in the world. I'm ashamed. This old man has been stuck at the first layer of Immortal Foundation for many years and has no way to advance any further. I don't know when I will be able to succeed. The old Daoist was very humble. This was someone who was even older than the Tao protector of the Chongbai Mountains. He was one of the few known longevity stars in Middle-earth and was a character on the level of Mount Tai and Big Dipper. Yi Fan sighed. It wasn't that the old priest's aptitude was bad, but the world had changed. Especially in the past few hundred years, it wasn't easy for the old priest to reach this step. He decided to give him a hand. If he could help him break through and reach Celestial Stage 2, the old Taoist would be able to live for more than 2,000 years. The long path of cultivation was lacking and needed people like this. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he told him about some bottleneck-breaking techniques from the other side of the starry sky. Of course, along the way, he also taught some techniques to his disciples. First, he taught them a secret technique of the two ancient Jin dynasty. This was an ancient secret technique that the two of them had obtained when they were out at sea. The fish leap into a true dragon would allow them to ascend to the extreme for a short period of time, increasing their agility to the extreme. They would be able to match the Xing secret character in an instant. I do have some other ancient secret techniques, but if you want to learn them, the requirements are very high, and there are many tests. Right now, I can only teach you other techniques. These were his disciples in name and weren't the true inheritors of his orthodoxy. Thus, the Xing secret character and fighting secret character couldn't be taught at this time. The fish leap into a true dragon was also a wondrous technique. It was famous throughout the world during ancient times and was highly respected. If not for the Xing secret character, it would be a supreme divine technique. Even Daoist Qi Ri was envious and joined in. He humbly asked for guidance. Yi Fan earnestly taught them, and the old Taoist was very happy. That day, he rushed back to Mount Zhongnan by himself. Not long after, he ran back again just to test this technique. The disciples were naturally especially happy. This ancient technique had been lost for many years, and now that they were fortunate enough to learn it, they were incomparably excited. Why, what a cute little baby. Come, let big sister hug you. The phoenix goddess bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she chased after the Komatsu. Xianxia was very reserved at first, but in the end, she couldn't bear it any longer. She put down her ladle-like figure and joined in to fight over the little purple fellow. The two girls weren't the only ones like this. Even Zhang Qingyang and Yu Weiyu couldn't resist and wanted to touch the amethyst-like little thing. There was nothing they could do about it. Its appearance was too alluring to both young and old. The Komatsu felt very wronged. Its obsidian-like eyes were filled with killing intent and glistening with tears. It looked at them timidly and fearfully while hiding behind Yi Fan. It lightly grabbed onto the corner of his clothes and only dared to peek out half its head. It was very puzzled and didn't know what was going on. Why were these people bullying it? It felt very wronged. This is your little senior brother. You're not allowed to bully it. Yi Fan spoke up for it. Little senior brother, just listen to me. I'll take good care of your daily life. I'll help you bathe every day and feed you good food. The phoenix goddess was very alluring. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, and her figure was exquisite and undulating. She wore a pair of tight jeans that stretched her beautiful thighs perfectly straight and slender. It was very obvious that she wanted to raise the little purple thing as a pet. The others also did the same. They were all tempting it and didn't hesitate to take out mutant fruits that they thought were extremely rare to tempt it. The Komatsu looked left and right, blinking its large eyes, but it didn't choose one. In the end, it took out a scarlet moon fruit from the small bell magic tool forged from Daluo silver essence. It took a big bite and ate it with great relish. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled the air, permeating a radius of 10 feet. An ancient spirit fruit? The eyes of the others were dazed. They felt that they had been tempted instead. They really wanted to snatch the little thing's bell and rob it on the spot to see if there were any more spirit fruits. After eating a scarlet moon fruit, the Komatsu blinked its large eyes and rubbed its small belly. It took out another source dragon fruit. It was golden in color and sparkled like a small dragon. This kind of thing only grew in places with abundant Genesis chi. There weren't many of them in the Big Dipper, but it wasn't a problem for Yifan to pick them. I say, little thing, just call you little senior brother, okay? Don't be greedy for us, Zhang Yifan said. When the Komatsu saw them approaching, it immediately became very vigilant. It hugged the source dragon fruit and hid behind it. It looked as if it didn't know them and didn't want to fight with it. Its large eyes rolled around. Yifan smiled. This little thing had always been so innocent. He really didn't know when it would grow up. The people on the other side wailed. On the one hand, they coveted the ancient spirit fruit. On the other hand, they wanted nothing more than to grab it and fiercely knead it. They felt that it would definitely be very tasty. Master, you can't be so biased. Little senior brother's snacks are all ancient spirit fruits. How can we endure this? There's nothing we can do about this poor child. He has only eaten a few since he was a child. The disciples acted shamelessly and forcefully demanded from him. The phoenix goddess didn't hesitate to act shamelessly. She blew hot air into his ear and hugged his arm, unwilling to let go. Among these people, only Dragon Sparrow was calm. Because his temperament was innately cold and he didn't like to talk much, he looked very cool. His real name was Long Yuxuan. It was only because their lineage had the words dragon and sparrow in them that they were powerful. They wanted to compare themselves with the primogenitor Dragon Sparrow, so they were also called Dragon Sparrow. Yifan naturally wouldn't be stingy. When they stopped to rest on a mountain, he brought out a jade plate filled with all kinds of spirit fruits and invited Daoist Chi Ri and the other disciples to taste them. Back then, he and Pang Bo had purchased wantonly when they were about to return. They were worried that the earth spirit chi would dry up and there would be no way to cultivate. They had made great preparations and bought countless spirit fruits. In the end, when Yifan gave Daoist Chi Ri a small basket of spirit fruits, everyone's eyes almost popped out. This was too extravagant. Master, we want some too. The disciples were envious. This kind of thing was something that could only be encountered by chance on earth. Even Daoist Chi Ri hurriedly refused, saying that he couldn't bear it. Yifan shook his head and took out some to distribute to the disciples. These things were nothing in the Big Dipper. Even the sect masters might not care about them. He had only brought them back to earth to replenish his spirit chi. They didn't have any other special effects for him, unlike the great path fragments in the immortal medicine. Master, what kind of world is on the other side of the starry sky? They naturally couldn't help but ask. They had long known about Yifan's origins and yearned to go to the Big Dipper star region. They wanted to cross the star region. If we go there to cultivate, will we be able to kill those so-called saints and saintesses and suppress those so-called divine lords? Zhang Qingyang and Yu Weiyu all said that they were willing to go to the other side and join the so-called celestial court to leave this world. Yifan was moved. These people were all rare geniuses. If they cultivated in that kind of environment where the great path was within reach, there was hope for them to become saints in the future. With so many talented people joining the celestial court, even the divine dynasties and holy lands paled in comparison. They would surely achieve great things in the future. Unfortunately, he sighed and said, "It's hard for me to go back myself. How can I bring you guys along? There must be a way." When the ancient sages left, they must have left behind some kind of star region map. "We'll definitely find it in the future." They were very determined. Mount Zhongnan was surrounded by thousands of green peaks and beautiful scenery. It was known as the Immortal City and was the crown of the grotto heavens. The South Mountain in the saying happiness is like the endless flowing water of the East Sea, and longevity is as long as the eternal pine of Mount Zhongnan referred to this mountain. This was also the ancestral court of Taoism, the starting place of the Qianxia sect. There was Jingzhen in the south and Qianxia in the north. Every year, countless Taoists would come here on a pilgrimage. There were many Taoist temples in the mountain range. The deep valleys were quiet and elegant, and the cries of apes and tigers could be heard. It was a return to simplicity and nature. "Master, when are we going west?" "It started when we left Mount Longhu. Didn't we go west from Mount Mao to Mount Zhongnan?" Yi Fan and the others walked on the rugged mountain path and arrived at Taoist Chi Ri's cave. The old vines were as thick as a water tank. No outsiders had come here in 1,000 years. In the distance, there were many Taoist temples. They were imposing and enshrouded in mist. There were red-crowned cranes dancing in the sky and spirit apes jumping in joy. It was exceptionally otherworldly. Mount Zhongnan was tall and beautiful like a beautiful painting screen. It stood majestically in the Xianxia province. Taoist Chi Ri's cave was very simple. Apart from a stone bed, stone table, and stone chairs, there was nothing else. However, the scenery outside was very good. It was located in a valley with towering ancient trees and dense vines. There was also a clear lake with all kinds of rare and strange beasts roaming about. Komatsu seemed to have returned to a paradise here. He ran around the valley and finally became familiar with Xianxia and the others. Although he was often kneaded and groaned in protest, he was no longer so resistant. Half a month passed by in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan taught them cultivation while discussing the Tao with the old Taoist. He helped him break through and become a sect master-level figure. The moonlight was like water. Beside the bright mirror lake, Taoist Chi Ri bowed deeply toward Yi Fan. He had touched that checkpoint and might break through soon and obtain a Tao treasure. "Tao friend is too polite. There is no need to be like this. If you weren't born in this world, you would definitely be an extraordinary figure." Yi Fan helped him up. "This humble Taoist will go into seclusion. If I succeed, I won't dare to forget. Perhaps in a year, 10 years, or even 100 years, we can only meet again." Taoist Chi Ri began his seclusion that night and no longer appeared in the mortal world. He couldn't send them off. The moonlight was bright. Yi Fan returned to the cave he established and prepared to leave the next day to continue his journey west. In the latter half of the night, the bright moon hung in the sky. Moonlight spilled into the cave as a graceful figure walked out. She possessed a classical beauty and was dressed in fashionable modern attire. Under the moonlight, her skin was sparkling and her hair danced in the wind. She was like an otherworldly fairy from the Moon Palace as she walked into the cave. Her steps were light and agile as she arrived in front of Yi Fan's stone bed. She came to Yi Fan's side and exhaled a breath that smelled like orchids. Her graceful body was as white and beautiful as ivory. She was indescribably sparkling and translucent. Her beautiful eyes were bright and carried a bewitching expression. Swoosh, Yi Fan opened his eyes. His gaze was like two bolts of lightning that illuminated the cave. "What are you doing?" "Talking about life ideals. You aren't that much older than me. Don't pretend to be an old pedant. At worst, I'll take responsibility for you." She leaned over. After hearing this, Yi Fan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The moonlight gently flowed into the cave like water ripples. It was peaceful and tranquil, and there were waves of white smoke rising. It was like the residence of an immortal. The phoenix goddess had a classical beauty, but she wore modern clothing. She had a different kind of beauty. Appearing in this cave, she was as moving as a fairy under the moonlight. It was as if she was a man, and Yi Fan was just a weak woman. She teased, "Master, just follow me, I will take responsibility." "What are you messing around for? Go back and rest." Yi Fan resisted the urge to spit out a mouthful of old blood. This disciple's words and actions could be considered bold. She dared to say such things and smiled cheekily at him. "Tsk, what era is this? Why are you so serious? It's not like I will eat you." The Phoenix goddess sat on the bed. She was very relaxed and didn't seem to care at all. She wore a t-shirt that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Her beautiful hair was wet, and she had just come out from bathing in the small lake in the valley. Her jade-white skin was sparkling and delicate, and water could drip out with a pinch. Her eyes were moving, and there was a charm that could make people lose their minds. She was intelligent and beautiful. She was very relaxed and didn't seem to care at all. The Phoenix goddess impudently put a pair of snow-white lotus arms on Yi Fan's shoulder. She came to the stone bed and looked at him. She smiled and said, "Master, you can't be blushing, right? Behave yourself." Yi Fan wanted to put on a dignified appearance and act like a strict master. This female disciple was very bold and avant-garde. She actually blew a breath of hot air at him. It was like an orchid or musk, and it rushed to his ear. The hair on her snow-white neck danced, and her smile was intoxicating and flamboyant. "Master, you have been cultivating for so many years. Have you never held a woman's hand before? Do you want me to teach you?" The Phoenix goddess smiled cheekily, and there was a sparkling luster flashing across her face. Her red phoenix eyes slanted, and her smile was even impudent. She didn't treat him as her master at all. "If you dare to be so disrespectful again, I will take away 10 years of your cultivation, and then suppress you in an ancient cave deep in the mountains for 10 years. Yi Fan said in a low voice. "Tsk, what era is it now? Master, can you not be so old-fashioned? We are all modern people, not like we are living in ancient times where men and women should not touch each other." The Phoenix goddess had a look of nonchalance on her face. Her eyelashes were very long, and her big eyes flickered with a cunning radiance. Her figure was slender, and she was sitting almost face to face with Yi Fan. Her fair and pretty face moved closer, almost touching his face. "I say, Master, don't tell me that you've been a leftover man for so many years." She reached out a snow-white hand and slid it across Yi Fan's face as she chuckled. The divine light in Yi Fan's eyes surged, and he raised his hand to suppress her. This disciple of his was really too impudent. Teasing him like this was the first time in his life. "Hey, Master, please be lenient," she cried out. She was really afraid that Yi Fan's hand would fall. Her eyes slanted, and she carefully rolled her eyes at him. She muttered, "Why are you so old-fashioned? Can't I just make a joke? Besides, I am concerned about your personal affairs." Yi Fan signaled her to get off the bed and leave. There was a taboo between master and disciple. If they were to be seen sitting on the same bed like this by other disciples, then they would not be able to clear their names even if they jumped into the Yellow River. The Phoenix goddess was usually very cold and arrogant. She did not care about others at all. It was rare for her to be so active and teasing, but now she had encountered a soft rebuff. "Master, your thoughts are too rigid. My younger cousin is much younger than you. When we were in university, they had a passionate teacher-student relationship. Moreover, he was a student." The Phoenix goddess was wearing a pair of hot pants that only reached her thighs, revealing a pair of slender jade legs. They were white and delicate like jade, very dazzling on the stone bed. She moved slightly, no longer sitting cross-legged. Her beautiful legs were stretched out, and they were even more eye-catching. Because they were very slender and straight, sparkling like ivory. They were almost perfect, giving off a kind of unreal feeling. Her wet hair draped over her shoulders, covering half of her beautiful white face. Her quick-witted big eyes were full of provocation as she said, "Master, you can't still be that old, what, guy, right?" Yi Fan almost flipped out. This female disciple was really too impudent. If he did not suppress her, she would definitely say something even more shocking. "Master, did I hit a sore spot?" "It's okay, disciple understands. Don't suppress me. I won't dare to do it again." She retreated. "Why are you still not leaving?" Yi Fan shouted. She didn't get off the bed. Seeing that Yi Fan had finally calmed down, she moved over in a charming manner. "I don't have any other intentions. I just wanted to joke with you and get close to you. Don't be so serious, okay? She moved closer and stared into Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan's eyes immediately straightened. The Phoenix Goddess was also decisive. She had already guessed this result and moved one step ahead. Because she knew that she wasn't as fast as Yi Fan. A pair of perfectly straight and slender jade legs coiled around his body like a snake. They were sparkling and warm, as fair and moving as suet jade. Bang! Yi Fan's finger fell down and fixed her in place. He stared at her for a moment and was about to use a great divine ability to throw her back into his cave residence. Master. I just wanted to tease you. I didn't have any other intentions. Don't act recklessly. Her eyes flowed. Yi Fan was too lazy to say anything else. He removed her snow-white and slender jade legs from his body and circulated a divine technique to send her away. Suddenly, his expression changed. He undid the seal on the Phoenix Goddess and had her stand at the side. Then, he reached out a large hand and grabbed towards the valley. Chi! A black light soared into the sky and burrowed into the ground. It tried everything it could to escape, but it couldn't escape from Yi Fan's palm. It was caught back and imprisoned in the cave residence. This was a streak of black light, produced by a divine will that wasn't weak. It was exploring the valley, but it was discovered by Yi Fan, captured alive. This person came from the west. His teasing tone revealed some clues as he said, "Honorable sir, beautiful lady, I express my deep regret about this. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. To carry out the forbidden love between master and disciple when the moon is high in the sky and everything is quiet, what a romantic thing to look forward to." Yi Fan didn't say anything and directly extracted the divine sense imprint. He immediately frowned and said, "The people from the Western Orthodoxy are finally here. These people are so annoying. They couldn't come earlier or later and just had to ruin the atmosphere at this time. But master, don't worry. I will take responsibility for you in the future." The Phoenix Goddess twisted her waist and moved her slender legs. Her wet long hair covered half of her beautiful face. She tidied up her t-shirt and hot pants before turning around to leave. She knew that the battle had begun and that the people from the Western Orthodoxy might not be far away. There would most likely be a great battle. After a quarter of an hour, an unusual atmosphere appeared in the valley. The bright moon was covered by the dark clouds. A powerful expert had arrived, and the demonic mist brought about by them had covered the moon and stars. Yi Fan walked out of the cave residence and stood at the lakeside. He didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. He wanted to see what kind of great enemy had arrived. Apart from Daoist Chi Ri, who was in isolation, Kunlun's Pisces, Dragon Sparrow, and the others were all alarmed. They rushed out and appeared behind Yi Fan. They felt waves of palpitation and knew that some extremely powerful characters had arrived. The Phoenix Goddess came late. Her expression was sacred and cold, completely different from her previous appearance. The others couldn't see anything different at all. In front of her, the black mist surged and the sound of iron chains could be heard. It was as if someone had walked out from hell. The sound of metal tools grinding against each other was cold and ear-piercing. More than 10 people walked out from the darkness and stepped on the lake surface. The thick black mist and deathly aura made them look especially strange and terrifying. Souls wandering outside of hell, wake up from your lost path. Follow the path my master has paved for you. A person's voice was low and hoarse. These were more than 10 men in black armor. They looked like zombies and were bound by black iron chains. At this moment, they simultaneously used the forbidden technique, Hell's Binding. They were actually being controlled by someone. In the depths of the darkness, an old man held a skull staff in his hand and stood quietly behind them. He was silently chanting an ancient incantation to control them. Chong, the iron chains pierced through the void and rushed over like more than 10 black flood dragons. They were primordial spirits that specialized in killing people. They covered Yi Fan below. He didn't move. The light in his eyes suddenly erupted and shot out 2 dazzling beams of light. They were like 2 heavenly swords that cleaved apart the void. The sound of metal shattering rang out continuously. All of the iron chains were turned into fine powder. Hung Long, the dozen or so Grim Reaper-like men activated their great magical power together and tore apart the dome of heaven. A huge black door appeared and was about to suck Yi Fan and the others inside. Yi Fan's palm slapped over. At this level, it didn't matter what kind of secret techniques or divine abilities you had. He only needed a palm to fall. At this moment, the black door turned into ashes. The dozen or so people collapsed like dust and turned into fragments that scattered with the wind. Nothing was left. Ancient heroic spirits, be with me and fight against the heretics together. In the darkness, the black-robed man revealed his true body. His body was withered. He was an old man who had lived for an unknown number of years. He held a pure white staff with a human skull in his hand. Behind him, a dense group of ancient soldiers in black armor appeared. They were like sinister people. They were not angry and let out roars as they rushed over. Is this all you have? Yi Fan scoffed coldly. Zhang Yifan and the others were horrified. This old man's cultivation was extremely powerful. It was very likely that he had completed the dragon transformation or even higher. The old man's eyes flickered with a green light. He waved the white bone staff, and the surrounding heroic spirits all rushed over. At the same time, he also used a secret technique. Blood light burst out and turned into a bloody skeleton that rushed over to devour Yi Fan. Let me judge you heretics, Yi Fan said softly. In an instant, he activated the sun essence fire. The all-encompassing sacred fire surged out and engulfed the area in front of him. All the heroic spirits were covered. In an instant, it turned into a sea of fire. Whether it was humans or dead spirits, they were all turned into ashes. Not even a piece of armor was left. Ah! The old man also screamed miserably. He became a ball of torch in the sun essence fire. After struggling for a bit, his body and soul were also destroyed. The black fog dispersed, and the stars and moon appeared. The sky was filled with stars and the moon hung high. It was peaceful and quiet. The lake on the ground reflected a mesmerizing starry sky. In the distance, a large group of people appeared. They were all incomparably divine and wore gorgeous battle clothes. They were like suns appearing one after another. The Crusaders of the East had arrived. This was a group of arrogant people. Every one of them had an extraordinary identity and status. They came from different clans and had noble bloodlines. They all had glorious pasts. Most of them were middle-aged men. Each of them was full of vigor and were extremely powerful. There were also a few young people among them who had high statuses and were surrounded by others. They all had golden hair. The men were valiant, and each of them was like the reincarnation of the sun god. The women were brilliant and beautiful. They were like the birth of a moon goddess. They were extremely divine and emitted holy light. Heretic, you have repeatedly injured our Western Orthodoxy's cultivators. Today, you will be judged by burning at the stake. A young man with golden hair draped over his shoulders shouted. As for the other woman, her entire body emitted a holy radiance. She raised her spotlessly white hand and gently waved it. She gave the order and prepared to attack. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the valley was very quiet. All kinds of wild birds and cicadas lay dormant, no longer making a sound. Only the fragrance of wild vines and flowers flowed in the air. The clear lake was like a mirror, and not a sound could be heard. After the man finished speaking, the female warrior waved her hand, and they quickly charged forward to kill Yi Fan. The people in the first echelon all wore crosses on their chests and wore golden armor. They held huge swords that were taller than a person, and they slashed forward silently with cold light. The cold light of the swords pierced through the sky and broke the silence. Murderous intent rushed into the clouds. This was a group of swordsmen. More than 10 of them stood side by side, and they could destroy everything easily. Master, let me do it. Zhang Yifan stepped forward, wanting to use the Shushan immortal sword sex inheritance to fight against the swordsmen of the West. Yi Fan shook his head. This group of people did not frighten him, but he felt that something was wrong. Perhaps they had brought some immortal treasures or secret techniques. There seemed to be hidden danger, and he did not want his registered disciples to take the risk. Small tricks, he said softly to himself as he stepped forward, facing this group of people alone. 14 huge swords slashed forward, and the brilliance was like a waterfall rushing into the sky. The swords had been tempered thousands of times, and they were passed down from ancient families. Each sword had a glorious past. These people's ancestors were all nobles, and they were famous grand knights of the past. Up to their generation, the orthodoxy was still there, and the brilliance was not diminished. The descendants of the 14 holy knights rarely worked together. It was only because this enemy was rumored to be someone who had completed the dragon transformation realm or even higher that they worked together to kill him. The sky fell and the earth cracked, in the midst of their loud roars, every one of their golden armor shone like 14 suns blooming in the night sky. 14 streaks of heavenly sword chi slashed down, cutting through the sky. However, when facing these powerful warriors with extraordinary cultivation, Yi Fan only had one action, and that was to snap his fingers. An even more resplendent golden sword wave appeared, like a monstrous wave that swept across the sky and the earth. It was as vast as the sea, and there was a thunderous sound. Pfft! A bloody light burst out, and the 14 warriors who had obtained the ancient inheritance all collapsed. Even their ancestral armor and yellow swords were the same, turning into fine powder. This was a terrifying scene. Yi Fan had only flicked his finger, and a golden sword wave that was like a stormy sea appeared, attacking indiscriminately. 14 experts with noble bloodlines turned into bloody light in an instant. Only 14 wisps of bloody mist remained, while the rest turned into ashes. This was an absolute shock. The expressions of the law enforcement officers who came from the west all changed. This result was far beyond their expectations. Over the past few days, they had done some investigations and found out that Yi Fan had displayed the remarkable ability of a dragon transformation consummate at the Martial Cultivators Conference. Therefore, they had mobilized a large number of people and wanted to kill him in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that the scene before his eyes didn't match up at all? At the very least, Qin Wentian was an Immortal Foundation character. If not, how could he be able to summon clouds with a flip of his hand and rain with a flip of his hand? Back off. At this moment, an old man dressed in a golden robe stepped forward. He held a golden wooden staff in his hand, and there was a divine source block the size of a chicken egg embedded on it. It was extremely rare in the current era, and the staff was dazzling. He lightly waved the golden staff and displayed an ancient Tao technique. He chanted an incantation and said, "Order lightning, dance with heaven and earth." Ka! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky. This was a bolt of golden lightning, and it almost drowned the sky above the small lake, turning it into a lightning swamp of order. Yi Fan was astonished. In this age of chaos, one could actually borrow essence chi to activate an ancient Tao technique. By embedding a divine source block on the staff and carving Tao markings on it, this secret technique would be strengthened by several times. Otherwise, with the dried-up essence chi of heaven and earth, with the cultivation of this old man, it would be impossible for him to display such a secret technique. However, this was useless against Yi Fan. The newcomer was very powerful, but he was not even afraid of the heavenly tribulation, so why would he be afraid of the so-called order lightning? This secret technique's name was very resounding, and it was very terrifying in ancient times. However, it was completely useless against Yi Fan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he opened his mouth and sucked in all the golden lightning that filled the sky into his mouth. On his body, golden arcs of lightning flowed. He suddenly spat out a blazing golden sea of lightning. Boom! The old man in the golden robe turned into ashes on the spot, and the dozen or so knights who were protecting him also turned into dust and were completely crushed. Who was this person? He was evil and almost terrifying. Under the current starry sky, there were too few people who could do this. The people from the Western Orthodoxy could not believe what they were seeing. Many people have come for me. Just because I killed someone from the Western Orthodoxy who wanted to kill me on Mount Gazao, you want to mobilize so many people to carry out a judgment on me? The Western Orthodoxy is too arrogant. Did you come all the way to the Central Plains to kill me just to show off your power? Yi Fan's expression was cold as he stood on the shore of Lake Ming and glanced at everyone. Then, he stared at the very young golden-haired man and woman in the center who were emitting holy light. Unimaginably powerful. The young man who had once called Yi Fan a heretic and said that he would be punished by burning him at the stake stood out from the crowd. He held a cross in his left hand and a golden divine sword in his right. They emitted a blazing light as he pressed forward while chanting. Boom! Suddenly, an aura like the vast sea burst out. His whole body emitted endless light, and a vertical eye slowly opened between his eyebrows. His temperament was completely different. He shouted, "Predecessor, please come to my body. Glory is my life." Many people cried out in surprise. This was the legendary god descending to the world secret technique. Ordinary people did not dare to use it because it was very harmful to their bodies. Only people with special constitutions could do it. After the vertical eye opened between his eyebrows, the divine power around his body suddenly became several hundred times denser. His whole body became resplendent as if it was cast from gold. At this moment, he had completely turned into a different person. A wave of aura that made people's hair stand on end erupted. When he raised his hand, magical power surged like a vast ocean. Interesting. It seems like the West really has an ancient great divine ability. However, without his true body, he cannot deal with me like this. It will be difficult to injure my body, Yi Fan said softly. Boom. The cross in the hands of this man who was like a sun god shattered and turned into a blazing divine sea. The divine laws interweaved into the sky and surged downwards. A wave of aura that made people tremble covered the heaven and earth. Many people couldn't help but almost kneel down. This was a great divine might. Yi Fan's legs didn't move and he stood in place. His right hand slapped the void forcefully, and countless large spatial cracks appeared. They quickly disintegrated this kind of holy light and destroyed the spreading killing Tao laws. Pooh! This young man emitting holy light coughed out a mouthful of blood. Half of the cross laws he activated were destroyed, and most of the divine power flowed back, injuring himself. God descends upon my body is eternal. He shouted loudly. His entire body was bathed in auspicious holy light. Every inch of his flesh was like divine gold, sturdy and undecaying to an astonishing degree. Then, he brandished the divine sword in his right hand and rushed forward to confront Yi Fan's physical body. Yi Fan stood in place and didn't move in the slightest. He quietly waited for him to rush in front of him with a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth. The other knights and Templars all widened their eyes and held their breaths. Divine arrival could make a person's physique powerful to an unparalleled degree. Once it approached, it would be as easy as crushing dry weeds. However, the final result shocked everyone. They were all dumbfounded. Yi Fan stood on the lake shore and waved his golden right fist to meet the attack. He shattered the divine sword and pierced through the head of the divine arrival. He passed through with a large amount of bloody mist. Simple, direct, and tyrannical, a large amount of blood flew up. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Broken bones and blood-emitting holy light slowly streaked across the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Bang! The headless body of this divine arrival young man fell straight down. He no longer had a trace of divine power and became a corpse. Devil, he's a devil. After an unknown amount of time, many people began to shout loudly. Such a terrifying and cruel reality terrified them. They had thought that this expedition would bring them glory, but who would have thought that they would encounter a great devil in the Middle Earth? The West has Buddha, the Middle Earth has devil. This was a saying from ancient India. And in the ancient West, there was also a similar warning. That was, the West has God, the Middle Earth has devil. The Middle Earth has devil, he is the great devil from the Middle Earth. A group of people were shouting loudly with terrified expressions. They hadn't forgotten the warning left behind by the ancient Western sages. Today, it might be true, in ancient times, the sages of the Western orthodoxies had suffered greatly at the hands of the Middle Earth's devil. As a result, they solemnly warned their descendants to remember to be careful. When encountering this kind of devil era, they must retreat. More than 100 years ago, you people invaded the East and stole some of our Middle Earth's important ancestral weapons. You used the name of God to rob us. If that's the case, then there's no harm in saying that our Middle Earth has devil era. One of Yi Fan's disciples replied indignantly. We have long since left the Hanga Valley of ancient times. We will continue westward to the west and bring back the ancestral weapons. At that time, you will know what a devil is. A few honorary disciples shouted with their blood boiling. Glory is our life. A group of people shouted. Even though they were terrified, they didn't want to wait helplessly for death. All of them emitted holy light and prepared to fight to the death. In particular, the remaining young men and women were all very sacred. They were all people who could use the secret technique of divine arrival. They all began to move. We are the Crusaders of the East, carrying out a holy war. If we die under the hands of the devil, we will ascend to heavenly country and return to God's embrace. Let's carry out the final battle. Death is also a type of glory. If one had faith, once they went crazy, it would also be quite terrifying. Everyone shouted, their bodies releasing holy light, burning themselves as they fought forward. Glory my ass. Yifan only had these 4 words towards this. These words didn't match his identity, but they were his inner thoughts, and he spoke them in a straightforward manner. Then, with a raise of his hand, heaven and earth were overturned. He displayed the archaic heaven overturning imprint. His palm and fingers turned into a great golden imprint, destroying all enemies. Large amounts of bloody light appeared. Expanse after expanse of blood splashed out. Apart from a few divine arrival experts, the others all had their bodies and souls erased in an instant. The West has experts, Yifan said to himself. Then, he forcefully crushed down again. The archaic heaven overturning imprint shook intensely. The divine arrival experts below were also crushed into pieces, turning into bloody mist. Master is too powerful. The few disciples could only exclaim in admiration. They were shaken inwardly and couldn't say anything else. After a long time, the little Taoist master Xianxia opened his mouth and said, "The Middle Earth has produced a devil. Since they say so, then master, let the devil go to the west." The terrain of Mount Zhongnan was steep and rugged. There were 5 big valleys and more than 100 small valleys. It was majestic, stretching for hundreds of miles. The morning sun shone brilliantly, and mist flowed within the mountain forest. It was illuminated by the first rays of the morning sun until it was bright red. Then, 5 different colors appeared, and everything was peaceful. Yifan and the others began to descend the mountain and leave the ancestral court of Taoism. In the middle of the night, he killed all the invaders and found a Taoist priest from the Quanjin sect. He asked them to tell him that if anyone was looking for him, they could head west and that he was on his way. As expected of the holy land of Taoism. No wonder so many people come here on a pilgrimage every year. Long Yuxuan sighed. It was rare for him to say a few words. Taoism's ancestral mountain was shrouded in clouds and multicolored light. There was an indescribable divine splendor enveloping this place. Walking here made one's body and mind peaceful. There was a strange power flowing through them. 20 years ago, before Yifan had left Earth, he had seen some reports. It said that even in the present age, there were many hermits in the depths of Mount Zhongnan. There were no less than 5,000 of them. Back then, after Yifan had looked it up on the internet, he had specially asked people to verify it. His friend who lived in Xianxia province told him that it was true. These people lived thousands of years ago, living in seclusion. In order to find peace of mind, they were willing to live in seclusion in the mountains as mortals. At this moment, walking on the mountain path, Yifan couldn't help but use his divine sense to scan the mountain range. He really did see some people like this, and he couldn't help but sigh. They walked a section of the mountain road and then began to climb the mountain on their own. They abandoned the road and came to the northern foot of Mount Zhongnan. In a trance, Yifan heard the chanting of scriptures. "Master, why aren't you leaving?" asked the little Taoist master, Zhang Qingyang. "Did you hear that?" Yifan said softly and didn't move at all. He quietly stood there and listened to the ancient Tao sounds. Someone was chanting scriptures. The few of them looked at each other and did not say anything. They did not sense anything, but they did not dare to say anything. They realized that Yifan had entered a meditative state and merged with the Tao. He had entered the state of being one with heaven and man. In his eyes, all of Mount Zhongnan became grand and magnificent. A desolate aura rushed over. It was tens of thousands of zhang tall, full of an oppressive feeling. He looked into the distance. There was a huge rock there with 3 ancient words carved on it, Lu Guan Tai. The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the Tao. He can be named, but he is not famous. He heard the voice of an ancient scripture preaching. It tore through time and space and arrived. An old man sat cross-legged on a stone platform and was currently preaching. Yi Fan instantly entered the Tao. His eyes didn't blink as he stared at the blurry and hazy figure. It was an ancient Taoist body that was writing a book. According to legend, when Laozi traveled to the west, he went to Xianxia and preached at Mount Zhongnan. He left behind 2 copies of the Tao Te Ching, and that place was Luguantai. The ancestral land of Taoism was surrounded by mountains and rivers. Lush forests and tall bamboos covered the sky. The Luguantai was also known as the scripture preaching platform. The vague Taoist figure was neither happy nor worried. He did nothing but recite scriptures there as if everything he was saying had nothing to do with him. He had long heard of Yi Fan's meditation. There were 2 parts of the Tao Te Ching. One was passed down in the world for mortals to read, and the other was hidden from the world. It contained heaven-defying Tao techniques. He listened attentively, wanting to obtain the other part. Even though he knew that the chances were slim, he still had some hope. However, in the end, he was still disappointed. On the platform, the blurry figure finished preaching and handed over the other part of the scripture. He didn't recite it and gave it to someone before disappearing. Yi Fan let out a long sigh and woke up. The sky was still the same, and the earth was still the same. The vague Laozi's Taoist body was gone, and he couldn't obtain the second part of the Tao Te Ching. He looked up at the sky in a daze. Laozi had left his orthodoxy in the Ziwei ancient star region, and Xianxia had obtained its inheritance. Master, what's wrong? Only now did the disciples ask. They were afraid of disturbing his train of thought. I want to calm down here, Yi Fan said to himself. He sat cross-legged on a blue stone and began to comprehend and ponder seriously. There were traces of the Tao around the Taoist body he saw just now. He didn't hear the second part of the scripture, but he saw the traces of the Tao, which stirred him up. One day and one night, Yi Fan didn't move. Another 2 days and 2 nights passed before he opened his eyes. The disciples were all startled because they saw several Yi Fans stand up, and they were all exactly the same. Laozi's 3 pure ones, this was a secret technique that Yi Fan yearned for very much. It allowed him to have 3 more selves, and it wasn't as simple as a simple incarnation. It had many mysterious uses. Master, what secret technique is this? Yi Fan sighed softly. The figures dispersed, leaving only a real body and a Taoist body. This was all he could do at the moment. Difficult, difficult, difficult. He listened to the sound of the Tao and saw the ancient Laozi sitting on the platform. He used it to comprehend the Tao, but he could only create a real Taoist body. Will there be a day when I have to fight against Xianxia? After collecting his thoughts, his mind calmed down. After staying here for a few days, he had comprehended a Taoist body, which was actually a great harvest. In a short period of time, once the Taoist body appeared, it could double his cultivation. This was no different from a real body, and it was much more terrifying than having a body that doubled his combat strength. In the past, he had evolved this technique with the Battle Saint technique, but it didn't have much effect because he didn't get the essence. Now he could be considered to have formed a Taoist body. When the disciples heard this, they were all shocked and asked him to teach them. Yi Fan nodded. He was going to the west, so he needed to teach them some techniques to protect their Taoist bodies. It's really magical. Having another self in an instant is more important than having one's magic power increase by several times in an instant. The disciples were all shocked, and they all urged Yi Fan to continue comprehending the Tao and try to figure out the real I Chi turning 3 pure ones. As for themselves, they didn't even think about it. They hadn't reached the realm yet, so it was difficult for them to comprehend this kind of Tao. Everyone has their own different Tao. Comprehending a Taoist body is already a great Tao fruit. If I can continue to comprehend a second Taoist body, then I will be the real Laozi. Yi Fan shook his head. It was difficult to comprehend another Taoist body, and only by reading the real scripture could he succeed. Master, you said that he killed the younger brother of Laozi's inheritor, Xianxia. Do you have the confidence to deal with him in the future? Zhang Yifan asked. It's hard to say if we can meet in this life. Yi Fan sighed and looked at the misty sky. It was as if he wanted to pass through the galaxy and see the heavenly prince, Yao Guang's saint child, Yin Tianda, and other great enemies. This time, Yi Fan and the others really started their journey to the west, far away from Mount Zhongnan. They first entered Ningxia, then Qinghai, and finally Tibet. Yi Fan and the others didn't walk very fast, and they didn't use the ancient shrinking technique. They traveled slowly to the west, comprehending the Tao as they traveled. They entered Tibet to visit Komatsu's home. The little guy was very nostalgic, and ever since he stepped on the road to the west, he became a little sick and started to miss his little nest. And in Tibet, someone caught up to them. It was an old Taoist from Mount Zhongnan, and he sent them a Taoist letter. Yi Fan took it and frowned after reading it. The so-called crusade was just an excuse to judge him. There was actually another real purpose, and that was to seize the ancestral weapon of Middle-earth. That year, when Mount Tai cracked, the altar appeared, and all the major powers came out. The Western orthodoxies came and took away the foundation of the largest altar. Half of the heavenly tomes were carved on it, and ancient secrets were recorded. After so many years, they were almost done studying it. They wanted to complete the ancient heavenly tomes because it seemed to contain an earth-shattering secret. No matter, they have to go through me first. If they don't, I'll send them all on their way, and then I'll head west to retrieve the ancestral weapon. Yi Fan told the old Taoist not to worry. At the same time, he told him to ask some sect leaders to inform the Western orthodoxies. He had already killed a group of Templars in Mount Zhongnan, and now he was in Tibet. And on that very day, Jerusalem and the Vatican City were in a huge commotion. There was no news for several days. Who would have thought that tens of powerful cultivators would all die? The heretic is too arrogant. He killed everyone and even asked some sect leaders to pass the message on his behalf. It seems like he doesn't have us in his eyes at all. An archbishop from the Western orthodoxies issued a summons. The crusade to the east was imminent, and they wanted to crush the devil and judge him. Naturally, the troops that were heading out were already in the midst of preparations. Because they wanted to seize the other parts of the ancient altar, they wanted to eliminate the heretic. However, they also seriously pondered about it. The devil of Middle-earth must have surpassed the great circle of dragon transformation. The information they received earlier was inaccurate. First layer immortal foundation, it's extremely rare in this world. He should be a supreme expert of that level. Could it be that he really is an ancient sect leader? The crusade to the east was a huge army, and all of them were cultivators. An archbishop from the Holy See issued a summons, recruiting many experts into the army for the Holy War. Today, there were 500 knights heading to the east. Although the Pope didn't show himself, he secretly bestowed the Holy Cross to them, recording their achievements and glory. Master, earlier I received a message from my sect. The crusade army is already heading to the east, and experts are as common as the clouds and rain. The little Taoist master spoke in a flamboyant manner. Don't worry. Yi Fan caressed the 2 black arrows in his hands as he manifested another body. This would be an important thing for him to rely on in his journey to the west. Even if there was a true divinity, he wouldn't have to fear it. 2 days later, Yi Fan encountered a group of people in Tibet. The crusade army had split up into smaller groups, but after discovering their traces, they quickly gathered together. You are that heretic? The 500 knights whistled through the air, all of them clad in armor from the Middle Ages. Their entire bodies gleamed with a cold light, and they wielded great swords or battle spears. The cultivation bases of these people were all very powerful. The 3 leaders in the lead were all at the peak of the first level of Immortal Foundation. This time around, they were leading peak-level knights from the various ancient clans. The roars of the 500 knights rang out, their voices reverberating through the clouds. Their blood chi blotted out the sun, resembling a flood that towered up to the sky, shaking the entire uninhabited region. Since a secret art like divinity descending into the mortal world exists, there must be an extremely terrifying existence. If he doesn't come, it's useless no matter how many of you there are. Yi Fan spoke in a light voice. Boom. He didn't conceal his might at all. A golden pillar of blood shot up from the crown of his head, piercing through the sky, reaching the clouds above and the earth below, connecting the heavens and earth. Yi Fan's golden blood chi was as vast as the boundless seas, suppressing the blood chi of the 500 knights. He was like a fiend god facing off against all of them. Who are you exactly? The three leaders of the knights trembled. They knew that they were in deep trouble. For such a person to appear in this world, it would definitely be a calamity. Maybe only a few existences from the Western Tao elements would be able to kill this person. Lord of the Celestial Court, Yi Fan. A calm voice rang out. After that, his entire body surged with golden blood qi as he rushed over like a devil god, unleashing a massacre. Bang! Blood flashed, a single punch. With just a single punch, the head of one of the three leaders of the knights was smashed into pieces. His body slumped to the ground, dying an unnatural death. A peak-level knight at the peak of the Immortal Foundation realm couldn't even withstand a single strike. The remaining knights were in chaos, but they didn't retreat. They gathered together and formed an ancient formation as they rushed forward. Pooh! A blood-colored light flashed. Yi Fan displayed Xianxia sword art. The sea-filling divine art appeared once again in the world. A scarlet light flashed as countless amounts of blood mist rose up. The ground was littered with shattered bones and the blood of corpses flew everywhere. This place had transformed into a scene of carnage. Over 100 years ago, you guys took the opportunity when my mountains and rivers were destroyed to snatch the ancestral weapon of the Central Plains. Now that you guys dare to come again, I will kill all of you. That day, 500 knights were completely annihilated. The Crusader army of the Eastern Punitive Expedition had all fallen in Tibet. This news caused a huge commotion in the western regions. This was a shocking piece of news. Regardless of whether it was the holy city of Jerusalem or the Vatican, all of them experienced a magnitude 12 earthquake. All the major characters were alarmed. The first Crusader army of the Eastern Punitive Expedition has been annihilated? Oh God, did I hear wrongly? A great devil has appeared in the Central Plains. This is a nightmare. His name is Yi Fan and he claims to be the Lord of the Celestial Court. Does he want to be on equal footing with the gods? The western regions were shaken. The Pope started to recruit holy knights from ancient times. He even wanted to invite holy knights to join the expedition once more. A devil from the Middle-earth plains, these 4 words were extremely heavy, causing the entire western regions to tremble. The Crusade army was completely annihilated. This news was like a bolt of lightning that shook the world, causing everyone to be incomparably shocked. The army of the Eastern Punitive Expedition was an extremely powerful batch of people that had been carefully selected. Every one of them came from an ancient clan and all of them had noble bloodlines. And among them, the 3 leaders were supreme experts at the first layer of Immortal Foundation, extremely famous in the western regions. They were all very old and had experienced many great battles, their names shaking the world. However, such an army was completely annihilated. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Some people went to the scene to take a look, but not even a shard of armor was left behind. Only dark bloodstains were left on the scorched earth and rocks. What era is this? It's impossible for such a great devil to appear. The Taoist sect of the Middle-earth doesn't know how to gather faith. Without the support of Cyforce, how can they cultivate to such a realm? After the shock, many people started to voice out their doubts. They felt that this didn't make sense and that there were many flaws in it. It was most likely a sinister plot. No, this must be the doing of those Taoists of the Middle-earth. Their inheritance is very strange. Maybe they left behind some ancient grand formation that used the power of heaven and earth to slaughter the Crusaders. Some people rapidly made their guesses, believing that the Taoist sect most likely knew of their purpose of heading east and wanted to seize the ancestral weapon of the Middle-earth plains. Hence, they intercepted them midway and pushed all the blame onto a devil. For a time, the entire western regions were in an uproar. The cultivation world was in an uproar because this matter was too great. Since ancient times, although there were many crusaders who died, there had never been a time where they were completely annihilated. This was especially so now that it was the degenerate era. Under normal circumstances, the 3 supreme experts were already existences at the peak of the pyramid. They were invincible. How could they all die? 3 glorious grand knights in addition to 500 tempered knights were specially prepared to deal with the experts of the Taoist sect. With the strength they possessed, they should be able to seize the ancestral weapon of the Middle-earth plains in a sneak attack. Enforcing the law on that heretic was just something that happened in passing. Who would have thought that because of this, it would become the most terrifying matter? The Pope is already enraged. He will personally summon all the cultivators in the western regions to form the strongest crusade. Tibet was deep and mysterious. In today's world, it was a rare pure land. Yi Fan and the others continued forward and came to the ruins of an ancient temple. This was Komatsu's old home. As soon as it arrived, it recovered from its sickly state and quickly became active again. It rushed up the stone mountain like a wisp of smoke and burrowed into its little nest. Xianxia thought it was cute, so he followed it and looked at it. The small cave was clean and dry. Komatsu rolled its big eyes and looked at the outside. This place had left it with too many memories. It had grown up in this place, ignorant of the moonlight, until it met Yi Fan. This is the hidden Buddha cave, excavated for the virtuous Buddha. The little Taoist master, Xianxia, knew quite a lot. He could tell the origin of the cave. The small stone Buddha was suppressed here. The cave, which was less than half a foot high, was full of divinity. That was why Komatsu could gradually gain spirituality. It was really because it was stained with the divine light of the ancient sages. Speaking of which, the waters of Buddhism are very deep. Although Buddhism is almost extinct in India, it is widely spread in the Central Plains. Even Spirited Mountain has moved to the east. I wonder what kind of disaster will happen in the future, Yu said. He was from Kunlun, so he naturally had a clear understanding of Tibetan Buddhism and the famous Buddhist temples in the inland mountains and rivers. His sect had also sensed the vast power of Spirited Mountain. Whoosh! Komatsu jumped and turned into a purple light, rushing around the stone mountain. Finally, it entered the crack at the foot of the mountain, and the others followed. When they saw the true dragon head formed by the earth vein, they were all horrified. A stone dragon withered up and died here just like that. Below the dragon's mouth was a small broken jar. There was a sparkling liquid inside that released waves of fragrance. Earth milk, this is the reason why this little guy can survive and grow up to be spiritually connected, Yi Fan said softly. Komatsu ran over and raised the small earthen jar seriously, insisting that Yi Fan must drink it. It was very firm and resolute, and refused to retreat. Is this showing filial respect to its master? Yi Fan said with a smile as he stroked its head. The little thing nodded seriously, its face solemn and hopeful. Yi Fan didn't refuse like last time. Instead, he really took it and drank it clean in front of it. This was because this was Komatsu's sincere intention. The purple little thing was very happy and jumped up and down. After a long time, it calmed down and slowly walked towards a small stone cave. There was the skeleton of a squirrel there. It was its mother, who died to save it. After making a trip to the human world, it understood many things. Last time, it was still laughing without a care in the world, but this time, it laid there seriously and looked at the skeleton with a sad expression. It didn't move for a long time. The others looked at each other in dismay. Yi Fan sighed softly and didn't say anything, letting this little guy stare blankly. The purple little guy whimpered a few times and tears rolled down its large eyes. It told Yi Fan and the others to leave first and that it would follow in a while. The others nodded and all came to the surface, leaving the little thing alone and giving it time. Xianxia and the others' divine senses weren't weak. It was stronger than the current Komatsu, so they could all sense what it was doing. They couldn't help but reveal strange expressions. They discovered that Komatsu had secretly buried its own treasures, many extremely precious spirit fruits, in that cave together with its mother's skeleton. This is filial piety. In a while, pretend you don't know anything and don't see anything, Dragon Sparrow said. Even if he didn't say it, the others wouldn't point it out. This innocent little guy was sometimes cute and funny, but sometimes pitiful and sad. Let's go, Yi Fan said. Komatsu wasn't in a good mood. In the end, it whimpered a few times at the crack and then walked away with Yi Fan and the others. The others didn't say anything. There was no way to comfort it. They could only let it adjust itself. It had to be said that Komatsu was very intelligent. This time, its emotions fluctuated violently. It actually sensed the heavens and was about to break through. In reality, its cultivation was already enough. Before the Holy Ji Palace, it mainly breathed in and out spiritual qi. As long as it swallowed enough spiritual qi, it would be able to enter the path. Only after reaching the 4-level secret realm did it need to cultivate and comprehend the path. For so many days, it had often eaten spirit fruits and continuously swallowed moon essence. It should have crossed this hurdle long ago. Today, it felt the path move from its heart, so it triggered the heavenly tribulation and broke through the 4-level secret realm. It truly stepped onto the path of enlightenment and opened the foundation of cultivation. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the clear sky and struck directly at Xiaosong. The force of the thunder was fierce and tyrannical to the extreme, causing the earth and the mountains to rumble. Heavens, it triggered the heavenly tribulation. How many years has it been? Since the earth dried up, this is the first time someone has triggered the heavenly tribulation, right? Zhang Yifan exclaimed. The others' expressions changed as well. In this era, there were almost no one who could go through the heavenly tribulation because the environment had changed greatly. Even the geniuses who could go through the heavenly tribulation could hardly be sensed by the great path. No one expected that Komatsu would be so strong. It attracted the attention of the heavens when it entered the 4-level secret realm and needed to send a heavenly tribulation to stop it. The purple little guy whimpered and quickly adjusted its emotions. It focused and began to fight against the vast heavenly tribulation. It could be said that Yi Fan's previous training played a crucial role. Now, it was no longer afraid of the thunder and lightning and dared to face it alone. Zhang Qingyang and the others finally understood why Yi Fan had taken this little creature as his second true disciple. They were still somewhat dissatisfied. Before, but now, all of that had vanished like smoke in thin air. This was a little monster who defied the natural order. He was already suffering the heavenly tribulation at such a young age, so his future achievements would certainly be limitless and incomparable. That was because, according to the ancient records, the true heavenly tribulation began when one broke through to the 4-level secret realm. It was because one needed to comprehend the great path at this level, which was why it could be sensed by the heavens. In this way, Komatsu had become one of the few people who could go through the heavenly tribulation at the beginning of the 4-level secret realm. In the future, there would be unimaginable results. Zhang Yifan, Yu Weiyu, and the others were incomparably envious. At the same time, they were also shocked as they watched quietly. The sea of lightning was extremely ferocious, drowning out this entire region. Noises rang out unendingly, shocking heaven and earth. Komatsu rose into the heavens, entering the lightning, facing it head-on. Yi Fan nodded. The second disciple truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. He also took action, naturally not to help, but to neutralize all of the lightning tribulation that reached the ground with the heaven-deceiving formation patterns. Otherwise, these mountains and rivers might be blasted apart. In the end, Komatsu whimpered. In the end, it was still a bit young, unable to hold on, suffering serious injuries under the heavenly tribulation. Master, you should hurry and take action, little senior brother can't hold on much longer. The others revealed looks of worry, a bit anxious, asking Yi Fan for help. Crossing the tribulation, it can only rely on itself, it will have to face it on its own. Right now, Yi Fan seemed quite ruthless, not helping out, only transmitting sound, telling Komatsu that it had to hold on, that it could make it through on its own. Whimpering sounds continuously sounded. In the end, even someone with a cold temper like Dragon Sparrow almost couldn't take it anymore, couldn't help but want to take action to resist the heavenly punishment and help out. However, they were all stopped by Yi Fan, no one able to approach. The little purple thing's skin and flesh were lacerated, almost charred. Meanwhile, the heavenly tribulation became more and more powerful. The lightning tribulation was terrifying, turning into a sea, vast and boundless, descending from the horizon. Within, a little purple fairy was wailing and struggling. Yi Fan was extremely cold, loudly transmitting sound, pointing out the method of crossing the tribulation, but he still wasn't willing to take action. In the end, Komatsu used all of his methods to preserve his life, not even bothering to cry out in pain. He displayed his cultivation, activating the first 3 of the 9 slashes of the demonic emperor, doing everything he could to resist. At this moment, Long Yuxuan, the phoenix goddess, and the others all had a kind of illusion, as if they were looking at a great emperor within the 10,000 Xianxia of tribulation lightning, looking disdainfully at all directions. Master, do you see? There is a kind of potential within Komatsu's body, faintly discernible, turning into an immortal divine radiance. Looking disdainfully at the heavenly tribulation, a few people said with a trembling voice. That is its self-doubt potential, and also the foundation for it to ascend to the peak in the future, Yi Fan said softly. In a trance, he seemed to have seen the rise of a demon emperor. Master, there is only one person in a world that can prove the Tao and become an emperor. If Komatsu always follows you, when the time comes, who will become an emperor? They asked a sharp question. Since ancient times, there has never been a saint physique that could prove the Tao and become an emperor. Yi Fan said to himself, not saying anything else. This, even if Master doesn't prove the Tao, if he can teach two great emperors, it will be unprecedented, unparalleled under the heavens. They had heard that Yi Fan had another disciple in the Big Dipper star field, who had the same bloodline power as the Sun Saint Emperor, and might prove the Tao in the future. My Tao, what will happen? Yi Fan looked towards the endless vault of heaven. He had always been accumulating power, accumulating it well, because his Tao would be different from others, and he would have to slash the great Tao when passing the trial. The heavenly tribulation finally stopped, but the flashing lightning had not completely retreated. It turned into a shockwave and dispersed. If not for the heaven-deceiving formation laid down by Yi Fan, the mountains and rivers would definitely have been destroyed. Finally, the last strand of lightning dissipated, and the world returned to its tranquility. There were only ashes on the ground, and a small piece of charred coal lay on the ground. Komatsu. Yu Weiyu and the others could not bear to watch. This scene was too cruel. The purple little guy was hacked into the ground and turned into ashes. They felt that Yi Fan was somewhat heartless. How could he not even care about the life and death of his disciple? Could it be that the purple little guy really died like this? There was no life force, no flesh, only ashes, and a piece of charred coal. Its body was scorched, and it no longer had any vitality. It was too miserable. When they thought of the cute little guy and saw this scene again, they all felt like crying. Their hearts were stifled. Why did it turn out like this? It's fine, it didn't die. Yi Fan spoke. It was not that he was heartless, but if he interfered and protected the little guy, it would be considered a failure in crossing the tribulation. The consequences would be inestimable, and its future cultivation path would be incomparably difficult and bumpy. So much so that its Tao foundation would be destroyed. What supreme Tao fruit? What supreme demon emperor? What looking down on the world? They could not even think about it. The little guy murmured as he struggled within the ashes. Waves of meat fragrance emitted from his body. Finally, there was a bit of vitality, and people could feel that it was still alive. Xianxia and the others quickly ran over and watched nervously. However, they did not dare to touch it for fear of aggravating its injuries. The little guy was almost out of shape. He miserably opened his eyes, and his body was almost charred. It continuously mumbled and cried out in pain. Yi Fan immediately took action. He sacrificed his own golden blood to help cleanse its internal organs and bones, and heal its body. Once the human race's divine body was completed, its blood could be regarded as a precious spirit medicine. It naturally had extraordinary effects, and it could strengthen the muscles and bones, cleanse the marrow, and refine the hair. There was a special fragrance overflowing. You're already like this during your first tribulation. Back then, I was even more miserable than you. I wasn't recognized by the great Tao and almost died. I only managed to survive after entering the forbidden land of the ancient desolation. Not long after, Komatsu's unfocused eyes finally focused. He whimpered a few times and looked at Yi Fan pitifully. His whole body was in pain. Now is the time to consolidate your Tao fruit. You need to pull yourself together. After experiencing the baptism of the thunder tribulation, you need to transform into an even stronger body, Yi Fan strictly urged. Normally, he could spoil it, but when it came to cultivation, he would never spoil it. He strictly ordered it to quickly pull itself together and temper its body. Although Komatsu was simple-minded, it knew that Yi Fan was doing this for its own good. Hearing this, it forced itself to heal its injured body and began to change its blood. It began to temper its body that was almost destroyed. Pitter-patter, there were still remnants of the essence of the heavenly tribulation in its body. At this moment, it continuously hummed as its blood flowed. It hammered its broken bones, refined its internal organs, and purified its flesh and blood. After several hours, Komatsu was reborn. A small pile of charred skin and bones fell off the ground. Its body had undergone a great change. Its fur was even smoother and flickered with purple light. At this moment, its body became the size of a palm. Including its tail, it was only a foot long. Its large eyes were like two black gems embedded in a purple crystal. The other disciples sighed. In this era, it was difficult to have a true heavenly tribulation. Only a few ancient sects had secret methods to draw in a small amount of lightning from a thunderstorm to temper its body. Something like this was absolutely unique. Komatsu, how many years have you been cultivating? Zhang Yifan asked. The others were also curious. They giggled and teased it, asking how old it was to already have such a cultivation. It began to carefully count with its fingers. It looked a little muddle-headed and even used its toes. Its silly appearance immediately made the others laugh. Yifan also laughed and said, "It's an anomaly. In fact, it hasn't been cultivating for many years. Otherwise, how could it have such a temperament?" Komatsu had just counted to 5 with its toes. After hearing this, it was immediately embarrassed. But soon, it began to laugh foolishly again, looking charmingly naive. Kunlun, from the Pamir Plateau in the west, traversed between Xinjiang and Tibet, and extended into the territory of Qinghai. It was the most important ancestral mountain in China's ancient myths and legends. According to some ancient records, the ancient ancestors of the Central Plains might have originated from Kunlun as a result of their eastward migration. And this theory was supported by linguistics, mythology, and modern genetic analysis. It was also agreed by some scholars. People believed that it was precisely because of this that the ancient ancestors left behind so many legends. That was why Kunlun played such an important role in China's myths and legends. Looking at Kunlun from afar, it was majestic and majestic. It was like a thick history, but also like a source of life. It carried too much. After that, they entered the mountains of Kunlun and paid a visit to the headmaster Shueqin. They were welcomed with great ceremony. The things that Yifan had done recently were too shocking. Kunlun had countless beautiful sceneries. Since ancient times, it had been called the Celestial Mountain. It was a place to ascend to immortality. Unfortunately, the main part of it was inside the ancient formation, and ordinary people couldn't see it. There is hope of becoming immortal in the mountains, and there are also immortal divine medicines. The elder brother of the ruthless man might have fallen here, Yifan whispered to himself. If they were to travel west, they would soon be out of the country and officially begin the western expedition. Yifan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he brought a few disciples to search Kunlun. There were too many legends here. They also wanted to try their luck, but unfortunately, they didn't find anything after wandering around for several days. Yifan estimated the location of the hidden immortal land, which contained the opportunity to become immortal. However, he didn't have a perfect map, so he didn't dare to set foot there. At night, a bonfire danced in the depths of the mountains of Kunlun. Zhang Qingyang had hunted a unicorn. The few of them skinned it, washed it, and roasted it on the bonfire. "You are demons, boo-hoo!" In the distance, a golden-haired girl cried angrily. She had entered the Central Plains to eliminate demons, but when she found traces of them, she lost her beloved mount. The few people in front of her skinned the unicorn in front of her. The roasted meat was fragrant and golden. The fragrance lingered in the night, stimulating one's appetite. "Boo-hoo, my sister won't let you go. You bunch of demons, you ate my unicorn." She cried, but she couldn't change anything. "Little girl, did you read a lot of stories about brave warriors slaying dragons? You are so naive, yet you still dare to come to the Central Plains to eliminate demons. Ignorant child." Zhang Yifan shook his head and laughed. "Hey, you don't say, this unicorn's meat is really delicious. It's a pity it's not a purebred, otherwise it would definitely be a great tonic," Zhang Qingyang said. In the mountains of Kunlun, the fog was very thick at night. The few of them sat in front of the bonfire and roasted unicorn meat. It was a special taste. And Yu Weiyu was ingenious. He specially went to the Xinjiang people to get some seasoning and roasted the meat. The few of them ate to their heart's content. "Wha? I'll fight it out with you." A 14 or 15-year-old golden-haired girl pounced over, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. In the end, Zhang Yifan picked up a piece of fragrant meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He said, "Little girl, don't be so fierce. You should try it yourself. That unicorn was raised very well. The meat is quite good." Yifan didn't need to think to know that the Western Vatican was definitely mobilizing all of their forces. Otherwise, why would this little girl come to the East? Obviously, some of the descendants of the ancient families were bewitched. They all wanted to become epic heroes who slayed demons. It was estimated that many of them ran to the East without telling their families. Sure enough, in the next few days, more than a dozen similar incidents happened. Some of them were still children who wanted to become heroes who slayed dragons and demons. As long as Zhang Yifan, Zhang Qingyang, and the others caught such pure heroes and beauties, they would rob them clean and give them a good spanking before chasing them away. "Go back and tell your family elders that I will stay in Kunlun for 3 more days. If you want to come, then hurry. If you don't come, I will go to the west to visit the Pope and have afternoon tea with him." When a group of young people who came with great dreams but suffered a serious setback returned, they told their experiences. It caused a huge uproar in the Western world of cultivation. This is too much. The Mohan family's unicorn was eaten, the Haigu family's dragon was roasted, and the Choan family's fire phoenix. These people are really demons. They are evil to the extreme. They must be burned at the stake. Yifan's group had not yet entered the West, but they were already notorious. Even his 6 disciples had become demons with horns, let alone him. The peace of Kunlun was broken. After the news spread, countless people from the Western Orthodoxy arrived in these 3 days. They were all wandering cultivators who heard the news and came to vent their anger. However, the result was cruel. Once Yifan's sword was drawn, he swept away thousands of enemies. Blood flowed like a river. No one was a match for him. Not a single person could escape. Blood dyed the rocks of Kunlun red. In the end, it was Yifan who told the Taoists. They told the Pope, and only then did the West learn that a group of wandering cultivators who went east to slay demons had fallen. The bigwigs of the Vatican smashed the goblets filled with red wine. Their anger surged, and holy light shot into the sky from their bodies. "Charland, you are one of the strongest holy knights who survived the Dark Age. The merciful Lord has shrouded you in divine light and bestowed you with incomparable glory. Can you still find others from the ancient era? Can't I kill him alone? Your divine bravery is known to the world. Holy knights who have lived since the Dark Age are all favored by God. I am worried that you are injured. Find some companions, and you can go east to kill that demon together." "Alright, maybe I can find a few holy knights from the ancient era to kill him." After the Great Shock, the Western Orthodoxy naturally began to prepare for a countermeasure. The complete destruction of the Crusades in the Middle Earth was a rather negative event. Moreover, many people had died later on, so they had to resolve the matter as soon as possible. In these few days, even mortals could hear the praises of the angels and occasionally see strange scenes. One could imagine the extent of their activities. Many ancient families were found. They were protected by ancient formations and isolated from the world. They lived in ancient castles in the Middle Ages, but now they were invited to come out of their seclusion. Demons from the Middle Earth, these 4 words had become a hot topic in the past few days, spreading throughout the Western world of cultivation. Some people felt pressured, while others thought that the Taoist sects of the Middle Earth were going to war. "The will of our Lord has descended to the world, and will use holy fire to wash away the filth of the mortal world." On this day, a holy angel descended and appeared in a magnificent cathedral. She had the face of a woman, and her beauty was peerless. Her golden hair flowed like the sun, and her figure was slender. She was dressed in light muslin and exuded a holy radiance. On this same day, the Pope of the Vatican also issued a summons, summoning the lineages in the distant lands to form a true crusade army for an expedition to the east. The influence of the Pope was enormous. In the past, the true crusades had always been initiated by the Pope. Thus, when this summons was issued, the Western world of cultivation was in an uproar. In the various castles that were isolated from the mortal world, some extremely outstanding and powerful youths, as well as some old men whose bodies were about to be buried in the yellow earth, moved upon hearing the summons. Let's go. 3 days have passed. It's time to hit the road again. Yi Fan and the others were far away from the Kunlun mountain range. They had already officially stepped out of the national boundary and began to head west. The Pamir Plateau, also known as the Pamir Mountains in ancient times, was a place that the Silk Road had to pass through. Other than the eastern slope that was still under the jurisdiction of China, the rest was already within the borders of other countries. Everything that had happened in the past few days had caused a huge uproar. Even the Tao sect had made preparations for war, afraid that the flames of war from the Western Crusaders would spread to Middle-earth. Yi Fan was going to fight his way to the west and bring back the ancestral weapon. There was no need to hide it now, and the label of a devil from Middle-earth had been put on it. Nowadays, the most talked about topic in the cultivation world of West-earth was the devil. Everyone was guessing who would come into being to get rid of this great devil and let the glory of God shine on Middle-earth. The Pamir Mountains were extremely high above sea level. This was a place where dragons lay crouching gods. Many dragon veins converged here and bordered the western part of China, becoming a land of dragon qi. This was the roof of the world, and there were many mountains here. The lowest one was 4,000 meters high, and the highest one was 7,700 meters high. Yi Fan flew up into the sky and could see thousands of miles. There were many lush cliffs and wild ridges. He found that there were traces of an ancient war here, and the terrain was complicated. This was the junction of the 5 great dragon veins, Tian Shan, Himalayas, Kunlun, and Xingdu Kush. It formed a special pattern where the dragons intertwined and intersected. Such a strange terrain with the dragons turning back and climbing over each other. Could there be something buried here? Yi Fan stared at the junction of a few large dragon veins and landed with a few disciples. He saw a lush green valley that looked like a whirlpool where many dragons were circling. Dig it up. Could it be that an ancient great divine arts practitioner buried something here? Today, it will see the light of day. Ever since the disciples found out that their master was a Yuan Taoist master, they had already classified him as the ancestor of tomb robbers. Even though he had explained it a few times, their gazes were still strange. Master, we're already outside the borders. Won't there be some trouble if we randomly dig here and cause an international dispute? The disciples joked. After becoming familiar with Yi Fan and knowing his personality, they weren't afraid of him anymore. In ancient times, this highland was called the Pamir Mountains. There was an abundance of vegetation, and some areas were like the southern mountains, full of life and lush. Boom! Zhang Yifan made the first move, hacking down with the immortal sword technique Yi Fan bestowed upon him. Smoke and dust rushed into the heavens. This whirlpool dragon valley quickly sunk and split apart. Dragon bones appeared below, formed from rock. It is indeed an extraordinary place. It all depends on your luck. Who knows, you might even be able to dig out the dragon marrow. Not only can it prolong your life, but it also contains fragments of the great Tao. It is especially beneficial to the people of the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm. Back then, when I was in the Dragon Transformation Secret Realm, I obtained the help of this item in the Central Plains. With Yi Fan's encouragement, the others were even more motivated. One by one, they started digging. Even the delicate Xianxia seemed to be a professional excavator. His efficiency was extremely high. This was indeed a holy land. According to the records in the Heavenly Origin book, if the dragon vein hadn't withered and died, there would definitely be something extraordinary being nurtured and incubated there. If this was the Big Dipper star region, Yi Fan would definitely not dig a place like this unless he found 2 saints. Fortunately, the earth had dried up, so even if there was something inside, it would definitely be neither dead nor alive. They dug thousands of meters into the ground and came across solid rocks. There was actually an ancient formation carved on them, protecting the ground. It was difficult to break through and couldn't be shaken. Saint-level ancient formation patterns? Yi Fan was startled. It seemed that they had dug up something extraordinary. There was actually such an ancient formation protecting it. The disciples' efforts were all in vain. They couldn't break through the restriction and were almost injured. They hurriedly retreated. As expected, it is extraordinary. Yifan looked at the Pamir Mountains and stared at the place where the dragons gathered. Even he would find it difficult to break through it. After all, it was a saint-level ancient formation. All of you, back off. After an endless distance, he took out 2 simple black arrows and knocked one on the bowstring. Then, he concentrated all of his strength and shot it out. This arrow shocked the heaven and earth and made the gods weep. It was so powerful in the hands of the Chunbai Dao protector, so there was no need to mention it in the hands of Yifan. This material was very special, and the formation inside was even more special. It only needed a small amount of energy to activate and turn into a deity-slaying arrow. The level of the black arrow was difficult to say. It was extremely powerful, but it didn't need to consume the vast amount of magic power like a holy weapon. It was a secret treasure and was regarded as a divine killing weapon in ancient times. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The surrounding mountains that were 5,000 to 6,000 meters tall all collapsed. A violent earthquake occurred, sending dust and smoke into the sky. Master, the movement is too big. When the time comes, it will give those seismologists a headache. Such a big earthquake will make the international news. The disciples were speechless and told him to take it easy. Yifan shot the arrow but didn't completely destroy the ancient formation. He put the black arrow back and began to shoot continuously. After an unknown number of times, he finally blasted open the underground formation. He caressed the 2 black arrows and became more and more fond of them. They were really powerful to the extreme. The arrows were not damaged at all. With so many arrows shot out, he reckoned that even a great completion king would be killed several times. And now, it actually blasted open a saint's formation. It seemed even more outstanding and precious. As expected of a divine weapon that could kill demonic sages. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rushed up from underground. The distant mountains and rivers collapsed and the earth cracked rapidly. The soil and rocks turned into waves that soared 3,000 meters into the sky. Divine might, this scene was too shocking. Fortunately, Yifan was well prepared and used the myriad chi cauldron to take in all the disciples. Otherwise, this roar alone would be enough to turn these young geniuses into a bloody pulp. This was the roar of a saint. It was world-shaking. Even he, who was thousands of meters away, swayed and was sent flying by the huge sound wave. Yifan quickly moved. He put the cauldron back into his forehead and retreated at lightning speed. Otherwise, the disciples would explode even if they hid inside the cauldron. Their cultivation was too weak and definitely couldn't block it. He used his physical body to resist. Without the protection of the myriad chi, he immediately felt a great pressure. The worst roar of a saint was the collapse of mountains and rivers. The most terrifying record was that in ancient times, the great sage had shattered the moon with a roar. The roar from underground continued. A strand of blood seeped out from the corner of Yifan's mouth. He was shocked because there was still a living saint on earth. A wave of fiery red blood energy rushed up. It was several thousand meters tall and a stone embryo appeared. Its aura was overwhelming and powerful to the extreme, causing the mountains and valleys to tremble. I really dug out a big one. Yifan muttered to himself. He felt a headache because it was actually a saint spirit embryo. Something's wrong. There's something strange. Suddenly, his mind moved. This stone embryo was very strange. It was formed from blood energy and wasn't a real body. To be more precise, it was more like a wave of resentment. In the sky, the essence of the sun scattered down. His body quickly became faint and emitted a wave of green smoke. Then, it disappeared as if it was an illusion. Yifan had heard before that those with great resentment would be buried underground for tens of thousands of years. Once they saw the light of day, they might be freed in an instant and turn into dust. An ancient stone embryo with great resentment is underground? According to the ancient records, the resentment had already dissipated and this place should be safe. He released his disciples and went into the underground world together. The depths of the underground was spacious and empty. There were several great dragon veins intersecting with each other. Unexpectedly, there were many divine source blocks flickering. Komatsu's eyes shone brightly as he turned into purple light and went to pick them. In the depths of the dragon cave, there was a strange place. A large vermilion coffin was suppressing a strange stone. An old man with red hair and a red beard sat in the coffin. He looked very bold and powerful. The remains of a saint. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't expect to see a saint first. Under the vermilion coffin, the strange stone was also very special. It was almost transparent, and one could see the shadow of a human inside. It was nurturing a life form. Stone embryo Holy Spirit. Yi Fan had long seen that the layout of this place was extraordinary. There was indeed a Holy Spirit here, but why was the ancient saint's coffin suppressed here? Master, there are words here. Yi Fan read them carefully and couldn't help but be startled. When this old saint was choosing his burial ground, he accidentally discovered an immature stone embryo and wanted to seize its body. In the end, he failed. No wonder there was such great resentment. A stone embryo that could become an unrivaled existence was stopped by someone. Even though the saint was devoured, his primordial spirit died in the end. Pooh! This saint's remains suddenly dissolved and turned into a pool of blood. They hurriedly dodged. It was truly tragic. A magnificent saint had died in such an undignified manner. Is the stone embryo really dead? The young geniuses all felt uneasy. The Holy Spirit was a synonym for unrivaled. As long as it had a breath, it could destroy a world. Don't worry. When the dragon vein dried up, it was not mature yet. After fighting with the old saint, its primordial spirit was destroyed. Yi Fan saw clearly that this Holy Spirit had failed at the last moment and became a dead embryo. It withered within the stone. He personally took action and peeled it off. As expected, it was a 9-aperture holy embryo. His brow flashed with splendor, and a small golden person walked out and entered the body of the 9-aperture Holy Spirit. The stone man immediately stood up. A wave of powerful might immediately overflowed, and the disciples immediately knelt down. They couldn't bear this kind of power and trembled with fear. What a pity. It was originally about to turn into a body of flesh and blood, but it was destroyed halfway. Its blood energy dried up, and it is no longer a supreme stone embryo. Yi Fan sighed. Not only did the old saint die miserably, this Holy Spirit embryo had also almost turned into ordinary stone. Apart from being sturdy and imperishable, there was no divine seed left behind. The stone blood had already dried up. It's not bad to use it as an incarnation. Congratulations, Master. You've comprehended a Tao body, and you've also obtained a Holy Spirit stone embryo. You're like a tiger that has grown wings. You won't have to worry about anything during this trip to the West. The disciples were all overjoyed. Yes, Master, we should go to the Western Holy Land, Jerusalem, and the Vatican. We can also go to Mount Olympus and other places. Maybe we can dig up something there. A few of the disciples saw that they had made such a great harvest, and even before fighting with the Western orthodoxies, they were already thinking of taking some of the divine mountains. There was nothing they could do. With this type of master, they felt like even the divine objects nurtured by the world's mountains and rivers couldn't escape. They were already infected. Then, they continued on their way. Along the way, they looked at the mountains, rivers, and terrain. They took action several times, and they really had great harvests. They even dug up dragon marrow in a few countries. In this era of depletion, it was too hard to come by, making it even more precious. It had great benefits in the dragon transformation secret realm, as it could raise one's cultivation. It was divided equally among the disciples. Along the way, people from the West tried to stop them several times, but they were all killed by Yi Fan without any suspense. Just like that, they traveled and stopped. After a few months, they arrived at Jerusalem. During this period, the West was greatly shaken, and this was their topic of discussion every day. Master, the Central Earth Tao sect sent us news saying that there are ancient holy knights still alive in West Earth. They are sitting in Jerusalem, waiting for our arrival. Apart from this, when the Pope issued the summons, experts from all the ancient families responded, forming an unrivaled crusade. They are also waiting for the devils from the east. I also heard that there are true divine races descending, and it isn't as simple as humans cultivating. Long Yuxuan also mumbled in a low voice. Wu, are there still living ancient races? Yi Fan said to himself. They arrived at Jerusalem, but they didn't enter the city. Instead, they circled around it and disappeared into thin air. That was because Jerusalem belonged to the cultivators. Within the great ancient formation, mortals couldn't see it at all. It was a true city of saints. Too inconceivable. There is actually such a grand ancient city. The disciples were shaken. On the horizon, there was a huge city that seemed to be forged from black gold. It flickered with a cold metallic luster, and its entire body emitted specks of holy splendor. It was dignified and divine. They felt as if they had returned to the wild ancient world. Outside the city, ancient trees towered into the sky, apes cried, and tigers roared. Compared to the mortal world, the difference was too great. This was a divine city that had existed since the ancient times. Those who entered and exited the city were all cultivators, and not a single one of them was a mortal. Many of them were riding ancient beasts with dense scales and imposing auras. Why do I feel that after coming to the world of legends, that beautiful and flawless green-haired girl looks like an elf? Was that one from the divine race? It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and there was a divine disk behind its head. A halo enveloped its body, and it was truly mysterious. Clearly, this was a world of cultivators, and it had been revered as a holy city since ancient times. For such an ancient city to still exist in the current era, it was truly a kind of miracle. It's a bit troublesome. This city has existed since the ancient times. Who knows, there might really be some surviving elders here. Yi Fan said to himself. Jerusalem was the holy city of the 3 major religions. Every year, countless people from Judaism, Islam, and Christianity would come on a pilgrimage. It had been the center of religious activities since ancient times. Meanwhile, what Yi Fan saw was a primitive ancient city that did not appear in the world. It had never been destroyed in the past wars, standing tall since ancient times until now. The black city flickered with a cold metallic luster. An ancient and divine aura pervaded the air. This was a city of gods, and it was also the residence of saints. This city was grand and enormous beyond imagination. Mortals couldn't build it at all. The city walls were like black mountain ridges that were almost as tall as the sky. The city walls were over 100 li long. It wasn't as simple as a city, but more like a vast group of caves that were shared by the 3 religions. Through the open enormous city gates, one could see that there were ancient temples, majestic mountains, and ancient trees that reached into the heavens. This was a pure ancient Tao rite used for cultivation. The area outside the city was also very spacious. A primitive aura assaulted one's senses. Mountains and rivers stretched as far as the eye could see. Old medicines grew, and ancient vines were as thick as buckets. Apes cried and tigers roared. Many cultivators came and went here. Regardless of whether they were inside or outside the city, none of them were ordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter this place. Yi Fan's appearance naturally attracted people's attention. During these days, the news of a demon emerging from the Central Plains had spread like wildfire in the west. Some rogue cultivators went to face him, but they were all defeated and killed. The news that the Central Earth demon had come to the west and was about to blaspheme the glory of God and slaughter his people had long since spread. Some people were waiting in anticipation to slay the demon and become a legendary hero. He's here. This person has finally appeared. Is he the one who defeated the army of 10? Someone was discussing. The city walls were filled with people of all races. There were many people in the primitive mountain forest outside the city, and some knights riding on wild beasts were roaming about. Among them, many people had no intention of taking action. This was the holy city of the 3 major religions, and so far, Yi Fan had only offended one religion. Master, are you entering the city? Phoenix Goddess asked. That night, she was extremely daring. She teased and teased Yi Fan, but she didn't feel anything was wrong. She was still very lively as if nothing had happened. There's no hurry. Yi Fan shook his head. He looked at this ancient city very carefully, wondering if he could use the black arrow to pierce through it. If the people of the 3 major religions knew about this, they would definitely be enraged and fight him to the death. Of course, he didn't want to destroy everything. He was just estimating the possible consequences. What if there was a heaven-piercing spell formation? Could it be broken? Everyone, I didn't come here for anything else. I just want to bring back the ancestral weapon of the Central Plains. I don't want to offend anyone, said Yifan. If there was no need, he also didn't want to start a massacre and fight a bloody battle in the west. There's nothing you want here. You've gone too far, someone in the city said coldly. Yan Huang's ancestral bones and divine weapons were displayed in West Earth, which is a type of humiliation to us later generations. Now that we're taking them back, we're going too far. What kind of logic is this? Green multicolored light flickered in the sky, and white mist pervaded the air. A majestic white horse trod through the sky, carrying a young girl as it soared through the air. It was indescribably divine and otherworldly. This was a close to pure-blooded unicorn. There wasn't a single strand of mixed fur on its body, and it was snow white. The spiral horn on its head swirled with purple light. The young girl on its back wore silver armor, and her body was slender and graceful. Her pair of blue eyes were like the ocean, and in her hands was a small silver pagoda. She started to attack right away. Wang, the pagoda quickly enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, it was 1,000 feet tall. It landed with a loud rumble, and a white energy wave descended. It was like a waterfall, and it drowned Yifan and the others below. You want to give us a show of strength? This is an ancient sect leader-level magical artifact, said Zhang Yifan. Yifan stood on the spot and reached out with his hand. A blazing light shot out and locked onto the silver pagoda. With a wave of his hand, it quickly shrunk and flew into his palm. He casually tossed it to his disciple. It wasn't strange to see such a magical artifact. Although it was the end of the world, there were many weapons left behind by ancient experts. Even a branch of the great Xia dragon finch in Zhejiang had such a weapon, so there was no need to mention the large races and places like Saint City. Return my artifact. The girl lightly shouted, and the unicorn rushed forward. The spiral horn instantly released a thick purple lightning snake, and the void was thrown into chaos. Yifan swiped his hand, and all the lightning disappeared. With a flick of his finger, the unicorn's horn immediately turned to dust. He didn't kill it. It was obvious that this young girl was ignorant of the ways of the world. She had read too many stories about epic heroes. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The young girl's eyes suddenly became deep, and then a blinding light shot out. The clothes on her back were torn apart, and a few pairs of blazing light wings unfolded. A powerful wave of energy surged violently. Oh, it seems like there really is an expert in the city. Unfortunately, he hid himself and entered the body of a pure young girl to test me. Since that's the case, I'll beat him until he's terrified. Yifan muttered. He turned into a bolt of lightning and moved forward. His hand covered the young girl, and a humanoid divine light appeared from the top of her head. She was like a battle god, and her divine wings split the sky. She struggled violently and roared, wanting to shatter Yifan's arm. However, it was futile. You are very powerful, but no matter what kind of existence you are, you will be as weak as a chicken or a stray dog in front of me. Yifan closed his palm and fingers, crushing this humanoid divine light. There were actually strands of blood flowing down, like the blood of a god. I'll wait for you to enter the city. A cold female voice came from inside Jerusalem. It was full of anger. This sense was a powerful existence. Bang, the unicorn and the silver-armored young girl fell to the ground, both unconscious. Yifan didn't attack. To him, this was the same as a mortal. You are indeed very powerful. No wonder you came to the Saint City. However, no matter how powerful you are, you still shouldn't blaspheme the glory of a god. An elder dressed in golden magical robes walked out. In his hands was a divine staff, and his entire body was surrounded by holy light. Behind him, there were more than 10 powerful knights shouting. They all sat on barbaric beasts and wore iron armor to protect this elder. That is Great Master Atua. His magical techniques are profound, and he understands the ancient divine language. He is a terrifying great divine ability expert. Someone on the city wall quietly discussed. Yifan and the others naturally heard this. Even though the language was different, the divine senses of cultivators were the same, so they naturally understood what was being said. I don't want to speak any nonsense. Return my ancestral artifact, and I will turn around and leave. Otherwise, I will turn this place upside down. Yi Fan said. I don't know about the ancestral artifact. I only heard that you slaughtered 500 Eastern punitive warriors. I am going to judge you here and send you to the gallows. Great Master Atua shouted. Then there's nothing else to say. It's better if I carry out the trial. Yi Fan didn't feel like saying anything else. This person was extremely powerful, a great divine ability expert, but there was no way he could compare to Yi Fan. Omnipotent God, please punish the sinner before your eyes. The elder chanted an incantation. A wave of boundless fluctuations surged over, and strands of natural laws appeared between heaven and earth. The divine staff in his hands released endless light, and when it was added to these natural laws, its power immediately increased by more than several times. This was a forbidden artifact. Yi Fan watched calmly. He wanted to see just what kind of special aspects the Western inheritance had. Only when he displayed its power did he calmly take action, directly flicking out a finger. Chi. A streak of golden light shot out, piercing through the net of natural laws and shattering that golden staff. It pierced through the space between his brows, and everything became still on the spot. Then, this great divine ability expert fell on his back, dying a violent death. Heavens, Great Master Atua is dead. He was killed by that demon from the Central Plains in just one move. Those who saw this scene inside and outside the city cried out in alarm. Many people's faces turned pale as they watched all of this in disbelief. They felt that this was too shocking. That was because Great Master Atua had lived for more than 900 years. His cultivation was unfathomable, and during the era when he was born, cultivation was still barely possible in all parts of the earth. Later on, he cultivated his Tao body with the pure power of faith and became famous in the West. He was one of the few great divine ability experts, but he was killed by a flick of a finger. How could this not be shocking? Seeing was believing. During these days, people had been saying that a demon had appeared in the Central Plains and how ferocious and powerful it was. Many people didn't believe it, but now that they had personally witnessed the fall of a great divine ability expert, they felt a chill run down their spines. In the back, although the Phoenix goddess, Xianxia, and the others didn't know what realm this old man was at, they could guess from everyone's reaction that he was definitely someone who could shake a region. They were all speechless. Master is too powerful. Even a great divine ability expert from the West was annihilated with a flick of his finger. I reckon there is no one in this world who can match him. This was the fourth great divine ability expert killed by Yi Fan after the three great knight commanders. The most terrifying thing was that he killed the enemy effortlessly. A demon has appeared in the Central Plains. Many people murmured in a trembling voice. Yi Fan walked forward. Everyone moved back, and no one dared to stop him. The disciples followed behind him and all entered the holy city. Where are our holy knights? Where are the ancient holy knights who have lived since the Dark Era? Please resurrect and purify this demon from the Central Plains. Use the sacred flame to burn him. Some people were praying. How can we let a demon enter the Holy Land? The glory of the gods cannot be tarnished. Although some people were shouting, no one dared to step forward. The city was full of spiritual energy. There were ancient trees that reached the sky, great peaks, ancient temples, and cultivated medicinal fields. This was a rare ancient Tao right that was very suitable for cultivation. You even dare to set foot in the city where the gods live. A cold and emotionless expression was transmitted over. It possessed a heavenly might that caused many people to tremble. God race, it's a living God race. After a short period of silence, Jerusalem was in an uproar. Many people began to shout with incomparable shock and excitement. This was an earth-shattering piece of news. Many devout believers almost burst into tears. They loudly shouted for the gods to descend and eliminate the demons of the Central Plains. There really is an ancient god race still alive. Even some old cultivators were shocked and couldn't help but mutter to themselves. God race. Yi Fan was expressionless. He said, I don't care who you are. If you obstruct me from bringing the ancestral weapon back, then I don't mind staining my hands with the blood of gods. The light of the gods illuminates the earth and is omnipotent. Those who betray the gods will only be punished by fire. I will burn your filthy soul and body to cleanse your sins. A ball of divine light rushed up and enveloped the sky. It sprinkled down boundless radiance that flowed to every corner. Lowly blasphemer, kneel at the feet of the gods and repent. Another vast voice transmitted over, shaking the entire holy city. Are you forcing me to kill the gods? Yi Fan said softly. His words were like a bolt from the blue that shook the entire holy city. Yi Fan came from the west and slaughtered his way into the holy city. The god race that had been lying dormant had finally appeared, immediately triggering a huge commotion. This place was in an uproar, and many people were praying. In the sky, there was a powerful existence flowing with divine splendor. It was as if Mercury was flowing everywhere, filling every inch of space. There are experts in the West after all. Yi Fan said softly. He had the disciples retreat to avoid being affected. Dang, a sound wave that sounded like a great bell rang out, purifying one's soul. It was long and unending, traveling extremely far. It was clear and vast. A blazing light rushed over. The ancient god race didn't take action, but a woman with 4 pairs of divine wings on her back and a divine ring behind her head appeared. She was beautiful to the point of being flirtatious. She immediately attacked. The divine emissary has appeared to enforce the law in place of the gods. The demon from the central earth has been purified and removed from this world. This is an archangel. This kind of emissary was famous in the archaic years. I never thought I would see one in this era. Within the 3 great religions, even the cultivators who were watching the liveliness were astonished. Then, they felt deep reverence. It was rumored that an archangel could sweep through an entire region. Yi Fan didn't show any fear when he saw her rush over. The girl riding the unicorn he encountered when entering the city was possessed by her. Now, her true body had finally appeared. The so-called divine emissary is an ancient race. He softly said to himself. He immediately thought of many things. During the archaic years, experts from outside this region descended for the 99 Dragon Mountains. This was most likely a race from back then. I will take action in the name of the gods and burn your filthy soul. Repent and start anew. This archangel shouted. Her entire body overflowed with brilliant colors. 4 pairs of divine wings flapped, producing ripples that turned into Tao scars. God? To you, I am a god. Are you speaking in my name? I've killed at least 800 archaic creatures in Big Dipper. Do you think I'm talking to you? Yi Fan was indifferent. Disrespecting the gods, I'll grant you destruction. This beautiful archangel took action. Her entire body was surrounded by a divine ring, and with a shake of her 4 pairs of divine wings, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The heavens split apart, and an expanse of slaughter natural laws rushed out, turning into a heavenly sword that hacked towards Yi Fan. The magical force was like a sea, vast and boundless. Many people in Jerusalem trembled, and they couldn't help but kneel down. In the current era, this type of powerful existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Divine might, this is an undefeatable divine might. No one can go against the will of a deity. Everyone cried out in alarm. Many people drew crosses over their chests. You are indeed not weak. However, it depends on who you are fighting against. If you want to kill me, you'll have to cultivate for another 3,000 years. Yi Fan pointed his fingers together and unleashed a sword art. A wave of golden sword energy rushed out like a vast ocean. Pooh! All the Tao patterns created by the Archangel Divine Wings were shattered, and the golden sword sea surged forward. A blazing sword light flashed by and cut her in half on the spot. Fresh blood gushed out and dyed the sky red. What? The divine emissary's body was severed? How could this demon be so powerful? Everyone in Jerusalem went cold from head to toe. They were still cheering just now, but in the blink of an eye, they felt a chill run through their bones. All of the fine hairs on their bodies stood on end. In the sky, blood splashed outwards. The archangel that was cut in half released a long roar, and the 2 halves of her body merged back together. A streak of divine light flashed past, and everything returned to normal. This is the power of a deity. Imperishable through 1,000 tribulations, imperishable through 100 eras. Someone cheered. Their spirits were stirred up, and it could be said that their minds were completely immersed in this battle. However, the archangel's face fell ashen, and she felt great fear inside. She knew that things were now extremely troublesome. The person in front of her was deep and immeasurable, and she was not his opponent. Chi. She opened her mouth and spat out an ancient scroll. It turned into a mountain and river diagram that surrounded Yi Fan. This was a forbidden artifact. Once one was trapped inside, everything would be dissolved. It was an ancient treasure. What does this count for? Little Taoist, I taught you a lesson just now, yet you still refuse to learn. In that case, I'll just send you to meet your ancestors. Yi Fan said softly. His hands moved about, and the army symbol art operated. The ancient scroll flew over with a so sound, and it quickly shrunk to the size of an inch before landing in his palm. Then, with a shake of his hand, he tossed it to his own disciple. The powerful ancient treasure quickly changed owners. Pooh. At the same time, Yi Fan used his hand to cut through the space between the archangel's brows. A streak of blood split open and extended downwards. With a pung sound, her body was hacked in half, and she died a violent death. Deity killer, he killed the divine emissary barehandedly. Demonic bone killed the divine emissary. How could this happen? This is a heaven-overflowing crime. The group of people broke into an uproar. Apart from the older cultivators whose eyes flickered with radiance and didn't say anything, the younger cultivators found this result hard to accept. They felt as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was caving in. The world became dark. You are the so-called divine race? Yi Fan flew high into the sky and confronted the person emitting divine splendor. This was definitely an archaic king, but he didn't become an ancient king. There was a vertical eye between his brows. His golden hair scattered behind him, and he wore a metal armor that flowed with dreamy radiance. This was the armor left behind by an ancient king. The Tao-severing king. After returning to Earth for a long time, Yi Fan finally encountered an opponent. This was a Tao-severing expert, a living existence that possessed an extraordinary bloodline. I am only the weakest among the many divine race. Human, do you want to defy the gods? This person looked very young, not more than 20 years old. However, his eyes were full of vicissitudes, and it was clear that he had lived for a very long time. His age was measured in thousands of years. It's fine if you scare others with these words, but it's meaningless against me. I have returned from the outer realms, and I have killed many ancient races. Do you still want to be above me and become a god? Yi Fan said coldly. In that case, you are determined to defy the gods. There is no one in this world who can save you, said the divine race expert. Yi Fan scoffed coldly and said, if I didn't guess wrong, the so-called divine race experts have already left during the ancient years. You are the only one left, and you can't pose any threat to me. You will never understand the domain of the gods. You lowly ant, why haven't you knelt down and repent for your sins? This divine race expert roared. His vertical eye emitted waves of ripples that quickly extended outwards. There was a powerful spiritual might that could actually sway one's mind and make one submit. Yi Fan immediately released a light shout. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, and it immediately calmed down this demonic sound. Meanwhile, many people who were kneeling on the ground were also stunned, not understanding what was going on. You want to use this kind of bewitching technique on me? I even killed the descendants of your ancient emperor. So what if you've severed your Tao? Yi Fan walked up and took the initiative to take action. He didn't dare be careless when facing such a powerful figure. This was an ancient race that had severed their Tao before the world was completely dried up. He most likely had extraordinary methods. For the glory of the gods, blasphemers must die. This divine race expert released a light shout. A streak of dazzling light spat out from his mouth, and it turned into a divine rainbow. There were all types of symbols engraved on its surface as it rushed towards Yi Fan. This was the so-called words are the law, actions are the rules. The words of the divine mouth were the laws, and they could kill people invisibly. If one wasn't careful, they would definitely fall into the Tao. Yi Fan brushed out with his hand. Xing sounds rang out, and that divine rainbow shattered like sparkling glass. An energy storm erupted, and the battle between the two truly began. Rainbow pierces the sun, the divine race expert's vertical eye shone with radiance, shooting out several li of radiance. It was accompanied by the rumbling of the heavenly Tao. This was his race's innate divine ability, and it resonated with the Tao. Yi Fan's left hand formed the embracing mountain imprint, and a black mountain appeared. It scattered the radiance on the spot, and the resplendent light instantly turned into darkness. Hong, the divine race expert, rushed forward, and his entire body surged with holy light. It was as if he was burning, releasing blinding light that illuminated the heavens and earth. Every inch of space was filled with holy force. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. The so-called deity finally moved his fist, and he could no longer act high and mighty. He turned into a streak of blazing golden light and met the attack head-on. His hand formed the true dragon imprint, and the high skies immediately rumbled and collapsed. The two sides were separated by several hundred zhang, and the boundless power collided. This was a collision of heaven overflowing magical power. Yi Fan's physical body passed through the stormy region at extreme speed. The true dragon imprint took form, and it turned into a huge azure dragon as it soared over. Pooh! The divine race expert coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have been struck by lightning as he flew over 1,000 zhang away. The blood was silvery white, and it emitted a holy splendor. Below, the numerous cultivators were deathly silent. At the start of the battle, the deity already suffered a small loss, and his blood splashed into the heavens. This was not a good sign. A demon had appeared in the Middle Earth. Was the warning of the ancient times going to become a nightmare now? He could contend against a deity. Who in the present world could match him? Who could subdue him? He didn't sever his Tao, yet he has this kind of cultivation. The divine race expert muttered to himself. He knew that he had encountered great trouble, and the slightest bit of carelessness would lead to his death. Yi Fan said, "You finally don't think of yourself as a deity anymore? Hand over the ancestral artifact and continue to be a deity. Otherwise, your blood will splatter over the holy city today." The divine race expert calmed himself down. He took out an ancient talisman, and it floated above his head. He softly chanted an incantation, and a huge body overlapped with him. It stood majestically like an ancient war god. "Human, crawl under my feet. Offer up piety and reverence, and I will forgive you of your crimes." A huge roar shook the heaven and earth. This was a giant completely formed from the ancient talisman. It caused him to emit an overflowing tyrannical aura, causing Jerusalem to tremble. Large cracks appeared in the sky. The ancient talisman was extremely special. It was as if a body had been forged out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was formed from interweaving natural laws and Tao patterns. It was like a body of light. Meanwhile, the divine race expert resided in the head of this enormous war body. It was as if he was wearing an enormous armor, and his physique was powerful to the extreme. This was his race's secret treasure. After activating the ancient talisman, he could temporarily possess the power of the ancient ancestor's body. He could borrow it for his own use and sweep through everything. This is the ancient war god's body. Many older generation figures were shocked. There were even some ancient families that worshipped this divine statue. No one expected that they would personally witness it today. The divine race had manifested it, and its power was heaven overflowing. This divine race activated the ancient talisman, and it entered this powerful war body. It hacked open the void, and chaotic energy surged like Pangu splitting open heaven and earth. It took a step forward and immediately killed Yi Fan. Hong, the war god's palm slammed down, shattering the void and drowning Yi Fan within the chaotic energy streams. Its power was unparalleled. However, when everything calmed down, Yi Fan stood in the distance, unharmed. He wasn't hit at all. He said coldly, "It's not the true ancestral body, just a body of light formed from interweaving symbols. It's nothing much." After speaking, he took the initiative to face it head-on. The two fought a great battle, producing streaks of dazzling light that illuminated the entire divine city. The mountain-embracing imprint in Yi Fan's left hand continuously collided with him. His right hand suddenly released the human king imprint, immediately sending him flying several thousand zhang away. Everyone was shocked. The difference in height between the two was too great, yet Yi Fan could send the war god's body flying. His great power was inconceivable. This ancient talisman is a treasure. It was most likely personally refined by a half-saint. Yi Fan said to himself. At this moment, he attacked with all his strength and fought fiercely against this Tao-severing king. The true dragon imprint smashed out, leaving behind a terrifying palm imprint on this enormous body. Pung, then, the human king imprint struck out, directly blasting the war god's body apart. The ancient talisman floating above the divine race's head cracked, releasing a crisp sound as it turned into powder. Deities are nothing more than this. Yi Fan rushed over with the travel character art. His right hand turned into a sky-overturning imprint, and like a large golden wheel, it smashed down. The surface was densely covered in symbols, and it was incomparably terrifying. Pooh! The deity was smashed into pieces, turning into a rain of blood in the sky. It scattered over Jerusalem's holy city. The scene was horrifying. Deity was killed. Everyone's faces turned pale from fright. They were completely dumbfounded. A god was killed by a human. A rain of blood poured down like a torrential downpour. The god's blood seemed to be boundless as it sprinkled down. Endlessly. The chilly wind howled angrily, shocking everyone. They were tongue-tied and became absolutely silent. After an unknown period of time, waves of cries rang out. There were naturally devout believers here. They were all heartbroken and in disbelief. God is dead. How could this be? He was killed by a demon from the Middle Earth. What happened to this world? How could the omnipotent God die? How could he be defeated? Everything is an illusion. No matter what era it was, there was no lack of fanatics. Their world seemed to have collapsed. They couldn't accept this fact. Most of the people were silent and shocked, especially the old cultivators. Even if they had faith, they wouldn't cry. Because at a certain level, they all understood the origins of the so-called God. Heavens, a demon from the Middle Earth killed our God. This is a nightmare. Let's go and kill him together. A fanatic shouted and rushed forward like a madman. However, there weren't as many people who responded as expected. Less than 100 people charged towards Yi Fan. Bang! Yi Fan stepped down like a dark cloud pressing down. The world instantly darkened, enveloping the land below. These people all exploded, turning into dozens of balls of blood mist, becoming lonely ghosts. Even a god had been killed. Who could stop a demon from the Middle Earth now? This was a shocking result. A god had been slaughtered in front of everyone in the holy city, and it was a clean and decisive move. Yi Fan stood on the ground, extremely silent. He was extracting the god's divine sense imprint and looking at the ancient secrets. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. This was an ancient race left behind in the West. When his ancestors left, he was still very young and was forgotten here. He didn't know the coordinates of the starry sky, otherwise he would have left long ago. Yi Fan still knew some general information. He learned that people from at least 3 ancient planets in the star domain had come to Earth. The most powerful one was the Hwasong planet, and its people were all from the Golden Crow race. And this god came from an ancient planet called Tong Tian. It was the origin of life and was very difficult to find in a primitive star domain. There are at least 6 or 7 ancient planets with life in the entire universe. The ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty has the coordinates of a few planets with life. These should be the coordinates. When he left, Yi Fan only managed to snatch the coordinates of Earth. The rest of it broke apart and fell into unknown hands. There should be 1 or 2 Protoss on Earth, as well as some messengers. Yi Fan obtained this information after carefully observing his divine sense. The main reason was that his sky-flipping seal was so powerful that it shattered this person's consciousness. His memory was a little incomplete, so he couldn't see how many gods were left. The mountains and rivers within Jerusalem rose and fell, and it was known as the number 1 heavenly passage in the West. It had existed for a very long time, and it was difficult to say when it had first appeared. There had been deities living here since ancient times. In this age of chaos, it's hard to say who's stronger and who's weaker. In the past, when spiritual energy was abundant, Tao severing was still far from complete after so many years. Naturally, it's not a threat to me. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The powerhouses of the Protoss were already dead, and more than half of the fanatics had been killed. The remaining people no longer dared to approach. All of them retreated while he walked into the depths of the city step by step. Everyone was terrified. All of them retreated. The demons of the Middle-earth had arrived in the west and killed a god. This shocked everyone, and the entire divine city was in a state of depression. At this moment, the news quickly spread to all parts of Europe through various means. The entire Western cultivation world was completely shaken. The god was dead. He was killed by a demon king of the Middle-earth named Yi Fan. He killed his way all the way to the west and claimed to be the lord of the celestial court. Like a stormy wave, he shocked one ancient inheritance after another. This day was known as the Day of Darkness. It was imprinted in the history of the Western cultivation. It was an incomparably gloomy day that made people feel despair and powerlessness. The god is dead, and the demon is here. This was what the cultivators said the most. This was an earth-shattering event. People finally knew how powerful the warnings of the ancient sages were. The demon from the Middle-earth was not just a saying. The Vatican was another paradise of the Western Orthodoxy. After hearing the news, a group of important people almost flipped the table and urgently summoned the Holy Knights. On the same day, the fearless Crusaders set out for Jerusalem. They had just been formed not long ago and were all carefully selected powerhouses. This time, they did not obey orders and went to battle on their own. Yi Fan walked in the holy city of Jerusalem and slowly climbed up to a temple built for the god. Normally, no one dared to enter. The grand temple was filled with holy light. There were auspicious spiritual birds flying in the air, and ancient vines crawled along the sides. It was peaceful and natural. Following this place, there were giant stone steps that led to even higher places. Yi Fan slowly walked forward, step by step entering the most majestic ancient palace located at the peak of the mountain. This was the residence of the god. Others were not allowed to enter or blaspheme it. Yi Fan was here to find the ancestral artifact, so he naturally had no qualms. He had even killed the god, so what was there to be afraid of? Master, are there really no other experts in this holy city? Why do I feel a little worried? Xianxia asked. He was the little Taoist master and knew some divination and divination techniques. There are. Yi Fan frowned. He felt that this holy city was very strange. It was as if there was a supreme existence here, but why hadn't it appeared? I've heard a little about it. Legend has it that there was an ancient character suppressed by terror. Could it be that master has sensed such an aura? Long Yuxuan asked. Yi Fan was startled. Then, he stood in silence for a long time, sensing with his heart. His powerful divine sense swept through every inch of the land. He couldn't help but nod and say, it should be like this. This ancient city cannot be damaged, or else there might be a big mess. Master has made a great discovery. There are a few ancestral artifacts that Middle-earth lost over 100 years ago. There were a few ancient objects on a stone platform. There were fragments of the Fuxi dragon tablet, fragments of the 9 cauldrons forged by Yu the Great, and so on and so forth. Some of these objects were powerful magic artifacts, while some were purely ancient artifacts of our ancestors. It wasn't because of how powerful they were, but because of their extraordinary significance. They were ancestral artifacts, and it was a kind of humiliation to be displayed in the West. There are too many ancient artifacts of Middle-earth displayed in the various museums. It's really a kind of humiliation, but these are the most important. They must be taken back. Presenting them here is like showing the corpses of our ancestors to others. They took away all the things on the stone platform. Master, there are Mount Tai's altar cornerstone here. Very soon, they found a damaged altar in an important place in the hall. There shouldn't be just these. There should be some more. This so-called divine race expert didn't collect much. Yi Fan frowned. These things had to be taken back. Not even a single piece could be left behind. They would all be of great use to him. The cornerstone with the ancient heavenly scriptures recorded here isn't here. There are no clues. Xianxia said. Then it should be in another heavenly passage in the west. We still have to make a trip there. They emptied this place. Additionally, they discovered many powerful artifacts. Some belonged to the west, and some belonged to the east. They naturally didn't hold back and swept them all away. There seems to be a king weapon among them. The disciples were overjoyed. They couldn't help but rub their hands. Yifan waved his hand and gave them an equal share. They immediately cheered. Outside the majestic palace, below the enormous stone steps, many people were looking up at the shrine, all of them in a daze. The demons of the Middle-earth had plundered such a sacred place. This was truly an irreversible calamity. Jerusalem was the holy city of the three great religions. There were more than one. Divine palace and ancient temple. The other two sects were a bit scared. They feared that Yifan's demonic nature would erupt and loot them as well. Master, the other two sects might have ancient altar cornerstones as well. Should we take a look? Yu Weiyu asked in a soft voice. It was because this matter was extremely important. They already wiped out one sect's deity. The other two sects might still have deities. If they fought, the results would be hard to predict. All altars left behind by the ancient people of Middle-earth must be taken back. Yifan said resolutely. However, he didn't want to kill too many either. He walked out of the grand palace and looked at the densely packed figures below. He then looked towards the important places of the other two sections. After a long time, he sat down cross-legged. Yifan began to recite the salvation scripture. He had already obtained a perfect scripture from Spirit Treasure sect. This scripture's wondrous uses were boundless, and it could also purify the living. There were many people with hostility below. Yifan released his divine sense and didn't conceal his cultivation at all. He supported the scripture's profound mysteries and Tao laws as he began to purify the people within the holy city. This was a type of wondrous technique. Not long after, a few fanatical believers were turned into ordinary believers. A portion of them were members of the crusade, and in the end, they were almost purified to follow him. Demonic scripture, this is a type of demonic scripture. Everyone, please don't listen to it. Hurry and escape. In the end, Yifan was preaching the Tao and chanting scriptures. A group of people fled, and there were even more who were completely infatuated and immersed in it. He quickly obtained a lot of important information from these people's pious thoughts. He operated the army formula and transported some incomplete altars from the other two sects' divine halls. He immediately retrieved them and didn't kill anyone. Not long after, the holy city became peaceful. Half of the people fled to the divine halls of the various sects to seek the protection of the gods. Meanwhile, the other portion was almost purified. They sat on the ground devoutly and listened to the Tao sounds. As they listened to his preaching, this place became a paradise. In the distance, there was a powerful fluctuation of divine might. Two experts of the god race appeared from a mysterious place in the west. They met the crusaders from Vatican City and led them into the holy city. Who is blaspheming the gods? The majestic and deafening heavenly might rumbled over from afar. These were two beams of divine light that shot straight into the heavens. At the center of the light were two majestic figures with imperial crowns on their heads. They were just like ancient monarchs, inviolable, divine, and boundless majesty. Are these the last two experts of the god race? Yifan's eyes flickered as he watched. Auspicious songs rang out in the sky. Holy light illuminated everything and divine clouds filled the air. It was as if gods had descended. These two were a bit stronger than the god race expert who had died. They were also kings of the Tao severing realm and belonged to the mid-stage of this realm. They seemed to have some kind of secret treasure on them and emitted a dangerous aura. Behind them was a group of crusaders. Even though they didn't have as many people as last time, they were much stronger. Their battle intent surged and they weren't afraid of death. Yifan didn't say much. He directly took out two black arrows and gently stroked them. Then, he directly drew the bow and shot into the sky. Woo, the heavens and earth split apart. Ghosts wept and gods howled. It was as if a demonic god had come into being. The sky collapsed. If not for the protection of the ancient formation, the holy city would have been destroyed in a day because the power of the black arrows was too great. Yifan used all of his strength to shoot it out. It was as if two suns exploded, carrying tremendous divine might that collapsed the sky dome, collapsing the void. Nothing remained, waves of primal chaos mist surging. Pooh! A black arrow pierced through the clouds and split the sun, piercing through a god race expert. He collapsed on the spot and a rain of blood splashed out, dyeing the sky red. Ah, another miserable cry sounded. The other god race expert couldn't escape this disaster either and was directly shot dead. He turned into a large string of blood that poured down like a torrential rain. Yifan used the black arrows to kill 2 god race experts. This shocked the scene. The crusaders who came from afar were completely dumbfounded. They would never forget this scene. This day was destined to be a dark day. The 3 god race experts all died and their names were forever erased. It was impossible for a miracle to appear again. Yifan stood up and gazed into the distance. It's time to go to the other heavenly paradise of the Western inheritance and bring back the ancestral artifact and divine object. Ah woo, loud cries rang out. Yifan stood in front of the majestic shrine and looked down. The Crusader army seemed to have lost their hope and was on the verge of collapse as they wailed loudly. God was dead, and the whole world seemed to have collapsed. Everything was dark and filled with despair. The 2 mighty experts of the god race had been killed with a single arrow, and it was hard for them to accept this. In the eyes of these devout believers, the whole world had lost its luster. The world had come to an end, and this was an unbearable weight and pain. Their faith had collapsed. Glory and faith are our lives. Fight for God. Everyone cried loudly and faced death with equanimity. They rushed toward the tallest sacred mountain in Jerusalem, wanting to carry out the final assault. They couldn't accept this cruel reality. Yifan didn't say anything. He stretched out his finger and swiped downwards. Pu-pu sounds rang out incessantly as blood blossomed. Lives were withering as 7 to 8 knight leaders were erased. After that, he didn't make any more moves. He sat cross-legged on the tallest sacred mountain and began to recite the salvation scripture. His voice resounded through the sky, and auspicious clouds scattered down like pearls and pearls. 1,000 colors and 10,000 auspicious lights poured down, covering every corner. This scripture was the first of the 3 cave scriptures of Taoism. It could eliminate natural disasters, protect the emperor, and poison the people. Both men and women were protected and could be converted from mortals. The path of immortals brings forth life, immeasurable people. Yifan's voice was deafening and rumbled like thunder. He recited the scriptures on the sacred mountain, and all kinds of phenomena appeared in the world. Yifan wanted to go to another paradise in West Earth, but if he didn't get rid of the evil aura of the Crusaders, they might bring disaster to Middle Earth. They blocked the path, all of them in grief. Yifan didn't want to create a heaven-overflowing calamity. Killing so many people was truly against the harmony of the heavens, so he might as well convert them spiritually. Auspicious colors descended from the sky, and sweet springs gushed out from the earth. Withered trees sprouted, and the sick and disabled were healed. Yifan's lotus blossomed, and all kinds of auspicious signs appeared. Immortal light shone brilliantly, and a divine aura curled up around him. He was like a god converting all living beings. Ancient characters appeared one after another from his mouth, turning into scriptures that were engraved in the void, purifying everyone's hearts and minds, cleansing their primordial spirits. This was a type of cleansing on the spiritual level. Yifan didn't have the slightest killing intent, and he seemed like an ancient immortal or an eternal sage. Every single word he spat out was crystalline and translucent, and they transformed into divine radiance that illuminated the sky and entered everyone's sea of consciousness. The frightening murderous aura in the city of Jerusalem had all disappeared. Many of the knights had already rushed to the front, but they had all thrown away their weapons and were in a daze. This was the most powerful group of people. At the foot of the holy mountain, there was a group of crusaders sitting cross-legged on the ground. Their expressions were solemn, as though they had gained enlightenment. Their expressions were calm, and their entire being seemed peaceful. When the older cultivators in the distance saw this scene, all of their hairs stood on end. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? They were comparable to ancient deities, opening their mouths to preach the Tao, gather believers, establish a sect. In a single day, be respected by all under the heavens, able to pass down their inheritance through the ages. Gao Jing's Sure. P'enai fiend spirit. Sorrowful across the border. Nan Yaokue. Jingyi Guang Guang. Mixed elements awakening fate. Yi Fan chanted the Tao scripture, and orchids surrounded him. Golden gates appeared, clouds rose, and images appeared. An immortal king sat cross-legged in the 9 heavens, and the chaos nourished a lotus. Reciting the scripture once, the devout believers' hearts would be clear. Reciting the scripture twice, and worry would be gone. Reciting the scripture thrice, and everyone would bow their heads, and their minds would be clear. Reciting the scripture thrice, and the hidden ailments would be gone. Reciting the scripture thrice, and the teeth would be reborn. Endless bandits must think. Great waves are born in the Tao Sea. Dharma and righteousness are like a stream. Nurture good seedlings. To save the hungry and poor. Yi Fan's vision gradually merged with his body. He sat high in the 9 heavens, reciting the heaven and earth Xian and Huang texts. The sky was overflowing with auspicious signs, and they fell down, completely covering Jerusalem. It was almost impossible to see such a powerful being in the present world, and even more so, no one would devote their mind and cultivation to expounding the scripture to enlighten so many people. In ancient times, this was a manifestation of a divine miracle. This was not only enlightening the believers, but also giving them great benefits. Whether it was a problem in their cultivation or the shackles on their cultivation, they would all be changed, and they would receive great benefits. In ancient times, this was like a god descending to the world. It was equivalent to creating a pure land, and it was a supreme method to gather faith. Once everyone in the world recognized and respected him, he could become a saint. The hostility in the holy city of Jerusalem disappeared completely, and it turned into a peaceful place. Yi Fan used his great power to kill, and suppressed the place. And in this process, the little Taoist master, Xianxia, benefited the most. He was a disciple of Taoism, and he was guarding behind Yi Fan. He felt as if a window had opened, and his cultivation improved, and he actually broke through a small realm. Master, establish a sect. This is nothing more than an ancient miracle. The people below have all been enlightened by you, and they have become devout believers, he said with a trembling voice. Celestial Court. Yi Fan spat out these 2 words. His voice was deafening, and it resounded through the clouds. He told Zhang Qingyang that he could preach in the future, but not now. Zhang Qingyang nodded. This would be a grand and long-term goal for him to work hard for. The famous Taoist Zhang embarked on a road to create his own path. In the end, Yi Fan no longer showed off his cultivation, and no longer chanted scriptures. The people sitting cross-legged below the holy mountain were all full of spirit, and they completely gave up their killing intent. Their spirits were purified. He stood up. The people below were pilgrims, and their eyes were incomparably devout. They were all praying, and they were willing to follow him to the Vatican to ask for the ancestral artifact. Zhang Qingyang decided on his own, and at this moment, he announced Yi Fan's position as Celestial Emperor. For a moment, the mountain was filled with endless cheers, and it resounded through the world. Dragon Sparrow, Zhang Yifan, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They felt that Zhang Qingyang really had the potential to become a swindler. In the blink of an eye, he had turned a group of enemies into believers. It was a bit inconceivable. Master, please teach me the flawless scripture of expiation, Zhang Qingyang said seriously. Yi Fan stretched out his hand, and a clear radiance entered the space between his brows, turning into a complicated scripture. Moreover, it had the imprint of his enlightenment, and it involved the various details and processes of comprehending this scripture. It could allow him to quickly understand it. This was no longer a pure expiation scripture. There were also Tao scriptures, Western Emperor scriptures, Eternal Universe scriptures, and many other profound mysteries that could purify one's primordial spirit, forming a unique ancient scripture. It's time to leave. Yi Fan gazed into the distance, and thus began his journey. Celestial Emperor. At the foot of the sacred mountain, groups of devout believers shouted, their voices resounding through the clouds. In the distant temples of the other 2 religions, many elders were dumbstruck. Even the gods they revered were speechless, not daring to make a move. Yi Fan descended the mountain, and with many followers, he left this place in a grandiose manner, heading into the distance. I want the flowers of the celestial court's orthodoxy to blossom in every corner of the world, and from then on, establish an immortal sect, Xianxia said, extremely excited. Xianxia, you couldn't have been accidentally purified by Master, right? The others muttered, speaking in a joking tone. You guys don't understand, establish an immortal sect. I vaguely seem to have sensed something, but it's hard to explain right now. Xianxia said absent-mindedly. Vatican City, meaning the land of prophets, was the most famous heavenly paradise in the West. It was the resting place of the ancient gods, possessing endless myths and legends. Not long after Yifan left Jerusalem, all of the news spread through various methods, shaking the Western Orthodoxy greatly. The last two divine races were shot dead, and all of the glory and halo became dim. Moreover, the Crusaders became his bodyguards, becoming his devout believers, and were currently on their way to the West. The devil headed to the West. Many ancient families couldn't sit still anymore. A devil emerged from the central earth, his momentum overbearing, and he didn't come with good intentions. Was he going to overturn the Western Orthodoxy? On this day of darkness, all of the great inheritances were horrified. A devil emerged from the central earth, heading west. No one had expected things to develop to this extent. It was extremely grim. The remaining divine races of this world were all dead. Who else could subdue this great demon of the central earth? Vatican City is in danger. Even though its backing is deep, it is already insufficient in this cultivationless age. No one can suppress this devil. You're wrong. That is the master of the celestial court. Be careful of him trying to purify you. What do we do? Should we go and provide assistance? Don't worry. If I haven't guessed wrong, there are still some holy knights who survived the Dark Age. Perhaps they still have the strength to fight. Everyone was discussing this. They were all incomparably shocked by Yifan's crusade of purification. Some of them couldn't accept this reality, and all of them were a bit scared. Yifan walked around the Vatican for a while before entering the ancient formation. He walked into a primitive land. The ancient trees here were like dragons, and the fragrance of ancient medicines permeated the air. This was a rare cultivation holy land, and a desolate aura assaulted his senses. Since the ancient times, this place had been a spiritual land that nurtured gods. There were saints and virtuous sages overseeing it throughout the generations. Now that the times had changed, it was impossible for such experts to appear again. However, it was still revered by people. This was an ancient Tao rite. It was different from the Catholic center that mortals believed in, but it could still absorb the power of faith from the outside world. Within the Vatican, there were many great figures who were worried and frowning. Now that the devil of the central earth had come to their doorstep, they were at a loss. However, there were also some people who were laughing heartily. They said in great comfort, "Isn't it great that the divine race is dead? The Holy Scripture is the crystallization of wisdom, and Jesus is a venerable sage. What are those divine races from outside this region? When the time comes, we will go and welcome the devil of the central earth. Our doctrine is great. The existence of God is to provide spiritual sustenance for the people of the world, and not to provide telekinesis for the divine races from outside this region." In another grand hall, a group of people were at their wits' end. They were all extremely worried. Even the divine race had been killed, so how could the Vatican resist? In the end, Pope opened his mouth. His expression was as calm as water as he said, "No matter. God isn't omnipotent, but our religion is omnipotent. Your Majesty Pope, do you have any ideas? The devils of the central earth are truly powerful to the extreme." Someone revealed an expression of shock and couldn't help but ask. "Do you know why those divine race experts only live in the holy city of Jerusalem and never dare to come to this ancient Tao rite? Because they are afraid that the strongest expert under the starry skies is here." Pope's eyes were deep and unfathomable like the sea. He sat upright and was as calm as a mountain. "Then why did you watch as they were killed?" Someone asked in alarm. "What do they count as?" "It's just a cooperation. In the past, we occasionally needed them to display miracles. They aren't true gods, and they are merely gods that we established. We can abolish them at any time." Pope's hair was thick and flowing with brilliance. His face was snow white and sparkling, and his eyes were as deep as the starry skies. As he sat high up, every movement he made would leave traces of the Tao. He was like a god. The Vatican was the land of the prophets and the Holy Land where the gods slept. It was extremely vast and was far larger than the small piece of land in the mortal world. Here, towering divine mountains rose and fell. Rays of holy light lingered around them as angels sang hymns. Strange flowers bloomed, old herbs grew on the cliffs, and pure-blooded unicorns roamed the forest. This was a peaceful ancient Taoist rite temple, and one could even see spirits, giants, and strange dragons that had gone extinct since the ancient times. A desolate aura assaulted one's face. In the distance, the dragon pond was deep. Waterfalls poured down from the sky, and dozens of mountains were the most conspicuous. Every one of them was engraved with Tao marks of heaven and earth. On every mountain was a majestic temple. Regardless of whether it was the foundation, tiles, or wooden pillars, they were all from ancient times and had existed for a long time. This place gave people a sense of great vicissitudes. No matter how much time passed, this place remained the same since ancient times. It was sacred and dignified. Not everyone could set foot in this place, especially those who had come to denounce the Vatican. Since ancient times, not many people had been able to do so. Yi Fan brought a few disciples into this ancient dojo. He stood in the distance and quietly observed the land of the prophets, silently appreciating its glory. This was not a shelter for the weak. Time flew by, and each generation produced outstanding people. Behind him was a large group of people who had been converted in Jerusalem and became his staunch followers. They were incomparably pious, and many of them were members of the crusade. The great army pressed on, shaking all of Europe. However, the Vatican was very quiet. The high and mighty holy temple sprinkled down its radiance, and there was no tense atmosphere. The earth trembled and wild beasts roared. Hundreds of cavalry charged into the Vatican, and all of them trampled on the tall mountains. Their blood energy surged into the heavens, and their killing intent surged. The people of the Divine Splendor clan had come to fight to protect the Vatican. Their clan leader had led many experts here. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. In another direction, blood energy surged as a group of powerful knights appeared. They wore golden armor and held golden spears in their hands. Their battle intent was high, and their eyes were sharp. This was a group of lions that had been through hundreds of battles. This is someone from the Gold family. They are known to have the bloodline of a deity and are incomparably powerful. During the ancient years, there were 2 divine sages who swept through the west, forcing all saints to retreat. A devout follower explained to Yi Fan, explaining the origins of these experts, describing their bloodlines and specialties in great detail. On this day, many ancient clans sent experts to reinforce the Vatican, fearing that the demons of the Central Plains would destroy the Holy Land in their hearts. It hadn't even been an hour since Yi Fan arrived here, but there were already 12 great armies that hurried over, all of them the most ancient and powerful inheritances. Representing the most powerful of the present day. Boom! On the highest majestic sacred mountain, the grand palace was pushed open by 2 beautiful angels with divine wings. The sacred door of the center of power was opened, and a group of elders came out in a line. A powerful aura covered the sky and covered the earth. It was obvious that this was a group of extraordinary characters, representing the current Vatican's peak strength. Every one of them had profound cultivation and lived in seclusion all year round, borrowing the ocean-like psychokinesis to cultivate. At the center, there was a stone chair with a cross carved on it, giving off an ancient aura. An old man sat there majestically, looking down like a great mountain, like an ancient deity. His eyes were incomparably vast, with the sun, moon, and stars flickering in and out of existence. Wu, a powerful opponent. This is someone who has survived since the ancient years. Looking at the traces left behind by the passage of time, he should be more than 3,000 years old, Yi Fan said to himself. This is the Pope. No one knows which era he is from, only that his followers have died batch after batch, but he is still alive, a devout follower informed. Pung! The great earth trembled. Several figures appeared, making the mountains tremble. They possessed incomparable power, every single one of them unmoving like a mountain, calm like a mountain. Every single one of them was special, looking like they were 40 or 50 years old. However, the vicissitudes in their eyes were difficult to hide. The battle clothes on their bodies were dull and lusterless, all of them cast from bronze. They were covered in blade marks and arrow imprints, as if they were taken out from a museum. Battle clothes from the Dark Era. Someone cried out in alarm. These are holy knights from the ancient era. Legend has it that several of them experienced tens of thousands of battles without dying, passing through all types of chaotic eras, living until today. Everyone's reactions were different, all of them revealing expressions of shock. Even Yi Fan was a bit surprised. These four were all ancient sect master-level figures, being able to live until now was also an anomaly. We were originally waiting for you in Jerusalem's holy city, but after receiving the Pope's decree, we didn't face you. One of them spoke without any joy or worry. Even deities aren't my opponent. It's useless even if all of you come at me together. Yi Fan said indifferently. When the calm and emotionless voice sounded in everyone's ears, it possessed incomparable deterrence. All of the ancient families that came to provide assistance felt a wave of fear. This was the truth, heaven and earth slowly dried up, only becoming deathly still several hundred years ago. These four had long become sect masters, and then they borrowed mental force to cultivate, so their cultivation didn't stop because of the drying up of heaven and earth. We might not be your opponent, but that doesn't mean that we can't injure you. They were extremely calm. In their hands appeared a great sword, a dragon spear, a dagger, and other things. They weren't all that sharp, dull, and lusterless. However, they made one's heart produce waves of coldness, as if they could devour one's primordial spirit. They were chilly and heavy, as if they were dragons hibernating in an abyss. Half-holy weapon. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression, but he didn't feel any fear. The difference in cultivation level was too great. He pointed forward, and one of them quickly used a great sword to block. Brilliant light erupted, and a vicious dragon that was hibernating awakened. It roared with terrifying power, tearing apart heaven and earth. The great earth split apart, and the heavens collapsed. This was an incomparable destructive power. Nothing could stop it, and it was as if Vatican City was going to be flattened. In the surroundings, many great peaks flickered with down marks, lighting up an expanse of dazzling light. They constructed an expanse of ancient magical patterns, protecting Vatican City. In the end, it wasn't damaged. At the same time, the other three also took action. These four weapons were extremely special, almost about to release the power of half-saints back then. It was as if four ancient sword saints had revived and were cleaving heaven and earth. Yi Fan turned into a streak of lightning, moving within the tens of thousands of divine splendor hacked out by the half-holy weapons. He pointed out 4 times in succession, and they turned into unstoppable sword radiance. Even though the 4 ancient holy knights' magical power was boundless, their reactions were fast, and they blocked it with the half-holy weapons, but a strand of the aftershock still injured them. On the spot, the 4 of them flew out as if they were struck by lightning. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and many of the bones in their bodies were broken. They all revealed expressions of disbelief. It wasn't that they didn't think that Yi Fan was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this terrifying. His speed was too fast. Even with half-holy weapons, they couldn't hack that golden figure. Moreover, this kind of weapon consumed a great amount of energy, so it was difficult for them to use its true divine might. Suddenly, ancient scrolls covered the sky. 4 ancient scrolls rushed out from behind them, turning into 4 streaks of eternal light as they flew towards Yi Fan, suppressing him. Forbidden spell. The legendary ancient forbidden spell scrolls. Many people cried out loudly, and their expressions were extremely shocked. They all retreated, rushing out who knew how many li. Their faces were snow white. They never expected to encounter this kind of thing. This was the down mark personally carved by an ancient half-saint. It was the most terrifying talisman, and as long as one was struck by it, they would undoubtedly die. This was because the forbidden spell was equivalent to the full power attack of a half-saint, for half-saints took action. What kind of concept was this? It was unimaginable. Any one of the half-saints was enough to kill a god race expert. When 4 of them joined forces, it would be a fatal blow that couldn't be resisted. It was clear that the Vatican didn't hesitate to use up their sect protection treasure, and the losses were immeasurable to kill Yi Fan. 4 forbidden spell scrolls appeared at the same time, so there was no way he could survive. This was a tremendous threat. Even Yi Fan's expression changed. He hadn't severed the Tao yet, so he still wasn't a true immortal king. When 4 half-saints took action, it would be a fatal blow. Weng, the all-life energy cauldron rumbled, suspending above Yi Fan's head. Boundless source energy poured down, protecting him tightly. He turned into a streak of lightning, rushing into the distance. However, right at this time, Pope took action. Magical force was like an ocean, and with a raise of his hand, several great mountains were moved. Heaven and earth rumbled, blocking his path. Moving mountains and filling seas, Pope actually possessed a great divine ability that was difficult to defeat in the world. These divine mountains were carved with ancient magical patterns and couldn't be broken. He wanted to use this to cut off Yi Fan's path, and then use the forbidden spell scrolls to shatter him. Yi Fan didn't force his way through. The other party had set up a killing trap for him. The ancient divine mountains were carved with world-shaking Tao marks. If he took the initiative to attack, it would definitely be activated, and he would be in big trouble. However, he wasn't afraid. He quickly calmed down, because he had temporarily avoided the 4 heaven and earth collapsing scrolls, and it was difficult to get close to him. Everyone, there is no need to worry. This is the ancient battlefield, and the forbidden spell won't spread out. Pope spoke, comforting those who were fleeing in panic. At the same time, he moved mountains and filled seas. All of the ancient sacred mountains flew up, and the sound rang out continuously. Thunder shook the 9 heavens, and it was incomparably terrifying. He was like a deity, the sun, moon, and stars being born and destroyed in his eyes. He still sat on the stone chair with the cross carved on it, and he didn't get up. Only his hands were moving about. Pope's blood energy surged, about to drown out the sun in the sky. He had the power to devour mountains and rivers, and his magical force overflowed into the heavens. It was incomparable, and it was as if he was splitting heaven and earth apart. Vatican City was being pushed by his hands, chaotic energy surged violently, and it was incomparably terrifying. The divine might of the 4 scrolls was boundless, as if 4 half-saints from the ancient era were taking action. They wanted to send Yi Fan down a path of death. These were forbidden weapons that could kill him. In the rear, Dragon Sparrow, Zhang Yifan, Yu Weiyu, and the others were all shaken, feeling incomparably anxious. Meanwhile, those followers were also trembling. Yi Fan was trapped in this killing trap. Was he going to die? Heavenly might. The most powerful expert under the starry skies. In the distance, many ancient clans were shouting. They deeply felt the terror of Pope, and a chill ran down their spines. They were all intimidated by his invincible stance, and they cheered for him. You want to kill me with these methods? You're still far from it. A calm voice came from the center of the terrifying battle. Yi Fan used the travel formula to plant an energy vortex, and he used the army formula with all his might to control the 4 scrolls to rush toward Pope. Boom! The sky collapsed, and endless black cracks appeared, almost swallowing the central sacred mountain. The 4 scrolls shrouded down, wanting to destroy the Vatican's divine authority. Pope's eyes were deep, and he didn't move from his stone chair. He stretched out his right hand and drew a cross in the air. Brilliant light shone, and a divine gate appeared. The 4 scrolls rushed in like rotten weeds, and disappeared with a world-destroying aura. The power of the powerful forbidden spell had completely disappeared. Broken void, gate of divine transformation, this was a world-shocking divine ability. Even in the archaic years, not many people could obtain this kind of inheritance. The divine method covered the world. At the center of the battlefield, Yi Fan's expression was cold. He took action against the 4 holy knights without the slightest bit of mercy. It could be said to be an unmatched killing technique. Wang! The void trembled. The 4 holy knights who survived from the Dark Ages were terrified. They discovered that the weapons in their hands were no longer under their control. They were all trembling, releasing heaven-overflowing power. In the distance, Pope wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. He couldn't change the result at all. Pooh, pooh, bloody light flickered, and 4 waves of blood surged. The 4 ancient sect master-level existences were all hacked apart by the weapons in their hands. Blood splashed out 3 zhang, and their bodies were split into 2 halves, collapsing into pools of blood. The 4 half-saint grade weapons flew out, turning into inch-long pieces. They were dim and without light, returning to their ordinary state. They all landed in Yifan's palm, and then he threw them to his disciples. Dragon Sparrow, Zhang Qingyang, Zhang Yifan, and the others were shaken. Even their fingers were trembling. This was a half-saint weapon they yearned for even in their dreams. Who would have thought that they would be able to possess it one day? The Vatican City was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was terrified. 4 powerful holy knights died just like that. To the demons of the Middle Earth, this was insignificant. Who would have thought that there would be an ancient person like you who survived until today? Yifan said softly. His eyes were blazing as he stared at Pope on the sacred mountain. This was a great enemy. There's nothing to be surprised about. More than 100 years ago, I also met an ancient Taoist in the Middle Earth. Otherwise, your heaven-shocking ancestral artifacts would have been taken away a long time ago. Pope's voice was calm and incomparably calm. His eyes were actually filled with terrifying miracles that could destroy the stars and sink the moon. He was like a deity looking down on the world. At his side, all types of Tao marks appeared, interweaving into an expanse of brilliance. It was like the divine clothes of an ancient monarch, shining brilliantly. There were also modeled ancient marks that covered his body, making him look mysterious and terrifying, powerful and dignified. Then come down and fight. Yifan stood in the void and looked down on the Vatican. I'm old, I can't fight anymore. Pope shook his head and looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, let the Supreme Holy Knight make his move. At the end of the earth, an ancient figure appeared. He walked over step by step with a dragon spear in his hand. It was as if he had stepped over from the ancient times and was approaching the present world. He was indescribably terrifying. There were a total of 5 divine race experts left behind. They also wanted to enter the Vatican, but 2 of them were killed by our greatest holy knight. As soon as Pope's words came out, everyone was shocked. This was actually an ancient existence that could kill gods, a holy knight that had never appeared in front of the world before. Is he the strongest expert under the starry sky? Everyone was trembling. They couldn't help but be shocked. This was an existence that had killed a god. He had once killed 2 god races in the ancient past. He walked over step by step from the end of the earth. His body seemed to have merged with the void, becoming one with the Tao. He held a dragon spear in one hand. Before he even arrived, a bone-chilling killing intent rushed over, making everyone tremble. It was as if they were facing a god from the ancient past. Everyone was horrified. Was what Pope said true? Some of the ancient families were even more terrified. If he dared to kill a god, then what exactly did the Vatican respect? He was getting closer. This person was closing in on them from the horizon. Sometimes, a person's temperament was enough to explain everything. He seemed to have merged with the Tao, like an immortal monument standing there. Regardless of whether it was the Vatican or the many inheritances that came to help, a large number of people trembled in fear and wanted to kneel down. This person looked to be in his 50s. His long golden hair could be considered thick, but it was already a bit dim. His skin was fair like pure white jade. The edges and corners were clear as if they had been carved by a knife. It was impossible to determine his true age just by looking at him. Only by looking at his eyes could one see some clues. His eyes were like the ocean, deep and ancient. This was definitely not someone from the modern world. It was obvious that he had lived for a long time. As for how long, no one could say for sure. Even the Vatican didn't know. He was the #1 expert under the western starry sky. Yifan focused his eyes. This was indeed a powerful person who had existed for a long time. He must have survived in the ancient times and didn't choose to leave this world. It was hard to say for sure how powerful this Tao executioner was. In short, he should be very powerful. He was even more terrifying than the god race he had killed. He was the only divine knight in the West Earth since the ancient times. He was so powerful that people would tremble at the sight of him. He had incomparable battle prowess, and the experts of all races would feel sincere reverence when they saw him. #1 under the starry sky. Heavenly might. #1 expert under the starry sky. Everyone shouted. The great families that came to help the Vatican were all shouting. Their voices rose and fell like deafening ocean waves. This was a type of powerful aura. When a person stood there, they already possessed an undefeatable aura. This was enough to prove how terrifying they were. They could display the might of heaven and earth. The holy knights were in harmony with the Tao and were naturally close to the Tao. Their figures were blurry and real at the same time, giving people a feeling that they were one with nature like in the East. The Tao was not divided into regions, and the strong all had the same awareness. This person's mental level was very high, and his own cultivation had reached an extraordinary realm. Wu, he suddenly launched an attack, his speed fast to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Yi Fan's side from the other side of the earth, the dragon spear in his hands thrusting over, releasing a dragon cry that shook the 9 heavens, as well as the resonance of the Tao. Yi Fan's left hand's fingers were like knives, cutting across the dragon spear. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and a golden divine fist smashed towards the man's head, like a gust of wind and lightning. Clang, the dragon spear trembled and forcefully received Yi Fan's palm blade. At the same time, it spun around and blocked his golden fist. Tens of thousands of streaks of splendor erupted, releasing a sound like that of raging waves. Yi Fan was astonished. He had never thought that he would encounter this kind of person on Earth. This person could actually fight him in close combat. The power of his physical body was unimaginable. Could it be that this person was a descendant of an ancient holy emperor? He was truly astonished. This person far surpassed the other Tao executioners. In this close combat, he could definitely use the dragon spear to stab the other kings to death. The two of them turned into lightning. Their palms and fingers collided with the dragon spear, releasing waves of King Chang's sounds that made everyone's ears and hearts feel like they were going to split apart. They couldn't hold on any longer. Hong, finally, a loud sound rang out. The two separated, and the surrounding mountains and rivers rumbled. Even though there were ancient Tao traces engraved on them, there were still some fine cracks that appeared. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this. Swoosh, Pope raised his hand. 50 great mountains moved horizontally, representing the number of the great Tao of heaven and earth. These were ancient divine peaks with ancient saint laws. They surrounded the battlefield to prevent the shockwaves from reaching the outside world and damaging the palace and other divine lands. The reputation of the central continent's demons is not in vain. This time, things are truly troublesome. An elder at Pope's side said to himself. Indeed, not even the number 1 expert under the starry skies was able to immediately suppress him. In a clash of physical strength, he actually didn't occupy the upper hand and was even inferior. This is truly a bit terrifying. The body of a sinner bathed in divine blood should be unrivaled under the heavens. How could he encounter someone who was on par with him? A group of elders became suspicious. They felt their entire bodies go cold. This was the first time they saw someone use their physical body to contend against the number 1 expert under the starry skies. Outsiders didn't know, but a few great figures in Vatican City knew the origins of this divine knight. He was an extremely legendary figure. Even though he had killed divine races and ancient demons that invaded, his merits and demerits were only equal. According to legend, Vatican City was a pure land of the gods since ancient times. It was the most famous heavenly paradise in the West and kept a jar of ancient divine blood. Generations of sages had tempered it hundreds and thousands of times, refining all the things that could harm the human body. Then, they added countless spirit medicines and mixed it with divine blood, refining it over and over again for who knew how many years, turning it into a supreme and sacred precious medicine, leaving it for later generations. The divine knight was an outstanding talent at a young age. He was a genius who could look down on his peers and was nurtured as the son of God. His aptitude was said to be the best in West Earth for tens of thousands of years. However, he was too mischievous and often played around in the temple. Once, he accidentally knocked over the recently unsealed Holy Grail. At that time, he created a great disaster, but he was bathed in divine blood and swallowed all the precious medicines. He reached great heights and obtained an indestructible body. Vatican City was greatly shaken. All the great figures were shocked and angry, but they couldn't do anything. The divine blood had already been lost, helping this mischievous genius. From then on, he was labeled as a sinner and could only cultivate bitterly every day. He was forever shrouded in darkness and couldn't obtain glory. He could only silently protect Vatican City. There were sages from the ancient years who left an imprint on his body and condemned him as a sinner. That was why he couldn't obtain the power of faith. Since ancient times, he had relied on himself to break through to his current realm step by step. As a result, even though he was only a Tao-severing expert and was far from becoming a great king, he was still quite terrifying and powerful to the extreme. After all, this was the cultivationless age, and he had relied on his own strength to cultivate. He had cultivated silently since ancient times. The world's essence energy had slowly dried up and he had severed his Tao with great difficulty. He was the only person who had passed heavenly tribulation when the world became deathly still several hundred years ago. His cultivation didn't change much after that, but his Tao skills were incomparably firm. His understanding of the Tao was difficult for ordinary people to fathom. He was extremely powerful. Sinner bathed in divine blood, Vatican City's most powerful divine knight, the most powerful expert under the western starry skies. Use the dragon spear in your hand to pierce through the enemy and use his blood to wash away your sins. Pope said softly. The divine knight's expression was calm and silent. It was impossible to see whether he was happy or angry. He held the spear in one hand and stood in the distance. The first attack was just a probe. His opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. The Tao has wounded my body. I don't have much life left. I will fight this final battle before I pass away. He finally spoke. To be able to live from ancient times until now without relying on the power of faith to cultivate and obtain such profound Tao skills was truly not easy. It could be considered a miracle. However, time was merciless. Having reached this step, he was also about to reach the end. The world had dried up, and severing the Tao had harmed his body. Even if he was bestowed with the power of faith, he still wouldn't be able to prolong his life. The void trembled. The dragon spear in his hand pierced through heaven and earth. The heavens collapsed and wind and clouds surged. He was like a deity as he slaughtered his way over and pierced towards Yifan's chest. This dragon spear was extremely special. It was unknown when it was left behind or who forged it. It didn't have the world-destroying might of a divine artifact, but it possessed an undying divine nature. No one had ever been able to shatter it. The dragon spear was originally very dim and lusterless. However, after being activated by the divine knight, it seemed to have gained a life of its own. It transformed into a divine spear that revealed its sharpness and pierced through the heavens. Even Yifan was moved. Such a person, such a divine knight, was able to survive until now. It was truly an anomaly. He had surpassed the experts of the divine race and was truly a formidable opponent. He formed seals with his left hand and clenched his right fist as he engaged in a great battle with this person. This was the first time he was so serious and solemn after returning to this side of the starry skies. The heavenly dipper god's dance. He actually cultivated it to that legendary realm. Many elders in the Vatican exclaimed and couldn't help but speak with trembling voices. The power of a divine knight was something even people like them couldn't measure. At this moment, a dragon spear tore through the sky. After splitting apart heaven and earth, a deity appeared at the tip of the spear and danced together with the blazing spear radiance. Yifan used his left hand to block the dragon spear and his right fist to attack that deity. The great battle didn't end. Both of their attacks destroyed everything. The ordinary mountains below were turned into dust under their first attack. One could well imagine how powerful their attacks were. Meanwhile, the 50 great Tao divine mountains that were engraved with the patterns of the ancient sages were also rumbling at this moment. They all lit up and released the chanting of ancient sages. This was the voice of the ancient saints. The Tao marks they left behind sensed the power of the two individuals. They interweaved and shone brilliantly, producing all kinds of strange phenomena. In the sky, there was a statue of a war god, a shadow of a light god, and a lightning god's all. They connected together and formed an indescribably astonishing scene. This was a type of miracle. Yifan fought against the divine knight who relied on himself to reach this step in this cultivationless age. Both of them fought to the point of madness. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. There was a pillar of blood rushing out from the top of each person's head, piercing through the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. with a single movement, mountains and rivers would shatter. With their current power, if they fought in the ordinary world, nothing would exist. A single roar from them would cause mountains and rivers to collapse. Roar. A long roar sounded. The two of them slaughtered their way out from the crack of the 50 sacred mountains. Astonishing auras erupted, almost breaking apart the great ancient formation that isolated Vatican City from the outside world. Pooh. Many people coughed out blood. There were even more people who didn't get far enough and directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Several hundred people lost their lives because of this. This was a terrifying scene. A single roar was enough to make the experts of the present world unable to endure it, turning them into bloody paste. How could they even talk about fighting against these two? Pope's expression changed. He quickly used great magical force to move another 50 sacred mountains. This represented the number of heaven and earth, sealing up the battlefield to prevent this place from being completely destroyed. However, even this was a bit too late. At the very least, several dozen grand sacred palaces collapsed, and even more mountains and rivers turned into dust. A single strike from the dragon spear turned this place into a land of death, turning it into ashes. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's fist sunk several dozen great lakes and a large area of ancestral ridges, turning them into barren lands. They were completely erased from the earth. The two fought fiercely, turning into two streaks of lightning. Every strike was destructive and their auras devoured mountains and rivers. This was a battle between exceptional experts, just like a battle between gods. Everyone was dazzled. This kind of battle hadn't happened in thousands of years and was rarely seen. For everyone, this was a battle between deities. That was because these two had killed the divine race and were the most powerful people in the present world. This was a battle between deities. On Earth, Yi Fan didn't use the black arrow when he encountered such a worthy opponent. He had recently obtained great gains and wanted to verify them. As such, he only used his true cultivation to fight. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky pressed down and became gloomy. A snow-white and sparkling hand slapped towards Yi Fan. It was as terrifying and boundless as the vast sea. Pope, who was looking down from the sacred mountain like a deity, had finally made his move. At the same time, two powerful forbidden spell scrolls unfolded and enveloped Yi Fan. The two shriveled elders on the sacred mountain had used forbidden spells, equivalent to the attack of a half-saint. At this moment, the divine knight made an unexpected move. He held the dragon spear in one hand and thrust it towards the sky. Bang! He immediately pierced through the firmament and shattered it. The dragon spear shot straight up and blocked the snow-white sparkling hand, blocking Pope from above. "I'm about to die, but I only wish for a fair battle with a clear conscience." The divine knight was unyielding and spoke like this. He didn't accept Pope's kindness at all. He pointed the dragon spear at the sky and stopped the hand. Boom! On the other side, Yi Fan unleashed the army character formula to the extreme. He stood on a peak and reversed the two scrolls. He blasted the two powerful saint masters into pieces and razed the mountains and rivers to the ground. The divine knight was different from everyone else. His performance was beyond everyone's expectations. His spear shattered the vacuum and shot up into the sky, blocking Pope's sky-covering palm. Everyone was puzzled, especially those from the Vatican. They didn't expect the #1 expert in the West to do this. Pope was startled. His expression was calm and emotionless. He retracted the sky-covering palm and calmly sat on the stone chair with the cross engraved on it. His eyes were as deep as the sea and didn't show any emotion. Yi Fan sneered and didn't say anything. Pope was an extremely dangerous person, but the divine knight was upright and didn't want to be like this. "Let's fight again." The divine knight merged with the Tao. He stood in the void and leaned on his spear. His entire body emitted an unparalleled sharpness as if he had turned into a divine spear. His murderous aura filled the sky. Buzz! He rushed over with his spear and shook it forcefully. Tens of thousands of spear shadows appeared, and every one of them was real. However, because the spear tip was swaying too fast, it shattered a part of the sky. Everywhere it passed, it split the sky and cracked the earth, destroying everything. Once the spear was unleashed, the mountains and rivers trembled. Nothing could stop it as the peerless sharpness pierced through everything. Bang! Yi Fan swung his fist. In this world, he was the only one who dared to take on the Divine Knight's spear head-on. Sparks flew everywhere. He used his golden fist to hit the spear horizontally, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Waves of terrifying fluctuations were emitted between the two of them. The void was split open, and an endless abyss appeared. Some cracks directly extended for hundreds of miles. The battle between the two was so intense that the spectators couldn't follow it with their eyes. They could only see two beams of light colliding with each other like comets crashing into the earth. Chi! Another spear pierced over. This time, there was a god standing on the tip of the spear with his hands behind his back. He looked down on the world and coldly glared at Yi Fan. He opened his mouth and roared, and a heavenly river descended. White chi waves were boundless. This was the trace of the great Tao. Yi Fan resisted. He formed a moon seal with his left hand, and a bright moon appeared in his palm to block the peerless dragon spear and defend. His right hand formed the great sun seal, and a cauldron-like divine sun burst out, shattering the boundless waves of Tao. He attacked with his palm, rumble. At the limits of the horizon, the two tangled together. Tao fluctuations rippled through the mountains and rivers' ancestral ridge. The ancient formations were all activated, and the 50 sacred mountains became bright. Countless patterns interweaved. The ancient saints' formations were rumbling. Yi Fan fought against the Divine Knight. Both of them displayed their own methods, and the secret techniques they used were unimaginable. It was too much for one's eyes to take in. This was not only a battle of courage and mana, it was also a display of cultivation. Once the dragon spear was unleashed, there would be a terrifying scene of mountains and rivers collapsing. The eyes of the deity standing at the tip of the spear flickered with radiance as it swept through everything in its path. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all and would instantly turn into dust. Yi Fan conjured the heavenly seal and battled endlessly with it. The two of them were at loggerheads, their images shaking the 9 heavens. The more they fought, the more ferocious they became, neither of them backing down. The moon imprint on Yi Fan's left hand was mainly used for defense. The bright moon's light was gentle as it blended with the tip of the spear. It stuck to it and refused to let go. The sun imprint in his right hand was the main attack. Its radiance flourished, and after striking out over 1,000 times, that deity was finally blasted apart. Boom! A violent explosion erupted between them, and both of them were sent flying. This world-shocking attack caused all 50 sacred mountains to tremble, and a crack appeared in the middle as the two of them fought their way out. Without a doubt, this was another disaster. With a thrust of the Divine Knight's spear, dozens of mountains and an ancient castle in front of them were instantly turned into dust. The spear pierced through the void, and everything within a radius of several kilometers became an unfathomably deep abyss. Even the underground magma gushed out as a great eruption occurred. This was an unimaginable battle, and outsiders would find it difficult to understand just how vast their divine might was. A casual strike from the two of them was enough to collapse the heavens and collapse the earth. To them, this was a battle between deities in name and in reality. Yi Fan let out a long whistle as golden blood chi overflowed the heavens like the boundless sea. This kind of danger was even greater, and the several hundred knights of the Divine Splendor clan who happened to be in this direction all perished. They and their mounts were crushed into a mist of blood and bone fragments, and not a single one of them, including the clan lord, survived. Pope's expression finally changed. Even the 50 sacred mountains couldn't stop the battle between these two. If the battle continued to spread, this heavenly paradise that was isolated from the mortal realm would be destroyed. Boom, he channeled his great magic power, and in addition to activating the 50 sacred mountains, he also moved the 12 divine palaces. These were built by the 12 disciples who were loyal to Saint Jesus, and they existed eternally with the world, suppressing all directions. Yi Fan and the Divine Knight were locked in battle, and they couldn't care less about these things. In their eyes, there was only their opponent, and there was nothing else. At this point, it could be said that they had forgotten about everything else. The Divine Knight swept his dragon spear over. This time, the spear shaft was densely covered with Tao patterns, and it emitted a blinding light that turned into monstrous flames. This was the innate Tao flame, the embodiment of his cultivation. Pfft! Yifan opened his mouth and spat out a Dao diagram with complicated patterns carved on it. This was the innate Taishu Gang Qi, formed from a mouthful of essence energy, and it was inscribed with his Dao. Back then, he imitated the Ji clan's secret technique and evolved it with the Battle Saint technique. A Dao diagram flew across the sky and clashed with the innate Dao flame. The two clashed continuously, and the Dao flame was extinguished, and the diagram was also blurred as they clashed continuously. Boom, the Divine Knight held his spear horizontally and smashed it like a heaven-splitting rod, splitting open the void. At the same time, 3,000 miles of ice and snow suddenly appeared, freezing everything. This was the extreme temperature, and it froze the rocks on the ground into pieces. In an instant, even Yifan was sealed within it. This was the embodiment of the peak control of the Dao. Just now, it was still the innate Dao flame, but in an instant, it turned into the extreme Taiying Qi. The dual attacks changed rapidly, wanting to obliterate Yifan. To others, such a completely opposite Dao technique could destroy a cultivator. However, Yifan cultivated the Taiying Qi and Taiyang Qi at the same time, so he naturally wasn't afraid. He waved his fists in the Taiying ice soul, shattering the solid ice. His golden palm and fingers hit the dragon spear, and a brilliant light burst out, sending the Divine Knight flying, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. From the beginning until now, they had already fought for 800 rounds. Yifan was becoming more and more courageous. The Divine Knight was injured by this attack, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, the light in his eyes was even brighter. Bang, he shook in the void, and in an instant, the heaven and earth were densely covered with plants. Ancient trees took root and grew in the void, and old vines crawled on the ground. There were also patches of flowers blooming. The entire heaven and earth were instantly full of vitality. Green light flickered, and the breath of life was everywhere. The Divine Knight retracted his murderous intent and blended into nature. He blended with the Tao and became the companion of nature. He advanced into the realm of the unity of heaven and man, and the breath of life that emanated from him nourished everything in the world. At this moment, he slowly raised the dragon spear, and it was not tainted by any worldly aura. The deity at the tip of the dragon spear had disappeared, and the blazing divine light had also disappeared. The body of the spear was dim, without a trace of luster. However, the Dragon Knight who did not have any murderous intent made Yifan even more fearful. This opponent had become calm and natural, very detached. There was clearly no murderous intent, but it caused all the muscles in Yifan's body to tense up. He had a premonition that an earth-shattering attack was about to be unleashed. The surroundings were completely silent. It was extremely quiet, and no one made a sound. Even Pope had stood up. His eyes were resplendent as he stood on the holy mountain and looked down. The Divine Knight's face was as if it was carved from jade. It was incomparably solemn, and his entire being became one with the heaven and earth. He struck out with an otherworldly spear without any murderous intent. However, at this moment, apart from Pope, almost everyone collapsed to the ground. This was not the suppression of divine might, but the majesty of the great Tao. What he was brandishing was no longer a dragon spear, but a type of great Tao. It was as if he had picked up the entire sky and smashed it towards Yifan. There was no holy radiance nor boiling battle spirit. There was only the stunning Tao spear. Yifan's expression was extremely solemn. The movements of his hands were not very fast. He did not swing his fists, nor did he form seals. He simply swung them naturally, leaving behind a series of Tao trajectories. It was also so ordinary and simple. There was no explosive power or profound mysteries that could shatter the vacuum. It was extremely natural and untraceable. Bang, finally, they collided together. Waves of ripples erupted between the two of them. This was the sacred wave of the great Tao, and it rapidly spread in all directions. The 50 holy mountains and the 12 divine palaces rang out incessantly, and all of them lit up. Tens of millions of sword chi rumbled, and apart from Pope, everyone else collapsed to the ground. Yifan and the Divine Knight did not have the slightest bit of worldly aura. It was as if they had returned to the primordial state of nature. Their movements were not very fast, but every strike was world-shocking and extremely powerful. In the end, Yifan changed. He no longer followed the path of the supreme Tao and began to break through the Tao, becoming swift and fierce. Golden blood energy pervaded the air, and his entire being suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His eyes were incomparably terrifying and sparkling. There was law, there was no law, there was Tao, and there was no Tao. It was all within a single thought. Boom, he trampled all of the Tao marks that filled the sky under his feet. At this moment, he no longer respected the law and broke away from his original Tao. He was like a lawless war saint, sweeping through everything before him. Nothing could stop him. Yi Fan continuously attacked, continuously clashing with the dragon spear. His feet trampled on the Tao marks as he stood there with his head held high, looking down on the world. The Great War Divine Knight had no fixed laws, and the Tao had already been broken and established. His golden palms and fingers continuously descended, colliding with that otherworldly and murderous dragon spear. Waves of resounding sounds rang out, and golden blood energy pervaded the surroundings. His will was stronger than iron, unyielding in 100 battles. He wanted to sever an extraordinary Tao, and now, a clue had appeared. He didn't bow down to the great Tao of heaven and earth and pressed forward. After over 1,000 exchanges, Yi Fan's left hand turned into a palm and his right hand into a fist, continuously bombarding the dragon spear. He struck out with his own terrifying Tao force that contained an unrivaled will. The Divine Knight finally couldn't hold on any longer. Even though he had returned to his natural state and merged with the world, he still suffered a terrifying injury at this moment and couldn't hold on any longer. Yi Fan's incomparable Tao force flowed through the dragon spear and into his body. It was incomparably terrifying, and even though his magic power was like the ocean, he still couldn't block it. Pfff, the Divine Knight spat out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body was covered in cracks as he flew out for over 10 miles. He smashed into an immortal sacred mountain and left behind a human-shaped bloody scar. The 50 sacred mountains shook at the same time, and the 12 divine palaces trembled at the same time. The ancient sages chanting rose and fell, and the deafening sound of scriptures streaked across the sky of history. The Divine Knight walked out from the human-shaped cave and said softly, "I've lost." He descended from the sacred mountain and stood on the devastated ground. With a clang, he stabbed the dragon spear into the ground and sat there without moving. His powerful life force began to dissipate. The Divine Knight still had the strength to fight. If he persisted, it would be difficult to determine his life and death after several hundred exchanges. However, he retreated and dispersed his battle chi. His life was approaching its end. Defeated. The #1 expert under the starry skies lost to a demon from Middle-earth. The ancient times have already passed. West-earth's only Divine Knight had once killed a deity and killed 2 deities by himself. Today, he was defeated like this, everyone's faces were ashen. Yi Fan had defeated the #1 expert under the starry skies, and this was equivalent to smashing their spirits. He had run amok in West-earth and collapsed everyone's will, the Vatican's saints, the young geniuses of the various great families, and all the giants were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock and incomparably complicated emotions. No one could accept this reality. The Divine Knight had been defeated. The dragon spear stabbed into the ground as he sat there motionlessly. His vitality was slowly fading away. The Western sects couldn't accept this. This was an unbearable weight. Who could contend against the devil in the West? Why is it like this? He's the #1 genius of West-earth in the past tens of thousands of years. His aptitude has shocked both the past and present, and even the deceased sages have praised him. Why was he defeated? The people couldn't accept this, especially the few who knew the truth. They couldn't accept it. The corporeal body of a person bathed in the blood of a god was unbreakable and had reached great heights. Yet now, his entire body was cracking apart and his life was about to end. Yi Fan stood on the battlefield without moving as he stared at the Pope under the cross on the sacred mountain. This might be his last opponent in West-earth. Suddenly, a group of young people rushed out of the primitive forest with a golden-haired girl who was shining like the sun. All of them were riding on strange beasts. Only the girl in the middle was riding on a unicorn that looked like it was carved out of suet jade, emitting a holy radiance. The numerous knights came from different clans and were a batch of young heroes of the present age. They formed a group with the Holy Maiden of Vatican City. They stood in different directions and chanted an ancient incantation together. This was the most sacred prayer in West-earth. These youths all had the most pious faith, and every one of them had a dazzling silver holy cross on them. They were executing an ancient forbidden technique. The holy maiden was tall and slender. She wore a light muslin, and her skin was like fine jade. Her beautiful face was filled with holiness, and her long hair flickered with golden light. Riding on the unicorn, she was like the daughter of a god. These people gathered together and used their most pious hearts to attract the sacred power of faith from the entire West. The power of faith, which was as vast as the ocean, rumbled in the sky. This scene was terrifying. It was divine and vast, and the world was about to be overturned. Xianxia, the phoenix goddess, and the others weren't the only ones whose expressions changed. Even Yifan's expression was grave. This was the willpower of all living beings in West Earth that was drawn over by them. It was vast and boundless, and it was impossible for a single person to resist it. The sky was pressed down. It was a silver ocean that was as pure and holy as moonlight. The willpower that filled the sky intertwined together and transformed into an ocean of life. Boom, the Holy Virgin of the Vatican waved her slender hand, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, intending to strike Yifan to death with the power of faith. Without a doubt, this was the purest and most holy power. For those who believed in the Vatican, bathing in this light could cure all illnesses and dispel all misfortunes. However, if it was a mortal enemy who didn't have the slightest bit of faith, this would be the most terrifying poison. Coming into contact with it would inevitably ignite and turn into ashes under the divine radiance. This was why the dark creatures that fought against the Vatican would eventually be burned at the stake and reduced to ashes in the eternal holy light. Without faith, this was the most fatal injury. It was impossible for Yifan to have the faith of the Vatican. If the Pope ordered the Saintess and the other most devout believers to act now, it would undoubtedly be terrifying and fatal. The overwhelming holy light sprinkled down, as if there were thousands of divine moons hanging above his head. This place became an ocean formed by the gathering of the Milky Way, and he was completely enveloped. God is not omnipotent. Our Church is omnipotent. The Pope stood on the holy mountain. He was like an oppressive mountain, and there was a sea of stars in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he was a god looking down on all living beings. Many believers were singing hymns like the sounds of nature. Their bodies were bathed in auspicious light, and each of them was otherworldly. Every one of them was like a god from the heavens. The Saintess was the quickest. Her golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her fair face was filled with holiness. Her blue eyes were like gems, and she chanted an incantation, triggering a pure sea of faith power to refine Yifan. At this moment, everyone held their breath. This was a fatal blow. Activating the Vatican's accumulation over the long years, using the sea of faith power to refine the demons of the Central Plains might be the only way. Yifan was indeed withstanding a kind of heavenly might. The vast sky pressed down on his body, almost breaking his bones and flesh. There was a limit to one's strength. After all, he was only a human with flesh and blood, and not an immortal that had never been proven to exist. This was the heavenly might. At this moment, he was fighting against the origin power of the entire Western Orthodoxy alone. The torment he endured was unimaginable. The faith power drawn by the Saintess and the others was incomparable. "Master!" Xianxia cried out. He thought he had seen a corner of the future, and the establishment of an immortal sect. He never thought it would be such a scene. Yifan clenched his teeth. This was not only the power of faith, but also the Vatican's sacred light of destruction. It was actually so vast and majestic that it exceeded his expectations. A mortal might be weak, like an ant in the eyes of a cultivator. But if there were thousands, or even millions, or even hundreds of millions, then it would be terrifying. With endless faith power on one's body, it was enough to destroy a saint. The golden blood in Yifan's body boiled, and his whole body shone with boundless treasured light. He chanted ancient scriptures, and his heart was clear. He endured the pain of having his bones crushed, and did his best to resist the heavenly might. He wanted to rush out, but it was as if he had sunk into a swamp. The Tao scripture, Western Emperor scripture, and Eternal Universe scripture all rumbled, and the various secret realms in his body emitted sounds of merging. It's as vast as the sea of stars, but it can't be concentrated at a single point. This way, it won't be able to pierce through me and melt me. Yi Fan calmed down. He had suffered a great calamity. Although the faith power of all living beings turned into sacred light was fatal, he still hadn't turned into dust after such a long time. If such a vast amount of psyche power is gathered together and transformed into a holy sword, it is enough to destroy a great sage. This kind of strand of psyche power may be able to destroy me, but it will take enough time. Yi Fan calmed down, and there was no fear in his heart. He treated this as a type of training, because he thought of a legend, and at this moment, it was reflected, karmic fire. Evil karma harms people like fire. He instantly understood, and his heart became peaceful. There were no longer any ripples. He didn't have the faith of the Vatican, and to the Western orthodoxies, he was a heretic, a sinner, and full of evil power. On the other hand, the Vatican's pure power of faith was like karmic fire to him. At this moment, he was suffering from the pain of burning his body and destroying his spirit. There was a very detailed and terrifying legend about karmic fire in Buddhism, and it was said to be the most terrifying supreme flame. It was a flame condensed from the karmic power of all living beings. It could burn ancient bodhisattvas and Buddhas into ashes, and it could destroy ancient gods. There was nothing that could stop it. When all the sins of the world converged together, it became karmic fire. Yi Fan was opposing the Western faith, which was equivalent to opposing all living beings here. The boundless will on his body became his karmic fire. When Gautama Buddha attained enlightenment, it was said that he experienced the burning of karmic fire. He placed all the sins of his believers on himself, and he drew upon the karmic fire of all living beings. With the help of a Bodhi tree, he resisted all the karmic power, and the karmic fire became immortal, and he achieved Tao fruit. When Laozi left the Han Valley, she saw purple energy rising from the east. It was vast and mighty, and it covered the entire sky. Although it was said to be auspicious and noble, it was also possible that he was using the Tao fire of all living beings to refine himself. Perhaps there was another explanation for Laozi's journey to the west. When Yi Fan thought of this, he naturally calmed down. He treated this as a form of training. Only when the predecessors were about to enter the realm of quasi-emperor would they have such a chance, and only then would they dare to burn themselves with the heart fire of all living beings. And he already had such an encounter at this realm. If he could break through, it might be a kind of Tao fruit, and he could use his divine abilities to resist the boundless power of faith in West Earth. Fortunately, the pure power of thought that was like the Milky Way didn't turn into a sword or a spear, and it didn't gather into a single point. It only spread out without a fixed shape, and it spread to every corner. This gave Yi Fan a chance to resist. In the end, he took out the chi of all things cauldron, and it endured the endless karmic fire with him. After a long time, the people outside were all dumbfounded. They could only see a man and a cauldron floating in the silver ocean of faith. Although there was holy light burning, he was immortal, and everyone was afraid. In the past, when the holy light from the Vatican was taken out, any enemy of the dark would be turned into ashes. They couldn't stop it at all. However, now, all of the power of faith in West Earth had been drawn over, and it surged over continuously. However, it couldn't erase the devil from Middle Earth. This was too terrifying. Yi Fan's heart became more and more clear. Even though he was suffering from great torment, it was beneficial. After being tempered 1,000 times, his physique and consciousness were tempered. If he didn't die, his life would flourish even more. What's being burned isn't my body, but the various thoughts in my heart. All sins are added to my body, burning the past to give me eternal life. Yi Fan muttered to himself. His corporeal body was injured, but it continuously recovered. His will was like steel, and he resisted unyieldingly. The cauldron grew by an inch and crossed the tribulation with him. It flickered in front of the heart of his brows like an immortal monument that recorded every bit of his comprehension of the Tao. This wasn't crossing the tribulation, and it wasn't severing the Tao, but it surpassed all of these. From a certain perspective, he could be considered to have already severed the Tao, being reborn in the flames. It was just that he hadn't obtained the approval of heaven and earth. It was because his strength had long reached the required level. He only needed to obtain a type of Tao fruit, trample over the great Tao of heaven and earth, and then sever his own Tao. Yi Fan and the cauldron rose and fell, becoming a streak of eternal light. It flourished even more than the raging sacred flame formed from the boundless ocean of will power. 4 hours later, he brought out the black arrow and the others to undergo the baptism. He even brought out the seed of the Bodhi sacred tree to refine it over and over again. Back then, when he was in Big Dipper Star Domain, he had bestowed this object to Tong Tong and the others to use. However, when he took it back and used it in the Flame Domain, he discovered that there was something strange about it. There was the imprint of Sakyamuni Buddha on it, and in the end, he used the immortal flame to wipe it clean, branding it with his own imprint. However, he still didn't feel at ease, so he didn't give it to his disciple. Now, in this place, he borrowed the boundless karmic flames to begin the ultimate burning. He refined it thoroughly, feeling that this object was connected to his body and mind. There wasn't a trace of someone else's imprint, so he was completely at ease. Then, he used his mind as an imprint to refine this object over and over again. Finally, the patterns on its surface became natural, and he was reborn from the flames. He was like a god or a devil. Boom! Yifan's body erupted with immeasurable immortal light. The cauldron between his eyebrows had become one with him, and it was difficult to tell them apart. Around him, there were also the black arrow, the Bodhi seed, the Tao scripture, and the book of source of heaven and earth floating up and down. In the end, he stood up. Even the power of faith that was as vast and pure as the ocean couldn't burn him. He broke free and was bathed in the immortal holy splendor. Buzz! The cauldron between his eyebrows trembled slightly and flew into the distance, enveloping Xianxia's head. Then, the Bodhi seed flew out from his hand and appeared in the hands of the little Taoist master. Before I enter the star domain, these 2 holy objects will be in your possession. They are the holy objects for our sect to pass on the Tao and carry forward the legacy of the celestial court. Then, Yifan warned Xianxia repeatedly in secret that the cauldron had his Tao engraved on it and was the number 1 holy object. The Bodhi seed was only an appearance and shouldn't be confused. Everyone in the West was stunned. Even the vast power of faith and the endless holy light couldn't burn Yifan to ashes. What else could they do? The Vatican Saints and the other devout believers were in a daze. The pure power of faith naturally dispersed and couldn't be used by them. Yifan pointed with his finger, and the holy splendor scattered all over the sky, enveloping everyone in front. The saintess was in a daze on the jade-white unicorn. The light in her beautiful eyes changed again and again. Then, all the young people, including herself, were illuminated. She chanted the name of the celestial emperor and walked over. It's been 2,000 years. I haven't fought anyone for 2,000 years. Pope muttered to himself. He looked down like an ancient deity. The sun was destroyed and the stars sank in his eyes. The scene was extremely terrifying. Yifan ascended step by step and faced Pope calmly. There was nothing to doubt. This was an enemy that was not easy to deal with. The sacred mountain was majestic and engraved with the marks of time. There were many orchids on the cliffs, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. The palace was grand, and there were angels singing hymns as they circled around the palace. Step after step of stone stairs led upwards, making everything above seem unapproachable. Pope and a group of elders stood in front of the majestic divine palace. An enormous holy cross hung above their heads, making them appear divine and dignified. There was a type of boundless ocean aura around his body. Do we need to go to the outer realms to fight? Or should we activate the ancient formation platform and turn it into a battlefield? Otherwise, the divine land will be in danger. A cultivator with a very high status asked the Pope for guidance. At Yifan's level, it wasn't a problem for them to shatter mountains and rivers with a roar, moving mountains and filling seas. If they truly fought without restraint, there would be extremely serious consequences. Pope pointed at the sky with one hand and the earth with the other. The heaven and earth were immediately split apart, and all of the sacred mountains moved to the side. The great earth rumbled, and a savage ancient land appeared. Everyone trembled. Even though they knew that Pope had exceptional divine abilities, they were still a bit shocked when they saw such heaven and earth penetrating methods. Yifan entered the ancient Tao right with a single step. This place was spacious enough, and one couldn't see the end of it. The barren land was boundless, and not a single blade of grass grew. Pope seemed like he could grab the stars and grab the moon. His entire body was bathed in divine splendor, and he was like an ancient deity descending into this world. He walked down from the majestic sacred mountain, and with each step, the great earth trembled. Even though he was old, his skin was sparkling like jade. His hair was golden and thick, and he was extremely dignified. He wore a crown on his head, and it was as if a great mountain was pressing down. Everyone felt like they were suffocating, and many people knelt on the ground, unable to help but prostrate themselves in worship. Your back is facing the deities, and darkness covers your body. You can only use blood to atone for your sins. Pope spoke. At this moment, he also took action, and a great battle erupted. Hung, he pressed down forcefully in the air, and a huge sparkling and translucent hand appeared. It was completely condensed from the power of faith and was under his control. It covered the sky and covered the earth, almost covering the entire sky and pressing down on the earth. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This was Pope's strength. Who in West Earth could resist such an attack? They could wipe out any family. Who was the strongest under the starry sky? This type of method was the most effective when dealing with heretics. Borrowing the will of all creatures for one's own use, adding all methods to one's body, turning one into a true deity, destroying the enemy with matchless divine might. Yi Fan didn't retreat. He also produced a large golden hand and attacked with the heaven-overturning imprint. He wanted to overturn the heavens and overturn the universe. Bang! When the two sides collided, it was as if an ancient Tao sound was transmitted. Everyone's ears felt pain, and it was difficult to endure. There were even more people who bled from their 7 apertures as their corpses fell to the ground. Everyone felt their blood run cold. The reason Pope established this ancient Tao rite and turned it into a battlefield was originally for the sake of isolating auras, yet it still resulted in such a terrifying result. It was enough to prove just how powerful these two were. Divine chains of order of the deities, bind this sinner and send him to the torture rack to carry out the final judgment. Pope chanted an ancient incantation. Walala, streaks of lightning streaked across the sky, incomparably dazzling. They condensed into divine chains and rushed towards the great earth. They were like tens to hundreds of comets with dazzling tails of light behind them, dazzling and resplendent. The great Tao of heaven and earth rumbled. An extremely grand Tao ripple spread outwards. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and great earth were all enveloped and submerged by a boundless aura. The divine chains of order of the deities turned into lightning and coiled over, wanting to bind Yi Fan and tear him apart inch by inch. This was an ancient divine technique that required endless magical force to display. Bang! Golden radiance flickered between Yi Fan's brows. An inch-long golden immortal sword flew out and released undying divine radiance. It hacked downwards towards the divine chains of order of the deities. This was the primitive emperor's Taoist sword. Yi Fan was greatly inspired by the battle with Yuan Gu. He used the battle saint technique to imitate it. After several evolutions, it finally had a certain form. It could cut through all things as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword cut through the divine chains of order of the deities, causing Pope's killing technique to become illusory and ineffective. Moreover, the inch-long golden sword flickered with an earth-shattering splendor and gushed with a gorgeous celestial light. It slashed at the space between the Pope's brows, wanting to cut him in half. Clang clang, dazzling divine splendor burst forth from Pope's eyes. Both his left and right eyes contained the scene of the star field's destruction. The reality emerged and blocked the imitated primitive emperor's Taoist sword. They were destroyed in an instant, emitting boundless light that drowned out everything that everyone could see like a tsunami. This is a divine incantation master. Everyone was shocked. They finally knew why Pope was so big. It was recorded in the ancient books that some people could communicate with the spirits. They were born with the marks of the path and could instantly display all kinds of laws. There were many ancient incantations in the West, and such people were undoubtedly favored by the heavens. Every word and action was a spell with boundless divine might. The divine knight's talent might be the best in tens of thousands of years, but Pope wasn't weak either. He was a divine incantation master. Moreover, because he had been cultivating with the power of faith, he was even more terrifying. The sea is boundless. How can an ant know? Cut the universe! Pope shouted. As soon as he said this, the 9 heavens and 10 earths moved. The astral winds were like blades, blowing between heaven and earth. There was white radiance everywhere. Endless traces of the great Tao densely covered every inch of space. The elemental blades cut through everything. Yi Fan frowned. Pope was truly powerful. He attacked indiscriminately as if he was the spokesperson of a deity under the starry skies. His magical power was boundless and invincible. At this moment, even he had no choice but to be careful. Ho Xian let out a loud roar. His golden blood energy collapsed the sky. When this incantation was released, it shattered the blade radiance that filled the sky. Even the ancient sacred mountain engraved with Saint Laws rumbled and almost collapsed. As for the ordinary mountains, they directly turned into dust. It was unknown how many mountains collapsed in succession. There was no suspense at all. Many people screamed miserably as they turned into clouds of bloody mist. The remaining people hurriedly hid behind the sacred mountain and didn't dare to face the battlefield directly. Otherwise, they would be in danger of dying at every turn. Walala, the sound of pages flipping could be heard. In the ancient Tao field, Pope looked down on the world with disdain. He held an ancient scripture in his left hand and a cross in his right. Both of them shone with eternal radiance. Within that ancient scripture, enormous ancient characters burst forth one after another. Every single one of them seemed to be cast from metal and weighed over 10,000 caddies. They pressed down on Yi Fan one after another. This was a completely natural symbol. Each character understood the heart and saw the Tao. It was summarized by the great sage of antiquity. It could sever the spirit and seize the soul. It could hack apart one's primordial spirit and great Tao. Ancient characters flew over one after another, almost burying Yi Fan below. They wanted to crush him into meat paste. Each character possessed the power of 10,000 caddies. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, rumbled over with immeasurable power. The ancient book flipped quickly. All of the characters leapt out at lightning speed, crushing the heaven and earth. They specialized in killing those who severed the Tao. This was a fatal blow. Yi Fan released a light shout. He stretched out his body and took a step forward. His hands formed a great sun and moon imprint. Then, he fiercely shook it, opening up a starry sky. A scene of stars being destroyed and the moon falling appeared, sweeping towards all of the ancient characters. This was a great destruction. The stars that filled the sky shattered the ancient characters. The river of stars shone brilliantly as ancient symbols rushed into the heavens. A rumbling sound rang out between the two, as if a flood was going against the sky and rushing into the 9 heavens. God said, "Let there be light." Pope shouted loudly. He was as dignified as an ancient heavenly deity. His entire being seemed to be splitting the world apart. Primal chaos surged around him. The cross in his right hand gently slid across the ancient scriptures, releasing blazing light. Heavens, comparable to a god. The Pope's magical force is like the sea, unparalleled since ancient times. In the distance, people cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but prostrate themselves in worship. Pope's methods could penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. He was just like the deities recorded in the scriptures, possessing boundless divine might. The destructive power of this light was too great. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan felt as if a blade was twisting around him. The light was omnipresent, hacking down on his skin with King Chong sounds. The Pope borrowed the endless power of faith. Together with his own divine incantations, the power was powerful to the extreme. The will of all living beings was supported by his divine technique. It was unstoppable. Bloody scars appeared on Yi Fan's body. Golden blood scattered out. He was actually injured. It had to be said that the old Pope was terrifying to the extreme. I said, "Where there's light, there's darkness." Yi Fan roared. His hands moved about, interweaving a mysterious and complicated pattern. Then, he propped up a golden sacred domain. In the end, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. The entire world lost its luster and quickly dimmed. Only he was eternal. He turned into a streak of starlight and rushed toward Pope. He raised his hand and used the heaven-overturning imprint, sending the latter flying over 10 li away. His hair danced in the wind. Yi Fan let out a long roar. He took advantage of the situation and attacked again. He raised his fist and smashed down. Golden blood chi filled the sky, blasting the powerful and unrivaled Pope several dozen li away. He retreated continuously and coughed out blood from his mouth. Enough! The Pope let out a loud roar. His entire body was brimming with vigor like the surging ocean. He transformed from a god spell master into a battle saint. Moreover, a golden lion was summoned from the void and became his mount. This lion was as tall as a small mountain and was thousands of years old. It had also survived since ancient times and had already severed the Tao. The golden fur on its body flickered as if it was cast from divine gold. Its entire body emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Pope merged with the golden lion and turned into an ancient war god. He was incomparably terrifying. The aura he emitted caused everyone to tremble. Even Yi Fan felt his heart palpitate. This was indeed a powerful opponent. He had borrowed the power of faith to cultivate to an extremely terrifying level. I'm not only a divine incantation master but also a divine knight. Everyone was filled with shock at the same time. Pope was actually a divine knight. As expected, his strength was world-shaking. His battle prowess was heaven-defying. In the past, not many people knew about this. So what? Yi Fan's killing intent surged. Golden blood chi rushed into the heavens. Golden battle chi surged violently and turned into a vast ocean that surged towards Pope. He attacked repeatedly. The Sun and Moon Seal, Divine Phoenix Seal, True Dragon Seal, Mountain Embracing Seal, Human Ruler Seal, and Heaven Overturning Seal were struck out one after another. It was as if the heavens were going to collapse. During this process, the great Tao rumbled like a boundless waterfall. His bravery was unstoppable. Pope and the Golden Lion kept on retreating. Both of them were coughing up blood. They were intimidated by the unrivaled divine physique of the human race and were at a disadvantage. Enough! Heaven and hell! Pope roared. Mountains and rivers collapsed and the great lake evaporated. This person merged with the Golden Lion and emitted rays of light like 10 suns in the sky. He had become a godlike existence. Behind him, a halo appeared and turned into an eternal and indestructible divine disk that shone through the ages. The faith of all living beings turned into his magical power as he displayed the Vatican's supreme art. Heaven appeared and emitted blazing light. A divine hand reached out and slapped down continuously, causing Yi Fan to sink down continuously. Below him, a black hell appeared. It opened a crack and was about to swallow him inside. Falling from heaven to hell is the punishment of the gods. Suffer eternal torment. Pope spoke. The divine disk behind him shone with holy light. He borrowed the faith of all living beings to continuously slap down the divine palm. Yi Fan was covered in bloody scars and was seriously injured. He was about to fall into hell. Pope's terror was evident. This divine hand blotted out the sky and was even larger than dozens of mountains combined. It directly slapped Yi Fan into the abyss of hell. In heaven, Pope stood in front of the door like a god passing judgment on a sinner. In hell, Yi Fan struggled with great difficulty. He was bathed in blood as he rushed towards the sky. The faith of all living beings was too terrifying. Yi Fan let out a clear whistle and displayed the Three Pure One's wonderful technique. A Tao body appeared and rushed towards the sky together with his main body. Together, they used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. At the same time, all kinds of strange phenomena merged into one. The Tao and him were one. Nothing could touch them as they went against the heavens. Boom! They fought their way from hell to heaven. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist blasted out continuously, causing heaven and earth to explode. Pooh! The Golden Lion bore the brunt of the attack. Even though it had already severed the Tao, it still couldn't withstand such a terrifying fist intent. A large expanse of blood flew everywhere. Large pieces of white bones exploded. This Golden Lion King that had severed the Tao was blasted apart by Yi Fan. It was smashed into meat paste and bone dregs, dying on the spot. What heaven? What hell? None of them could stop him. His bravery was unrivaled under the heavens, and even the Pope was sent flying several tens of li away. He crashed into a sacred mountain in the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood as he climbed up with difficulty. Everyone was shaken. The demon from the Middle-earth was indeed injured just now, but he also went crazy because of this. He fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Golden battle. Qi surged, and no one could stop him. As the Tao grew 1 foot, the demon grew 10. His divine might was unparalleled, and he was unrivaled in the present world. He even blasted Pope flying and seriously injured him. How could they fight like this? Who could subdue this demon? Ho! Yi Fan roared loudly. His Tao body moved in sync with him, and they both pounced forward. The sky was filled with golden blood energy, completely submerging the ancient Tao right. No one could stop them. Wherever he passed, mountains collapsed and lakes dried up. The heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. He was like an unrivaled deity destroying the world. There was nothing he couldn't destroy and nothing could stop him. Pope operated a great divine ability. The divine ring behind his head appeared and became even more resplendent. That divine ring towered behind him like a bright moon, suspended in the void. At this moment, it seemed as if it connected the past and present. His face was filled with fury. He fused the holy power of faith that the Vatican had accumulated for countless years with his Tao body. He wanted to use this to suppress this unbelievably powerful opponent. Yi Fan fought crazily. The golden blood in his body was boiling, emitting deafening thunderous sounds. Many people's bodies were trembling, and they couldn't bear it anymore. The Tao body he formed was exactly the same as him. His battle intent was overflowing. He soared into the clouds and rushed into the 9 heavens, wanting to trample the great Tao of heaven and earth under his feet. His true body and Tao body swung their golden fists together. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist intent appeared, and reincarnation unfolded, shattering the heaven and earth. This was an unrivaled fist intent. With me, I am invincible, and I will press forward. Boom! The divine ring behind Pope's head was shattered by Yi Fan and his Tao body. The divine ring collapsed and turned into a large rain of light. It rushed in all directions, pierced through the sky, and smashed into the mountains. Yi Fan was like a reborn god of war. His golden blood energy covered the sky, and it was as vast as the ocean. He swept through the world like breaking dry weeds. He fought until he went crazy. There was nothing in this world that could stop him. The I Ching turning 3 pure ones was a wonderful technique. Although Yi Fan had only comprehended a Taoist body, he displayed his terrifying power at that moment. His real body and Taoist body wielded the 6 paths of reincarnation fist at the same time, beating up Pope, who had borrowed the power of faith. Pope's bones were broken, and his body was covered in blood. Of course, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was also terrifying. It was like an invincible fist prepared for the inborn saint body of the human clan. Once the fist was unleashed, the sky would collapse and the earth would sink. Buzz. Every time Yi Fan and the Taoist body swung their fists, there would be an explosive boom. The void was torn apart, and the golden fist could not be blocked. Pope coughed up blood. His crown fell off, and his robe was torn. His sparkling body was full of cracks. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer and was about to be destroyed. However, he smiled at that moment. He did not retreat, but met Yi Fan's fist head-on. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he shouted, "Let's end this." Boom, the saint's aura was released, and it surged out like a flood and a fierce beast. It spread throughout the Vatican in an instant, making everyone tremble. They could not bear the pressure and knelt on the ground. The ancient sages, the supreme aura of the ancient sages actually burst out. This scene shocked everyone and made them tremble in fear. Pope's whole body shone. He summoned a battle robe from the void. It was golden and dazzling, illuminating the sky. Every place was filled with divine power, and it directly pressed down on Yi Fan. He deliberately got close to Yi Fan and suddenly took out his saint weapon to launch a sneak attack on a powerful opponent. He wanted to use the peerless divine robe to crush Yi Fan alive in the field. This was a trump card, and any opponent would definitely die if they were to face it. This was because the divine might of the ancient sages was unimaginably powerful, and it was far from something a Tao Severer could compare to. As soon as they used their magic tools, it was practically a sure-kill situation. Pope used his body as a guide, summoning the golden divine close out. It floated in the void and burst forth with light waves that resembled the ocean, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth, boundless and boundless. Even the sacred mountain engraved with ancient saint formations was shaved into powder. Yi Fan's feet stepped on the rho symbol as he retreated. 2 black arrows appeared in his hands, and divine might filled the sky. They were blazing and dazzling, blocking the golden divine clothes. He retreated more than 10 li, avoiding this fatal disaster. In this age of chaos, it wasn't easy to find an opponent to test his results. Now that he finally met the Holy Knight and Pope, Yi Fan didn't want to miss this opportunity. However, he couldn't continue right now. In the sky, the golden saint robe clanked as if it had a life of its own. It automatically disintegrated and then covered Pope's body. There was even the sound of breathing. This saint robe was entirely golden. When it was added to Pope's body, it was as dazzling as a sun. It released a boundless aura, making others have no choice but to bow down and worship it. Pope stared at the black arrow in Yi Fan's hands. He looked at it again and again, but he didn't feel any fear. This was because the golden saint robe came with a golden divine shield that flowed with brilliant colors. He held it in his hand, releasing blazing light. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He had long guessed that with the Western Orthodoxy's status, there would definitely be something like this left behind. However, with the black arrow in his hand, he wasn't all that worried. This was a damaged saint robe. It wasn't all that complete. There was a fist-sized hole in its chest, and cracks extended all over its body. One could well imagine how intense the battle back then was. An ancient saint wearing this divine robe still had his heart pierced through. It was just too terrifying. You want to kill me even if it isn't a legendary holy weapon? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You'll only know after you try. Pope was cold and calm. His defensive power was astonishing, and he wasn't afraid of Yi Fan's black arrow. The divine robe's holy might overflowed into the sky. On the contrary, although Yi Fan held the black arrow in his hand, he didn't have the aura of a saint. From his point of view, he could only protect himself. Even if a saint's magical artifact was damaged, it could still easily kill a Dao-severing expert. This was a qualitative change that was absolutely inestimable and couldn't be made up for. Yi Fan didn't dare to be careless. Even in the Big Dipper, any damaged holy weapon could destroy a great sect. It was boundlessly terrifying. Without a corresponding weapon, only death awaited. In the void, Dao ripples flowed. A stone core appeared and stood in front of Yi Fan, facing the golden saint robe. This immediately aroused many people's suspicions. Most people didn't know. Only the older generation figures like Pope were shocked. This was a Holy Spirit embryo that would rarely appear in thousands of generations. At this time, the 1-Chi turning 3 pure 1 secret technique reached its time limit. The Dao body disappeared, and only Yi Fan's physical body was left. His entire body became indistinct and actually melted into the stone core. What kind of secret technique is this? Even Pope was shocked. He had never seen or heard of it before. The physical body into the stone was a divine technique that Yi Fan comprehended after his cultivation had recently improved. He was only a hair's breadth away from the Yuan Taoist master, so it wasn't impossible for him to be honored as a heavenly master. His understanding of the book had reached the pinnacle, so he could display all kinds of wondrous techniques. The Yuan Taoist master could see all the secrets in the stone. When he reached the extreme, it wasn't a problem for his physical body to enter the stone. The profound mysteries were difficult for a person to understand. After entering the stone core, Yi Fan sensed the Holy Spirit's dried up blood vessels and meridians. He emitted a powerful sea of divine power and immediately filled it up. Boom, a wave of holy might was emitted, and the stone core immediately regained its vitality. Even though it couldn't be compared to when it was alive, it was now like a holy garment. Now we're even. Let's fight. Yi Fan revived in the stone core and rushed towards Pope. He was stupefied on the spot and felt that things weren't looking good. The golden holy garment was his greatest advantage. If the opponent also had a holy garment to protect them, then they would be back to the starting point. They would definitely be defeated and die without any suspense. Dong, the sonorous voice of the great Dao rang out. The divine ring appeared behind his head and emitted boundless light. He borrowed the power of faith from the golden holy garment to form a resplendent divine disk. All beings are one, lend me your holy power, he chanted an incantation and the divine disk appeared on his body. The golden holy garment breathed and swallowed the radiance of life. Then, he took the initiative to attack and released a divine incantation. Boom, Yifan was fearless. No matter how many divine abilities or how many laws there were, they would all be shattered by a single fist. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, no secret technique or Tao fruit could stop it. Even with the protection of the golden holy garment, Pope's body still trembled. Cracks appeared on the divine disk behind him and it almost broke apart. Summon the divine covenant scripture. Pope roared. At this critical juncture, he had no choice but to go all out. He used all of his methods and didn't have any trump cards left. His primordial spirit was dazzling. With the support of the golden holy garment, he summoned a scripture from the void. It was known as the Divine Covenant. In reality, it was only a few pages written with divine blood. It was of the same origin as the divine blood the divine knights bathed in. The paper had long turned yellow, but it still emitted a heart-palpitating power. Tens of thousands of streaks of light rushed over. Yifan directly brandished the black arrow in his hand and pierced through it completely. The yellowed paper burned with a pu sound and turned into ashes. The Divine Covenant scripture has been destroyed. Many people cried out. This was a holy object that couldn't be blasphemed against. Now, it was turned into ashes by the demons of the Central Plains, making many elders cry out in pain. Through this attack, the distance between the two was pulled closer again. Yifan was in the stone core, his expression indifferent. He brandished his fist and rushed over, but right at this time, he suddenly felt his entire body go cold. Chi. A streak of holy light tore through the void. A divine spear tore through the air, faster and more resplendent than lightning. Its entire body erupted with undying radiance. This was a holy weapon that appeared out of nowhere. Pope held it in his hand and stabbed it towards Yifan's chest. It was ruthless and accurate, its divine might vast and boundless, destroying the world. Dang, Yifan moved sideways, avoiding the spearhead. His fist landed on the golden spear shaft, releasing a trembling sound. Endless Tao waves were shaken out, and then he retreated. Spear of Longinus, this was a divine object, a legendary weapon used to kill gods. Back then, it was precisely this spear that nailed Jesus to death on the cross. Later on, due to various reasons and legends, this spear was consecrated as a holy object by the Vatican. In the Western inheritance, the Golden Ark of the Covenant, Turin's Shroud, Holy Grail, True Cross, and Spear of Longinus were the most famous. Most of them had already been lost, and even if there were any, they were mostly forged by later generations. Only this divine spear was passed down. It became the Vatican's #1 killing weapon, its might shaking the entire West. It was extremely famous. Of course, due to the long passage of time and the great battle that had happened in the past, this spear had already been broken into 3 pieces. It was no longer in perfect condition and was no longer a holy artifact. However, its past fame was extremely great. After all, it had stabbed the Saint Jesus to death, so there was extraordinary power stored within. It was rumored that it could change one's fate, and as such, it was also known as the Spear of Fate. Pope suddenly attacked with this spear in hand, but in the end, he still couldn't injure his opponent. His expression became gloomy, knowing that it would most likely not end well today. Hong, however, he already had no way out and could only fight to the death. With the golden shield in one hand and the Spear of Fate in the other, he pierced through the heavens and attacked. Yifan sneered. With the stone embryo in his body, it was equivalent to wearing a holy garment. He could naturally resist the supreme holy might, making him fearless. The two fought fiercely. The fist of 6 paths of reincarnation blasted the heavens apart, causing Pope, who was holding the Spear of Fate, to spit out a mouthful of blood. His bones creaked as he retreated step by step. Wang, Pope flew out several li, leaving behind a string of blood. His hands moved quickly, and his entire person disappeared from the battlefield. All of the holy mountains erupted with light and pressed down on Yifan. He activated an ancient formation, wanting to obliterate Yifan alive. His true body couldn't fight, so he borrowed the ancient saint's killing formation to suddenly besiege Yifan. Your movements are too slow. Do you really think I can't see that the battlefield you opened up has an ancient formation? These cold words rang out beside Pope, making his entire body go cold. He released a wave of cold air. The enemy rushed out together with him, and what was trapped was only an afterimage. Yifan had the Rho formula, so he was naturally fast to the extreme. He naturally knew that a place like Vatican City definitely had something left behind by the ancient saints, so he had always been on guard. Fine, you and I will go to hell together. Pope silently chanted an incantation and displayed a secret technique. Holy light shone everywhere, connecting him and Yifan together. Moreover, the sky and earth were turned upside down. The mysterious ancient formation appeared again, trapping him and Yifan together. Chi. Yifan drew his bow and nocked an arrow. At this moment, he powerfully attacked. It was time to verify his own Dao fruit. Victory and defeat, life and death, were all about to come to an end. Pooh! As soon as the black arrow shot out, the winds and clouds changed, and the world lost color. It pierced through the void, tore apart the golden holy cloves, and penetrated the golden shield. Endless radiance erupted, turning Pope's hand that was holding the holy spear into a bloody paste. The spear of fate fell. At the same time, Yifan followed up and smashed out with a fist. It penetrated the hole in the golden shield and smashed into Pope's body. There was originally a hole in the chest area of the golden holy cloves, and at this moment, an astonishing wave of blood rushed out. The golden holy cloves became a bit more damaged, but in the end, it was still preserved. However, Pope inside was turned into a bloody paste. With a king-chong sound, the holy cloves scattered and reformed not far away, leaving behind a bloody mist. Chi. Yifan brandished the second black arrow and cut off the connection between him and the bloody mist. At the last moment, Pope used a forbidden secret technique to connect the two together. It was almost like a curse, and they could die together. In the distance, the holy mountains rumbled and moved. They all released heaven-shocking killing intent. The ancient saint's killing formation was activated. Yifan was cold and indifferent. He didn't say a word and continuously fired arrows. 2 black arrows turned into lightning and shot out over 10 times. A great mountain in front of him collapsed with a loud rumble. He broke free from the ancient killing formation and rushed out. His divine might was awe-inspiring. He was truly unrivaled under the starry skies. He looked down on all directions. Everyone was absolutely silent. Even now, no one dared to speak. Their hearts were all trembling. Divine might was matchless. Yifan stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down on everyone. Then, he ascended Vatican City's first holy palace to receive the ancestral artifact. Pope had been defeated and lost his life. All that was left behind was a resplendent golden holy robe. The spear of fate was inserted into the ground, glistening brightly. No one dared to approach. Yifan descended on the holy mountain and ascended the stone steps to the first holy palace of the Vatican. Everyone was watching, and no one dared to stop him. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Finally, Yifan entered the most important place in the history of the Vatican and disappeared. Many people seemed to be exhausted and dispirited as they sat down on the ground. This day would forever be remembered as the day of darkness. The experts of the divine race from Jerusalem were killed, and the most sacred place of the Vatican was invaded by the devil, suffering the most serious blasphemy. Thousands and tens of thousands of years had passed. People couldn't help but shiver whenever they thought of this. To the people of another sect, this was a day of great prosperity. In the distance, Xianxia had an excited expression. The cauldron above his head sent down strands of source qi, protecting him within. He held the Bodhi bead in his hand and shouted for the establishment of the celestial court. Behind him, many followers also shouted in unison. Their voices resounded through the clouds, and the boundless sound waves shook the surroundings. The entire Vatican was trembling. At this moment, the expressions of the old cultivators of the Vatican and the clan leaders who had come to help changed greatly. This was a great calamity for them. The news quickly spread across the mountains, the oceans, and the entire world of cultivators. In the West, many inheritances were silent. The sky seemed to be pressing down, making everyone feel oppressed. They were all uneasy and anxious as if they were waiting for the judgment of the end of the world. The devil had defeated the divine knight and pope single-handedly and killed 3 experts of the divine race. No one could stop him. What was he going to do next? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they thought of how terrifying he was. The most serious consequence was that he would uproot the Vatican and wipe out the West. This did not seem to be a difficult task. When the Central Earth Taoist sect received the news, many people were stunned. Some could not believe this fact. He had attacked alone and killed his way into the holy city of Jerusha and killed the divine race. What kind of method was this? After that, he single-handedly conquered the Vatican and ruled the West. This was like a myth. It was the same for the Buddhist sections. Many senior monks chanted Shakyamuni Buddha, their names rising and falling. They felt that it was a bit inconceivable, their hearts beating fast. At that moment, the world was in an uproar. The eyes of the entire cultivation world were focused on West Earth and Vatican City, waiting for the final result. A devil had appeared in the Central Plains, everyone was discussing this. Now that the demonic cultivators were heading west, everyone was shocked. Everyone was paying close attention. At this moment, Yifan had ascended to the peak and entered the holy palace. He had no idea that the entire cultivation world was suffocating. Everyone was quietly waiting for the result and what he would do next. He was extremely calm, his footsteps powerful. He walked through the spacious and empty great hall, not a single person daring to stop him. All of the divine emissaries were trembling with fear, backing up in retreat. This palace had existed since ancient times. It was richly ornamented, dazzling in gold and jade. Every inch of this place was releasing holy radiance. Treasures were piled up everywhere. Yifan didn't pay them any attention. He walked into the depths of the palace as if he was facing dung and dust. He sensed the ancestral artifact of Middle-earth and walked with large strides, heading straight for it. After Shi Huang unified the 6 countries, the jade seal carved from He clan jade was quietly displayed here. Even though what was carved on it wasn't the laws of Tao, there was a type of historical precipitation that surpassed mountains and rivers. On the other side, there was a stone platform that was formed from dried yellow mud. It was placed at an even higher position. This was the Niwa stone with a human head and snake body carved on it. There were traces of the interweaving great Tao, attracting Yifan's attention. He stared at it for a very long time. In the end, he found the foundation of the altar with the ancient heavenly book carved on it. It was seized from Mount Tai by the experts of the Vatican City 20 years ago. There was a large pile of it, and they had obtained a lot back then. Yifan carefully looked at the heavenly book and was greatly moved. The foundation of the altar was indeed carved with the bird seal script. It really recorded a shocking secret, the opportunity to become an immortal. It talked about the 99 Dragon Mountains. This was what Yifan knew. He had already seen the burial ground of the Quasi-Emperor Xianxia clan and understood the cause and effect. What really attracted him was the topographic map at the end of the ancient heavenly book. This was actually a corner of the celestial map to enter Kunlun Immortal, however, it was incomplete because the foundation of the altar wasn't complete. Part of it was in Middle-earth, and only this part was lost in the Vatican City. Yifan's heart pounded. He didn't expect to find another piece of the map. This corner could be pieced together after he returned. There were 9 maps in the world, and he had already obtained the 6th corner. He carefully put away the ancestral weapons and the ancient altar. Then, he began to search the palace. He found some so-called holy objects of West Earth in the divine temple where the golden holy robe and the spear of fate were stored. There was actually a piece of bone among them. Another corner of the map. Yifan couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect there to be another corner in the Vatican City. This piece was the original ancient map carved on a simple piece of bone. The maps on Mount Lu's underground palace and the foundation of the altar were all copied by someone. They weren't the original, but they were still clear enough. Fortunately, the copied ones didn't overlap. He had obtained a total of the heptagonal immortal ascension diagram and was still missing the last 2 pieces of bone. This made his heart beat faster. During the great battle of the ancient sages, no one could collect the complete map. Now that the Dharma-ending era had arrived, those people left one after another, giving him a chance. It's a pity that the 9th piece of bone was shattered by someone. I can never collect it again. Yi Fan sighed softly. He swept through the holy palace, and no one knew what he had taken away. When he came out, the palace seemed to have dried up, and the holy splendor could no longer be seen. Everyone in the Vatican City was trembling with fear. No one dared to stop him. Even the radical faction that had wanted to welcome him and celebrate the death of the divine race stopped. That was because the difference between their realms was too great, and it was difficult for them to converse. Yi Fan didn't want to go overboard. He didn't want to exterminate the world, so he didn't create a murderous calamity. With a clang, the resplendent holy robe on the ground flew up. It grew to a height of 3 inches and entered his palm. He took it as his own. Bang, the spear of fate also rose from the ground and flew toward him. It had long been broken into 3 pieces in ancient times, but it was still a holy object of a sect that had killed a god. You can take the golden holy robe, but the spear of fate is the supreme holy object of the Vatican City. It has a special meaning, so please keep it. If you like the holy spear, you can take it with you. I believe that its power will far surpass the lance of Longinus once it is unsealed. The Divine Knight's aura was on the verge of dying. His body was covered in cracks and blood was seeping out, but he was still alive. He spoke with difficulty as an ancient dragon spear stabbed into the ground next to him. Clang, Yi Fan swung his hand, and the spear turned into a beam of golden light that stabbed into the ground in front of the majestic palace on the first sacred mountain. It trembled a few times before becoming motionless. He didn't like or hate the Western orthodoxies, and he had never thought of exterminating them. He only wanted the ancestral weapon, and he didn't want to kill them all. You can be considered an upright person, so why do you need to imprison yourself here? Are you willing to go to the outer realm with me? Yi Fan asked. My flame of life is about to be extinguished. The Divine Knight was a sinner who had carried the sin until now. He had turned his back on the light and had no glory in his life. Now that he was about to die, he felt a sense of relief. If you want to leave, I can help you prolong your life. The Divine Knight's gaze was calm as he let go of everything. I yearn to go to the outer realm. Yi Fan walked forward and pointed with a finger. A holy radiance shot out and bathed the Divine Knight's body. He took out a jade jar and poured out a sparkling liquid drop. It was the juice of an ancestral ginseng from Changbai Mountain, and it could be considered a precious medicine. He flicked it out, and the liquid entered the Divine Knight's mouth. In an instant, the vitality in his body flourished. Afterward, Yi Fan took out some divine spring water and fed it to the Divine Knight. West Earth had endless power of faith, but the Divine Knight had been branded as a sinner by the ancient paragons. He couldn't use this to prolong his life. Because of this, he could only rely on himself to cultivate. It was a miracle that he could reach this step in such a world. He was worthy of being the #1 genius of West Earth in the past tens of thousands of years. This was what Yi Fan had taken a fancy to. If such a ferocious person was brought to another star domain and cultivated in a different environment, what kind of great achievements would he have? It would probably cause a huge commotion. Divine Knight. The radical faction in Vatican City finally found a chance. All of them walked forward and shouted. The Divine Knight sighed. He had vaguely guessed that the ancient paragons had purposely branded him so that he wouldn't be able to use the power of faith to cultivate and temper his Tao body. Our doctrine is beautiful. There's no need to respect the god race of the outer realm. It's enough as long as God is present. From today onwards, both Jerusalem and Vatican City will belong to us. Correct, your teachings are holy and beautiful. Yi Fan smiled, also speaking in agreement. Ugh. Everyone could only have such an expression. This devil from Middle-earth actually said this. How could they endure it? I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Your doctrine gives mortals spiritual sustenance and guides the path forward for cultivators. It's a priceless treasure. I'm targeting the god race of the outer realm, and I'm only offending you because I want to bring back the ancestral weapon of Middle-earth. Yi Fan didn't care if they believed it or not. In any case, he believed it himself and said it like this. Moreover, he had already done what needed to be done. The celestial ruler is merciful, Xianxia started to preach and replaced the word God with celestial ruler to win over believers in Vatican City. In the end, everyone was speechless. After this matter was over, Yifan didn't go to Mount Olympus to visit the ancient world. He didn't go to that divine land to search for treasures, which made the disciples feel rather regretful. This was because he didn't want to make the entire West Earth's cultivation world anxious. There was still a long way to go, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The West watched him leave as if he was a god of plague. They couldn't wait for him to travel through time and space and disappear. Everything that happened in the day of darkness made the demons of Middle-earth feel like a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. After Yifan returned to Middle-earth, the masters of the various sects all came to welcome him. It was a grand event that hadn't happened in hundreds of years. The return of the ancestral weapon was an earth-shattering event. Yifan studied it carefully for a few days and handed over the Fushi dragon steel and the 9 cauldrons to the various sects and returned them to their original sections. A devil from Middle-earth. These 4 words spread all over the world, not only in Middle-earth and the West, but all Taoists heard of it. I'm not a devil. Who exactly am I? Even the heavens don't know. Yifan mumbled to himself. From that day onwards, the little Taoist master started to preach and travel to foreign lands. Dragon Sparrow, Zhang Yifan, and the others also frequently performed miracles among the mortals. The celestial court started to sprout in every corner of the world since the day of darkness. Especially in the West, which was incomparably open and free, Zhang Qingyang led the crusaders that were converted by Yifan and the Vatican's Saintus Adrian and the others to achieve great results. Yifan fought in West Earth and his divine prowess was matchless. His name shook the world of Tao, and the devil of Middle-earth shook the 4 seas. No one dared to obstruct him, and the process of preaching could be said to be very smooth. Perhaps decades or centuries would pass, but many people would be chanting, "Celestial Emperor above." This was the result of Zhang Qingyang's efforts. Yifan was in Middle-earth, but he could clearly feel everything. His cauldron was a holy object of preaching, and it bore the power of faith. There were different changes every day. During this period of time, the cultivation world was in an uproar, and many things happened. And Yifan's sudden appearance naturally attracted attention from all directions. He ran amok in the West, killed the strong practitioners of the God race in Jerusalem, and fought in Vatican City. He was simply like a legend. Many great powers were trying to find his roots, and when they found out that he was one of the people that had been taken away by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, they all sucked in cold breaths and were all terrified. And during this period of time, some interesting things happened. For example, the Taoists of a certain peninsula country in Northeast Asia. They seriously researched and dug up a conclusion. Yifan was a stunning individual with astonishing bloodline and great strength. His ancestral home actually belonged to this peninsula country, and they quoted from many sources, quoting all kinds of evidence. In the end, there were even people from this peninsula who wrote some works, recording this in the country's cultivation history, treating it as a type of fact. When the cultivators of other places heard of this, they could only shake their heads and sigh. The cultivators of the peninsula really were unmatched. This seemed to have become a tradition, because people were already numb and used to it. Too many similar things happened in the past, and the entire universe seemed to be created by them. Time was like water, unknowingly flowing by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had already passed. Zhang Qingyang's preaching was extremely successful. Now, not only were there churches and mosques, there was also the celestial court, and it was blossoming all over the world. The cauldron, as a holy object of preaching, would rise with holy energy every day. Strands of immortal light shone brilliantly, gathering even more faith. It already developed intelligence, appearing more and more divine and unapproachable. Zhang Qingyang was able to wield the number 1 holy object of the celestial court, which was also Yifan's future tool to prove his Tao. This made the other disciples very envious. No one could replace him. When it came to preaching, the little Taoist master was unparalleled. He practically spared no effort and left his footprints in every corner of the world. Now, not only were there countless mortals who believed in the celestial court, even many cultivators were also persuaded by his flowery words to convert to the celestial court, revering the celestial emperor together. And his cultivation had also made great progress. Every time the celestial court grew a bit stronger, he would progress a bit more. Yi Fan saw all of this and made him the head disciple of the registered disciples. And on this day, Yi Fan crossed time and space to summon him back to Central Earth. This was because he was about to cross the tribulation, and he needed the cauldron to cross it together. Good preparation was unleashed. It wasn't that he couldn't cross it, he could have done it 3 years ago. Everything was because he had to reverse the great path. He didn't want any accidents to happen. If he passed it, his future would be brilliant, but if he failed, he would be nothing but ashes. He couldn't even compare to an ant, so he had to be careful. Greetings, Master. Xianxia returned, and the cauldron hanging above his head fell off, turning into an inch tall. The body of the cauldron was simple and natural, and there was an immortal divine splendor circling around the outside of the cauldron. It entered the space between Yi Fan's brows. You've worked hard these years. If the celestial court succeeds, it will be your first merit. This was a small mountain with no special scenery. There were only a few thatched cottages. For the past 3 years, Yi Fan had spent most of his time living on this unknown hill. In front of the cottage, there was a rack of green grapevines with bunches of green grapes. Next to it was a medicinal field with some old herbs and spiritual plants. The fragrance of the herbs filled the air. In the distance, there was a pine forest. Komatsu was like a monkey, darting in and out all day, looking for pine cones. He was very happy. Xianxia had been practicing asceticism for 3 years, preaching to the world. Yi Fan saw all of this and knew that he had put in a lot. The change in the cauldron of myriad chi was the most obvious proof. Now, this cauldron was psychic. Every moment, there was pure psychic power entering the cauldron. Strands of celestial light shone brightly. It was extraordinary and close to divine. The celestial court had taken root in the world, flourishing and growing. Every day, it would imprint the power of faith into the cauldron. This was a kind of divine transformation, forging an immortal weapon. Crack, in the sky, a bolt of lightning flashed, followed by heavy rain. Yi Fan stood motionless in front of the window, looking at the electric snakes in the clouds. Komatsu peeled a phoenix fruit, revealing the red and tender flesh inside. He blinked his big eyes and handed it to Yi Fan and Xianxia. Crack, the silver electric snakes danced and swam in the dark clouds, tearing open the sky and bursting out with a breath that made people tremble. For cultivators, this kind of weather was very dangerous. Qingyang, are you ready? Yi Fan asked. Master, I am ready. The little Taoist master replied. In the past few years, he had been preaching everywhere, but his cultivation had not fallen behind. He had been improving all the way. This had something to do with Yi Fan's special care. Then enter the lightning. Open your mind and body and accept the baptism. Don't worry or be afraid. I will protect you, Yi Fan said softly. In the past few years, every time there was a thunderstorm, Yi Fan would choose to protect a few disciples and let them attract the lightning to temper their bodies. All the ancient sects had their own secret methods. Under normal circumstances, it would be good if the disciples could attract lightning once or twice. Any more and they would encounter a great disaster. This was not a real heavenly tribulation. In this era, no one could attract it, but they could use the ancient methods to temper their bodies. It could be considered a heavenly tribulation, but it could easily destroy their bodies and souls. Most people did not dare to try it. In the past 3 years, these disciples had gone through 8 or 9 of heavenly tribulations. Xianxia had gone as high as 11 and was about to undergo the 12th one. These people all had special bones, and if they were placed in the Big Dipper, they would all be part of a region's pride. Unfortunately, they were born at the wrong time, unable to sense the heavenly tribulation in this age of chaos. Thus, every year, Yi Fan would have them guide lightning to temper their bodies. For ordinary people, 2 times was the limit, but they had to attract lightning every year. Moreover, each time it was more powerful than the last. It was almost comparable to a real heavenly tribulation. In the past few years, their cultivation had improved. Every step they took was very stable. The foundation of the Tao was extremely solid. In the process, Yi Fan found something special. Xianxia had been preaching to the world and was with the cauldron. He had also been stained with a lot of power of faith. He could resist the heavenly tribulation more easily than the others. That was why he had gone through the heavenly tribulation the most. "Master, I am going up," Xianxia said to him. He rushed up into the sky and went into the thick clouds. He began to go through the heavenly tribulation. Lightning came from all directions and all struck his body. In an instant, the lightning blazed and silver snakes danced. It was as if a great battle had taken place. He resisted in the splendor of the sky, attracting lightning to temper his body. He is several times stronger than before after all. Yi Fan said to himself. When lightning radiance was guided into the body to be tempered, regardless of whether one's cultivation made progress, it would still be several times stronger than the last time. The heavens seemed to have a record of this as well, and that was why even the most stunning of cultivators didn't dare to ascend to the heavens every year. Guiding lightning radiance to this step can also be considered a heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan nodded. Between heaven and earth, the lightning became even more violent. A silver sea of lightning descended, submerging Xianxia within and tearing apart the world. Yi Fan watched carefully. He protected his disciple but didn't extend his hand to help. If there was no disaster of body and soul being destroyed, he definitely wouldn't step out. Komatsu blinked its large eyes from the side. It also stared at the clouds. During these years, it had gone through several true heavenly tribulations. From the crying in the beginning to its current calmness, it could also be considered quite the improvement. It knew how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. It was world-shaking and boundless, especially the lightning that descended during the end of days. Every time it thought of it, it would shrink its head back and cover its chest with its little claws, feeling waves of lingering fear. Woo, it's working again. Yi Fan stared at the sea of lightning. There were traces of pure faith power on Xianxia's body that counteracted the vast lightning. The lightning entered his body but didn't harm him. In the most dangerous moments, this holy light could display indescribable uses. It was truly mysterious and unpredictable, making one's mind race and unable to help but sink into deep thought. An hour later, when the last 9 waves of lightning descended, Xianxia's skin and flesh were lacerated and his bones were almost scorched. However, he finally made it through with difficulty. He descended and entered the thatched cottage. His expression was incomparably excited because his physical body had become stronger. His magical power surged and his primordial spirit had also strengthened a bit. Very good. Yi Fan nodded. Before he severed his Tao and crossed the tribulation, he made some arrangements to prevent any accidents from happening to him. He wasn't in a hurry to ascend to the heavens. In the following months, Yi Fan stood guard for his disciples, letting them all experience the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Their cultivations improved greatly. Walk your own path. I can't give you a direction. Crossing tribulation, comprehending the Tao, choosing, you have to experience more. Yi Fan rubbed Komatsu's head. He didn't want this little fellow to rigidly adhere to his thoughts and jump out. He didn't arrange everything like he did for his other disciples and pointed out the direction for the future. A month later, Yi Fan ascended to the heavens and left alone, not letting anyone go with him. Komatsu was scared and chased after him, crying loudly. He wanted to use the little stone Buddha to block the tribulation, but Yi Fan refused. Xianxia shouted for Yi Fan to add all of the power of faith to him, saying that he could achieve twice the results with half the effort and safely cross the tribulation. The other disciples also called out. Yi Fan didn't turn back. He poured out all of the power of faith in the cauldron like a boundless waterfall, temporarily leaving it on the short mountain. This pure power of faith was definitely useful, but he didn't want to rely on it now. Since his path was already set and he was going to sever the great Tao, he didn't need to rely on any external objects. Apart from the Tao-proving artifact, the cauldron, he wouldn't bring anything else to cross the tribulation with him. This was his choice from start to finish, and it had never changed. The power of faith is now used by me, but it's unclear in the future. This was a vague misgivings in his heart, so he didn't borrow it. Yi Fan ascended to the sky and arrived in outer space, far away from the mountains and rivers. This was because he was afraid that once he crossed the tribulation, he would destroy the magnificent rivers and mountains and sink a continent. No one understood better than him how terrifying his tribulation would be. Once it erupted, it would be destructive, especially since this time was different from the past. He himself didn't have any confidence. He felt a deathly stillness while standing alone in the cold and dark cosmos. The boundless might of the earth spread over from afar, as if there was a hibernating ancient celestial emperor. "It's time to cross the tribulation now," said Yifan softly. He began to activate his cultivation and no longer suppressed his strength. He opened up his body and mind, connecting with the cosmos and emitting a will that surpassed the great Tao. Boom! There was originally nothing in the void universe, but at this moment, a boundless ocean suddenly appeared. This was a divine sea formed from lightning. In just a moment, Yifan was buried within and received the torture and punishment of the great Tao of the heavens. Streaks of lightning that were as thick as the sea struck his body one after another. This was a magnificent scene. If someone were to depict it and let the world see it, it would definitely shock the ages and make all cultivators tremble in fear. This kind of heavenly tribulation was the most terrifying since the beginning of time. Every single streak of tribulation light far surpassed the great heavenly tribulation of others. These tens of thousands of tribulation lights converged together to form the first round of lightning that struck Yifan. This was a type of doomsday heavenly punishment. It was a great destruction that no one could endure. It was boundlessly vast and only needed a strand of lightning to destroy a heavenly genius. Meanwhile, Yifan was bathed in it. His hair was disheveled as he resisted this boundless heavenly tribulation alone. His sturdy body was naked as he used the lightning as water to cleanse his flesh and primordial spirit. This was a great destruction. Even the void of the cosmos was split apart by the strike. Terrifying black abysses appeared one after another. Only the light source at the center remained unchanged. Yifan's bronze-colored body flickered with precious light as he accepted the lightning and baptism. It was boundless and limitless. The heavenly tribulation of tens of thousands of years seemed to have gathered on his body alone. The lightning radiance from the past and present merged together to refine his body. Every inch of his skin was dazzling, every pore taking in and sending out electrical radiance. A golden little figure walked out from the space between his brows. When it opened its mouth, a heavenly river would be sucked in. The endless sea of lightning was sucked into its mouth, terrifying beyond compare. That day, Yifan didn't tell the people of the Central Earth's Taoist sect or Western Tao inheritance that he was going to sever the Tao. No one knew. He wanted to peacefully pass this day. However, at this time, all cultivators sensed that something was definitely happening in outer space. It was because they were all panicking inside, as if a great disaster was descending, doomsday arriving. It was as if a sharp sword was suspended above their heads, as if a great mountain was crushing down on their hearts. This was a world-destroying aura that made those of the same species tremble. As long as one cultivated the Tao, they would definitely be able to sense it. Everyone trembled in fear, looking towards outer space in horror. However, no one could see anything. It was too far away, all of them unclear of the situation, unable to deduce the reason. It was because this type of tribulation had rarely been seen since ancient times. There was no way they had heard of it before, let alone seen it for themselves. Hong, the first sea of lightning disappeared. Strange lightning appeared in the void. There was Fushi dragon steel, Nuwa Dao stone, streak after streak, incomparably mysterious. This was even more terrifying. Some of the lightning were similar to ancestral artifacts, incredibly berserk. When they descended, they could simply hack apart an ancient star. These were the traces of the great Tao between heaven and earth, representing the ancient heavenly Tao. Every time it hacked down, it would be world-shocking, able to destroy a world. Yifan wanted to sever the Tao he already had, break free and rise above the great Tao, so he naturally had to endure the attacks and suppression of all types of divine Tao since ancient times. Hong, in the void cosmos, blazing lightning radiance destroyed the world. Between the streaks of human-shaped lightning and ancestral artifacts, ancient stars seemed to be destroyed one after another, historical scenes replaying. Endless lightning struck down on his body. Yifan resisted it alone, his head of black hair scattering about, his bronze-colored body flickering with precious splendor. Even if his bones were broken and tendons snapped, he could still quickly recover. The little golden figure stood in front of his brows, looking down on the world, unyielding just like his body, accepting the baptism and refinement of endless lightning. The cauldron was forged from the source energy of all life. It accepted the sea of lightning to reforge it, enduring the lightning like an ancestral artifact, but it still didn't break, becoming more and more sturdy and undying. Yifan's body was within the tribulation light that covered the sky, every inch of his body flickering. He bathed in endless lightning and thunder, tempering his undying body, baptizing his golden primordial spirit, tempering the cauldron that corroborated the Tao. Even though he could resist it now, he didn't dare relax in the slightest, because the true Great Tribulation was yet to come. From afar, a group of meteors flew over. The human race's saint physique severing the Tao caused a phenomenon to descend from the heavens, and this was just the first sign. This was a group of meteors, and there were hundreds of them. They emitted resplendent radiance that could tear through the ages as they lined up and charged over. The smallest one was hundreds of feet long, and the largest one was half the size of a moon. They possessed the power of thunder and lightning, leaving behind a long and resplendent tail light that was filled with the power to destroy the world. Yifan's expression changed. He knew that there might be phenomena when severing the Tao, but he didn't expect there to be hundreds of meteors right from the start. This was a terrifying scene. They all came from the depths of the universe and were filled with a mysterious power. They were vast and boundless, and every meteor was as dazzling as the sun. They don't produce light from friction, but contain great power. Yifan swung his fists, struggling in the tribulation and punching forward. Immediately, a divine radiance shot out as every inch of his body was enveloped by lightning. The heavenly tribulation moved because of him, colliding with the group of meteors. He unfolded his arms, letting go of his hands and feet, forcefully shaking the group of meteors. This was a great destruction. Multicolored light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, thunder roared endlessly, all of the meteors turned into fine powder. Even a tiny strand of tribulation light was destructive. It was equivalent to a great tribulation of others, and it was no problem for it to destroy mountains and rivers. The pores on Yifan's body relaxed, and thousands of strands of tribulation light entered and exited. His body was breathing in and out this divine sea of lightning, and his flesh and bones were all breathing. Wang, the void trembled, and the dragon steel flickered. It was ancient and majestic, taller than a mountain, and it pressed down on Yifan. There were all kinds of divinatory diagrams on it, mysterious and strange. This was lightning in the shape of the Fushi dragon steel, and it was incredibly powerful. Yifan had already been hit several times, and his bones were almost broken. Every time it pressed down, it was like an ancient star exploding. He was puzzled. Why was there lightning in the shape of an ancestral artifact? Moreover, it was so shocking and powerful. What was the relationship between the two? Could it be the Tao marks left behind by the past Tao verifier? Yifan thought of many things. Was it the great Tao that reproduced the various divine laws of the past Tao verifier? Manifested in the world. Boom, however, there was no time for him to think anymore. The lightning bolts formed by the ancestral weapons appeared at the same time and pressed down on him. The Fushi dragon tablet and the other ancestral weapons gave off an immense aura. To defy the great Tao is to defeat the Tao that has already existed in this world since the beginning of this realm, to truly break free and stand above them. Yifan's eyes sharpened. They were like two divine lamps that emitted a fiery radiance. In the depths of the sky, they were exceptionally dazzling and intimidating. Boom, he started swinging his fists, crushing everything in his way, be it the Fushi dragon steel or the various ancestral weapons. He destroyed them one by one. The Tao of battle, the boundless sea of lightning was vast and boundless. He traversed the outer regions alone, fighting against many ancient divine Taos and experiencing a calamity that ordinary people could not imagine. If it was someone else, they only needed to endure the heavenly tribulation, and it would be considered a success. However, he had to go against the sky and destroy all the heavenly tribulations, so that there would be no more heavenly tribulations. It was also because of this that his heavenly tribulations were far stronger than anyone since the ancient times. They were extremely vast, and just one of them was enough to crush the other Tao executioners. At this moment, the lightning tribulations in the void became even stronger. The dragon steel was destroyed and the stone platform cracked. However, they quickly reformed and human-shaped lightning bolts appeared, and there were several of them at once. At the same time, there were more and more weapons. Their power shook the entire star region, sending chills down Yifan's spine. His bones broke a few times and his golden blood splattered everywhere. What am I seeing? He couldn't believe his eyes. Boom, from afar, a blazing light shot over, piercing through his chest, causing green smoke to rise and a burnt smell to fill the air. It was a majestic figure, his face hard to see, but the ancient mirror in his hand couldn't be clearer. It was the Void Mirror. This is the Void Monarch's weapon, there's no mistaking it. Yifan had once fought with the small bronze coffin on his back. The patterns on the ancient mirror were exactly the same, and he actually saw them on this side of the starry sky. The Void Monarch had come to this ancient star before. Perhaps he had taken action here, leaving behind some Tao marks in the great Tao that were branded by this world. In this instant, Yifan gained a new understanding of the great Tao and heavenly tribulations. The ancient Tao was recorded and engraved, and it could be reproduced. Am I fighting against the Void Monarch? His voice trembled and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered human-shaped lightning before. He had seen a similar scene in the Northern Dipper star domain, but this time was different. In the past, it was purely human-shaped lightning that hacked down all types of tribulations. Even if there were Tao laws, there wouldn't be this many. Now, however, the human-shaped lightning that held the Void Mirror could display all types of supreme Tao techniques. It was incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, it isn't the might of an emperor, but a type of mark engraved by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Yifan could only rejoice like this. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly die. This type of Tao mark was only aimed at the Tao severing realm, not the Saint Tribulation, and even more so not the Great Emperor Tribulation. Otherwise, this star domain would have been destroyed. Yifan released a clear roar and rushed through the sea of lightning. He activated his own cauldron and smashed it against the Void Mirror, releasing boundless might. Pung, they tangled together and fought intensely. Yifan had a type of misconception. It was as if he was facing the Void Monarch when he was young, fighting against his true body. Hung, flames poured down from the sky. An enormous furnace descended from the sky. Even though it was made of lightning, it seemed to be cast from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. There was an imposing figure above that suppressed towards him. Eternal Universe Furnace, that's Eternal Universe Monarch. Yifan was shocked again. Another ancient great emperor had appeared, and the heavenly Tao had also left behind a strand of his divine might. He avoided the Void Mirror's illumination, but he was firmly smashed by the Eternal Universe Furnace. His spine broke apart, and almost all of his bones were broken. He was seriously injured. Another great emperor from the Big Dipper star domain had also come to this side. At this time, the Tao laws were unparalleled, and Yifan almost died with resentment. He finally understood the consequences of defying the great Tao. This was a dead end, and there was no hope of survival. The Tao of the most powerful expert that had ever appeared in this starry sky would appear. How difficult would it be to transcend? However, Yifan was unyielding and unyielding. He didn't give up. His eyes turned vertical, and the light in the depths of his pupils flourished even more. They burned fiercely like two torches. This is a rare opportunity. I've always desired to fight a young great emperor at the same cultivation realm, but I never had the chance. Today, I'll decide who's superior and who's inferior. Yifan was ruthless. It wasn't that he was savage and disrespectful to the ancient great emperors, but that he had been forced into this situation. He had no other choice but to fight to the death against an ancient great emperor who was similarly at the Tao severing stage. The most terrifying battle erupted. Yifan was almost beaten to death because the young Void Monarch took action, and the young Eternal Universe Monarch didn't show any mercy. They displayed all kinds of wondrous techniques, collapsing the heaven and earth. Even though they were formed from lightning, they still possessed the Tao laws of the past, and they were similarly terrifying. This was a type of fatal blow. Hung. An immortal tear's green golden pagoda appeared, collapsing the ancient spacetime. It smashed into Yifan's body, and even the human race's divine body couldn't endure it. Over 100 of his bones were broken, and he was sent flying. The Jade Lake Western Emperor had appeared. Yi Fan encountered a great crisis and narrowly escaped death. To be able to contend against young great emperors at the same cultivation realm was something he yearned for even in his dreams. However, if he encountered a group of young great emperors, it would be a disaster. Even if an immortal revived, he would still die at this cultivation realm. Hong! An enormous noise sounded. Hundreds of millions of strands of lightning radiance shot out, covering heaven and earth. Another male with disheveled hair walked up, taking action with great power. He possessed an unmatched might. Fuxi the Great took action, Yi Fan shouted loudly. He couldn't care less about showing respect to his ancestors anymore. His thick black hair danced about as he fought within the lightning, fighting against these unmatched existences' young Dao bodies. This was a difficult confrontation. He was indeed powerful enough, but to contend against these types of existences, it really was too demanding. What kind of people were these? Which one of them wasn't the most powerful individual in history? Their mysterious techniques suppressed the endless ages, unmatched in the cosmos. These people had never met each other before, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all great emperors who defeated everyone from their respective eras. They were truly unmatched under the starry skies, standing at the peak of all life, overlooking the past, present, and future. Yi Fan needed great enemies. When one reached his cultivation realm, it was difficult even if he wanted to seek defeat in this cultivationless age. However, this time, it really was too ridiculous. One person was enough, able to sharpen him until he shone with endless brilliance. However, with so many people appearing at once, there was no way out. Ancient great emperors, these 4 words were enough to crush the starry skies of the cosmos. These types of people were the most stunning, and it wasn't just empty words. Yi Fan had severed the Tao, so if he could fight against one person, it would already be an incredible accomplishment. At this moment, this wasn't a form of training, but a type of fatal blow that didn't give him the slightest bit of hope. This was the result of him trying to reverse the great Tao. He would have to face the destruction of all the Daos that had appeared on this ancient star since ancient times. Yi Fan was bathed in blood as he fought. All of the bones in his body were broken, and he had never been in such a miserable state before. However, he didn't give up, still clenching his teeth and persevering, fighting against the 4 ancient emperors. Pooh! In the end, he couldn't evade. The void ancient mirror shone on his back, the eternal universe furnace smashed into his shoulder, and the Western Emperor Pagoda crushed down on his head. Meanwhile, Fuxi the Great's palm even more so covered over. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood. His bones were shattered, and golden blood splashed everywhere, dyeing the skies red. He collapsed in outer space, his flesh and inner organs torn to pieces. Ever since he was born, he had never been in such a sorry and miserable state. He was trapped in a dangerous place, his life not long to end. He was a human, not an immortal. The ancient great emperors were all proud of their glory, the most stunning individuals under the starry skies. Every single one of them was the main character of this world. In this world, if there was someone who could be compared to the ancient great emperors when they were young, able to contend against the young great emperors, then it could be said that his name would definitely go down in history. To find someone who could fight against 4 young great emperors alone, perhaps this had never happened since ancient times. No one could believe this type of absurd miracle. Even if Yi Fan could prove his Tao, he would only be one of them, the main character of this era. However, now, he was fighting against 4 alone. This was an unprecedented grand occasion. He was beaten until his bones were shattered, golden flesh flying in all directions. He was seriously injured, but his essence energy was still there, becoming even more fierce. Hong! Boundless golden blood energy pervaded the air. Yi Fan activated the swordsman's secret character, merging his flesh and broken bones. His bones were reconstructed, and cracking sounds rang out as he recovered his true body. Yi Fan had long since lost all reverence in his heart. This was a heavenly tribulation that had never happened since ancient times. His eyes were terrifying as he faced the human-shaped lightning formed by the ancient emperors. He only had one thought, and that was to kill them all. Hong! He displayed a type of wondrous technique. Lousy One becoming 3 pure ones formed a Tao body that was exactly the same as him. Their battle prowess was the same as he fought against the 4 young great emperors. the battle reached a boiling point. Even though it was 2 against 4, he still had no chance of winning. It was incomparably difficult, and his entire body was covered in golden blood. Not long after, the Dao body's time limit was up and it was destroyed. He fought against 4 alone and could only be defeated. Yi Fan was bathed in blood, but he wasn't willing to be discouraged. He wasn't willing to submit to the ancient Emperor Dao. Fighting against 4 young great emperors, I will die without a doubt. What should I do? Yi Fan asked himself. If others knew that he was fighting against 4 young great emperors at the Dao Severing realm, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme and might not even believe it. This was a glorious battle record that could look down on all the ages. As long as he could hold on for a moment, he would be able to show off for all eternity. It was enough to be recorded in the annals of history, but he was still thinking about severing the great Dao. Hong. In the sky, 9 suns shone brightly. In an instant, the light illuminated the depths of the pitch-black universe, and the Dao-severing phenomenon appeared once again. And at this time, 5 more human-shaped lightning appeared in the sea of lightning. At this moment, a total of 9 young great emperors appeared, and they wanted to kill Yi Fan together. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a headache coming on because he recognized one of them. There was a giant bell above his head, and although he couldn't see his true appearance, he was undoubtedly Great Emperor Wushi. Yi Fan had encountered the greatest crisis of his life. This was a great calamity. 9 young great emperors appeared at the same time. This was an unprecedented scene, anyone would grimace in fear and even have the thought of dying. How could one live like this? It was simply unsolvable and a sure-kill situation. Could it be that I really can't go against the great Dao? Is there no way out for me? Yi Fan's heart sank. Even if he became a half-saint, he might not be able to hold on. 9 young great emperors appeared at the same time. What kind of concept was this? It was simply unimaginable. The most excessive thing was that even a heaven-defying person like Wushi had come. There was no room for negotiation. 9 great emperors attacked at the same time. Unless he ascended to heaven and became an immortal, pooh. As soon as they exchanged blows, he was immediately wounded and his body cracked. A total of 9 people attacked at the same time. Even a deity wouldn't be able to stop them. Yi Fan roared angrily. There was no way out now. If he couldn't break through, he would die and cease to exist forever. However, the enemies were too powerful. Any one of them was a great enemy of his life. It was hard to say who would emerge victorious, let alone when 9 of them attacked at the same time. He opened his mouth and roared. His hair stood on end as he battled the ancient emperors amidst the endless lightning. Overflowing golden blood energy surged, but it still wasn't enough. Yi Fan exchanged a palm strike with Emperor Shi. His shoulder was smashed by the eternal universe furnace and his bones were broken on the spot. His shoulder caved in. Fuxi the Great attacked with his true body. The other emperors also attacked. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere. Yi Fan's physical body was destroyed. Even the human race's saint physique wasn't enough. Facing 9 young great emperors, he couldn't hold on. Blood dyed the cosmic void red. For a moment, even the lightning seemed to have stopped. There was no sound. This was a strange calm. The lightning was still there and hadn't disappeared. In the void, there was a piece of broken flesh that emitted holy splendor. There were also many pieces of bones and golden blood that glistened brightly. Yi Fan had never been as desperate as he was now. It was not that he was weak, but that his enemies were too strong. Even the indestructible body of the human tribe could not withstand the 9 of them. Boundless holy light radiated out, and the flesh and blood were formed. A fist-sized golden person stood at the center, roaring angrily. The void immediately collapsed, and the bone fragments and golden blood flowed in reverse. They condensed together, connecting the flesh and bones, and cracking sounds rang out. I'm unwilling. I've chosen this path, so how can I give up halfway? But, it's too difficult. No one can help me. I have to rely on myself. Yi Fan was bathed in divine splendor as he circulated the secret character of swordsman. He was reborn amidst the bloody light and reformed his body. His head of thick black hair danced about, his expression stirred up, full of unyieldingness. he couldn't help but roar towards the heavens. No one could save him, he had to rely on himself to cut down the Tao. Moreover, he had no way out now. The heavenly tribulation had already begun, so it was impossible for him to give up on the thought of severing the great Tao. It was already too late. There was no hope in front of him and no help behind him. He had no choice but to fight to the death. He could only charge through the boundless sea and sky, but he couldn't charge through the bottomless abyss or the cliff of hell. Boom! A super ferocious person rushed over. Great monarch Wuxia attacked with a palm strike. It was said that he could defy the heavens with a single hand and kill an ancient deity with a single hand. The vast chaotic Tao ripples surged. The young great monarch Wuxia's true appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but one could sense the transcendent and unparalleled aura from him. His palm struck down, causing the void to collapse. Even half of the heavenly tribulation was dispersed by him. His aura was like a rainbow, and his palm force was as ferocious as the sea. Yi Fan's eyes were blazing. Everyone here was a human ancestor that should be respected, but at this moment, he could only kill them all. He launched the six-pass reincarnation fist and attacked forward. To be able to have the opportunity to face such a character was also a kind of miraculous fate. Since the ancient times, no one in the same generation could compete with the young great monarch. Boom! However, Yi Fan was close to despair. The other three great monarchs had also made their moves. There was no way to fight one-on-one in this situation. The battle with Wuxia that he was looking forward to couldn't happen. PFFF. Before he could even get close, half of his body was shattered by the three young great monarchs, and he was sent flying away. His blood splashed across the sea of lightning, letting out thunderous noises. This was a difficult and cruel battle. There was no luck or coincidence, only strength. The Fushi dragon steel slammed down, and half of Yi Fan's body was almost severed. It was a horrible sight to look at, and his torso turned into a bloody pulp. At the same time, great monarch Wuxia rushed over from the back. The void crumbled, and a palm slashed into Yi Fan's back and out from his chest, tearing him into pieces on the spot. Arg! Yi Fan let out a long roar. His true body was destroyed again, and he had to reconstruct it with great difficulty. He exhausted a huge amount of golden blood qi, but the road of life in front of him became even narrower. The young great monarchs were all merciless because they were the incarnations of the great Daos. They were the Tao marks left behind by the heaven and earth. If Yi Fan wanted to go against the great Daos and surpass the Daos created by the ancient great monarchs, then he would have to face their torture. Dang! A chaos bell rumbled over, and the sound traveled for who knew how many miles. The Tao waves could even spread in the vacuum, shattering the sky. The scene was boundlessly terrifying. It was great monarch Wuxia again. The bell was like a mountain, and it fell from the sky, wanting to trap Yi Fan inside. The bell's sound was endless, and it wanted to turn him into a bloody pulp. Buzz! Fushi the Great also attacked. He was a fierce stubble like Wuxia, and he was the hardest to deal with. He slammed down with the dragon steel, turning the sky into a black hole. Yi Fan faced them head-on, but he was exhausted. All the energy in his body had been sucked dry. The human race's sacred body's magic power was endless, but against these people, he had no choice but to use all his magic power, because these people were all young monarch bodies. PFFF. Finally, he was smashed by the four great monarchs again. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the scene was too horrible to look at. His sparkling bones flickered with a demonic luster. Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. These were the true young great monarchs. Each and every one of them was unparalleled, and they were truly difficult to deal with. I thirst for a battle, but the premise is to fight against a great monarch, and not a group fight. He was truly furious. After reforming his true body, he spat out another mouthful of old blood. He had seen bullies before, but he had never seen bullies like this. 9 young great monarchs attacked at the same time, and it was like a fantasy story. Who would believe this? Meanwhile, he really faced a group of them. He could only helplessly ask the heavens. He finally realized that even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. If this continued, he would be killed again and again until he exhausted all of his life's potential. Even with the swordsman's secret character, it wasn't enough. That was because every time he used this method to condense saint blood and reform his true body, he would have to pay a heavy price. His origin was drying up. Yi Fan went berserk and suffered injuries again and again. If he didn't kill one or two young great monarchs, he would be letting himself down. He used the Rho formula to avoid the others and targeted Wushi. This humanoid lightning had heavily injured him several times. Just now, it had almost split him into two halves. It was truly hateful. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Fan shouted, and his psyche rose to the extreme. His blood chi rushed into the cosmic void, and the 6 ancient worlds in front of his golden fist rotated, suppressing everything. The fist was invincible. This was the sublimation of Yi Fan's psyche, chi, and spirit. He wanted to fight great monarch Wushi alone and see whether the innate saint body or the true saint body of the human race was stronger. The word without beginning itself represented invincibility. To be able to fight against his Tao body when he was young, even if he was defeated and died, he would die without regrets. Yi Fan pressed forward with indomitable will. Golden blood energy surged into the sky as he displayed his most powerful attack. However, reality was extremely cruel. Nothing could go as he wished. 3 young great emperors of unknown identities rushed over. They moved their fingers together, and their divine might shook past and present. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. He couldn't evade even if he wanted to. The only thing he could do was to defend against the attacks from the 4 great monarchs, including Wushi, because he was surrounded. Once again, he suffered a grievance. His body was torn apart and scattered in the void. He let out an unwilling cry and recovered with difficulty, his face pale. No, if this goes on, I won't even have the slightest hope of survival. I must obtain power from the lightning to replenish my energy. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Yi Fan murmured to himself. At this moment, he had no choice but to fight with his back to the river. There was no way out. He no longer chose to pick an opponent, and instead, he chose to kill one of them. Battle Saint Technique. Yi Fan performed the Battle Saint Technique. His hands moved in the air, and the scene of 9 dragons pulling a coffin appeared. A vast aura covered the sky as he attacked the person next to him. Boom! However, this unknown great monarch was just as valiant. His hands moved in the air, and the stars of the universe appeared at the same time. They formed an ancient star domain and swallowed the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Battle Saint Technique. Yi Fan cried out in surprise. This seemingly ordinary young great monarch actually knew the 9 secrets and used the same technique to break his world-shaking attack. His hands trembled and slowly moved in the air. The golden blood in his body surged like a long river. Moreover, at this moment, his battle chi surged and instantly broke through the innate restriction of the 8 great restrictions. His power rushed out like a flood from a breached dam as he unleashed a tyrannical attack. However, a similarly terrifying aura erupted. Another unknown young great monarch's body shone with incomparable brilliance. He was like an immortal king descending, looking down on the world. His eyes emitted a burning light. Boom! Floods surged and rivers surged. All kinds of divine laws burst forth. At the same time, this person also activated the divine restriction, surpassing the domain of the 8 great restrictions. In the confrontation of divine restrictions, the most intense collision took place. It was like a comet smashing into the earth. This was destructive. The light between the two was blinding and drowned out this place. Yi Fan's body flew out in tatters. On the other side, the other young great monarchs were also taking action, so the one who activated the divine restriction was unharmed. Yi Fan was speechless. These were all ancient people who had already passed away. Each one of them was a peerless genius of their generation. They were unique and unrivaled, the number 1 under the starry skies in the past. It was difficult for them to be defeated. He had the 9 secrets, and some of these great monarchs had also obtained it. He could activate the divine restriction, and these people also had the same talent. He didn't have the advantage. Wushi, Fuxi the Great, which one of them was ordinary? All of them looked down on the past and present, reigning supreme throughout the ages. Defeating them was easier said than done, and there was no hope. severing the Tao was too difficult. Since ancient times, who knew how many heroes had died? Some of them were even comparable to ancient great monarchs among their peers. And the path that Yi Fan had to walk was even more arduous and bumpy. His choice had determined everything. He naturally had to face the most terrifying punishment from the heavens, and he would be suppressed by the young great monarchs. Cauldron, come. Yi Fan shouted and summoned the universal Qi cauldron above his head. At this stage of the battle, it was too difficult to kill the 9 young great monarchs. It was almost impossible to realize. However, he wasn't willing to resign himself to death. He still wanted to defy the heavens and sever the Tao. Severing the great Tao is to display my different Tao and create my own unique method that surpasses all other Taos. Now, only by abandoning everything else and using my own method will I have a sliver of hope. Kill the 9 great monarchs, and only I will live. His eyes burned like torches, shooting out dazzling light. He stared at the 9 great mysterious stars in the sky that formed a line, and then stared at the 9 young great monarchs. In the outer realms, Yi Fan was facing a great calamity. There was a calamity of life and death. It was impossible for anyone to kill the 9 young emperors. From ancient times until now, there had never been such a person. Because they already represented the strongest. If I can get rid of one, then so be it. I didn't slay my Tao in vain. Yi Fan's hands trembled as he slowly waved them, manifesting his own Taiji Tao. A golden divine circle appeared, enveloping him. This was his divine form. There was law, there was no law, there was Tao, there was no Tao, everything was within a single thought. He tossed aside all distracting thoughts and calmed his heart. He transcended his current state of heart and manifested his own Tao. All sorts of peaceful thoughts returned to him. He had no worries and only focused on the Tao. Boom. It was impossible for the 9 young emperors to give him time. They attacked mercilessly, all for the sake of killing Yi Fan. However, this time around, Yi Fan didn't face them directly. He suddenly flew upwards, blasting towards the source of the heavenly tribulation, directly breaking it apart. Bzz. The 9 human emperors' illusory bodies trembled. They were 9 human-shaped bolts of lightning that descended from the sea of lightning. Even they were shaken and their attacks instantly slowed down. It was impossible for Yi Fan to force them to stop. He could only move again, stretching his body and transforming into a curved dragon-shaped Tao mark, causing the Taiji divine circle to reach perfection. At the same time, crackling sounds rang out from within his body. His sea of reincarnation, Tao Palace, Four Extremes, Dragon Transformation and Immortal Foundation all radiated ancient scriptures, boundlessly vast. His entire body, as well as the golden disc, was filled with countless runes. All of them were Tao marks that radiated a shocking divine light. Break free and give birth to a Tao self, a true self. He shouted in his heart. The many ancient scriptures fused together, wanting to fuse the 5 secret realms into one, transforming them into his own Saint Tao. Below the sky, within the sea of lightning, all sorts of scriptures appeared densely. Runes and Tao marks interweaved. Yi Fan was sealed within, emitting boundless light. The golden circle bobbed up and down, resplendent and dazzling. Above his head, a cauldron floated in the air, similarly interweaving with runes that fused with him as one, like an inseparable part of his life. At the same time, he, the deity Ocean of Thunder, and the 9 great emperors were all ascending and approaching the 9 mysterious stars in the sky. I'll nurture your Tao. Yi Fan roared. He cultivated several ancient scripture profound mysteries within his body. He had comprehended them for many years, always working tirelessly to merge them together, using his body as a dragon skeleton to link them together. However, he never succeeded. Today, when he was forced to such a critical juncture, he cut off all means of retreat and did not hesitate to risk his life. He forcefully passed through the scriptures that had evolved for many years and refined them into his body furnace. Ah, Yi Fan shouted. The 9 monarchs' might was unbearable, and when they slammed their palms at him, not even someone as strong as him could withstand it. Even if it were Wuxi, Vicious, and Fuxi, they would still be destroyed. Pooh! The golden circle collapsed, and the various runes on its surface were all obliterated. They quickly dimmed, and his true body exploded once more. However, at this moment, a resplendent beam of light shot out from his skull. Another Yi Fan leaped into the air, no different from himself. This was the Tao self forcefully breaking out of his shell. His black hair scattered behind him, and his eyes gleamed with cold lightning. He had merged several ancient scriptures into one furnace to strengthen himself. The momentum of his leap was unstoppable. With the cauldron in his arms, he broke free from the encirclement of the 9 great emperors and rushed towards the 9 mysterious stars. The Tao self, Yi Fan, felt that these 9 stars were too strange. How could they appear out of nowhere? They didn't conform to the laws of the heavenly phenomenon and were like 9 suns floating in the sky. He punched out, and the power of this strike came from his entire body. His sea of reincarnation surged, his 5 organs lit up, and his 4 limbs shone resplendently. After that, it passed through his spine like a great dragon, rushing towards the immortal foundation. 9 revolutions with a single thought, and the numerous scriptures were fused into one, all for his use. As soon as he punched out, the starry sky lost its color. One of the stars above bore the brunt of the attack. It trembled on the spot and emitted an emperor's might that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. I knew there was a problem. Yi Fan understood that this was the origin of the Tao marks produced by the 9 emperors. Rather than killing the 9 emperors, he might as well directly destroy the star. This was the root. Boom! The Tao self, Yi Fan, unleashed a strike filled with rage. Its might naturally shook the entire starry sky, causing the sun, moon, and stars to dim. In this boundless starry sky, he was the only one left. Cauldron strike. The cauldron above his head rushed up and smashed towards the star like a fist. This was a destructive strike. The mysterious star flickered and a human-shaped bolt of lightning flew over, wanting to block the destruction. But ultimately, it was a step too late. Bang! This star was smashed apart, transforming into a terrifying rain of light, riddling the Tao self, Yi Fan with holes and almost obliterating him. As for the human-shaped bolt of lightning that was rushing over, it also dimmed. The so-called 9-star alignment was the origin of the 9 Tao marks. They were like 9 gates that could receive the various arts of the 9 young emperors. Yi Fan destroyed one of the gates, so naturally, a young great emperor disappeared. He couldn't exist in this sea of lightning space. Moreover, at this time, the other 8 great stars were in chaos. Because they were connected in a line, there was a type of restriction between them. Now that one of them was lost, their trajectory became unstable. The other 8 human-shaped bolts of lightning swayed because of the 8 great stars. They didn't attack any further and only isolated Yi Fan outside, not letting him get any closer. The heavenly Tao is flawed, Yi Fan said to himself. There were no perfect things in the world. Flaws could be found in all things. The destructive Tao severing irregular phenomenon could dissolve the pressure brought by the 9 young great emperors. However, just as this thought emerged in his mind and before he could calm down, a resplendent great star appeared in the void. It was even more resplendent, the 9 stars were complete and connected in a line. This became a wondrous scene once again as it stretched across the starry sky. Astronomers couldn't see through it no matter how hard they tried. A woman with peerless charm appeared. With a single step, she was like an ancient goddess descending into the world. Her divine might was vast and boundless, and the entire starry sky was shaking because of her. Yi Fan couldn't see her true appearance because the aura of the great Tao was obstructing him. He could only see her unmatched divine body that stood proudly in the mortal world with a type of peerless temperament. This was a woman, but she looked down on the world. Her eyes gazed over as if she didn't put the various emperors in her eyes. She was the only sovereign in this world. At this moment, Yi Fan broke out into a cold shiver. Great Emperor Vicious had also come. She really was a woman, and there was a heaven-devouring evil jar hanging above her head. Vicious fought against the heavens for her entire life. She had stunning talents and could kill deities from beyond the 9 heavens. However, she didn't do it for immortality, but for the return of you in the mortal world. Yi Fan was in a great predicament. He sent away a great emperor, but now, he invited the most vicious one. His fine hairs were all standing on end. The karma between him and this vicious person was extremely deep. Even the cauldron above his head belonged to the other party. Now that he was facing her like this, it truly wasn't a good omen. The vicious person's charm was exceptional. She took a step forward. Even though she was a humanoid lightning, only a type of great Tao trace, she still seemed a bit different from the masses. Could it be that I really have to kill the 9 young great emperors? Just destroying the 9 ancient stars is useless. It will only draw out even more vicious ones. Yi Fan said to himself. Right at this time, the vicious person who could overlook the heavens descended. Something extremely strange happened. She descended with endless immortal light, merging with an unknown young great emperor, completely erasing him. She killed a young great emperor? Yi Fan was shocked. These humanoid lightning were too strange. What was going on with the vicious person? How could this type of thing happen? She really was a stunning figure among emperors, killing a great emperor. Is she going to help me? He was inwardly stunned. The vicious person took action against him. With a finger pointing over, the flying immortal art illuminated past and present, immediately hacking apart this part of the universe. She didn't show any mercy, wanting to shatter him. Yi Fan was extremely calm inside, quickly retaliating. The other party was just a trace, how could she help him? She wasn't someone who could think at all, so he could only resist. Not good. Yi Fan was shaken. He had just forcefully linked up several ancient scriptures, merging them into one furnace, but now, there was a huge problem. His Tao self was actually going to collapse. At the same time, the vicious person's attack arrived. He hurriedly used the cauldron to protect in front of him. However, at this moment, Wuxia also took action, blasting murderously towards him. Both of them are vicious. Yi Fan was speechless. Being attacked by these two heaven-defying existences at the same time was truly a different type of experience. When he saw Fuxi the Great also move, he wisely made his choice. As for his Tao self, he didn't resist. His primordial spirit carried the cauldron out, and the golden little figure tore through the obstruction of time. It was as if time was reversed, rushing out from the encirclement, throwing itself into the shattered bones and blood clots of the distant true self, quickly reforming. Chi. Among the humanoid lightning, 2 of them mysteriously disappeared, but no one went to damage them. They had gone into seclusion on their own, and the corresponding great stars also dimmed. Could it be that the young great emperor wasn't killed by the vicious person, but because the time was up? Yi Fan's eyes were sparkling with divine light. He saw hope. Yes, that must be the case. They are all great emperors, the strongest since the ancient times. No one can kill the other in a single strike. He muttered to himself. He saw the hope of severing the Tao. There was a limit to one's strength, and so was the heavens. The great Tao was incomplete. To be able to fight against so many people and persevere until the end, it could be considered to be world-shaking and able to reverse the great Tao. Fight until the heavens have no more heavenly punishments to descend. Boom. In the midst of Yi Fan's hope, the 3 great stars suddenly blossomed resplendently and appeared in the sky. The 9 stars had gathered once again. A monk dressed in monk robes walked out. Yi Fan was startled. Who else could it be but a monk who had reached the Tao? It had to be Ba. On the other side, a person wielding a peerlessly sharp dragon sword appeared. His killing intent was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. That was the Tai sovereign sword. There was no need to say anything more about the newcomer. The third person was glowing even more brilliantly than the sun. Every inch of his body was shrouded by the scarlet sun, making it impossible for others to look at him directly. Yi Fan vaguely guessed that this was the Sun Saint Sovereign. After sending off a few more came. Could it be that these people had come to this side of the starry sky before? Yi Fan's heart turned cold. How was he going to resolve this? There's no other way. Only my own Tao can surpass all the other Taos. Yi Fan didn't have any illusions. He could only rely on himself. The primordial human devil once told him on the ancient Mars star that it was a good thing to have all the scriptures in one's body. If he couldn't merge them all together, there would be a great disaster. For the past few years, he had been digesting the ancient scriptures and absorbing the essences of the various great emperors to create his own Tao. It could be said that he was well prepared, but there was a problem with his Tao just now. Escape, I must succeed. On top of the divine form, I must create my own Tao. The 9 young great emperors were approaching. To Yi Fan, it was an unimaginable trial. He was forced to transform once again and give birth to his Tao self. My Tao. On this day, Yi Fan endured unimaginable torment. His body was crushed dozens of times, and he gave birth to his Tao self, slashing it out from his true body. Again and again, he had to start all over again. His life force was almost completely exhausted, all for the sake of being above all Taos. He couldn't give in. In the end, he even awakened the past self. It was as if there was an additional God in his body, the past self, the true self, or this self, and the Tao self. The three rotated as if there were three of him. One was born in the past, one sat in the present, and another stood in the future. All kinds of wondrous scenes appeared. When Yi Fan was killed once again, time seemed to have frozen. The past self chanted scriptures for the present, the true self existed in the present, and the Tao self sat in the future to comprehend the Tao. The true self's physical body shattered. Golden blood, snow-white bones, and cracked flesh were scattered everywhere and didn't immediately reassemble. Between heaven and earth, in the sea of lightning, the past self, the true self, and the Tao self chanted scriptures in unison and comprehended the Tao. Every piece of flesh, every broken bone, and every drop of golden blood flickered. In a trance, the physical body, bones, and blood disintegrated continuously, turning into countless ancient stars. There were resplendent galaxies and majestic stars. It was a wonderful scene. 9-star alignment. On Earth, some of the people at the astronomical observatory were shocked. Such a marvelous scene was happening in outer space. Many people were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground and they were flabbergasted. This kind of scene wasn't impossible. In the year 2000, there had been a 7-star alignment. In theory, the 9 planets could also form a line and there would be a reincarnation every 6,000 years. However, the scene before their eyes was too shocking and hard to understand. 9 great stars had suddenly appeared in outer space. They were as resplendent as 9 suns. How could 9 great stars suddenly appear in the solar system? It was so abnormal that it wasn't realistic at all. It was simply incomprehensible. The pictures sent back by the space probe were even more shocking. Great earthquakes had occurred in various research institutes and there were tens of thousands of lightning flashing in the distant void. The most shocking thing was that there was a person charging through the sea of lightning just now. It was as if a divine battle had broken out and he was confronting some human-shaped lightning. It was simply unbelievable. This kind of mysterious scene was naturally a top-secret document that couldn't appear in the mortal world. It was sealed by the major authorities and only a few relevant personnel could read it. Go to the church and find a priest to ask what exactly happened. It's best to go to the Vatican and ask the Pope what this scene portends. The Pope was killed by someone from the Celestial Court 3 years ago. Then go to the Celestial Court and ask the Heavenly Master there. The various Celestial Court buildings were grand and sacred, even more so than the churches in the Vatican. On this day, many important characters came to visit and earnestly asked for guidance from the clergy. This increased the pure telekinesis of the Celestial Court by a lot. Yi Fan severing his Tao and undergoing tribulation was a type of opportunity for the celestial heavens. It was because as time went on, the buildings of the celestial heavens in various places resonated, actually producing strands of divine radiance. It was a grand scene. The stubborn illness of those who were close to it all disappeared. This was a sign of prosperity, but it could also be a sign of self-destruction. Everything depended on whether the master of the Celestial Court could endure it or not. In outer space, pure white bone fragments, golden blood, shattered internal organs, and other things were scattered everywhere. They flickered with immortal radiance, sparkling and translucent, and they formed all types of phenomena of the Tao. They broke apart, and then they were reborn, continuously changing. The sun, moon, stellar rivers, majestic ancient stars, resplendent stellar domains, every drop of blood was a type of wondrous scene. Yi Fan's true self disintegrated. His blood and bones transformed into a dazzling river of stars and mysterious stars. They emitted an aura of the vicissitudes of time and corresponded with all the stars in the sky. At this moment, specks of light were everywhere, produced after his hair, bones, and inner organs were obliterated. It was extremely strange. Faintly discernible, all kinds of scriptures seemed to have come from ancient times. Someone was silently chanting and praying, blessing this life and the next. Yi Fan's true self was destroyed, almost killed in the void. Even his primordial spirit became specks of light, turning into ancient stars that moved about in this sea of stars. 9 young great emperors took action at the same time, no one able to stop them. This had always been the case since the ancient times. They were the main characters of the world in different eras. Even if there was a so-called number one who could prove a Tao and become an emperor, he would only become one of them. His true self and primordial spirit both shattered in the void. His core bones turned into stars that were like grains of sand, flickering with brilliance that illuminated the past, present, and future. The 9 great emperors didn't take action. It was because they were distracted by another target, taking action to kill him. The passing self was an extremely indistinct figure that sat in the past. The stellar river swirled about. His natural Tao phenomenon was drowned out by the silver light of time, as if he was separated by the endless river of time, forever unable to approach him. The 9 young great emperors took action together, attacking forward. However, it was as if they were that ancient, unable to immediately make contact with his body. Kacha, one of the human-shaped lightning, cultivated an extraordinary secret technique. When his hands moved, it was as if time and space were in chaos, striking his power towards the past, smashing into the passing self. The passing self retaliated, chanting ancient scriptures for this life. It was as if he was sitting in the archaic years, crossing the endless river of time to fight against the young great emperors. The 2 of them took action one after another, attacking each other. This was a strange battle that was almost illusory and couldn't be seen clearly. It wasn't their true bodies meeting, but rather a type of suppression from Tao laws. The passing self blocked an emperor for Yi Fan, stalling for time. Those shattered bones and golden flesh turned into the sun, moon, and stars. The river of stars in the sky quickly evolved, the scriptures turning into patterns that densely covered every single ancient star. Hong. The other young great emperors all displayed their own methods, also taking action. They evolved the Tao to the extreme, the powerful power destroying all fabrications, attacking the passing self, quickly obliterating him. Passing self, within the shattered embryo bones, Yi Fan released a sigh. He turned into a star, corresponding with the stars in the sky, seizing the starlight to forge his true self-Tao body. In the distance, the Tao Yi Fan saw the Tao clearly, standing in the future, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, comprehending his own great Tao, resonating with the heavens. It was impossible for him not to draw attention even if he didn't want to. The 9 young great emperors attacked forward, strangling the future Tao self. Their methods were heaven-reaching. After their first attack missed, someone quickly displayed a strange method. Even if that person stood in the future, they could still kill him. As long as they could arrive, all enemies would be obliterated. No one could stop the 9 young great emperors, not a single one of them throughout the ages. When comprehending the Tao in the future, the Tao Yi Fan was also cut down, turning into nothingness. There were only ancient stars, starry rivers, and star domains left in the sky. Yi Fan's true body was evolving, several ancient scriptures merging into one furnace. He was transforming, producing his own Tao, nurturing the 100 scriptures in one body, containing 10,000 Tao in one body. His body turned into dragon bones, penetrating all types of scripture profound mysteries, breaking free. Spirit, conviction, Tao, shedding one's mortal body and changing one's bones, breaking free from shackles, producing a Tao that belongs to me. He used heaven and earth as a furnace, using all types of scriptures as flames to forge and burn himself, burning this furnace red, refining his own body, tempering his true self. His flesh turned into ancient stars, Tao bones into starry rivers. This was a strange transformation, one that not even Yi Fan himself could control. It seemed real, yet also illusory. Upon closer inspection, it was still flesh and white bones, but with a blurry glance, it was ancient stars one after another, full of life, evolving the aura of all things at the beginning. The Tao is an object, but it is fleeting. There is an object within, there is essence within. The faintly discernible scripture sounds rang out again. The past self reappeared, as if it was sitting in the archaic years, indistinctly chanting scriptures for the present. The past self was born in the past. There was no need to talk about being destroyed or not being destroyed. As long as Yi Fan's true self was alive, with a thought, there would be endless changes in the past. There was no end to it, no end to it. The 9 young great emperors were still heavenly tribulations after all, a type of humanoid Tao mark, not true people. They were only in charge of destruction, unable to think like humans, and that was why they were slaughtering again. They overlooked the true self, which was also the true self, because right now, it was shattered, turning into countless stars. Even the primordial spirit was like this, not a living body. The Tao self, Yi Fan, was also like this. As long as Yi Fan's true consciousness still existed, there would be a future, endless possibilities. He could also reappear with a single thought, producing the Tao self. Time flowed on. A strand of his true consciousness lingered between the past self and the Tao self, inciting the 9 young great emperors to continuously take action, using up precious time. This was a type of miracle. Since the ancient times, he was the only one who could use this method to last this long under the hands of the 9 young great emperors. Some of the 9 great stars in the void had already dimmed. Too much time had passed. Even though a few more young great emperors were replaced, the overall duration of the heavenly tribulation was still long enough, and the irregular scenes were about to disappear. It was also at this time that Yi Fan's transformation reached a certain degree. The 9 great emperors didn't kill his disintegrated embryo bones because he truly didn't exist anymore. From a certain perspective, his true body had died, and what was left was only an inextinguishable will, lingering between the past self and the Tao self. Yi Fan nurtured 100 scriptures in one furnace, containing 10,000 Tao in one body. His flesh and bones recombined in the end, turning into a dragon bone that connected all the scriptures. He broke free, evolving his own Tao. Even though it was still in its embryonic form and not perfect, it had already solved the hidden dangers of the 5 great secret realms, and now, his entire body was one. The true body formed a divine form, displaying the Tao image. The chanting of scriptures and the deafening cries of Tao came one after another. The past self and the Tao self, one from the past and the other from the future, came together. It was like one yin and one yang, and also like 2 fusing qis. There was a saying in the Book of Changes, one yin and one yang, the Tao. Yin and yang were the parents of all things in the world, and the starting point of all things in the universe. The past self and the Tao self came together, turning into a golden taiji circle. They merged together, turning into the Tao. Meanwhile, at this moment, the true self was reborn in the golden circle. Ancient stars, stellar rivers, star domains merged together, becoming resplendent and dazzling, producing Yi Fan's true body. The past self and the Tao self blended together, producing a miraculous change. The true self was reborn in the golden taiji circle, and Yi Fan reappeared in the world. Yin and yang combined, turning into Tao. The scriptures were densely packed, covering this circle. Yi Fan was the natural Tao mark curve in the middle, truly manifesting. Break free, my Tao! Yi Fan shouted, rushing out from the 9 young great emperors, defying the heavens and rushing upwards. He really wanted to fight against a young great emperor, wishing to compete with the most powerful expert of the past. However, at this time, the 9 great stars became dim, and all of the human-shaped lightning disappeared. Too much time had passed, and everything was about to disappear. The Tao, bearing the heavens and carrying the earth, encompassing all things, containing the essence of the universe. Yi Fan's body shone brilliantly, as if he was formed from ancient stars and star fields. After being killed dozens of times, he was reborn. His 5 realms linked up, connected by the starry rivers, and finally stepped on his own path. The past self and the Tao self blended together, producing the Tao and giving birth to the true self. Perhaps it was still not perfect, but it had an embryonic form. Specks of starlight flickered, and Yi Fan's body seemed to be formed from endless stars. He took the first step on his own path, and his entire body was linked up. Every drop of blood was like an ancient star with life. An ancient star, a type of great Tao. Smelt all things, nurture 100 scriptures in the furnace, except 10,000. Tao, and return to the furnace body. This is my Tao foundation, and my starting point. Yi Fan's fist smashed over, but unfortunately, the 9 great stars were destroyed, and all of them disappeared. His fist passed through the void bodies of the 9 great emperors, and they disappeared just like that. The heavenly tribulation hadn't disappeared yet, and the sea of lightning was still there. However, the most terrifying and dangerous moment had passed. Yi Fan guided tens of thousands of streaks of lightning into his body, refining them all. The cauldron floated above his head, advancing and retreating together with him. He ascended into the sky step by step, and with a light shout, "Tao, arise!" Using the lightning as a guide, he engraved the Tao on the cauldron. In front of the space between Yi Fan's brows, the cauldron released Xianxia sounds, merging with him, and the two became one. He had high hopes for this cauldron. If his flesh, blood, and bones were the ancient stars, then this cauldron would be the one that jumped out. Yi Fan ascended into the sky, arriving at the depths of the heavenly tribulation. He entered a majestic ancient building that was also formed from lightning. Is this the archaic celestial court? He stood in front of the southern heavenly gate. Yi Fan was momentarily speechless. Was there really an ancient heaven? What he saw before him was boundlessly vast. This was an extremely large group of buildings. They were richly ornamented and made of jade. There were all types of flowers, birds, fish, insects, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning engraved on the pavilions and terraces. There were also figures of ancient natives. The main palace towered into the clouds. Smoke and mist filled the air. Enormous watchtowers stood in great numbers, leaning against each other like mountains. It was grand and majestic. It could be said to be the work of the gods. All of these were formed from lightning. They were extremely stable. This was a type of beautiful scenery. Above the ancient buildings, lightning and thunder rumbled. The sea of lightning was boundless, surging violently, stirring up the 9 heavens. This was a type of miracle. Endless thunder and blazing lightning streaked across the distance, pouring down like waterfalls. Meanwhile, this group of buildings remained the same from start to finish, not increasing or decreasing. Yi Fan walked in. He wanted to see what was going on. However, when he personally came here, he didn't see a single human figure. It was as if he arrived in a pure land. The thunder sound seemed to have even disappeared. Pong, suddenly, a palace exploded, submerging him underneath. All of the pores on Yi Fan's body were taking in and sending out electrical radiance. He stepped out from within. He continued forward. However, every time he entered a palace, there would always be world-shocking lightning exploding. All of the ancient buildings wouldn't allow him to get close, clashing with him. Suddenly, streaks of auspicious colors descended from the sky. Endless sweet springs surged from the ancient buildings. There was also a strange scene of 10,000 multicolored light flying into the sky. Countless sparkling flowers descended from the sky. They were produced by lightning. He saw another type of Tao severing irregular phenomenon. He didn't try to seize them. These were all just strange scenes, not true sweet springs and divine flowers. He had to be on guard. Every time he entered a heavenly palace, there would be lightning rumbling. The ancient watchtowers would self-destruct, the blazing light becoming more and more intense. Yi Fan continued forward. In the end, he ascended into the sky, leaving this place that was suspected to be the ancient heaven. He didn't enter the innermost palace, but instead entered even higher above the sea of lightning. Dong, ear-splitting thunder sounds rang through the air. There were great dragons that descended one after another, tens of thousands of them rising. Another type of Tao severing irregular phenomenon appeared, drowning him within. Yi Fan was astonished and continuously ascended. With a pung sound, he almost couldn't breathe from the pressure. Majestic dragon mountains appeared one after another. 99 dragon mountains appeared in the heavens above, crushing him to the point where he felt like he was suffocating. They were all formed from lightning, but fortunately, they didn't explode, only standing there. This is also a type of Tao mark. The 99 dragon mountains have visited many ancient stars, engraved by the great Tao of this starry sky, appearing here. It seems like they are extraordinary. Then, he frowned. Could it be that the celestial court had really appeared on earth and was recorded in the Tao laws because of this? Yi Fan continued to ascend to the heavens, and he saw more and more miraculous sights. The Tao severing phenomena were also changing unpredictably. There were a total of 9 types, but in general, it was difficult to harm his body. After fighting against the 9 young great sovereigns, he could be considered to have passed. In the end, he arrived at the end. He endured tremendous pressure here. Primal chaos surged above, every streak of lightning intertwining with primal chaos, able to hack apart everything. Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air. The depths of the heavenly tribulation were terrifying as expected. This kind of lightning could definitely harm him, and it was most likely prepared for saints. He quietly watched for a long time, and then he did something. He took out the cauldron artifact. This was his Tao corroboration artifact. He threw it into the primal chaos lightning and began to forge it. During this process, he used his heart as a blade and cast hundreds of ancient characters into the cauldron. They entered the cauldron's walls again and again, hammering and refining them. These were the hundreds of ancient characters he obtained from the dragon-pulling coffin. After such a long time, he still couldn't understand them. As a furnace, he had nurtured hundreds of scriptures, but he couldn't understand this shortest scripture. At this time, he carefully carved it and forged it into the cauldron's walls. This scripture didn't appear in the world and disappeared again and again. However, he didn't give up and forged it thousands of times. Primal chaos lightning hacked about chaotically. If not for the source root of all life energy long turning into ashes, leaving nothing behind, even if Yifan himself entered, his flesh would still be lacerated and he wouldn't be able to persist for a long time. Yifan remained the same from start to finish. He forged the cauldron under this sea of primal chaos lightning, forging his own Tao corroboration artifact. Several hundred ancient characters were merged into it, and the cauldron became closer and closer to the Tao. In the end, he almost exhausted all of his spirit and only stopped when he found it hard to continue. Several hundred ancient characters entered. As for whether they disappeared or not, he didn't care. This cauldron had this type of supreme immortal law as a flame during the refinement process. It was enough to use it to calcine. The cauldron only needed to move at the same pace as him and slowly transform. There was no way it could be done overnight. It was enough for it to advance together with him. This was a Tao corroboration artifact. Yifan opened his heavenly eye. Two torch-like streaks of light pierced into the sea of primal chaos lightning. He revealed a look of shock and said, "What is inside this sea of primal chaos lightning?" Unfortunately, even the heavenly eye couldn't see through it. He could only vaguely sense a strand of an aura that could crush the heavens throughout the ages. It made one tremble. It was inviolable and made one's heart feel reverence. Strand after strand of primal chaos lightning poured down like a vast sea, vast and boundless. It was too difficult to charge through, so he didn't take the risk. Right at this time, everything became faint. The heavenly punishment dried up and the lightning receded. The blazing sea of lightning was extinguished as if it had never appeared in the first place. It was as if everything was just a dream. Within Yifan's independent universe, all of the lightning radiance and brilliance disappeared. It was both real and illusory, making one feel as if they were unreal. The boundless cosmos, the boundless starry sky. The real scene was ice-cold and dark. It was silent and withered, an eternal deathly stillness. After the various miraculous scenes disappeared, everything returned to normal. There wasn't the slightest sound. It had always been like this since time immemorial. There was only a naked male standing alone. "I succeeded, I made it through just like that," Yifan said to himself. He was shocked to find a young great emperor. He fought with his life on the line, narrowly escaping death, and actually made it through. He didn't tremble with excitement after successfully severing the Tao. His heart was calm and worry-free. He stood in this cosmos for a long time. In the end, Yifan released a clear roar. A heavenly river hung from his mouth, and his entire body's aura was like a sword. With a king-chiang sound, the army moved 100,000 li, and the chaotic sword cleaved the heavens. Swoosh, clear splendor flickered, and then everything disappeared. His expression was peaceful and tranquil. He stretched out his body and faced the boundless starry sky. His eyes were deep, and with a forceful inhalation, all sides moved. Tens of thousands of strands of starry splendor flowed, following the stellar domain and descending from the depths of the cosmos. They gathered towards his body, forming a silver sea that buried him within. Yifan's entire body flickered with precious splendor. The pores on the surface of his body all opened up, receiving the baptism of starlight to replenish the essence energy consumed during the calamity. His flesh and bones also seemed to have turned into endless ancient stars at this time, flickering indefinitely. They were connected by the starry rivers, and the 5 great secret realms were like 5 treasures. There were countless stars in the sky, and the river of stars was boundless. After an unknown amount of time, this place finally calmed down, turning into darkness and coldness. Yi Fan's body was no longer radiant, and his Tao severing had reached perfection. There were 3 stages to severing the Tao and entering immortality. He stood on the 3rd step of the King realm, crossing 3 small realms. This couldn't be considered a miracle. After thinking about it carefully, it made sense. His strength had long since reached the required level. Otherwise, how could he have killed the Pope and defeated the Divine Knight? It was just that he hadn't verified it with the heavens and earth. Now, he had broken through in one go, using his body to sever the Tao to verify himself. Naturally, his Tao fruit and true strength would be revealed. This was a rare and wondrous event since ancient times. It wasn't that no one had ever done this before, but it was simply too rare. The number of people who had done this since ancient times were few, and passing 3 stages in one go was simply too shocking. Yi Fan stood there for a long time, and only then did he raise his head and laugh heartily. He took out a set of clothes and put them on. He then took a step and disappeared from this place, heading towards the ancient star in front of him. On this day, the various buildings of the celestial court on earth flourished with brilliance. It could be considered a type of miracle. Many people were flabbergasted, and their faith was greatly increased. For the celestial court, this was a golden age. The number of people entering the court increased greatly, and some of them were influential figures. Moreover, many people from the world of Tao also appeared one after another, seeking out the little Taoist master to join them. That was because a great expert had deduced that the master of the celestial court, Yi Fan, had severed the Tao and attracted lightning to temper his body. This was a grand event that had never happened since the world dried up. This was explosive news, and everyone knew what it meant. Severing the Tao to become a king in this kind of environment was much more difficult than in the ancient times. He was absolutely unrivaled in the present age. Since ancient times, there really weren't many people like this. If they could enter the starry sky and set foot on other ancient stars with life, their future would be limitless, and they would definitely become saints. He shouldn't be an imperial prince, right? Only such a person could reach this step. The great experts on earth were anxious. Once such a person became a saint, he would certainly be unrivaled under the starry sky, and it would be difficult to find an opponent in the world. Master. After seeing Yi Fan return safely, the disciples were all very excited. No one understood better than them what this meant. The human race's divine physique had severed the Tao during the age of chaos, and he would be able to sweep through this star domain. The celestial court would rise above all the sects, and perhaps it would truly create a legend. Komatsu blinked his large eyes and pounced over with a swoosh. He pulled on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and wiped away his pitiful expression. He laughed foolishly and rolled around on top of him. Yi Fan smiled and generously rewarded all the disciples. He scattered many spiritual medicines and then took out some of the ancestral crocodile's meat. He told them to eat less and refine more so that they wouldn't harm themselves. He once again poured the pure willpower gathered on the small mountain into the cauldron. Now, it was already a true king weapon and could be called a supreme king. This was because the material was special and the Tao markings carved on it were extraordinary. The cauldron gently trembled, and the sound of ancient scriptures was emitted. It was as if someone was chanting scriptures and talking about the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was incomparably mysterious. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the blue stone with the cauldron suspended above his head. 10,000 strands of source energy poured down, and his figure was indistinct. It made people feel reverence as if he was facing the great Tao. The disciples were amazed to find that there was no need for Yi Fan to explain the scriptures. When facing this cauldron, they could feel their bodies and minds become ethereal and close to the Tao. It was easy to comprehend the Tao. Komatsu was extremely lively and didn't feel reverence like the other disciples. He jumped about, and with a bag sound, he accidentally fell into the cauldron. He was lifted up by all life source energy and immediately became extremely embarrassed. The small mountain wasn't that tall. There were only a few thatched cottages and a medicinal field. There wasn't much spiritual essence here, but today, it was extremely lively. Yi Fan severed the Tao. Many sect masters came to congratulate him. They all found this type of miracle a bit hard to believe. Severing the Tao in the cultivationless age, this is just like a legend. Everyone could only sigh in admiration like this. Yifan arranged a jade table and received guests from all over the mountain. He delivered spiritual fruits and brought out the crocodile race's holy meat. Many people were shocked speechless for a long time. This old one has heard of the divine crocodile from outside the region. According to what a Buddhist sect old monk said, the Sakyamuni suppressed it back then. Who would have thought that it would become food on a plate today? Everyone was almost trembling. Some didn't dare enjoy it, but there were some who didn't believe in the supernatural. They didn't listen to Yifan's warning and ate half a tael too much. As a result, their bodies overflowed with divine splendor and almost exploded. They were suppressed by Yifan. Now, Yifan's Tao had already been completed. There weren't many things on earth that could attract him. Achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal was his only goal. He stood up and raised his wine cup. He earnestly asked the sect masters of the Central Earth Tao sect for guidance. He asked about the legendary celestial court, as well as ancient secrets such as the war between gods. My Xianxia sect has a divine stone. Rumor has it that it's a cornerstone that fell from the ancient heaven. If Brother Yi is interested, I can bring it to you, said the Xianxia sect master. The others also spoke up one after another, providing important clues. Now that Yifan had completed his Tao and ruled the world, there wasn't a single person who didn't want to form good karma with him. They all told him everything they knew. My Kunlun has half an ancient watchtower. Rumor has it that it's a building that was lost in the human world from the ancient heaven, said sect master Xueqin. Good. Yifan nodded. All kinds of legends, secrets, and ancient jade books would become his clues. He wanted to find the ancient heaven and excavate it. On that day, Kunlun, Immortal Sword Sect, Xianxia Sect, Chuanjin Sect, Vermilion Phoenix Sect, Myriad Demon Valley, and other powers all provided clues that moved Yifan. This is that divine stone. It weighs more than 10,000 caddies. Some of my ancestors said that it was a heavenly stone from the outer realm, while others said that it was a cornerstone of the celestial court. The sect master ordered someone to place a purple stone on the ground. The stone was purple in color and as big as a millstone. It looked like an ancient jade covered in dust. It was dark and glossy, and it was very heavy. Just now, the two supreme elders were sweating profusely from exhaustion. Yifan circled around it and felt that it really was a cornerstone. He couldn't help but ask where it was obtained. The Xianxia sect master told him the truth. On a rainy night in ancient times, a mountain torrent created a ravine at the foot of Mount Mao, and purple clouds rushed up. The old sect master woke up in the middle of the night and looked down the mountain. He saw a heavenly palace collapsing. He rushed into the rain and found that the heavenly palace was an illusion and didn't exist. It should be a replay of a prehistoric scene, and he only saw a purple stone in the ravine. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder and gathered around to look at the strange stone. Yifan placed his hand on it, and it was very warm. He used his heart to feel it and heard waves of lightning and thunder, as well as the sound of swords shaking together. He activated the Tao laws and drew out a blurry scene. Heavy rain poured down, and battle cries shook the heavens. The roars of unparalleled experts were heard, and then a heavenly palace collapsed and fell from the sky. Unfortunately, I can't see it clearly. It's hard to say whether it was a battle between gods or not. Yifan shook his head. The ancient palace that sect master Xueqin had ordered people to transport also arrived. It was dozens of feet tall and looked like a small mountain. It was rather grand and majestic, and its entire body was made of green feathers. Although only half of it was left, its majesty didn't diminish. This really is a heavenly palace. This scale hasn't changed even after so many years. It's very extraordinary. Someone exclaimed. Yifan's heart moved. This style was a bit similar to the northern Dipper Star region's ruins of God. He hadn't been to that life-forbidden zone, but he had seen some descriptions in ancient books. In front of the divine ruins, the southern heavenly gate towered majestically. It was half collapsed, leaving behind endless legends in this world. Was it really a building left behind by the celestial court? Yi Fan consulted sect leader Shuichen in detail about the origins of this palace. He told him truthfully that it was dug out from the foot of Kunlun. Yi Fan gently caressed this ancient watchtower, and then he circulated his cultivation, wishing to return to the source, carve out all of the imprints left behind in the past. There was an indescribable formation within this green jade palace. It was profound and complex, and this was precisely the reason why it could exist in this world for so long, protecting it from being damaged. Yi Fan was shocked. This kind of law was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He really believed that this was the building of the celestial court. He activated the natural laws, and phoenix feathers shot out from his body. Chains of order connected to the azure heavenly palace as he sensed the events of the past. On the contrary, it was too ancient, simply impossible to restore. Even someone as powerful as him felt like it was futile, because he vaguely guessed that it was most likely traced back to millions of years ago. Right when Yi Fan was about to let go, ripples suddenly appeared on the green palace. Radiance flickered, and an incomparably dignified voice sounded, making the entire short mountain tremble. The emperor has already died, the divine generals of the various regions are in chaos. The celestial court has collapsed, falling apart in a single day. These weren't true words, but rather an extremely weak divine will. It was powerful to the point where it made one tremble. Apart from Yi Fan, everyone knelt down. Everyone's souls were trembling. Just how powerful of an existence was this? It existed for endless years, at least 1,000,000 years, right? Its voice resounded through the green palace, making it hard for others to endure. There were some Tao Gate disciples who couldn't hold on, their bodies cracking apart, almost breaking apart. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head rumbled, releasing a strand of source energy to protect him. Pooh! A sect master who was too close was surrounded by this type of pressure, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. It was difficult for him to resist, unable to endure it. Yi Fan's expression changed. All life source energy rose and fell, strand after strand of auspicious energy surging, protecting everyone below, preventing anyone from dying because of this. What kind of existence was this? It transcended endless years, its mournful voice enough to kill the people of the present. It was powerful to a terrifying degree, difficult for others to fathom. Even if it isn't an ancient emperor, it has to be a quasi-emperor. Yi Fan said to himself. He even believed that this might be a holy emperor. It wasn't strange for there to be a few great emperors in that legendary era. He did everything he could to restore the imprints left behind in the past, but unfortunately, the endless years were enough to shatter everything. Only this mournful voice remained, nothing else existing. After severing the Tao, he had heaven-penetrating methods, but there was no way he could create something out of thin air, unable to reverse the endless years of time. When everything calmed down, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They were full of reverence towards Yi Fan. This was truly heaven-defying, allowing the voice of the ancient heaven to reappear, allowing them to pry into a corner of the mysteries of the heavens and archaic times. The legendary celestial court really did exist, appearing before in the ancient earth. I wonder what kind of traces were left behind. Yi Fan pondered, becoming absent-minded. Tao brother, you have to think thrice before choosing the celestial court as your sect name. There were stunning ancient heavenly geniuses who wanted to do such a great thing, but in the end they all suffered misfortune. Right, the two words celestial court crushed the past and present, not something we can endure. If one isn't an immortal and rashly established the celestial court, it will collapse in the end, bringing about unexpected events. Everyone advised, all of them out of good intentions. In the past, they didn't think much of it, but when they heard that sorrowful voice just now, it truly made their hearts tremble. They recalled the various legends from the ancient times. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything else. Today, the various sects sent over large amounts of ancient items, all of them related to the war of deities and related to the ancient heaven. In the end, the people who came to congratulate all left. The various sect masters left, and the crowd dispersed. A mountainous pile of artifacts and ancient books was left behind on the short mountain. In the following half a month, Yi Fan immersed himself in the sea of ancient books, forgetting to sleep and forgetting to eat as he searched for all kinds of methods. His parents were no longer here, and it was hard for there to be anything on earth that could attract him. The only thing that could attract his attention was to become an immortal. He wanted to investigate the legendary celestial court, but too much time had passed and everything had been buried in the dust of history. Now, he could only investigate through legends, anecdotes, and oracle bone books. Time flowed by like water, always unknowingly passing by. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. It had already been 6 years since Yifan returned to this side of the starry skies. During these years, apart from cultivating, he spent most of his time investigating the secrets of the war of deities and immortals. He learned quite a few ancient secrets. Now, the celestial court's prestige was flourishing day by day. It was difficult for Yifan to find an opponent in the world, so he naturally received help from various parties in his search for ancient books. During these 5 years, he did everything he could to visit various sections. He went to the Vatican, climbed Mount Olympus, went to the divine lands of Egypt, and even went deep into the Buddhist lands of India. He left his footprints in every famous place in the world. The ancient heavenly court wasn't excavated, but he unexpectedly obtained some ancient scriptures. It gave him enlightenment, and his gains weren't shallow. Yifan mobilized all of his power. Apart from searching for the ancient heaven, he also searched for clues about the diagram of immortal ascension. He didn't expect to actually make a breakthrough discovery. The 8th corner, the diagram of opportunity to immortal ascension, was buried under the foundation of an ancient temple. Opening the Buddhist niche, apart from some relics, there was also a piece of bone. This was an ancient temple that had been accidentally discovered by a novice monk. After obtaining these items, the powerful Buddhist sects learned that Yifan was visiting and wanted to see the bone. They didn't dare to disobey and directly gave it to him. This was a great harvest. Apart from searching for the ancient heaven, the war of deities, and other relics, Yifan also persevered in searching for the diagram of opportunity to immortal ascension, which would be of great use to him in the future. After obtaining the 8th corner of the diagram of immortal ascension, he put everything aside, including the investigation of the celestial court, because he had made an important decision. As the quasi-emperor, the Xianxia clan entered the land of immortal ascension and finally obtained an immortal herb, narrowly escaping death. I've already severed my Tao. Although my strength is far inferior to his, I've obtained the diagram of immortal ascension, and it's almost complete. Perhaps I can go a bit further. The secret of immortal ascension was too tempting. No one would give it up. This was something that even great emperors would strive for their entire lives, let alone Yifan. This was his ultimate goal. I really want to go in and give it a try, Yifan said to himself. He was only missing one corner of the diagram of immortal ascension. It wasn't that he couldn't wait and was too impatient, but rather that he knew that the corner of the diagram of immortal ascension had shattered in the ancient years and would never be able to obtain it again. Otherwise, the ancient sages wouldn't have left together. Oh, just one corner of the diagram of immortal ascension is enough to make them retreat. It seems like the chances are slim and it'll be difficult to succeed. Forget it, I'll just take it as a scout and take a look first. I won't think that I'll definitely succeed. Yifan went on his way, only bringing Komatsu with him. They headed west and entered the Kunlun Mountains. Then, they made their way around the ancient formation and arrived at a boundless region. Komatsu immediately widened his eyes. This was an ancient dragon mountain, the ancestor of mountains. It was vast and boundless, majestic and intimidating. It was as if a living true dragon was hibernating here. The true Kunlun mountain range was boundless and boundless. Every mountain peak was like a piece of dragon bone, towering into the clouds, majestic and magnificent. The ancient pines were verdant and the waterfalls were boundless. It was like a painting scroll laid horizontally in front of him. Yifan wandered about this mountain region for more than half a month. He observed the terrain and didn't dare to act recklessly. He pieced the diagram of immortal ascension together and studied it repeatedly, finding a safe path. However, the path that led to the center of the land of immortality was empty. After the diagram was pieced together, only the middle region was missing. It was truly regrettable. More than 20 days later, a purple light flashed in the distance. Komatsu jumped out like a little purple spirit. His small body was hugging a square meter of pure white jade. His large eyes that were like black gemstones blinked as he walked unsteadily. He swayed back and forth on purpose to take credit from Yi Fan. It's similar to the foundation stone of the celestial court. Yi Fan was astonished. Komatsu stuck out his small chest and then nodded. He turned around and jumped towards a cliff, bringing Yi Fan to a broken mountain. This place seemed to have been smashed down by something. Yi Fan searched around and found a small piece of historical remains nearby. There was once a cultivator who lived here and used these jade stones to build a cave residence. However, it had been destroyed. He caressed these jade stones and his heart throbbed. They really came from the same source as the foundation stone of the celestial court. There were similar formations inside, but it was a pity that there were only a dozen of them. Celestial court. Kunlun, Yi Fan was shaken after thinking about it seriously. Could it be that there is some connection between the ancient heaven and the 99 Dragon Mountains? He couldn't help but feel shaken. He thought of many things because they all originated from the archaic era. They were so ancient that it was difficult to trace back. During that era, who could control the 99 vast dragon mountains to descend from one ancient star to another? Perhaps only the ancient heaven could. If there really was such a great power that could control the dragon mountains and destroy so many ancient stars with life to nurture the hope of immortal ascension, then it could only be it. In the end, the emperor died and the deities of the various regions fell into chaos. A great disaster occurred and the celestial court collapsed. The various reasons and secrets of the primordial era were already unknown. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil and couldn't calm down for a long time. The war of deities and the celestial court could actually be related to the 99 Dragon Mountains. He stared fixedly at the depths of Kunlun and said, "Let's go and take a look with the octagonal map. Even if we can't obtain anything, it's enough to protect ourselves. Let's see what the so-called land of immortal ascension nurtures and what the so-called hope of immortal ascension is." Komatsu's big black eyes flickered with a lively light as she jumped to his side. Yi Fan copied the topographic map and strode into the mountains, heading towards the depths of Kunlun. The majestic Kunlun was vast and vast. It traversed the 6 directions and suppressed the 8 desolates. It was vast and boundless. This was a primitive wasteland with no end in sight. Comparatively speaking, the Kunlun mountain range in the mortal world was only a corner. It was the tail end of this main mountain range. Entering it would make one feel insignificant. Facing it was like facing the vast starry sky. Every mountain was terrifyingly tall, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was as if primal chaos had filled the air and was filled with the energy of the beginning of heaven and earth. If one soared into the sky, they would be able to roughly understand that this was a sleeping dragon. The countless mountains were the spine of the dragon, lying in a cross-legged position. It was a majestic sight. This really is the soaring dragon Pure Land. Yi Fan was proficient in Genesis techniques and could naturally see the extraordinary terrain here. This was the ancestor of the 10,000 mountains, the root of the mountains. The terrain had reached the limit permitted by heaven and earth. Thump, thump, the ground trembled and heavy footsteps could be heard in the distance. A few enormous creatures appeared. They were dozens of feet tall, and the ground shook with every step. What kind of monsters are these? Yi Fan was shocked. These creatures looked like giant apes, but there was a long spiral horn between their brows. Their bodies were blood red and covered in thick hair. Their eyes were like torches that flickered with light. Kunlun had many ancient beasts. Although the area ahead was a forbidden zone, there were many relatively safe areas that could allow all kinds of creatures to survive. They stared at Yi Fan with a single glance. The long horn between their brows suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. A blazing green bolt of lightning hacked down and shaved off a piece of the mountain peak. Yi Fan was bathed in light as he floated in the air, unmoving. Under the starry sky, there was almost no one in the world that could hurt him. As expected of the Kunlun immortal realm. These beasts are comparable to the sect masters of today. He pointed with his finger and a clear light shot out, instantly cutting off half of their cultivation. Then, it emitted a godly aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. The huge beasts immediately trembled and knelt down. They trembled with fear and didn't dare to act rashly again. It was as if they were revering a god and didn't dare to move. Yi Fan found some memories from their sea of consciousness. There were some extremely powerful creatures in this Kunlun ancient vein that were listed as taboo by them. They didn't dare take a single step inside. At the same time, this was a secret land that could produce unpredictable divine objects. They were all rare treasures. Yifan let them go and continued to move forward with Komatsu, referring to the terrain map in his hand to avoid accidentally entering dangerous areas. He did not walk very fast. Along the way, the ancient trees were bold and strong. Many of the old trees had grown for who knew how many years, towering into the clouds. Sometimes, a few of them would gather together, covering a circumference of many li, suppressing even the great mountains. There were even many old vines that were like horned dragons, wrapping around several great mountains. The vines covered the land, even the cliffs were covered, verdant and strong. The grass withered and flourished, but only a few of them were able to transcend the tribulation and transform. Just like how there were so many humans, how many of them could truly embark on the path of cultivation? The vegetation within Kunlun Mountain was flourishing, because they were rooted in the dragon vein, able to obtain the nourishment of the earth's energy. Their vitality was exceptionally great, but the mountains and rivers' vegetation rarely produced divine wills. Apart from a few different species, normal grass could only serve as a wedding dress, offering up the life essence that they produced for nothing. Komatsu seemed to be running about, digging up many ancient medicines. Their medicinal ages were all extremely long, having grown for a sufficiently long time. The spiritual essence contained within them was abundant. Yifan was greatly alarmed, because in a place where great peaks rose and fell, he saw a natural dragon cave that could produce immortal true energy. However, it couldn't produce a divine core. This place was burdened with many mountains piled up here, forming a terrain of coiling dragons and crouching tigers. At the center was a deep valley that could be called a natural dragon cave. Multicolored light gushed out, and auspicious color spat out. However, when Yifan entered, he couldn't find a divine core. He only dug up a dead stone man, whose life force was snatched away by the mountains before it could transform into a true human form. How pitiful. The divine core could devour the essence of heaven and earth, and the divine essence of the mountains and rivers should have been seized by it. Now, it's the other way around, dying here. Kunlun's terrain was formed for the birth of immortals. Spiritual essence from all directions and divine essence from all directions converged towards the central forbidden area through the dragon vein. The divine core couldn't compete for it. Yifan walked for most of the day and could be considered to have entered the depths of Kunlun mountain range. He saw a few rare spiritual objects, and Komatsu even dug up a young king medicine. This type of plant was very rare, and its medicinal age exceeded 50,000 years. It was located at the node of the dragon vein and received the rich nourishment of the earth's energy. Its entire body was sparkling, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. The Komatsu was so intoxicated that it danced with joy. This was because this was the first time it had picked a spiritual object of this level. It happily hugged it, and it was even taller than itself. It presented it to Yifan as if it was presenting a treasure. Normally, Yifan would always give it spiritual fruits, but now, it was the other way around. Komatsu dug up medicine everywhere and happily ran around to show filial respect to its master. Roar, a clear roar was heard, and the boundless heat wave spread out. The 1,000 miles of land in front of them was actually barren, and not even a blade of grass grew. This was truly a strange scene in Kunlun. Drought demon. Yifan was shocked. He saw a 2-foot-tall humanoid monster. Everywhere it passed, the mountain rocks melted, and the plants turned into ashes. It turned into a barren land. Scarlet light flickered, and the drought demon turned into a ray of fire as it rushed over, bringing with it a monstrously fire. In the end, it was sent flying by Yifan's finger. He turned his hand over, and a huge mountain was moved over to suppress it. How can there be such a thing? Legend has it that this is something transformed from a corpse. Could it be that there are still people who dare to bury their bodies in Kunlun? In the 7th volume of Yuawei Cottage's notes, it was recorded, in recent times, the drought demons are all zombies. When they are dug up and burned, it often causes rain. Yifan gazed into the distance and sized up the surrounding scenery. Kunlun was the location of the main dragon vein, and it nurtured the hope of becoming an immortal. Who would dare to bury a coffin in this place? They passed through this area and entered the lively mountains and seas. Komatsu was carefree and happy. It carried a small medicine basket on its back and gathered medicine everywhere. Although the small medicine basket was only the size of a fist, it was a treasure that Yi Fan had refined for it. It could store mountains and rivers, and it was usually the place where it stored its spiritual fruits. Not long after, it happily cried out. It had dug up another young king medicine. It was around 60,000 years old, and its medicinal strength was strong. Its entire body seemed to be cast from precious stones, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. This was very shocking. Even in Big Dipper, it was difficult to dig up so many young king medicines in the mountains and rivers. The main thing was that no one could enter Kunlun. Without a topographic map, one would definitely die. This was the accumulation from ancient times until now. This place had almost turned into a divine land of treasured medicines. Unfortunately, Yi Fan and the others could only advance on a specific terrain and could not go deeper into a wider area. Otherwise, there would be unparalleled danger. Plop! Suddenly, Xiaosong fell into a cave and quickly rushed out. She patted her small chest lightly. Clearly, she was given a big fright. It's here, someone was buried in a coffin here. Yi Fan discovered that there were many coffins underground. Most of them were made of stone, so they had not decayed and had been preserved until now. What kind of people are these? Even after so many years, they turned into drought demons. Suddenly, a stone coffin was pushed open. A monster covered in fiery red fur jumped out from within. Its eyes were frightening as it quickly pounced over. It opened its mouth and spat out heaven overflowing black light. It was like an evil god that had escaped from hell. It actually had the divine ability of an ancient sect master. This made Komatsu fearful and hurriedly retreat. Chi! The space between Yi Fan's brows blossomed with splendor. A strand of divine splendor shot out, disintegrating the black light in the cave on the spot. It fixed him there and cut off his cultivation. The other stone coffins sounded and a few more corpse beasts jumped out. In the end, they were all suppressed and couldn't get close. They burned on the spot and turned into ashes. Yi Fan stared at the ancient characters on the coffin for a long time. His eyes revealed a strange expression. It was actually the words of Big Dipper. He had seen it on Earth. So that's how it is. It's people from the Yuhua God dynasty. Back then, a group of people escorted the hope of immortal ascension into Kunlun's immortal vein to recover. When they retreated, they encountered supreme experts and lost the terrain map in their hands. Some of them were trapped here. These are their descendants. Their bloodline continued for an extremely long time, but in the end, they all died here, unable to break free. Kunlun was an immortal vein. There was draconic energy underground that nourished these corpses. There were a few that didn't rot much and turned into drought demons. Yi Fan advanced according to the terrain map in his hands. He didn't encounter any dangers. This was a winding ancient path. Apart from this, there were ancient divine formations everywhere. If he went too deep, his body and spirit would be destroyed at every turn. 2 days later, he sensed strand after strand of immortal energy spreading over from up ahead. This meant that he was close to the place of immortal ascension. This made him extremely excited. So, a streak of green multicolored light flashed past. Waves of fragrance wafted outwards. Komatsu almost floated up as well. He opened and closed his cute little nose. He was incomparably infatuated as he blinked his large eyes. This was a stock of precious medicine, an ancient medicine that could borrow the earth's vein to move. It had already developed intelligence. Green multicolored light flickered about, the medicinal fragrance intoxicating. Even Yi Fan was startled. He personally chased after it. Could it be an undying divine medicine? Back then, the Xianxia clan dug up an undying medicine precisely in this Kunlun immortal vein. It wouldn't be strange if he encountered another one, because this was a place of immortality. Green. Multicolored light flickered about. That was released by its vines and leaves. This old medicine's speed was extremely fast. Its roots were like an old man. Its expression was terrified as it quickly fled. It's a Polygonum multiflorum. Legend has it that once a humanoid Polygonum multiflorum ate it, it wouldn't die. However, humanoid roots had never been seen in this world. The roots of knotweed were mostly lumpy. Now, he actually saw a humanoid Polygonum multiflorum here. This was truly a miracle. Yifan was quite surprised. He brought Komatsu with him and chased after it. This Polygonum multiflorum's vine leaves were emerald green. Its roots were golden, and its face was aged. Its expression was one of terror. It sank into the earth's vein, taking advantage of the situation to escape to the dangerous area marked on the map. Then, it stopped here. It cupped its hands and continuously begged Yifan to spare its life. This was a demigod medicine. It was on the same level as the Changbai Mountain's ancestral ginseng. If there were 4 of these together, it would almost be equivalent to an undying medicine. This was the Polygonum multiflorum's ancestor. No one knew how long it had lived. It was a divine herb nurtured by heaven and earth. It breathed in and out the essence of the sun and moon. Its body was full of boundless essence energy. It couldn't leap across the sky like the undying medicine, but it could travel through the earth's vein like the Changbai Mountain's ancestral ginseng. Only a Yuan Taoist master like Yifan could catch it. Apart from the emerald green vine leaves, the old knotweed was more than half a meter tall. Its whole body was golden, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. It knelt there and trembled. Komatsu was kind-hearted. It raised its head nervously. Its long eyelashes trembled slightly. It blinked its big black eyes and begged Yifan for mercy. It felt that Polygonum multiflorum was very pitiful. Polygonum multiflorum's old tears fell. It worshipped Komatsu. Then, it turned around and begged. It sent out a vague consciousness, asking Yifan to spare its life. This kind of divine herb was the same as the undying medicine. It couldn't give birth to a strong consciousness. Its body could be immortal, but it couldn't protect itself without the supreme Taoism. Yifan nodded. He didn't want to hurt the harmony of heaven. After all, Polygonum multiflorum was an undying medicine. It would dry up and die soon after it left the Pure Land. Unless it was taken immediately, its essence would slowly dissipate. But now, he didn't need to eat the undying medicine. It would be a waste to do so. The old knotweed thanked him profusely. It sent out a vague consciousness. If Yifan or Komatsu's life was exhausted, they could come here to find it. But if they were summoned, it would show up and give them its essence blood to bring them back from the dead. Yifan was speechless. He didn't expect to have such a good karma. Although he didn't pick the humanoid Polygonum multiflorum, he could still come here to save his old friends in the future if they didn't have long to live. Then, he asked the old knotweed about the Kunlun mountain. He unexpectedly learned that there was a god in this place. As for what kind of god it was, Polygonum multiflorum couldn't tell. Its consciousness was weak and it couldn't express itself clearly. It didn't even know what the god looked like. In the end, Polygonum multiflorum led the way and took Yifan to a secret place. It said that there were miracles left by ancient immortals there. Yifan saw a fairy with his own eyes. Her magical power was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. She was stronger than all the people who came here. Polygonum multiflorum had lived for a very long time. God gave it an undying body, but it couldn't give it the aptitude for cultivation. Like the magical medicine, it was a fatal flaw. Over the endless years, it witnessed many anecdotes and secrets here. It even saw the legendary gods with its own eyes. Yifan was stunned and communicated with Polygonum multiflorum. When it came to the Xianxia clan, it gave a detailed description and even said that it once caught an immortal medicine here. Polygonum multiflorum immediately remembered this past event. It said that the magical medicine left with the Xianxia clan of its own accord. It wanted to leave this place. Why? Yifan was puzzled. Polygonum multiflorum said that the immortal medicine was psychic and had the divinity to seek fortune and avoid calamity. It had a premonition that there might be a catastrophe here in the future, so it left in advance. However, Polygonum multiflorum hadn't reached that level yet. It hadn't sensed it yet. It was expected that it would take a long time. This made Yifan speechless. Polygonum multiflorum had seen the Xianxia clan before and witnessed its heaven-overflowing magical power. After all, it was a generation's quasi-emperor who reigned supreme in the world. From ancient times until now, there weren't many who could compare to it. However, Polygonum Multiflorum said that the Xianxia clan wasn't the most powerful. There were similar people who had come here before, and none of them could compare to that fairy. It could be said that they were unparalleled since ancient times. Back then, even the ginseng fruit tree wanted to take the initiative to follow that fairy. However, for some reason, her face was covered in tears and she didn't pay them any attention. Yifan was stupefied. This was too mysterious. The divine medicine offered itself to follow, but there was someone who didn't want it. Soon after, he sighed. Why did the ancient emperors all have an immortal medicine? This was a mutual choice. One wanted longevity, and the other sought protection. What did she look like? What did she leave behind? Polygonum Multiflorum brought him forward and told him that there was a precious vase of the great Tao hanging above the ancient fairy's head. Everywhere it passed, all living things would retreat and all techniques would be destroyed. She was the only sovereign between heaven and earth. What, it's her. The first person Yifan thought of was Ruthless. Who else could it be other than her? She was the most breathtaking woman since ancient times. She was proud of herself and didn't live to become an immortal. He had once fought against Hua Yunfei and faced the great Tao Aquarius more than once. He knew its profoundness was unparalleled. This was created by the most talented ruthless person. She used a mortal body to prove her Tao and become an emperor. Even Komatsu was fascinated. An immortal medicine offered itself to follow her, but the fairy didn't care. This was truly mysterious. How could the other great figures, whose names had shaken the past and present, endure this? The ruthless person lived a proud and aloof life. All the divine masters bowed their heads to her and looked down on the past, present, and future. Yet here, her face was filled with tears and sadness. Yifan was in a daze. Only Polygonum Multiflorum could see such a scene. Who else in the world could see it? In the eyes of the world, she was an unrivaled woman who was known as ruthless. It was hard to imagine that she had such a weak side. She could cut down the stars, pluck the sun and moon, and slaughter through the world. She was the most unfathomable woman since ancient times. The word ruthless shook the ages. Polygonum Multiflorum naturally hadn't seen the ruthless person's dazzling style. It only felt that the woman was very beautiful, almost unreal. Her face was filled with tears and looked delicate and lovely. Of course, her divine abilities were also heaven-defying. This is the place. Polygonum Multiflorum brought them forward and arrived at a cliff. Yifan was immediately stunned, and Komatsu also sat on the ground. A waterfall fell down, covering half of the cliff. This wasn't water but a chaotic river that flowed down from the cliff. Polygonum Multiflorum told them that this was the miracle left behind by that fairy. Over 200,000 years ago, the entire Kunlun trembled and almost collapsed. In the past, the ruthless person was heartbroken. She once raised her head and let out a sorrowful sigh. Out of the 9 moons in the sky, 8 fell. Her fine black hair danced in the wind and her face was filled with tears. She made the world collapse. Yifan's heart trembled. The ancient emperors were too powerful. With a wave of their hands, they could pluck the stars and capture the moon, destroying the universe, causing the hearts of people to tremble. I've seen it with my own eyes. She raised her hand and cut down the stars in the sky to forge a tablet, Polygonum Multiflorum said with a trembling voice. There was a piece of blood clothes on that cliff that could still be seen. It was protected by primal chaos, still imperishable even after more than 200,000 years had passed. It floated on. The cliff, next to it was a steel that glistened brilliantly. Yifan opened his heaven eyes and looked carefully. Vaguely, he saw a line of words on the blood-soaked clothes, short and hurried. I'm going to die. But what about my sister? Yifan's heart trembled. It was no wonder that Vicious would come here. How could he remain calm after seeing the words written on his robes? She was powerful and unparalleled in the world. She wanted to compete with the heavens, but she couldn't resurrect a corpse that had been dead for many years. That stone tablet was refined from a star. It flickered with silver splendor, shining from ancient times until now. Vicious Tao traces were engraved on it. Boundless primal chaos curled about it, protecting everything here. This was definitely a rare treasure. If someone could activate it, they could definitely sweep through a star domain. However, it was likely that no one would be able to take a step closer. Those who dared to touch the stone tablet established by Vicious would undoubtedly die. Do you see it now? This boundless primal chaos waterfall flowed out from the words on the stone tablet. It hasn't dried up even after more than 200,000 years. It is an unsurpassed miracle in Kunlun, said Polygonum multiflorum. For more than 200,000 years, all-powerful creatures would choose this place to refine weapons. As long as they could draw out a strand of primal chaos energy as a flame, they could refine magical treasures and increase their grade by a large amount. Polygonum multiflorum kindly told them about this place. They could reforge weapons here and use the primal chaos as a flame to refine them into treasured weapons. Yifan's cauldron naturally didn't need to be like this. He would be able to find it when he transcended his tribulation in the future. He took out the small ornaments on Komatsu's body and refined them, such as the small medicinal basket on its back and the bell made from Zenith Luo silver essence. There are dangers ahead. There are deities living there. I don't dare to enter for fear of being caught. Polygonum multiflorum warned. He had never been to this place before, so he didn't know what kind of immortal ascension place was nurturing. Yifan nodded and let it leave. He then continued on his way with Komatsu. Back then, the Yuhua god dynasty escorted the hope of becoming immortals to this place for restoration. It seems that Vicious' older brother was one of them. He most likely died here. Roar, a muffled thunderous sound rang out. A three-headed lion shone with golden light, stirring up the winds and clouds. It opened its mouth and inhaled. The essence energy within 10 miles was sucked clean into its mouth. There really are some powerful strange beasts here. Only the immortal veins of Kunlun can nurture such fierce bugs, Yifan said. The essence energy of heaven and earth had dried up, but Kunlun was an exception. Because the life essence energy of the entire ancient planet had gathered here, it could naturally give birth to auspicious beasts and divine bugs. This golden lion was extremely powerful. It actually had the strength of a sect master. It should be a top existence in Kunlun. With a roar, the wind and clouds surged and the mountains trembled. The golden lion's eyes were like torches, flickering with light. It discovered Yifan and the others at a glance. It opened its mouth and sucked hard, wanting to swallow them as well. Yifan's powerful aura was released. The golden lion trembled on the spot, revealing a look of disbelief. It then turned around and fled, running towards the wilderness. An hour later, Yifan crossed the wilderness and entered an open land. There were only a few large mountains in front of him. They were all very majestic and weren't connected together. The terrain was strange. Could it be that there are some divine beasts here? The aura of this place isn't ordinary. There seems to be a very powerful existence here. Yifan's heart moved. Komatsu cried out. It carried the small medicine basket on its back and climbed onto a mountain peak. It dug out a precious medicine that was overflowing with brilliance. It was extremely happy. Its harvest these few days was great. It picked many ancient medicines and already obtained 3 stalks of young Medicine King medicines. They were all around 50,000 to 60,000 years old. They were all given to Yifan as a form of filial piety. A loud roar sounded. The fluctuations were intense, almost making Komatsu flip over. The golden lion stood guard here, staring at Yifan with shock and fear. In addition, an old flood dragon flew over. Its entire body was curling with fiery light, as if it had just flown out from a volcano. A world-covering heat wave was released, burning down a large region. 2 sect master-level strange beasts are guarding the mountain gate. It seems like there really is a powerful existence here. Could it be that it severed the Tao? The powerful aura around Yifan's body was released, immediately leaving the old flood dragon and golden lion terrified. They continuously backed up, their bodies trembling. Up ahead, there was a great mountain that towered into the clouds. There were fire pines that took root in the cracks between the rocks. This was a type of strange plant. It was shaped like an ancient pine tree, but it liked flames. It often grew in magma and was quite extraordinary. There was a fiery cave at the base of the mountain that spat out waves of smoke. Raging flames surged, and a roar sounded. The mountains trembled, and many large rocks tumbled down from the great peaks, creating rumbling noises. The golden lion and old flood dragon both revealed expressions of fear, laying down on the ground. It was clear that they were intimidated by that divine might. This was their master, and it seemed like he was blaming them. Tao-severing king. Divine light flashed past Ji Fan's eyes. Even though he knew that Kunlun's immortal veins were unordinary, he never thought that he would truly encounter an extremely powerful existence. However, he still didn't feel any fear. He longed to meet an opponent. Hong, fiery clouds overflowed into the heavens. Scarlet multicolored light soared into the sky, as if there were 10,000 dragons leaping about. It was a magnificent scene. A long hiss that was like the roar of dragons and tigers shook this mountain region. A streak of fiery red radiance surged, and a handsome strange beast rushed over. It was too fast to the point where the golden lion and flood dragon couldn't react in time before they were kicked flying. Even Yi Fan was shocked. It trod on fiery clouds, and its speed was like that of chasing the wind and lightning. It had reached the pinnacle of speed in this realm. Apart from Yi Fan's raw character art, there seemed to be nothing else that could compare to it. This was a Longma. It trod on raging flames, and its entire body was fiery red. It was as arrogant as a deity, and each hoof sent the old flood dragon and the golden lion flying. It was extremely dissatisfied with them, and it had a type of attitude that looked down on the world. It let out a long hiss, and it wasn't a horse's neigh. It was as deafening as a dragon's cry, and even the clouds in the sky scattered. It rushed towards Yi Fan, and its hooves that were even larger than the mouth of a bull stomped towards Yi Fan's chest. How was this a horse? When it leapt, it was like a dragon, and its aura was terrifying. After Yi Fan severed his Tao, he had never seen a creature that dared to look down on him like this. This was truly a human race divine body that was not just in name, but in reality. It even shattered the sky. No wonder the golden lion and old flood dragon were terrified. Yi Fan didn't dodge, and instead pointed out with his hand, pressing against the horse's hoof. The Longma immediately roared, and its entire body trembled violently. It revealed a look of disbelief, and then it leapt up, rushing over. Hong Longlong, the Longma trod on clouds, rushing out several dozen li. Because it was too fast, the several dozen great mountains in front of it collapsed. Not long after, its voice could be heard. This was a terrifying scene. This horse's divine might exceeded one's imagination. It chased after the wind and lightning, and when it trampled on the sky and earth, it was difficult for there to be anyone in this world that could suppress it. Even Yi Fan was shocked. Even though he held back a bit, only pointing out a finger, and it was far from using his full strength, it was still not something an ordinary Tao-severing expert could endure. If it was any other king, they would have definitely turned into a bloody paste. However, this Longma didn't die, and it wasn't injured either. It leapt through the sky, and it was incredibly ferocious. This was definitely a rare dragon species. He couldn't help but carefully size it up. This horse's entire body was fiery red, just like a dragon's body. Raging flames surged under its four hooves, and its body was covered with dragon scales that were like phoenix blood gold, glistening brilliantly. At the same time, it also had long fiery red hair like a horse's mane, and it was even brighter than silk. There wasn't a single strand of hair that was out of place. It was recorded in ancient books, Longma, the essence of heaven and earth, and its form is that of a horse's body and dragon scales. That is why it is called Longma. It is 8 feet and 5 inches tall. The more Yi Fan looked, the more shocked he became. This was exactly the same as what was recorded in ancient books. This wasn't an ordinary body, but one that was nurtured from the essence of heaven and earth. This was a type of strange beast that had only been seen a few times since ancient times, and it represented auspiciousness. Marquis of the Imperial Secretariat? The Fushi clan has the world under heaven, and the Longma is carrying a map out of the river. No wonder it didn't die after taking a finger from me. It's actually a Longma. Yi Fan murmured to himself. In the current world, there weren't many Tao-severing monarchs that could withstand a single strike from him. This wasn't arrogance, but the truth. He had successfully reversed the great Tao, and his strength had reached a terrifying level. The Lama let out a roar that shook the 9 heavens. Its entire body was fiery red, and it charged over again while stepping on the clouds and flames. This time, Yifan opened one palm and stretched out all 5 fingers, pressing towards the Lama. However, this horse was also extremely arrogant, and it leaped into the air, leaping tens of feet high and stepping on his golden palm. Bang! The Lama's body shook, and its 4 hooves shattered the sky as it charged into the distance. A trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth, but it was still alive. Its blood essence was still strong, and it was only lightly injured. This time, Yifan was truly shocked. In the entire world, there weren't many Tao-severing monarchs that could suppress this horse. His palm could definitely crush mountains and destroy mountains, but this horse was able to withstand it. This should be the god that Polygonum Multiflorum spoke of. Yifan took a step into the sky and once again stretched out his hand to press forward, using great strength. The dragon horse knew how powerful he was, so it leapt into the air and crushed a mountain. It stood in the sky and stared at him. This kind of dragon steed that was born from heaven and earth was only owned by the legendary ancient saint emperors. Yifan's heart moved. If he could subdue it as a mount, he would definitely be able to trample all enemies when he returned to Big Dipper one day. The Lama stepped into the sky, its entire body pulsating with flames. Its scales, which resembled the scarlet gold of phoenix blood, were sparkling and translucent. Its entire body was radiating with light, and there were 2 dragon horns on its head. It glared at Yifan furiously. This dragon steed was excessively arrogant. It charged over dozens of times, its basin-sized hooves stomping directly at the top of Yifan's head. Every time it did so, it would shatter the heavens. Its breath took the shape of a horned dragon, and its dragon elephant power was inexhaustible. Yifan clicked his tongue in wonder. This Lama's strength was beyond ordinary people's imagination. It was actually able to fight against him. This was definitely an anomaly, a rare divine steed nurtured by heaven and earth. He estimated that this Lama's hooves could destroy the moon, and its strength was comparable to that of a meteor crashing into the earth. It would not take much effort to trample an existence like Pope to death. Moving mountains and filling seas were useless against it. The Lama let out another long neigh. The mane on its neck throbbed like flames, and its entire body flickered with scarlet light. It was exceptionally divine. After being hit by Yifan a few times, a trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth, but it was not seriously injured. It was full of energy. As its 4 hooves stomped, the mountains within a radius of dozens of miles were all crushed into powder, collapsing into the dust. Its strength was extremely shocking. It charged over again, and this time, divine light surged as it leaped, drowning the entire place. The pair of dragon horns on its head clanked, and thousands of scarlet sword waves slashed out, raising the entire place to the ground. Komatsu carried a small medicine basket on his back and hit on Yifan's shoulder. He was dumbfounded as he watched. He was extremely envious of this kind of powerful strength, and he muttered to himself. Yifan's attacks became heavier with each strike, but this Lama could completely withstand his strength. It could only be said that it was a rare species, worthy of being called a divine fetus of heaven and earth. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the distance. Waves of blood chi rose from the horizon, and 3 beams of light rushed into the sky. They were like 3 blood-colored pillars that supported the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens. Yifan's eyes shone brilliantly. He discovered that 3 Tao Severers had come. The immortal veins of Kunlun were truly astonishing. There were a total of 4 kings, which was unavoidably shocking. Sand and pebbles flew in the distance. Some mountain peaks were uprooted and blown into the air. Dark clouds pressed down like the bottom of a black pot. Komatsu was scared and nervous. He held his small medicine basket and sat on Yifan's shoulder obediently. He grabbed Yifan's collar with his little paw and refused to let go. Even if 4 pathcutters attacked him at the same time, Yifan would not care. In this world, there was no one who could hurt him. However, things had gone beyond his expectations. The 3 Tao-severing ancient demons were not on the same side as Longma. Seeing that it was in trouble, they rushed to kill it. Longma let out a long hiss, and the flames on its body flourished even more. Its entire body was scarlet like blood, and mist surged. It spat out dragon-shaped pillars of qi from its mouth and nose. Seeing this, Yi Fan retreated to the side and did not attack again. This was a meeting of the 4 great kings in the immortal veins of Kunlun. He also wanted to take a look. Demonic qi surged over. It did not seem like a gas, but more like a group of mountains pressing down. Apart from the Tao Severers, no one could withstand it. The Golden Lion and the old Flood Dragon had long since escaped without a trace. Moo, the sound of a wild ox rang out. A big guy the size of a small mountain, golden all over, and with horns on his head, charged over. This was an ox king. Every strand of its hair glowed. It was 300 meters tall, and when it ran like this, its power was astonishing. A pair of large horns pointed at Longma. On the other side, a black ape stepped on the heaven and earth. Black mist surged all over its body, and it was 300 meters tall. It was like a roaring deity, and it held a long blade in its hand that shone with dense black light as it hacked down. The third creature was a Taoist. He chose to transform into human form. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and his face was waxy yellow. He looked sickly, but he was the most terrifying. This was because he held a black dragon spear in his hand, and it emitted an aura that made one's heart jump. This was the reason why they dared to attack. The Taoist attacked Longma with the spear in his hand, and it greatly frightened it. It had no choice but to leap and dodge to deal with the 3. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and looked at the black metal spear in the Taoist's hand. His heart skipped a beat. What kind of weapon was this? It actually made him feel a chill run down his spine. Longma, this spear has been activated today. You will definitely lose. Give up the fire god cave, the Taoist shouted. A black light surged from the black spear and pierced through the clouds. The 3 kings of the Tao Severing realm were all very strong, and they weren't weak. Because of the black dragon spear, Longma was forced into a passive state. It was exhausted from dealing with it, and it was in danger of being killed. Yi Fan didn't make a move. He led the Komatsu and watched coldly from the side. The 4 beast kings fought within the immortal vein of Kunlun. They fought until the sun and moon lost their light, and the heaven and earth became dark. Demonic aura spread out for thousands of miles. Buzz. Suddenly, the black spear trembled, and the astonishing aura was extinguished. The black light converged, and it disappeared. Longma let out a long hiss, and flames flickered all over its body. It immediately recovered its power and shook off the demonic aura in all directions. The bright heaven and earth reappeared. As the 2 sides confronted each other, Longma's eyes were filled with disdain. It was extremely arrogant as it stared at the 3 beast kings, and especially at the Taoist with waxy yellow skin. The golden ox king, the giant black ape, and the Taoist glanced at each other and turned to leave. They relied on the black spear to attack, but they didn't expect to fail at the last moment. Their divine might didn't last long. Longma counterattacked. It was as fast as lightning, and thunder descended from all directions. There were flames everywhere, and there were even bolts of lightning under its 4 hooves. It rode on the light as it moved. Pa! The divine chariot was extremely fast and violent. It galloped forward, and in a flash, the golden ox king's bones and tendons were broken. Then, the dragon horn flashed with brilliance, and a trace of Tao shot out. The giant black ape spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Boom! In the end, it stood up like a human, and its front hoof stomped down like the great seal of the celestial emperor. The Taoist used the black spear to meet the attack, but he was sent flying. The web between his thumb and forefinger split open, and his entire body was overflowing with blood. Yi Fan nodded. As expected of the Longma that was born from heaven and earth. It wasn't born from an ordinary body, and it was able to easily defeat a Severing Tao king of the same level. With its combat strength, there were almost no opponents in the world that could suppress it. It was only afraid of the black spear just now. Longma was full of contempt for the 3 beast kings. It gave the Taoist another hoof, but it didn't kill. The relationship between the 2 seemed to be very complicated. Clang! Yi Fan used the army formula and instantly took over the black spear. It was completely black, and there was a dragon coiled around it. It was unknown what kind of metal it was made from. The body of the spear was heavy, and it actually weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. The tip of the spear was sharp, but it was dull and lusterless. Yifan held it in his hand and gently spun it. A powerful current of air flowed out, piercing through the void. He stabbed with all his might, and from dozens of miles away, a mountain in the distance was turned to dust. Yifan didn't feel any special laws, but this weapon was clearly not ordinary. He tried to break it, but it didn't break. It was extremely sturdy. One had to know that ordinary rulers' weapons couldn't hurt him. Most of them could be easily destroyed, so they were nothing to him. Apart from the dragon horse, the other three beast kings were all scared. Yifan's every movement was like that of a deity. With a single thrust of his spear, the great peaks that were dozens of miles away were reduced to ashes. This was the performance of an unparalleled expert. The dragon horse had a bad premonition and wanted to escape, but Yifan used his true power. He used the Rho formula and sat on the dragon horse's body, giving off the might of lightning. This divine steed nurtured by heaven and earth exploded in anger. It had always been incomparably arrogant, so how could it tolerate being ridden by a person? All kinds of divine arts were used at the same time, and its whole body emitted blazing immortal light. However, Yifan sat firmly on the horse's back with the dragon spear in hand. He was unmoving as if he was rooted to the ground. All kinds of laws and secret arts were ineffective against him. Lama roared angrily. The clouds in the sky rose and fell, and the mountains in all directions trembled. Its furious charge crushed countless divine mountains and destroyed many dragon veins, but it couldn't get rid of the plaster on its body. Yifan had made up his mind to subdue this horse. It was recorded in the ancient books that divine steeds could only be obtained by ancient sacred emperors. They were extraordinary and seemed to represent a kind of fate. He wanted to step into the starry sky one day. He had tried it just now. Lama's speed was second only to the line formula, and it could chase lightning and the sun. It possessed the fastest speed in the universe and was unbelievably fast. Lama hadn't surrendered yet, but the three beast kings beside it were terrified. They expressed their goodwill and were willing to give the black dragon spear to him. They also told him about its origin. This spear was very mysterious. It actually flew over from the outer realm and inserted itself into the Kunlun immortal vein. At the same time, it carried a ball of fire god origin. No one knew what kind of divine object it was. Yifan was shocked. This spear's origin was indeed extraordinary. It flew over from the outer realm, which meant that there must have been a life and death battle in the starry sky. This weapon was most likely a divine object of the saint level. No one had come looking for it for so many years, so the original owner might be in danger. The Golden Bull King, the Ape King, the Taoist, and the Dragon Horse originally minded their own business and even had a certain level of friendship with each other. However, when they were fighting over the cave that was formed by the source of fire god, they had a conflict and often fought after that. The dragon spear was obtained by the Taoist, and the fire god origin merged with the Kunlun immortal vein. It transformed into a strange energy and formed a cave dwelling. Cultivating inside could yield twice the results with half the effort. Yifan rode on Longma. No matter how it struggled, it was of no use. He was as steady as Mount Tai. He stretched out a palm and grabbed it. The ground rumbled and a flame rushed up. A ball of dazzling divine light appeared on the surface. So this is the fire god origin. What exactly is it? He stared at the ball of liquid. It was as viscous and blazing like magma. When it came into contact with spiritual energy, it could transform into strands of life light. It made one's entire body comfortable and could speed up one's cultivation. Yifan chopped off half of it and kept it in the cauldron. He left the other half for the three beast kings. He then patted Longma's head and said, "You and the three of them are old acquaintances. Why don't we split it evenly? I've taken half of it for you. Come with me." Longma was enraged and refused to yield. Yifan shook the dragon spear in his hand and stabbed it forward. With a boom, the mountains in front of him disappeared. They were turned into ashes by his attack. Although you are a divine chariot born from heaven and earth, your cultivation level is too weak compared to your own body. Come with me and I'll let you roam the stars. Longma was still extremely unwilling. However, it could no longer get rid of the plaster on its body. Moreover, it could no longer control its body. It strode forward and walked towards the place where it had the hope of becoming an immortal. Komatsu jumped in front of Longma and took out a stalk of precious medicine from the small medicine basket to feed it to express its goodwill. In the end, it was almost trampled to the ground by its hooves. Fortunately, the little fellow was quick-witted and leapt up with a so sound. 2 days later, Yifan arrived at the deepest part and saw the pure land where the hope of becoming an immortal was nurtured. However, it was difficult for him to take another step forward because he lacked the 9th corner topographic map. The scene in front of him was magnificent and extremely astonishing. The place where the immortal was nurtured could be seen. This kind of topography defied common sense. Yifan had never seen anything like this in his life. There were a total of over 10,000 mountain peaks clustered together to form a valley. Every mountain peak was like a dragon's head, and it was as if they were formed by the heavens. Every dragon's mouth was spitting out essence. Immortal energy was dense as it rose and condensed within the valley. It was indescribably mysterious and unfathomable. Yifan was dumbfounded. At first, he thought that these dragon heads were carved by people with supernatural craftsmanship. However, upon closer inspection, he was shocked. This was formed from the power of nature. Over 10,000 mountain peaks were nourished by the life essence energy of ancient stars one after another. They all developed intelligence on their own, turning into supreme treasures of the mortal world, possessing their own divine wills. It could be said that these 10,000 mountain peaks were naturally formed by heaven and earth, all of them with dragon heads. It was unknown just how many ancient stars worked together to nurture them. There were over 10,000 dragon bodies below the earth veins, and only the dragon heads were raised high above the earth's surface. They spat out all types of heaven and earth essence to nurture the immortal true immortal land. Unimaginable. Yifan sighed in admiration. This type of topography was exceptional after all. Even if there was no hope of becoming an immortal in the future, these 10,000 true dragons would still be revived, all of them possessing divine wills. This was the hope that was produced after many ancient stars dried up. Once these dragon heads were revived, that would be the magnificent scene of 10,000 dragons soaring into the sky. They all spit out essence, helping others like this, turning them into an immortal ascension land. It really is a heaven-defying method after all. Yifan said to himself. Then, he broke out into a cold shiver. This type of method seemed to have exceeded the Yuan Taoist masters. The grasp and understanding of the topography was even greater. These dragon heads were definitely nurtured naturally. What kind of person would be able to accomplish all of this? In an instant, he thought of many things. 1,000,000 years ago, there was only one great force that had this kind of power, and that was the Celestial Court. The Yuan Taoist master's inheritance was very mysterious, and no one knew where it started. Could it be that it could be traced back to an even more ancient period? Yifan thought of a possibility. If the 99 Dragon Mountains were controlled by the Celestial Court, and descended upon ancient stars with life one after another, then who was it that provided them with this method? Could it be that there was an existence that surpassed the Yuan Taoist master in the ancient heaven who provided them with this idea, and that was why there was this process of becoming immortal that lasted for millions of years? Yifan was shocked by himself. His thoughts started to wander, and he thought of many things in an instant. Later on, the emperor of the Celestial Court died, and the gods of the various regions were in chaos. All of this was naturally put on hold, or rather, there was a huge problem. Was the Yuhua god dynasty the remnant power of the Celestial Court? In the next moment, Yifan thought of the Yuan Taoist master's later years, and then recalled the scene of tens of thousands of ghost soldiers passing through. Could it be that this was also related to the ancient heaven? This is the land of immortals, and I actually succeeded in coming here. I've gone further than the Xianxia clan. If I retreat just like this, I'm really unwilling. Yifan's eyes were clear. He stared at the tens of thousands of dragon heads on the mountain peaks. Giant dragons circled around, flying and overlapping each other. They were all formed from draconic chi. In the center of the celestial valley, it was a vast expanse. Auspicious energy gushed out, and all kinds of multicolored lights shot out. What exactly was inside? Yifan desperately wanted to see it. Longma spat out 2 streaks of white energy in the shape of flood dragons. It was filled with reverence towards this place and didn't dare behave atrociously. It calmed down and didn't compete with Yi Fan anymore. Yi Fan took a detour around this place and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. The tens of thousands of dragon head peaks were filled with killing intent at every step. He didn't have a map of the last corner, so he couldn't enter. Komatsu muttered and almost couldn't move anymore. It saw many old medicines in the immortal ascension land up ahead. Every single one of them was translucent and resplendent, and a sweet fragrance wafted out. After endless years, how many people could enter this place? After being nourished by draconic energy and immortal light for so long, this place had long developed spirituality. Every single medicinal herb produced here was priceless. The tens of thousands of mountain peaks were all in the shape of dragon heads. They were all lifelike and possessed intimidating draconic might. They were all formed naturally and could be called the work of the gods. There were precious medicines on every dragon head peak, as if they were carved from coral and pearls. They were all dazzling and dazzling. Forget about Komatsu, even Longma's eyes were a bit dazed and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. These tens of thousands of dragon head peaks were all supreme treasures. The mountain bodies could be used as divine materials to refine weapons, and there was even less to say about the medicines they produced. Yi Fan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Many ancient stars with life had dried up to produce this kind of immortal ascension land. As expected, it seized the fortune of the heaven and earth. It was truly shocking. At this moment, he already saw several tens to over 100 stalks of Medicine King medicines. They were surrounded by immortal energy and flickered with precious light, attracting one's soul. Medicine Kings were extremely difficult to nurture. They needed to be continuously watered with spirit milk of the earth and grow for over 80,000 years before they could be called Medicine Kings. Who could wait for such a long time? 80 to 90,000 years was something that even great ancient emperors would have long reached the end of their lifespans. Only a place like this could absorb the life essence of an entire ancient star and nurture it for an endless amount of time. Only then could many stalks be produced. Yi Fan carefully observed. This kind of geographical layout was too extraordinary and simply didn't make any sense. Even with his most powerful origin technique, he still couldn't find any traces of human intervention. However, he had a premonition from the Yuan Taoist master's intuition. Even if this place was extraordinary, it couldn't have reached this level. Vaguely, he felt that someone had used a heaven-defying method to nurture all of this. After being washed and baptized by the river of time, after millions of years, it had finally turned into nature and was no different from nature. He was looking for a weakness. Without the ninth corner topographical map, there was no way to enter. However, he was very unwilling and wanted to use his own heaven origin divine technique to break it. Xiaosong carried the small medicine basket on his back. He turned his head back with every step he took, circling around the dragon mountain absent-mindedly. The little fellow couldn't wait to jump in and happily pluck the ancient medicine. The dragon horse also breathed out dragon chi from its nose and mouth. It did not want to bicker with Yi Fan for the time being. Its dragon eyes widened and flickered non-stop. It was silently calculating to see if it could use its great mystical abilities to create some fodder. This miracle wasn't in front of the Dragon Head Peak but in this safe area. Dozens of fist-sized stars were embedded in a huge rock, emitting a gentle radiance. This miracle was not in front of the 10,000 Dragon Head Peaks, it was still in this safe area. There was a huge mountain rock with dozens of fist-sized stars embedded in it, giving off a gentle radiance. Yi Fan believed that these were real stars that had been refined and shrunk by someone. That was because he sensed a majestic aura suffocating him. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? He felt a chill in his heart. He had transformed dozens of stars to decorate this place and protect the mountain rock. People could only gasp in horror. As soon as Yi Fan and the others approached, the dozens of stars floated up and evolved into a small star field. Starlight shone brilliantly, and the mountain rock inside suddenly became infinitely far away as if it was standing on the other side of the universe. This was an ability that could only make people gasp in admiration. They retreated in fear of causing unnecessary trouble and studied the words on the stone wall in the distance. I'm about to die. Who can help me take care of my younger sister? The person who carved the words seemed to have exhausted his vitality. The carvings were rough, and some parts were very blurry. There was a kind of feeling of despair and unfinished business. Vicious older brother, he really came here. Yi Fan said to himself. The stars rotated and a scene appeared. It was as if history was replayed and the power of the stars reappeared in the world. A blurry figure appeared. He was mumbling to himself as if he couldn't let go of the other side of the starry sky. He stroked a devil mask with incomparable disappointment. Divine blood, demonic blood, and Buddhist blood have all been poured on its body. It will be my turn soon. It doesn't matter if I die, but who can help me take care of my younger sister? She is still too young, I can't feel at ease. The blurry figure implored the people beside him. If he could return to the other side of the starry sky, he asked them not to forget to help him raise his younger sister. Yi Fan was silent. This must have been Vicious who found this place after proving his Tao. He used a great divine ability to restore the scene of the past. This scene must have broken her heart. In the end, she plucked the stars and captured the moon. She refined a small star domain to protect these last words and thoughts. She left this giant stone behind forever, existing with the world. After passing this place, Yi Fan walked around the center of the immortal breeding ground. He thought seriously and began to carve on the ground, calculating with Genesis arts. Not long after, he was covered in sweat and his heart was cold. The Genesis arts of this place were beyond his understanding, even more so than the Yuan Taoist masters. This was a wonderful principle that seemed to be made by the heavens. Every piece of terrain was very particular, as if it was arranged by the heavens. However, he knew that the murderous intent was man-made. The danger created by the terrain was one thing, but the most troublesome thing was the Great Emperor killing formation. This place definitely had a complete and flawless Great Emperor killing formation. As long as it was triggered, one would definitely die. Yi Fan pondered for a long time and found that he couldn't take a step forward. He could still deduce some origin divine arts, but he couldn't do anything about the Great Emperor killing formation. He had already come this far. It was really depressing to turn back. He paced around for a long time but still couldn't come up with a solution. In the next half a month, he kept thinking and took out all the things he had on him to see which one could help him break the formation. Finally, Yi Fan stared at a certain item. It was left behind by Vicious and was once in the hands of the Emperor of Fighting. It was definitely a priceless treasure. Ever since Yi Fan obtained the immortal treasure map, he had never used it. Later on, he asked a saint and guessed that it might be a star domain map. Because it was activated with great magic power, there were stars on it. Yi Fan couldn't figure it out. He didn't know how many nights he spent studying this map, but he didn't gain anything. However, at this time a miraculous change happened to the map. This place emitted strands of immortal light and enveloped him. Yi Fan was shocked. The immortal treasure map was originally sparkling and translucent, as if it was cast from starlight. Now, it was even more extraordinary. There were no changes on the front. Even after activating great magic power, there were only specks of stars. He couldn't understand it, but the back had changed. Komatsu's large eyes moved about. He also moved closer and looked at it curiously. He almost plunged his head in. Yi Fan quickly flipped through the ancient scroll. His heart pounded violently because he saw a complete mountain terrain map. This map overlapped with the immortal ascension diagram on the bone piece. The only difference was that there was one more corner. It was complete. Yi Fan was excited. He gripped this immortal treasure tightly as if he was afraid it would fly away. Even the blood in his body was boiling. The secret map that Quasi-Emperor and the Great Sage fought over during the ancient times wasn't lost or incomplete. There was actually a complete one that had hope of entering the land of immortal ascension. There was actually such a shocking secret hidden within this ancient scroll that had existed since time immemorial. This is truly unexpected. Yi Fan's mind was stirred. He thought of many things at this moment. If his suspicions weren't wrong, then the 9 bone pieces were the patterns that were copied from this ancient scroll. This was the true original version. Turns out the complete and undamaged secret map has always been by my side. He was deeply moved. During these past few years, he used all of his power to seek help from the Central Earth's Taoist sects and Buddhism. He traveled to ancient places like India and Egypt to collect bone pieces, but in the end, he still couldn't piece the complete map together. Yet now, there was such an unexpected turn of events. It was truly unexpected. It was as if he suddenly turned around and found that the person he was looking at was in the waning light. At the same time, Yi Fan keenly noticed a fact. The terrain map only took up a third of the back of the ancient scroll. It was as if there was another important ancient map that hadn't appeared. What is recorded in the other two areas? Could it be that they are more important than this land of immortal ascension? He couldn't help but be amazed. He looked carefully and discovered that there were 3 areas on the back. This was without a doubt. The other 2 areas had nothing to do with this terrain map. This is really precious. Yi Fan felt as if he was carrying an ancient star. There were 3 areas on the back alone. One of them was solved today and he knew how precious it was. It was the land of immortal ascension. Then what about the front? What value did it have? It was truly unimaginable. That's right. Yi Fan thought of many things. This was definitely something left behind by the ancient heaven. It was unknown how long it had been passed down. Some ancient emperors had obtained it and studied it seriously. The monkey once said that at the end of the primordial era, this map belonged to his father. The emperor fighting often looked at this map late at night and looked up at the starry sky. Then, after a long period of time, this ancient scroll fell into the hands of the Yuhua God dynasty. They copied the map onto the bone pieces. That was how they were able to send the hope of immortal ascension here to repair it. Later on, the Yuhua God dynasty turned into ashes overnight. This map fell into the hands of the ruthless great emperor. Only then did it appear in the chaotic nest of 10,000 dragons. All of this was connected. Yi Fan thought leisurely. Thinking about it, there must have been other saint emperors and great emperors who obtained this ancient scroll over the long years. It was just that no one knew about it. This map is as heavy as Mount Tai. Perhaps even the undying heavenly emperor studied it before. The heavenly prince once said that his father also wanted to establish a celestial court back then. But for some reason, he didn't succeed in the end. At this point, Yi Fan could already confirm that this item was definitely an immortal treasure from the collapsed ancient heaven. It was a priceless treasure that was even heavier than the heavens. It's still fine now. If an ancient emperor-level character appeared, this map would definitely be lost. Only such a character would know how important it is. Yi Fan looked at it carefully and compared it seriously. He found a complicated path of life that could lead to the deepest part of the immortal realm. In the end, Yi Fan set off towards the depths of the land of ascension. Komatsu naturally followed in high spirits. It carried a small medicinal hoe in its hand and prepared to harvest the ancient medicine king. Longma exhaled white smoke from its mouth and nose as it struggled internally. Yi Fan had already clearly told it that it could either follow in or leave on its own. He wouldn't make things difficult for it. It had already learned that this evil person in front of it had the immortal ascension diagram on him. He could enter the tens of thousands of dragon head peaks and pry into the secrets of ascension. It could be said that this was an irresistible temptation. Longma couldn't endure it any longer and clenched its teeth in the end. Its entire body was covered in flames that were as red as blood. Its dragon scales flickered, and its slender and sturdy body arrived like a gust of wind. Yi Fan laughed loudly and directly sat on top of this divine steed Longma. It seemed to be forged from a mixture of scarlet multicolored light and divine gold. It was exceptionally powerful. The dragon horse's eyes were spitting fire, and it almost kicked Xiaosong off with its hind legs. However, it managed to endure it in the end. With a crunch, it bit off half of an ancient medicine that Xiaosong was fiddling with and swallowed it angrily. That's mine. Komatsu mumbled timidly as it watched Longma eat this medicinal herb that was at least 50 to 60,000 years old. The land of ascension was extremely unordinary. It could be said that it transcended the secular world and shouldn't exist in time. There was no dirt or dust on the ground, and it flickered with a chalcedony luster. There wasn't a single weed in this place, and ordinary vines couldn't grow here. This was an ancient jade field, and only precious medicines could grow here. Its level was extremely high. After arriving at this place, Longma's mouth never stopped moving. It chewed on all kinds of old medicines as if they were grass. Spiritual essence overflowed in all directions, and brilliant lights and colors flowed about. Komatsu was extremely picky and searched everywhere for treasures. Up until now, its small medicine basket no longer contained ordinary spiritual fruits or ancient medicines that weren't at least 10,000 years old. It held a small medicinal hoe, and its large eyes continuously glanced at Dragonhead Peak. It had long identified the true medicine king and was preparing to dig up a few stalks. Yifan walked very carefully. If he took the wrong path here, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Once the Great Emperor Killing Formation was activated, even the Quasi-Emperor would die without a burial. The more he walked in, the more reverence he felt. Not to mention the Arch Formation, just the Origin Heaven's laws were beyond his understanding. This place definitely had rules laid down by a Genesis god. Even if you break the Killing Formation of the ancient emperors, there's still the Heaven Origin Forbidden Formation. The two fused together to form the immortal slaying diagram. He held the ancient scroll in his hand and carefully compared it. He walked very slowly, because as long as he deviated even the slightest bit, he would never be able to make a comeback. There was only a narrow path that could be taken. It was winding and extremely complicated. Suddenly, his expression became serious. Within a stone forest, he actually saw a person sitting cross-legged on top of a piece of green jade. This person had a dignified appearance and was surrounded by immortal energy. There were strands of terrifying aura being emitted from his body. It was incomparably terrifying, and each strand was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. It was as if a demonic mountain was pressing down. The llama let out a low neigh. Flames flickered under its 4 hooves and raging flames surged. Its entire body shot out scarlet multicolored light and dragon energy surged. The horse's mane stood up and its scales trembled. Komatsu was even more afraid. It grabbed onto a corner of Yifan's clothes and didn't dare to make a sound. That kind of aura was difficult to resist. Yifan took out the cauldron. 10,000 layers of source energy fell down and protected them within. He was exceptionally shocked. There was actually such a peerless character in the Immortal Ascension land. He definitely couldn't be defeated. This person's Taoist robe was old and there was a wooden hairpin in his gray hair. He was motionless and was surrounded by the faint mist that seeped out from the Immortal Incubation land. The scene was astonishing. Great Sage, this was a human race supreme expert. Yifan immediately determined that this person was a great sage. He had previously sensed this kind of aura from the archaic imperial race's great sage Hunchua's body. The Immortal Ascension land was the most terrifying life-restricted area. No one could pass through and see, so why was there a person guarding this place? Yifan was puzzled no matter how he thought about it. Senior. He softly called out. Suddenly seeing an existence of this level made him feel a bit lacking in confidence. The person in front of him didn't react at all. He sat cross-legged on the several zhang long green jade stone like a clay statue. Only immortal light surged out. Something's not right. Even though there is a powerful life force, there are no fluctuations of divine sense. This person should be dead. Yifan quickly came to this conclusion. His expression trembled and he opened his heavenly eye. His heart was filled with shock. This was a human race's great sage. Could it be that he died here just like that? He carefully observed this person. This person's flesh was undamaged, and there was even luster. Immortal energy flowed in and out of his pores, as if he was breathing in and out. However, his eyes were tightly closed, and his primordial spirit was empty. This? Yifan was stupefied. This person should have died. Even though his flesh was intact, he didn't have a soul, so he couldn't be said to still be alive. This wasn't a natural death, or else he should have already transformed into the Tao. This was a dead archaic great sage. His flesh didn't wither and was preserved. It really is strange. It is vivid and lifelike, as if it was alive. What a pity that even someone like this died in the formation. Yifan became even more cautious. He didn't even charge through a great sage. If he accidentally entered, one could well imagine how terrifying it would be. He opened his heavenly eye, discovering that there was a divine lamp in this great sage's body. It was bright and undying even now, full of life force. It was the lamp that was taking in and sending out immortal light, making the corpse seem as if it still had life. The great sage's supreme treasure. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely a treasure. It was only a few zhang away from him, yet it made him sigh as he gazed at it. He couldn't walk over at all. There was only a winding path that was safe here. If he took a single step inside by mistake, he would die. This great sage was the best lesson. He was killed here for no reason. Yi Fan tried to operate the army symbol formula. He didn't dare act recklessly, only trying to lift up a speck of dust that was pressed against the safe line. As a result, the winds and clouds changed in that instant, heaven and earth lost color. There was a mortal killing power interweaving in the void, shattering that speck of dust, making that strand of divine will feel a wave of intense pain. He quickly severed the karma. He was overwhelmed with shock. This place was extraordinary after all. He couldn't act recklessly, or else he wouldn't even know how he died. They continued forward, turning left and right, entering a hilly region. Yi Fan felt waves of blood fiendish energy, as if it could slice off one's skin and flesh, cleave apart one's bones. After advancing for some distance, he saw a glaring red, and a wave of blood energy was rising. It was very far from this safe path, but it was still enough to make one's hair stand on end. Another great sage died here. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye. There was a corpse in front of a hill, and it was much more miserable than the one whose primordial spirit had been emptied. This great sage was badly mutilated, suffering the pain of the fire essence burning his body. Of course, he was already dead, so he couldn't feel this kind of pain. However, it was truly miserable. Half of his body had been burned dry, and blood energy was rising. Yi Fan was greatly moved. This wasn't caused by the great emperor killing formation, but by an unimaginable origin heaven-forbidden technique that surpassed everything he had learned. It borrowed the power of 10,000 dragon head peaks to interweave into a fire source of creation that could kill all life. Could it be that there was a saint emperor who used origin heaven-forbidden technique to prove his Tao, and he served the ancient heaven? Yi Fan was puzzled, because no matter how he looked, he felt that the origin heaven-forbidden technique formation in this place wasn't any weaker than the great emperor killing formation. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a double defense. Moreover, the 10,000 dragon head peaks that were pregnant with immortals were most likely created by this person. Yi Fan advanced for a very long distance, and along the way, he found a total of 3 great sage dead here. The third person only had a piece of bone and a drop of blood left. In ancient times, even the sages from the outer realms rushed here. I don't know which ancient star these 3 people came from, but there's no way to bury their corpses. Yi Fan sighed. He couldn't help, and he couldn't go forward. Otherwise, the weapons left behind by these people would be enough to make people go crazy. Finally, they approached the immortal pregnant valley that was surrounded by 10,000 dragon head peaks, and it was also at this moment that Yi Fan felt a bone-piercing killing intent. Even with the myriad chi cauldron protecting his body, he still felt chills. Longma stopped advancing, because his body bulged. His tendons and veins swelled as if they were about to burst open, and his whole body was spasming. Komatsu was hiding on Yi Fan's shoulder, and it was even more unbearable. After all, compared to them, his cultivation was still very low, and he let out a mournful cry. Fortunately, Yi Fan always paid attention to his safety, and he had already wrapped most of his origin chi around him, so no accidents happened. Boom! Yi Fan propped up a light screen, and golden blood chi permeated from his whole body, protecting Komatsu and Longma. In the current world, there was hardly anyone who could compare to his physical body, and it could block the killing intent. At the same time, he activated the myriad chi cauldron, and let it recover. The origin chi root immediately fell down like a waterfall, isolating it from the outside world, and blocking the killing intent. Longma let out a long sigh, and continued forward. Meanwhile, Komatsu also hit on his shoulder, and he lightly patted his chest, looking like he had lingering fear. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze. He saw a broken corpse in the midst of a stone mountain, and the great killing intent was coming from the flesh and lustrous white bones. A quasi-emperor. Yi Fan's mind was shaken, and the blood in his body rumbled. He sped up, and it was as if thunder was shaking the 9 heavens. His heart trembled. Over 100 pure white bones and bright red and glaring blood were all flickering. That person had been chopped into pieces by the killing formation of the great ancient emperor. The quasi-emperor's methods were exceedingly high, and he could compete with the heaven and earth for fortune. How many people were there since ancient times? It could be said that he was an existence that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries, but he had died here just like that. This kind of blood-chi killing intent was already difficult to endure, and if it was any other Dao-severing expert, their bodies would definitely crack apart. Only Yi Fan could resist this kind of terrifying bloodline power. It has been 10 or 20,000 years since he died, and he still has this kind of power. It is truly inconceivable. Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. He didn't know which ancient star this person came from, and why he died here in the end. Even if there was no ancient killing formation to obstruct him, he still had no way to go over, because this person's corpse was covered in blood, and the quasi-emperor's aura was overwhelming. He would be turned into a bloody pulp before he could reach his side. A centipede died, but it didn't fall down. As a quasi-emperor, he was even more terrifying. Even though he was dead, he still couldn't be compared to an ordinary person. The land of immortality is truly an inconceivable place. 3 great sage and a quasi-emperor died here. Yi Fan could only sigh like this. Seeing that the power of the quasi-emperor's bloodline was so terrifying, he couldn't help but think of some past events. If the heart of the demon emperor had a killing intent, how powerful would it be? It was simply unimaginable. If it wasn't for the Green Emperor dispelling the killing intent in his blood, the entire world would have collapsed when that heart emerged from the Yin tomb. At that time, he had just embarked on the path of cultivation and didn't know much about this, so he didn't know how terrifying it was. Later, when he heard Yan Ruyu and the Crimson Dragon Taoist talk about it, he felt incomparably horrified. That was the precious medicine of the Emperor's blood that the Green Emperor left behind for his descendants, and it had already dispelled the killing intent. Otherwise, once it appeared, no one would be able to approach it, and there would be a great killing calamity. Any living creature that touched it would die. It was the same as the divine blood obtained by the Vatican's Holy Knight. According to the Holy Knight, the so-called divine blood should be the blood essence left behind by an ancient holy emperor, and it had been refined by generations of sages to dispel the killing intent. He accidentally spilled it and bathed in it, which was why he didn't die. Since then, his physical body was indestructible and powerful to the extreme. Suddenly, Komatsu threw away the little medicine hoe and stared blankly ahead. He revealed a strange expression and gently shook Yi Fan, asking him to turn around and look. Yi Fan withdrew his gaze from the corpse of the quasi-emperor and looked forward. He was startled at first, then shocked to the extreme. He simply couldn't believe his own eyes. Is this real? Longma, who was below him, also knew what it was and almost went crazy. Its forehoofs stomped on the ground, almost flipping Yi Fan over. It wanted to rush over directly. This item was too precious, and even the ancient emperors were shocked. There was a half-meter-tall purple pagoda that quietly rested there. It was as if it had fallen from the blue heavens, ancient and imposing, flowing with an indescribable aura. Longma knew what it was, rushing forward fiercely. It had seen the ancient scroll in Yi Fan's hands, discovering that this artifact was resting on the safe path, not dangerous. Yi Fan felt like this wasn't real. This large piece of immortal material really was too unreal, simply like a dream, hard to believe. This is divine mark purple gold. Even his voice was trembling. Phoenix blood scarlet gold, dragon marked black gold, immortal tears green gold, he had seen all of them before, all of them the most well-known immortal materials. This was the first time he saw this type of divine treasure. Its entire body was sparkling like a purple diamond, releasing a dreamlike radiance. It was called divine mark purple gold. Longma ran crazily, releasing draconic energy from its mouth, moving as fast as lightning. It was still quite far away, opening its mouth to suck it in, wishing to make it its own. However, after trying a bit, it didn't succeed. Moreover, at this moment, it sensed a type of dense killing intent, its primordial spirit feeling like it was going to be destroyed. Its entire body contorted, quickly stopping its steps. At this time only Komatsu could still be considered calm. It blinked its large eyes, a bit confused. Even though it felt like this artifact was extraordinary, it didn't recognize it. Don't act rashly. Yi Fan shouted to stop Longma. This piece of immortal material was half a meter tall without any other impurities. This was just too shocking, its value immeasurable. Even the great ancient emperor's hearts were jumping. A fist-sized piece of phoenix blood scarlet gold was already enough to shock the world, making everyone go crazy. Now, such a large piece, divine mark purple gold was forged into a pagoda, so one could imagine just how heaven-defying the magical force of the owner was. This artifact was definitely dangerous. If one acted rashly, there might be a great disaster. Is it an extreme Dao Emperor weapon? Yi Fan's heart was pounding. He couldn't be sure, because there were all types of killing formations in the place of immortal ascension that could conceal all auras, making it difficult to judge. How could this type of immortal material be thrown here? No matter how great one's background was, they still couldn't afford to squander it. It shouldn't be like this. Finally, they cautiously approached. An astonishing killing intent overflowed, slashing one's primordial spirit. Longma could no longer approach. Yi Fan dismounted from his horse and walked forward step by step. Finally, he saw the source of the danger. The other side of the purple pagoda was stained with a few bloodstains. They were bright red and glaring, brimming with murderous intent. He couldn't help but be startled and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He gazed at the quasi-emperor's corpse that was scattered in the distance. The fresh blood was glistening, and the aura was the same. It should be from the same source. The divine blood of quasi-emperor, this tower is his. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with light. Just how great of good luck was needed to obtain such a large piece of immortal material? Moreover, it was even successfully forged into an artifact embryo. It was truly shocking. It's a material that even the great ancient emperors would find difficult to obtain, but he has such a big piece. His future should be bright, and he should be walking towards the glorious peak of Tao confirming. Yi Fan muttered to himself. This person's good luck was heaven-defying. He could be said to be the main character of an era, yet in the end, it was precisely this type of endlessly blessed quasi-emperor that died miserably here. The will of the heavens is hard to fathom. A person with immeasurable prospects was killed just like that. Yi Fan had reason to believe that this person was a heaven-defying figure from an ancient star. If nothing unexpected happened, he could prove his Tao and become an emperor. However, the path of immortality was rough and bumpy. Even if one was an exceptional talent, they could still turn into bones. This also proved how terrifying this land of immortal ascension was. Even a quasi-emperor like this who possessed great natural luck suffered a great disaster. He couldn't defy the heavens here, and the so-called heavenly fate was completely stripped away. This made him shiver inwardly. He didn't dare to act carelessly anymore. Every step was done carefully and cautiously. Yi Fan backed up. When he was far enough away, he used the army symbol formula to peel off the drops of quasi-emperor's blood. He temporarily placed them to the side, and then he moved the purple pagoda over. This is truly a great natural luck. This is an extreme Tao origin embryo. After observing it for a long time, he already confirmed that this weapon was only a rough embryo. There weren't any Tao marks or natural laws engraved on it. This meant that the quasi-emperor hadn't obtained it long ago. The half-meter-tall purple pagoda emitted an aura that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. It was as if a blue sky had fallen here, and all types of immortal light lingered about. The most abundant thing in this land of immortal ascension was the nourishment of immortal energy. This rough embryo couldn't be damaged in the slightest and could only gradually develop spirituality. The pagoda's body was thick, and every inch was sparkling and translucent. Purple light flickered about, and it was as brilliant as a purple diamond. There were lines of patterns on its surface, as if they were carefully carved by a deity. This was the so-called divine marks, also known as the tangible embodiment of the Tao. This was also the reason for its name. Komatsu blinked his large eyes and curiously sized it up. He felt that it was a bit strange because this divine mark purple gold was just like him. Its entire body was dazzling with purple multicolored light, and even its spirituality was similar. Longma didn't hold back at all. He opened his mouth and wanted to swallow it. Any creature with spirituality would want to obtain such a heaven-defying object. This was an artifact of Dao verification. Yifan pushed it to the side and said, "This was discovered by Komatsu." He carefully examined this artifact and confirmed that there was no danger in this pagoda. There really weren't any Dao marks engraved on it, and it was just an ownerless rough embryo. Only then did he relax. Komatsu moved closer and raised his head to look at the purple pagoda. It was a lot taller than him, and it was all glistening with purple light. The two contrasted beautifully, making it scratch its head. It used all its strength to move the pagoda, but in the end, it was so tired that it was drenched in sweat. It sat down on the ground with an embarrassed expression. It actually couldn't move it at all. Longma was disdainful. It went up to take advantage of the situation and wanted to take it for itself. In the end, it was also shocked. This pagoda was terrifyingly heavy, and it was at least 1,000,000 jin in weight. This was a supreme immortal material. Even though it was a rough embryo, it was still world-shocking. With Yifan's help, Komatsu lifted the purple pagoda with difficulty. However, with a smacking sound, it locked itself inside and couldn't come out anymore. Yifan smiled. He picked up this treasure that could shake the entire star domain and released it. "I'll help you store it in the silver bell. You can refine it with your mind every day, and when you become stronger, you'll be able to use it." He took out the small stone Buddha from the bell and carefully carved a complex spatial formation. He then stored the divine purple golden pagoda inside and handed it to Komatsu. "Perhaps one day, I will leave this ancient star and head for another star domain. That place is filled with blood and battles. It is too difficult and dangerous. I want to leave you here. You can cultivate in seclusion here. This will be your Tao-proving artifact." Komatsu was immediately terrified after hearing these words. Its eyes were filled with tears as it stuffed the rough embryo into Yifan's hands. It begged him not to leave, and even if he had to leave, he had to bring it along. "It's still too early to talk about this. I don't know how to go back." Yifan lovingly rubbed its head and then looked at the sky. There would definitely be a war in the future in another star domain. The short-term peace wouldn't last long. All races believed that the path to becoming a celestial was about to open. In order to compete for the opportunity that had been waiting for ages, there would be a bloody battle between the peerless figures. Although Longma wasn't convinced, it couldn't do anything about it. The divine purple golden pagoda was discovered by Komatsu and obtained by Yifan. It indeed had no reason to keep it for itself. The earth is an extraordinary place. If you can verify your Tao here in the future, you'll have unimaginable results. Yifan helped it keep the bell and told it not to use the small stone Buddha anymore. From now on, it should only entrust its mind to the purple pagoda. He already had the cauldron of myriad qi. Although this pagoda was a divine treasure, it was meaningless to him. Yifan used his omnipotent means to seal a few drops of Quasi-Emperor's precious blood into the cauldron. In a sense, this was divine blood. It could be used to refine saintly medicine and would be of great use. They continued on their journey. Yifan taught Komatsu how to refine a tool to prove Tao. He had many experiences to pass on to it before they left. What made him speechless was that he saw the profound meaning of one tool to break all techniques in the little thing's mind. It was actually preparing to reforge the purple pagoda into a pine pagoda. The spherical fruits of pine trees were called pine pagoda because they looked like pagoda. In the little purple thing's mind, it felt that since it was going to reforge a pagoda, it must be more realistic. A natural pine pagoda was the most suitable. "Do you think pine nuts are the most delicious?" Yifan asked it. "Yes," it answered subconsciously. Then, it was immediately embarrassed. "Alright, pine pagoda, it's pine pagoda. Whether it's the name or the shape, it suits you." Yifan could only say this. They continued on their journey. Yifan said to himself, "There are a few types of divine metals in this world. Phoenix blood gold, immortal tears green gold. Legend has it that if they are cast together, they can become another supreme material. Unfortunately, no one has succeeded since ancient times." Komatsu immediately opened its mouth and said childishly. In the future, it would find all kinds of divine metals for its master. It would mix them with the myriad qi and forge them into the world's #1 weapon. Yifan rubbed its head and didn't say anything. It was enough to have the myriad qi's origin root. As for those legends, they were too vague and might not necessarily be true. Finally, they arrived at Dragonhead Peak. They ascended a mountain path. Tens of thousands of dragon-headed peaks stood side by side, surrounding an immortal valley. The spiritual energy was dense and multicolored light shone in millions and millions of strands. It made this place especially sacred. They had truly entered the land of immortal ascension. This was an unparalleled wondrous land. It had the profound secret of stealing the creation of the world and could give birth to immortals. Every dragon peak shone with tens of thousands of rays of immortal light and thousands of auspicious colors. They were divine and sacred. The treasured medicines growing on them were at least 20,000 years old, and their fragrance assailed the nostrils. Yifan advanced along the mountain path. Komatsu was very happy. It found 2 king medicines on the safe path. Both were more than 90,000 years old. It carefully dug them out. The ancient medicine was a meter tall. For it was like a precious tree, flickering with multicolored light. It needed to raise it up. It was in high spirits, offering one stalk to Yifan out of respect. Then, it gave the other stalk to the dragon horse out of goodwill. This kind of thing could extend one's lifespan. It was a priceless treasure even in Big Dipper. It would make saints bow to it. The divine chariot naturally accepted it. However, it didn't swallow it immediately. It knew how rare the king medicines were. It would slowly refine them in the future. The path was winding, but it was the only way out. One wrong step would lead to death. Yifan and the others took a detour. They passed many dragon-head peaks and entered the valley. During this process, Komatsu was the happiest. It had harvested a total of 8 king medicines, all of which grew on the path. It was very happy with its little hoe. You can keep them. No need to send me off, Yifan said. Every time it dug up a medicine, it would give it to its master. However, Yifan secretly placed them into its pine tower. In the future, he would leave. Komatsu would cultivate alone on this ancient planet, so it would definitely need these things. Finally, they entered the hinterland. When they reached the depths of the valley, they finally saw the magnificent scene. Tens of thousands of dragon-head peaks poured down a waterfall of immortal light. It was so thick that it had turned into liquid. It gathered at the center of the valley, where there was a large celestial pond. Celestial energy rose and millions of rays of light shone. It was dazzling and covered most of the valley. The hope of becoming an immortal is bred in this celestial pond. Yifan's eyes shone with divine light. In the valley, clouds were rising. There had never been a place like this. The treasured medicines were everywhere, making people go crazy. If they could collect all of them, it would be unimaginable. At the same time, a special fragrance assailed their nostrils. It was extraordinary and extraordinary. Yifan was shocked. There was definitely an immortal divine medicine here. End of chapter 1010. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.